Jing Liangjie traversed into the realm of Konoha, becoming a disciple under Tsunade Senju. Konoha, the epicenter of troubles and the focal point of war. Fortunately, he acquired a manga artist system that allows him to grow stronger through his artistry. Ultimately, through the power of his drawings, he ascended to the rank of a Jonin in Konoha. With Tsunade temporarily leaving the village, Liangjie seemed to discover the proper way to utilize his system as he assumed the role of Acting Hokage. Chapter 1. Tsunade leaves the village. I become the Acting Hokage. Liangjie, an irritable voice, laced with a hint of authority, reached his ears. Jing Liangjie, slightly bewildered, lifted his gaze and squinted, realizing he had inadvertently dozed off. Staring at the golden-haired woman before him, he suddenly recalled his situation. He had become a disciple of Tsunade, who, quite unexpectedly, was about to embark on a long journey. Most critically, she had entrusted him with the management of Konoha. No, Master Tsunade, this responsibility is far too great, and this position is of utmost importance. I cannot undertake it. Liangjie protested, shaking his head firmly. Tsunade furrowed her brows, her arms clenching tightly. Liangjie, I shall give you another chance. Stated again, taking a deep breath, Liangjie prepared to respond. Even if I were to say it again, Host rejects the position of village leader. The system will disengage, resulting in the automatic destruction of the host's bodily functions. Liangjie swallowed the remainder of his sentence, his heart racing. Since arriving in the Naruto world, he had been blessed with a manga artist system. By creating manga, he could enhance his abilities. He was well aware of the unfolding narrative. It wasn't merely Pain who would attack Konoha. The impending ninja world war would render even Kakashi a mere pawn. Thus, the urgency to elevate his strength pressed upon him, compelling Liangjie to draw manga daily. However, the system's uncompromising demand forced him to accept the position of Acting Hokage. Tsunade's frown deepened as she inquired, Liangjie, what do you mean by your hesitation? Hearing the system's voice, Liangjie found himself compelled to comply. I would not refuse, Master Tsunade. Rest assured, I will manage Konoha well. He replied, mustering a hesitant smile. Tsunade nodded, a gleam of satisfaction lighting her face. Good. This is the spirit of my disciple. Konoha is in your hands now. Master Tsunade returns soon. Liangjie waved lightly. His tone subdued. A smile graced Tsunade's features as she turned and departed the Hokage building with Shizun. Gazing at the Hokage robe on the table, Liangjie couldn't help but smirk. This Hokage world felt subtly different. He pondered the origins of his predecessor, who had somehow become Tsunade's disciple. This might very well be a consequence of the butterfly effect. To his surprise, this individual also bore the name Jing Liangjie, whereas he himself had been an ordinary citizen in his previous life. Moreover, Tsunade's recklessness in entrusting the Hokage position to an elite Jonin like him was baffling. She seemed unconcerned about potential descent from below. Yet, it appeared that the die had been cast. The third Hokage had passed during this period, and Naruto was training under Jiraiya. Sasuke had not yet defected, and Niji was still alive. For the moment, Konoha enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. With no significant events unfolding, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance, but a smile gradually formed on Liangjie's lips. Well then, with no alternatives, I shall do my utmost. But as he contemplated this, a headache began to brew. Being the Acting Hokage also meant dealing with Danzo. Tsunade was likely off to the short book street and wouldn't return anytime soon. This implied he would have to confront Danzo directly. Should any issues arise, he would bear the brunt of the consequences alongside the advisory council's elders. Each of these considerations was a source of trouble. Well, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. A meeting was necessary, as was customary in Konoha. He surmised that he could not deviate from tradition. Would Danzo make a move? Surely, if he had any grievances, he wouldn't voice them at that moment, would he? Liangjie donned the Hokage robe, examining his reflection in the mirror. With sharp brows and piercing eyes, his tall stature of 6 feet exuded an inexplicable aura of authority. He was quite pleased with his appearance. In the afternoon, the succession ceremony commenced. Liangjie stepped forward, feigning an air of authority as he proclaimed, Master Tsunade has temporarily left the village for certain reasons, and I shall assume the role of acting Hokage. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Danzo. That moment, Danzo squinted slightly, seemingly indifferent to the development. Liangjie understood the old man was not inclined to stir trouble at this juncture. He then addressed the assembly below, I aspire for Master Tsunade to return to a robust Konoha. Thus, I urge all of you to train diligently. Should you encounter any issues with your training, feel free to seek my guidance. Let's refrain from discussing other matters. With that, Liangjie vanished abruptly. Danzo's smile grew increasingly radiant. This young lad appeared to be in the ideal phase of his journey. Perhaps he could secure the Hokage position before Tsunade returned. By the time she came back, everything might already be settled. Even Tsunade would be powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, below, Sasuke pondered thoughtfully. This Jing Liangjie had remained largely unseen until now. Yet, being entrusted with such a significant responsibility by Master Tsunade suggested he was a hidden powerhouse. If that were the case, perhaps Konoha still held its value. Upon returning to the training grounds, Sasuke commenced a day of rigorous practice. However, he found himself dissatisfied with the day's training. Kakashi, standing nearby with his signature deadpan expression, remarked, "Haste makes waste. You need to accumulate your skills. Kakashi-sensei, I am still quite weak. Do you not possess any other methods to help me grow stronger?" Sasuke retorted coldly. Kakashi rolled his eyes. After all, who was to blame for Sasuke's intense drive for strength? Basic ninjutsu was merely a matter of quantity, failing to yield any substantial enhancement in power. Were he to teach such techniques, it would be utterly pointless. Even so, Sasuke would likely not agree. Sasuke's combat prowess was built upon the foundation of his Sharingan. Kakashi found himself with little to impart. Didn't the Acting Hokage say that if you have questions, you should go to him? Since you've hit a plateau, why not consult him? All right. Sasuke nodded decisively. Watching Sasuke sprint away, Kakashi exhaled deeply. What an ungrateful disciple. The next move is up to you, Jing Liangjie. Kakashi recognized that Sasuke's tenacity was fueled by a sense of urgency, driven by the threat of being surpassed by Naruto and haunted by the tragedy of his clan's demise. This constant pressure pushed Sasuke to advance. Yet, Kakashi found himself with little more to offer. He could only shift the burden onto Liangjie. On the other hand, Sasuke felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether this Jing Liangjie could fulfill his expectations. After all, he was an Uchiha. Nonetheless, in pursuit of power, Sasuke resolutely stepped into the Hokage building. Chapter 2. A surprising strategy. Sasuke, awestruck. Tap, tap, tap. Sasuke gazed at the office door wide open, gently knocking before stepping inside. Jing Liangjie, engrossed in paperwork, slowly raised his head. Uchiha Sasuke? What brings you here? As Kyuryukai scrutinized Sasuke, the latter reciprocated the gaze. Sasuke couldn't help but momentarily freeze. There was an elusive aura about Kyuryukai that felt mysterious, no matter the perspective. Sasuke finally eased his heart. Since Tsunade Senju had entrusted Kyuryukai with the management of Konoha, he must possess extraordinary skills. With a slight tilt of his head, Sasuke earnestly declared, "Lord Ryukai, I seek to enhance my strength, yet I am uncertain of the path forward." Despite his typically aloof demeanor, Sasuke displayed fervor when it came to self-improvement. He was not a bad person, albeit he had some of the notorious temperaments associated with the Uchiha clan. Yet, he was undeniably a prodigy. Kyuryukai raised an eyebrow slightly. Why would Sasuke come to me if he did not know the way forward? Isn't there still Kakashi? Suddenly, Kyuryukai recalled that Kakashi seemed to have exhausted his capacity to teach Sasuke. However, allowing Sasuke to continue down this path might lead him to defection. That would be unacceptable. Though the original narrative suggested that Sasuke returned to Konoha after numerous tribulations post-defection, even a minor butterfly effect could alter that outcome. What if a similar butterfly effect emerged from Sasuke's actions? That would be disastrous. Yet, Kyuryukai was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Even his own strength was derived from drawing comics, let alone guiding others that would merely lead to misguided paths. But it seemed that his own words had led these individuals to seek him for answers. With a flash of inspiration, Kyuryukai devised a plan. First, he would temporarily placate Sasuke. The youth, despite being a ninja, still harbored a fiery spirit. Though Sasuke wore a mask of cold arrogance, it was merely a facade shaped by hatred. Kyuryukai's strategy crystallized. He gazed steadily at Uchiha Sasuke and, with an air of authority, proclaimed, "I sense your desire to grow stronger." Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, casting a cold glare at Kyuryukai, and impatiently asked, then, "Acting Hokage Ryukai, can you grant me the possibility to become stronger?" Kyuryukai had no doubt that if he denied Sasuke, the latter would likely defect from Konoha within days. Thus, His immediate task was to stabilize the situation. Of course, but you must complete a task first. Kiryukai replied, lifting his head with a faint smile. A flicker of a smile appeared on Sasuke's icy face. Should Lord Ryukai assign me a task, I shall fulfill it without hesitation, as long as it leads to my strength. At that moment, Sasuke was willing to do anything for revenge and to become stronger, even if it meant betraying his village. It's not overly difficult, I merely require you to visit my residence. There lies your answer. Kiryukai waved his hand casually. Ultimately, Sasuke exited the Hokage's office. However, upon leaving, he wore a perplexed expression. Had he received an affirmation or not? How could his path to strength be connected to Ryukai's residence? Sasuke shook his head. Adopting an air of aloofness, he strode toward the Hokage building's exit. How did it go, Sasuke? Did Lord Ryukai agree? Kakashi approached with his signature deadpan expression, curiosity evident in his tone. Sasuke nodded, then shook his head. I need to complete a task. Lord Ryukai has directed me to his residence. Lord Ryukai mentioned that there lies the answer for my growth. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly. He had gathered some information about Kiryukai, but knowledge about this enigmatic disciple of Tsunade was limited. Kakashi set aside his Aika paradise and spoke earnestly. I believe Lord Ryukai is a formidable ninja. Do you recall the technique of the Master of Masters? That terrifying move that can amplify the power of the heavens. Could it be? Is that what this is? Sasuke looked up, astonishment written across his face. Kakashi narrowed one eye and stated decisively, indeed, from what I understand, this technique was conceived by Lord Ryukai himself. Sasuke had been fortunate to witness Tsunade employ this move. It was nothing short of a calamity. In an instant, it could obliterate even towering mountains into mere rubble. If this truly was a technique created by Lord Ryukai, then he must be an exceptionally powerful individual. With this thought, Sasuke's confidence surged. Without hesitation, he made his way to Kiryukai's previous residence. The door was unlocked, allowing Sasuke to enter with ease. However, despite his preparations, he was still taken aback by the state of the room. It was not dirty, but rather disheveled. Art supplies were strewn about, and lined against the walls were shelves filled with countless books, predominantly comic books. Sasuke circled the room, but found nothing particularly special. Have I been deceived? A dark cloud of frustration loomed over Sasuke's head. Upon reflection, the possibility seemed plausible. Irritated, he turned his attention to the comic books on the shelf. Since you were so fond of comics, let this be the price for your deception. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, his lips pursing as he prepared to unleash the Phoenix Fire technique. Yet at the last moment, he halted his attack. Each comic book bore the name of the author, Kiryukai. To think that all these densely packed volumes were his creations. Sasuke casually picked one from the shelf. Battle of the Skies? Curiosity piqued. He wondered what lay within such a striking title. Was this perhaps a distraction? Just a quick glance would suffice. With that thought, Sasuke slowly opened the comic book. Upon flipping to the first page, he was struck with astonishment. Power of Battle, Level 3. Despite his intention to merely take a glance, once Sasuke glimpsed its contents, he became utterly engrossed. Ultimately, Sasuke was still a child. His prideful nature, coupled with an unwavering belief in his own destiny, compelled him toward this diversion. Kiryukai must have devised this scheme, hoping the comics would occupy Sasuke's attention. At that moment, Sasuke abruptly set the comic down. Wait, this comic has a significant issue. Chapter 3. Sasuke discovers burning technique in the realm of breaking the sky. It is no wonder that Sasuke is utterly captivated. The combat system depicted in the manga has never been seen in the world of Naruto. It is entirely natural for him to be drawn in by such novel concepts. However, what truly astonishes Sasuke is the manga itself. As he observes the elderly figure within the ring imparting the burning technique to the protagonist, he feels as if an ancient voice is gradually narrating profound truths, growing ever clearer. This revelation prompts Sasuke to abruptly set the manga down. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour has slipped away. A sense of bewilderment washes over him. How can these comics be so engrossing that they render the passage of time imperceptible? Regardless, he resolves to cease his reading. The decay of this leaf village is evident, with even the acting Hokage exhibiting such lethargy. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its pursuit of strength. Even if only a handful remain, that ambition persists. Following the tragic demise of his clan, Sasuke has been singularly focused on avenging his parents by eliminating that man. Hence, He has devoted himself to relentless training. Now, there is little left in Konoha that can teach him. Even if there were, it would likely be rendered meaningless by the mere mention of the Uchiha name. Turning his head, Sasuke notices the signature on the comic book. Indeed, he is but a charlatan, offering nothing that could enhance his strength. Yet, as he gazes at the manga in his hands, a flicker of hesitation emerges. Just one last glance. Sasuke finds himself irresistibly drawn back into the story, becoming lost within its pages. The ancient voice, rich with mystery, echoes once more in his ears. Harness the fire of heaven and earth for my use. Draw energy into your being, channel it into your spirit. Forge thyself as an instrument, merge with the celestial flames. Guard your spirit, maintain clarity of heart and desire. Gather energy and invoke the divine. The voice grows louder, more numerous, as if weaving a complete technique. Sasuke is bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet his body instinctively begins to operate in accordance with this newfound method. With the aid of chakra, a peculiar energy ignites within his dantian. Sasuke opens his eyes wide, his expression a tumult of emotions. The burning technique. How could I have learned it? Is this not merely a tale from the manga? Yet, the truth is undeniable. He senses a faint flicker of flame within his dantian. He exits the room and steps into the courtyard, forming several hand seals. Suddenly, he exclaims, "Great fireball technique." A torrent of flames erupts from his mouth, and he distinctly feels his fire is significantly more powerful than ever before. Incredible. Truly incredible. I can grow stronger. Sasuke exclaims in astonishment. He had not anticipated this to be reality. Moreover, if the manga's assertions are accurate, the burning technique is a method capable of evolution, culminating in the ability to manipulate fire with the utmost ease. Sasuke is now overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. With this newfound power, he can finally take vengeance upon that man. Unable to contain himself, he sits cross-legged and resumes practicing the extraordinary technique, repeating the process until fatigue sets in. However, he feels a pang of disappointment. The flame within his dantian has only grown slightly. How long must he wait for revenge? A glimmer of determination ignites in Sasuke's eyes as he gazes back at the room. If he can acquire the burning technique from the manga, could it be possible to obtain other extraordinary flames as well? Eagerly, he returns to the room and peruses Breaking the Sky once more. This holds the key to his ascension. Sasuke's page-turning becomes increasingly cautious. As he continues to read, a grand world unfolds before him. The young genius, once perched atop a pedestal, falls from grace, even regarded as a failure. A mere 3 years, yet it conceals boundless desolation. At this moment, Sasuke feels a resonance with the narrative. The protagonist's plight mirrors his own. Even that underachiever now surpasses him. Has he not also transformed from genius to failure? Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, he reflects, his eyes sparkling with newfound purpose. With the guidance of the elderly figure from the ring, the youth learns the burning technique and regains his drive. Step by step, he conquers his foes. It is nothing short of an epic saga. Sasuke closes his eyes tightly. The creator of such a manga cannot possibly be as simple as he initially perceived. At this moment, he cannot help but feel a twinge of shame. How could such a formidable individual be misunderstood by him? The ability to weave such profound knowledge into a comic, allowing others to comprehend it. Could this be a new form of bloodline limit? Sasuke is left to ponder the strength of the Acting Hokage. Yet, his brow remains furrowed. For one reason alone. Despite his immersion in that grand world and witnessing the exhilarating battles, he remains devoid of understanding. Opening his eyes, Sasuke feels a profound sense of loss, anxiously tugging at his hair. If he continues down this path, he will gain nothing. Am I truly a waste? Inferior even to that underachiever? No. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. I cannot concede defeat. Once more, Sasuke opens Breaking the Sky. This time, his insights deepen. Yet that elusive sensation still evades him. Nevertheless, his mastery of the burning technique has grown slightly stronger. A small consolation, perhaps. He surveys the surrounding manga, contemplating whether he must embark on a quest for extraordinary flames, akin to the protagonist's journey. Yet this world appears devoid of such miraculous phenomena. Frustrated, he wonders if Sasuke Uchiha must truly reach an impasse here. His proud nature cannot tolerate failure, prompting him to attempt once again. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Ryuji expresses his astonishment. Sasuke Uchiha has mastered the burning technique. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 energy points. Sasuke Uchiha has learned the burning technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the burning technique. Kyuryuji experiences peculiar transformations within his body. Chakra begins to move along an untraveled path, a phenomenon never seen before. Chakra's flow has never mirrored the internal cultivation techniques. However, the current occurrence fills Kyuryuji with delight. Even more astonishing is the slowly igniting flame within his dantian. He immediately sets down his pen, perplexed, and inquires, "System, what is happening? Why have I suddenly learned the burning technique?" This revelation leaves Kyuryuji bewildered. The burning technique is a method from breaking the sky, which he created. How could Sasuke grasp this technique from it? And why has he directly mastered it as well? Chapter 4. The World Within the Comic. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire in no time. The system responds. Report host. Disseminating the comic content allows for the acquisition of system energy points. Should others learn and comprehend the elements within the comic, the host can directly master them. Kyuryuji abruptly pushes the documents away. Such critical information should have been disclosed sooner. However, upon hearing the monotone voice, Kyuryuji decides not to dwell on the system's shortcomings. Over the years, he has created numerous comics, yet none have been seen. Sasuke's arrival is a delightful surprise. Otherwise, he might never have discovered this hidden capability of the system. Upon reflecting on the advantages he had gained, Jing Liangjie could not help but reveal a faint smile. As long as others learned something from the comic, he could acquire energy points commensurate with the knowledge the learners possessed. Such a fortuitous opportunity is rare indeed. As nightfall approached, Sasuke entered the Hokage building, cradling a few books. His face was etched with hesitation. Ultimately, he gently knocked on the imposing door. "Sasuke, do you have something to discuss?" Jing Liangjie inquired, straightening slightly and adopting an authoritative demeanor. Sasuke's expression once again betrayed uncertainty. After much inner turmoil, he finally spoke. "Might I borrow this particular comic, Lord Liangjie?" Upon further contemplation, he realized that if he lent out the comic, those who read it would surely learn its contents. And thus he would benefit as well. This option was far superior to remaining idle in his room. However, a precaution was necessary, otherwise, these comic books would lose their value. "I trust you have discovered a method to grow stronger, and you understand the significance of these materials," Jing Liangjie said solemnly. Raising his gaze, Sasuke's countenance darkened slightly. Was it indeed due to the Uchiha lineage? "No, this has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. I merely wish for you to appreciate their value. Take them," Jing Liangjie said with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. In stark contrast, joy illuminated Sasuke's face. "Is this true? Thank you so much, Lord Liangjie," he exclaimed, clutching the comic books tightly. At that moment, these were not merely a few volumes. They represented a means to gain strength and a tool to vanquish that man. "Look at you, so anxious. Off you go?" Jing Liangjie waved his hand dismissively. As Sasuke exited the Hokage building, he couldn't resist glancing back, exclaiming, "Indeed, although merely an acting Hokage, his prowess remains unfathomable. He truly is Tsunade's disciple." In Sasuke's eyes, the integration of martial arts and techniques for enhancement within the comic was a formidable challenge. Upon first witnessing such skills, he was utterly astounded, and that awe swiftly transformed into admiration. Just as in the original narrative, Sasuke's desire for power was extreme during this period, a yearning that had led him to leave the village. Now he perceived a potential within the pages of this book, an infinite possibility, a terrifying ability attainable solely through study. Lord Liangjie had not hindered him, but rather easily lent him this precious material, despite his Uchiha heritage. Eagerly, Sasuke returned to the clan grounds, clutching the invaluable text that promised to elevate his strength. Upon entering his room, he cautiously opened the comic book, but found the contents to be rather mundane. It seemed that nothing had changed, save for a slight intensification of the flicker of flame within his dantian. What use is this? Such enhancement pales in comparison to the strength I seek. Yet, with the absence of any new revelations, Sasuke's frustration mounted. This cycle of discontent persisted throughout the day, as he squandered precious hours in vexation due to his inability to glean anything from the comic. Before resting, he opened the comic once more, and this time he seemed to witness an illusion. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth, a man proclaimed, furrowing his brow with determination. Sasuke widened his eyes. Was this not the scene of the protagonist being jilted? Why was he here? He gradually observed as the protagonist, spurned, fled to the mountains, and Sasuke followed. Accidentally colliding with a passerby, he realized he seemed to exist outside this world. Could this truly be an illusion? Furrowing his brow in confusion, Sasuke soon conceived a plan. If he could see them, yet they could not perceive him, could he not learn from the elder with the ring? This thought parched his throat with excitement. In an instant, he found himself standing aside, attentively listening to the elder imparting the art of fire. Subsequently, the elder began to refine pills using bone spirit, cold fire. Sasuke became entranced, entirely oblivious to the flicker of flame that was slowly igniting within his dantian. As the flame blazed to life, the surrounding environment began to fade away. Confounded, Sasuke furrowed his brow, uncertain of what was transpiring. However, the sudden emergence of the flame in his dantian captured his attention. I knew it. I knew this was not in vain, he exclaimed proudly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Sasuke rose abruptly, brimming with confidence. True to his youthful spirit, he extended a finger without forming any hand seals, and a flicker of flame appeared at his fingertip. As the flame manifested, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted dramatically. Though it was fire, it exuded an icy clarity. The bone spirit cold fire at Sasuke's fingertip flickered slowly, morphing into various forms under his rudimentary control, yet it was undeniably wondrous. Indeed, bone spirit cold fire was an immensely powerful ability. Simultaneously, as Jing Liangjie exited the Hokage building, he abruptly halted. A surge of power erupted from his dantian, and a pale flame gradually coalesced into a flickering flame. Jing Liangjie extended his finger, and a pale flame appeared upon it. The temperature around him plummeted in an instant, as if pierced by an unfathomable chill. Bone spirit cold fire? Jing Liangjie mused, observing the small flame at his fingertip, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just then, the system's voice resonated. Uchiha Sasuke has acquired bone spirit cold fire. Congratulations to the host for receiving 400 energy points. Jing Liangjie remarked nonchalantly. Just right. The energy points are sufficient. Let the system commence. Chapter 5. The Grand Lottery. Sasuke's talent taking into account the previously accumulated points, it was nearing adequacy. In Jing Liangjie's mind, a dazzling roulette materialized. Though it appeared somewhat commonplace, the rewards inscribed upon it were undeniably enticing. The roulette updated periodically, and this time, the prizes were particularly alluring. If only I could draw the ocular techniques. Jing Liangjie mused, resting his chin in anticipation. With a total of 1,000 system energy points accumulated, he was poised for a 10-spin draw. Taking a deep breath, Jing Liangjie declared, "Let us begin." An exhilarating melody erupted, and the roulette spun slowly to a halt. Congratulations to the host for drawing a thank you for your patronage. Jing Liangjie's expression darkened. The system had bypassed the usual procedures. The grand roulette did not even turn. A cascade of system notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for drawing a thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of Byakugan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of ordinary Byakugan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ordinary steel shuriken. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 taels of silver. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the famed sword, Autumn Water. Jing Liangjie felt a tinge of disappointment. His luck in this round of draws had been dismal. The items drawn held little significance, with the only useful rewards likely being the 2 pairs of Byakugan and the renowned sword, Autumn Water. Does the host wish to fuse the 2 pairs of Byakugan? Jing Liangjie's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Fuse them." In an instant, Jing Liangjie's eyes deepened considerably. It seems to be progressing towards blue irises. Jing Liangjie slowly gazed at the long blade at his waist, accompanied by an even clearer vision than before. A satisfied smile adorned his face. White eyes activate. In an instant, the area around Jing Liangjie's eyes gently bulged. His pupils quietly transformed into a grayish-white hue. The world suddenly became monochromatic. Yet the distance he could perceive expanded, allowing him to see through certain objects at will. He could even discern everything behind him with clarity. Truly, the white eyes granted him a full 360-degree perspective. Gradually, Jing Liangjie's eyes returned to their original state, and he slowly resumed his seat. If the system were to continue granting him white eyes in the future, could there be a possibility of transforming them into Rinnegan? Replying to the host. Continuously deepening the level of white eyes greatly increases the likelihood of conversion to Rinnegan. Jing Liangjie nodded, and shifted his focus back to the documents before him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke sat beneath a large tree adjacent to the training ground, engrossed in a comic book. Occasionally, one could hear him muttering to himself. This bone spirit cold fire is exceptionally powerful. However, the flames are too small and need to be amplified. As Sasuke immersed himself in the comic, he unknowingly entered that world again. Despite having visited before, he remained astonished. It felt entirely like another realm, with clothing and combat styles vastly different from those of the ninja world. The physical prowess of these individuals seemed remarkably superior. Yet, Sasuke harbored no such thoughts. The Uchiha clan had never emphasized physical training. What truly captivated Sasuke was the strong, mysterious, exotic fire. Before long, the figures of the ringed elder and the protagonist appeared before Sasuke. The elder quietly imparted his teachings, while the protagonist sat cross-legged beside him. The elder spoke, expounding on the principle of heaven's way, to diminish the excess and replenish the insufficient, which is the essence of this burning decision. Although the words were profound and convoluted, Sasuke endeavored to comprehend their meaning. Sitting cross-legged like the protagonist, he listened intently to the elder's teachings. It was unclear how much time had passed when Sasuke gradually opened his eyes, acutely aware of a burning sensation in his abdomen. The flames within had expanded more than threefold. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sasuke's eyes as he exclaimed, "Indeed, under the elder's guidance, my understanding deepens more rapidly. But when will I be able to accommodate another type of?" Soon, Sasuke was confronted with a second dilemma. To absorb another type of, one must possess a sufficiently resilient body. However, despite the Uchiha clan's plethora of geniuses, none placed importance on physical techniques. Even the most formidable among them only reached the level of an elite ninja. Sasuke hesitated. Yet, witnessing the scenes unfolding before him, he resolved to take action. The protagonist tirelessly honed his physical form beneath a waterfall, while the elder wielded a whip, striking the protagonist with a unique martial technique. Despite this, the protagonist did not relent. Sasuke observed everything closely. Gritting his teeth, he declared resolutely, "If others can achieve it, then so can I, Uchiha Sasuke. For the honor of my clan." Sasuke understood that haste makes waste. With his current physique, he was far from matching the individuals within the comic world. He refrained from aiming too high and, upon exiting the comic world, began to engage in fundamental physical training, gradually increasing its intensity. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and Sasuke's training had begun to bear fruit, at least doubling his physical strength compared to before. However, today the training ground felt different. Kakashi leaned against a tree with one hand holding the book Intimate Paradise, quietly observing Sasuke's relentless training. Kakashi had witnessed these past few days of training. Initially indifferent, he later sensed something amiss. Seizing the opportunity during Sasuke's brief respite, Kakashi approached him. With his signature deadpan stare, he said seriously, "Sasuke, this type of training will yield little result. The Uchiha clan has never relied on physical prowess to achieve supremacy. Moreover, what is this? Every day after training, I see you clutching this comic book." Kakashi picked up Breaking the Sky, which had been set aside. Sasuke squinted slightly, a hint of concern crossing his face. Kakashi realized at this moment that Sasuke was deeply invested in this comic. Could this sudden focus on physical training be linked to it? Was it possible that some unscrupulous publisher had sold a deceptive comic to children? In Kakashi's view, aside from Might Guy, there were no formidable physical ninjas. After all, physical techniques required sheer physical strength, which presented numerous disadvantages for ninjas. Even with several times the effort, one could easily be defeated by ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Even Might Guy relied on a certain amount of chakra for assistance. To Kakashi, Sasuke's approach seemed like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Sasuke slowly raised his head, his eyes unwavering as he gazed at Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, it is not as you think." Chapter 6. Battle imminent. Kakashi furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had misjudged something. "Sasuke, then tell me, why this frenzied dedication to physical training? The Uchiha clan has never determined success or failure based on physical prowess. I initially thought the same, but ever since I heeded your advice and sought out Lord Liangjie, I have discovered a path to strength." A deep-seated hatred appeared on Sasuke's face as he coldly uttered those words. Kakashi understood that this hatred was directed at Itachi Uchiha. However, what did becoming stronger have to do with training physical techniques? Why was Jing Liangjie involved? Kakashi found himself perplexed. Seeing this, Sasuke boldly proposed, "Kakashi-sensei, let us have a match." Then you will know whether I speak the truth. Kakashi's usual deadpan gaze grew serious, slowly extending a hand. They both formed opposing seals and distanced themselves. Yet, Kakashi still held Intimate Paradise in one hand, freeing the other to address any potential crisis. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. 3 Sasukes surged towards Kakashi from different directions, each clone flawless in execution. Shadow clones, huh? Thankfully, you have not neglected your practice during this time. Kakashi deftly drew a shuriken and swiftly dispatched 2 of the shadow clones. As the original Sasuke approached, Kakashi slowly extended his hand. The shuriken in his hand clashed violently with Sasuke's own, sparks flying as Kakashi remained unfazed. Sasuke seemed intent on honing his skills, continuously engaging Kakashi in combat using physical techniques. Suddenly, Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Technique. Kakashi abruptly vanished, hands emerging from the ground, poised to ensnare Sasuke's feet. However, Sasuke had already leaped, narrowly evading the attack. Not bad, but even so, you are far from capable of defeating me, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, still wielding Intimate Paradise. Sasuke's expression grew serious, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. A flash of lightning appeared in Sasuke's hand, growing ever larger, resembling a cacophony of birds in a frenzy. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Chidori, is it? Raikiri. Kakashi removed his eye mask, revealing a blood-red eye, indicating that he was now quite serious. Sasuke swiftly approached Kakashi, his Chidori growing increasingly erratic. Merely this would not suffice. At some point, Kakashi had set aside his beloved paradise and calmly stated, Sasuke, your speed is impressive, but it pales in comparison to mine. With a perfect evasion, he avoided Sasuke's attack, leaving only a hollow log that Sasuke had struck, still crackling with lightning. Kakashi frowned and remarked, Sasuke, your strength has not changed over the past few days. You have made no progress at all. You must have been deceived. Sasuke, panting, replied coldly, Kakashi-sensei, I'm just getting started. Be careful. As he spoke, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Kakashi. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. This assault was fierce. Even Kakashi dared not take it head-on, for it moved with astonishing speed. Most importantly, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from the flames. The consequences of being struck would be dire. Kakashi suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing behind Sasuke. With a hint of humor in his voice, he said, Sasuke, your fire techniques have indeed improved since before, but this is clearly not the result of taijutsu. Sasuke, with his back to Kakashi, smirked slightly. Kakashi-sensei, look beneath your feet. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback before glancing down at his shins. A pale flame was swirling around his ankles. Kakashi hesitated to move. This flame exuded an overwhelming sense of danger and was perilously close to him. A smile crept onto Kakashi's masked face. When did he set this trap here? Even I failed to notice. Upon hearing this, the pale flames slowly dissipated, signaling Kakashi's concession. Though he felt it was somewhat unjust, he had nonetheless emerged victorious. The two formed a reconciliation seal, setting aside their sparring. Sasuke extended his finger, where a flicker of pale flame appeared. Despite being in the form of fire, an icy chill radiated from it, causing Kakashi's expression to shift dramatically. This small flame instilled within him an acute sense of danger. Sasuke began to speak. This is the method of empowerment I received from Lord Ryoji. This flame is known as the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, a type of. My task is to continuously strengthen it and absorb other, but to do so, my physical capabilities must keep pace. Hence, I have initiated rigorous taijutsu training. Kakashi's expression changed. Lord Ryoji, could it be that these are creations of Kyoryoji? Sasuke, with a hint of admiration, reverently replied, Indeed, it was crafted by Lord Ryoji. And I am confident that with these abilities, I could certainly eliminate that man. Kakashi was taken aback, then sighed. Sasuke, revenge isn't everything. But you will understand that in time. But what about that manga? Sasuke responded nonchalantly, Kakashi-sensei, don't you also enjoy reading manga? It seems you never part with it. Kakashi's face flushed as he quickly tucked away his copy of Ika Paradise. I am merely studying the works of Jiraiya-sensei. This is literature, not manga. Sasuke scoffed. What difference does it make? This is a treasure I obtained from Lord Ryoji's previous residence. It was through this that I learned my method of empowerment. I suspect Lord Ryoji intended for me to learn this. Kakashi, somewhat skeptical, shifted his gaze from Sasuke to the manga resting nearby. Learning a method of empowerment from a manga? How is that possible? Reflecting on the Ika paradise he had stashed away, Kakashi could not deny that literature possesses the ability to cultivate one's character. However, claiming that such works could confer strength seemed rather far-fetched. Yet, the extraordinary nature of Sasuke's abilities was evident. Kakashi could feel the eerie flames. Even a Jonin could be injured, or worse if caught off guard. Could it be that Sasuke was indeed telling the truth? Chapter 7. Kakashi's intrigue and seeking answers. Kakashi found himself placing greater value on the manga before him. Could there truly be such wondrous things in the world, where merely reading a manga could impart knowledge? Before witnessing it firsthand, Kakashi had been somewhat incredulous. Sasuke hesitated, but, after much contemplation, ultimately extended the manga to Kakashi. From Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi perceived a weightiness. This manga seemed to hold significant importance for him. Kakashi solemnly accepted the manga. Is there really such a remarkable thing in this world? Today, I shall discover it. Without further hesitation, Kakashi began to peruse the pages. As he absorbed the content, a brow arched. The illustrations were indeed captivating. However, despite his scrutiny, he could not feel the sensation Sasuke had described. Was it possible that he simply failed to understand? The manga was lengthy. Kakashi continued to flip through the pages. As he progressed, he found the narrative exceedingly engaging. This single manga had vividly depicted a grand world, stirring a surge of passion even within Kakashi, despite his age. Yet, this only deepened his confusion. Indeed, he did not experience the sensation of receiving teachings from another. Was Sasuke attempting to deceive him? So, Kakashi-sensei, do you feel it? Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Kakashi with eager anticipation. Kakashi glanced once more at the manga in his hands, still finding it unremarkable. He shook his head. I have been examining it closely. Yet I still do not sense what you describe. Sasuke shook his head firmly. That is impossible. When I read this manga for the first time, I felt that sensation. And during the second reading, I heard the voice of the old man imparting techniques in my ears. It was then that I inadvertently learned this burning technique. Kakashi, upon hearing this, grew even more puzzled. Sasuke suddenly lifted his head. Kakashi-sensei, I understand now. I know why you do not feel that sensation. Perhaps this manga was simply not meant for you. After all, I sought out Lord Ryoji, which is why I came across this manga. Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, pondering. What you say does indeed hold some merit. However, if that is the case, then it is likely that Lord Ryoji specifically prepared this for you. He must have a great deal of faith in you. Do not disappoint him. Sasuke's heart stirred. Yes. Kakashi-sensei, how did I not think of that? A flicker of emotion passed through Sasuke's eyes. As the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, he had long endured the scrutiny of the villagers, whether through ridicule or sympathy. Since the tragedy that befell his clan, the villagers had regarded him with disdain. Yet now, someone was willing to treat him with such regard. To say he was not moved would be a lie. Blinking away his emotions, Sasuke buried them deep within. After a long pause, he raised his head, saying excitedly, Kakashi-sensei, if I can gain what I desire from this manga, can others do the same? In the ninja world, there is no one who does not wish to grow stronger. In this world, the supremacy of strength is an unwavering belief. A fleeting glimmer of emotion crossed Kakashi's eyes, but he quickly reverted to his usual impassive demeanor. Since I was unable to glean anything significant from the manga, it seems I am not destined to uncover its secrets. Observing Kakashi's reluctance, Sakura interjected, Kakashi-sensei, how can you know the outcome unless you try? What if what Sasuke said were indeed true? At that moment, Kakashi's gaze betrayed a flicker of interest. However, the thought of seeking guidance from someone younger than himself seemed to impede him. He fidgeted, hesitant to speak, his eyes darting about aimlessly. Sakura, undeterred, urged, Kakashi-sensei, such opportunities are fleeting. Kakashi murmured, indeed, if I miss this chance, it may never come again. In that instant, his resolve solidified. Seeing the determination in Kakashi's eyes, Sasuke fell silent, merely sitting beneath the great tree, quietly perusing his manga. That afternoon, Kakashi stood hesitantly before the Hokage building. Ultimately, his determination steeled, he strode towards the entrance. After a brief exchange with the guards, he entered. At the door, Kakashi gently knocked. Jiraiya, engrossed in paperwork, looked up with a smile. Ah, Kakashi, what brings you here? Kakashi sat down, words caught in his throat. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. If you have something to say, just say it outright. Kakashi finally spoke. Lord Jiraiya, I must be forthright. Ever since Sasuke visited, he has been clutching a manga, which seems to possess some extraordinary power. Jiraiya's smile widened. encouraging him to continue. Kakashi swallowed nervously, his anticipation palpable. Lord Jiraiya, could this remarkable ability stem from a new bloodline limit? Might it hold any relevance for me? Jiraiya pondered, realizing that Sasuke's insights from the manga were elusive to him. He hesitated to provide false assurances. Yet, since Kakashi had come all this way, to dismiss him would be inappropriate. After a moment, Jiraiya calmly responded, "The utility of such a power can only be determined through personal experience. You wouldn't believe me otherwise, would you?" Kakashi gazed intently at the younger man before him, who exuded an enigmatic aura that was difficult to decipher. However, Kakashi could not ascertain what had instigated this transformation, as they were not well acquainted. He reflected, understanding that without first-hand experience, skepticism would linger. Kakashi's gaze intensified as he looked up. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair, stating, "This is the key I previously entrusted to Sasuke. Now it is yours. I believe you will uncover the answers." Kakashi felt a stirring within. Had he tirelessly labored for the village for such a purpose? Accepting the key, his spirits lifted considerably, filled with curiosity about the potential discoveries that awaited him. Chapter 8. The Manga Unveiled. The Shinigami Kakashi felt a surge of anticipation. After all, who could resist the allure of an unknown force capable of augmenting one's strength? Moreover, Kakashi's circumstances were rather unique. At a tender age, he had already ascended to the rank of elite Jonin, attesting to both his prowess and potential. Yet, in recent years, he had failed to achieve further breakthroughs. Although various events had influenced this stagnation, the primary culprit was the obscured Sharingan. Lacking the Uchiha bloodline, this Sharingan could not be deactivated, continuously draining his chakra and hindering his progress. If left unresolved, this would perpetually impede Kakashi's growth. This Sharingan was a gift from his dear friend Obito, and he was reluctant to replace it with an ordinary eye. The changes he observed in Sasuke sparked immense intrigue within Kakashi, as he discerned that this newfound power seemed distinct from chakra, a wholly novel force. Thus, he found himself captivated. Clutching the key tightly, Kakashi gently pushed open the door. Much like Sasuke's reaction, he was taken aback by the disarray of the room before him, a slight twitch gracing his lips. However, he was immediately drawn to the shelves overflowing with manga, evidently the fruits of Jiraiya's labor over the years, each bearing his signature. Kakashi marveled, how long did this take to create? He randomly selected a manga titled The Adventures of the Straw Hat Kid, only to find it unappealing and devoid of any particular resonance. Assuming it was not intended for him, he returned it to the shelf. After some contemplation, he pulled another volume, this time engrossed by its contents, primarily because the protagonist wielded a sword reminiscent of his father, the legendary Konoha White Fang. Renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, Kakashi recalled his own rigorous training with blades, which had since fallen by the wayside. As he delved into the manga titled The Shinigami, Kakashi became increasingly absorbed. Before he realized it, half an hour had slipped away, excitement bubbling within him due to the protagonist's fervor, igniting a similar passion in Kakashi. Yet, upon finishing, he was left with an indescribable feeling, an obscure sensation that eluded articulation. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly began again. The manga was lengthy, filled with intricate tales of the Shinigami, promising days of exploration. As the saying goes, biting off more than one can chew, Kakashi, now acutely aware of this peculiar feeling, resumed reading with great care. This time, his reflections deepened. The sentiment originating from within was profound and needed no elaboration. As he read, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if someone were calling his name. The voice was faint yet unfamiliar. This experience was truly fascinating. Kakashi frowned in concentration, setting the manga aside and closing his eyes. He finally grasped the essence of that feeling. This was the enlightenment gained through reading. Within the manga, he glimpsed an entirely new and expansive world. Yet, he pondered, what was Lord Jiraiya's intent? The two narratives were utterly distinct, each with its own style, yet they came to life vividly under his hand, devoid of any dissonance. Kakashi returned his focus to the manga in his hands. As he read, he was startled to find a tattered sword appearing at his waist. The sudden transformation left him astounded. Gazing at the worn blade, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of bloodline limit could enable such an extraordinary phenomenon? At this moment, Kakashi found himself unable to ponder further, directing all his attention to the seemingly ordinary blade in his hand. Its exterior appeared quite unremarkable, even somewhat worn. Yet, when grasped, The long sword felt undeniably tangible and real, even more so than the events unfolding around Sasuke. This realization left Kakashi in profound bewilderment. It was no wonder Sasuke felt astonished and awestruck. Not only Sasuke, but Kakashi himself was enveloped in a sense of reverence. He sensed that the enigmatic aura surrounding Kyuryukai had intensified significantly. The man, shrouded in obscurity, now seemed extraordinarily mysterious. Kakashi carefully set down the comic book, gripping the hilt of the sword with one hand while cautiously drawing it from its sheath. As the sword emerged, it elongated slightly, and its blade narrowed somewhat. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary katana. Yet, this simple fact gradually calmed Kakashi's tumultuous thoughts. This was not merely about sealing an object within a comic. Kakashi felt no fluctuations of ninjutsu, as it had appeared abruptly while he was engrossed in reading. Suddenly, a long sword manifested at his waist. Were he to speak of this miraculous sensation, he would likely be dismissed as mad. Moreover, as he drew the sword, subtle changes became apparent. Kakashi finally dared to affirm his suspicions. This uniquely shaped blade in his grasp was indeed his Zanpakuto from the world of Soul Reapers. Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to his essence. A chilling energy seeped from his being, rendering the entire room noticeably colder. Indeed, this was the spiritual pressure characteristic of a Soul Reaper. A smile crept onto Kakashi's lips as he expressed his delight. This power was distinctly different from chakra, and in a certain sense, it held the potential to enhance his Sharingan. Although this newfound strength was still weak, its mere existence could herald a transformative influence across the entire ninja realm. This was a power entirely apart from chakra. As he opened his eyes, a tremor coursed through Kakashi's body. Could it be that other abilities could also be learned? Ghosts, punches, steps, cuts? Could he become stronger? Tears welled up as Kakashi's resolve solidified. He turned and exited the room, making his way toward the Hokage Tower. Chapter 9. The terrifying comic inside the Hokage Tower. Kyuryukai seemed to possess an uncanny foresight as he lifted his gaze. Kakashi looked up at this man, who was slightly younger than himself, feeling an unusual sense of trepidation, an emotion entirely foreign to his lexicon. Kyuryukai appeared unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Kakashi, is there something you need? In truth, Kyuryukai already perceived the reason for Kakashi's visit. Did you draw all those comics, Lord Ryukai? Kakashi inquired, shaking the comic in his hand, curiosity evident in his voice. Kyuryukai did not deny it, candidly affirming, indeed, I created them. Kakashi, have you gleaned anything from them? The reality was that after acquiring his Zanpakuto, Kakashi had also obtained one, in addition to receiving 100 energy points contributed by Kakashi himself. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, Kyuryukai posed his question again. Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly, his astonishment barely contained. The sheer quantity of comic books in that room was staggering. The time required to create so many volumes was incalculable. This raised a significant issue. Each comic contained various elements. If every volume served its own purpose and was suited to specific individuals, then the room itself resembled a vast repository of ninjutsu, perhaps even more formidable. Realizing this, Kakashi was left in awe. Lord Ryukai was undeniably a genius. To discover such unique energy, distinct from chakra, was an extraordinary feat. Kakashi marveled at how Lord Ryukai could forge so many divergent paths to strength. His admiration for Ryukai was genuine. Throughout his life, Kakashi had been lauded as a prodigy. Yet he now understood the meaning of the adage, there are always those greater than oneself. Kakashi had merely gained a reputation for brilliance within the confines of conventionality, whereas Kyuryukai had shattered those boundaries and carved out a new realm of possibilities. The distinction was stark. If Kakashi could be deemed a genius, then Kyuryukai was undoubtedly divine. Kakashi smiled in astonishment. Wasn't a person capable of establishing an entirely new school of thought akin to a deity? This was a talent that could rival even the god of ninjas. Kakashi's gaze flickered, his heart tinged with unease, though he quickly suppressed it. Regardless of Kyuryukai's accolades, Kakashi understood that he was currently the Hokage of Konoha, the overseer of the entire village. What Kyuryukai was doing was undoubtedly beneficial for Konoha. If every comic were akin to the one he held, then Kyuryukai would cultivate a team of unparalleled expertise. It dawned on Kakashi that he had yet to express his true intentions. The corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke. Lord Ryukai, would it be possible for me to borrow this volume of Soul Reaper? Without a moment's hesitation, Hugh Ryukai replied, "Of course, just remember to take good care of it." After speaking, Hugh Ryukai waved his hand, dismissing Kakashi. The corners of Kakashi's mouth curled slightly, his brows lifting in what seemed to be joy as he cradled the comic book and made his way out of the Hokage's office. Along the way, he often glanced at the comic in his hands, pondering how Lord Ryukai conceived such content and this astonishing power. At times, it truly seemed almost unbelievable. These matters, however, felt somewhat detached from his reality. Kakashi shook his head, a hint of self-deprecation accompanying his exit. Touching his nose, Kakashi's expression brightened as he headed toward the training grounds. Time passed swiftly, yet for Kakashi, seated beneath a tree perusing the comic, it seemed to crawl. The deeper he delved into the pages, the more astonished he became. Soul Reaper was a remarkable work. The further he read, the more Kakashi felt as though he were glimpsing a genuine world. Within its pages, he seemingly witnessed everything, captivated by the unfolding narrative. Their realm starkly contrasted with the ninja world. Yet, Kakashi soon redirected his focus away from such aspects. Ultimately, he sought the motivation to grow stronger from this material that had always been his primary objective. Thus, he found himself particularly intrigued by the elements of cutting, stepping, ghosts, and punches. However, Kakashi experienced a twinge of disappointment, having spent considerable time without grasping these concepts. Nevertheless, his patience had markedly improved. The spiritual pressure within him had indeed strengthened due to his engagement with the comic. However, for Kakashi, this progress did not hold substantial significance. Through meditation, he could also enhance his spiritual pressure. The increments of both methods differed only slightly. Yet, Kakashi craved to acquire more than mere stagnation. "Sasuke, how did you obtain the Bone Spirit Cold Fire?" Kakashi slowly raised his head, inquiring of Sasuke beside him. At this moment, Sasuke was diligently honing his physical strength. For a ninja, his physical prowess was undoubtedly sufficient. Yet, he maintained a stoic demeanor, relentlessly pushing himself in training. It was only upon hearing Kakashi's words that he paused momentarily. A shadow clone slowly emerged from the left. "Kakashi-sensei, after mastering the flame destruction technique, I wish to immediately acquire the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, but despite my extensive research, I have found little success." "How did you manage to obtain the Bone Spirit Cold Fire?" Kakashi slowly raised his head, a look of puzzlement crossing his features. Sasuke glanced at his original self before responding. "In truth, even the original me is rather muddled and unclear about what transpired. However, it is a definite fact that resonating with the characters in the manga is essential." Kakashi's expression shifted. "I see, so resonating with the characters can significantly enhance one's comprehension." After speaking, he lowered his head once more, engrossed in the manga. Thus, the trio formed a peculiar team. Sasuke was fervently training in taijutsu, while the remainder of his time was devoted to reading manga. As for Kakashi, his situation required no elaboration. Naruto was currently untraceable, having followed Jiraiya to the Myobokuzen. Sakura Haruno found herself in a state of confusion. What should I do? Sakura also harbored a desire to grow stronger. In accordance with the original storyline, she should be learning medical ninjutsu at this point. However, perhaps due to the influence of Huga, the proverbial butterfly's wings had initiated a cataclysmic shift. Tsunade had already left the village. Naturally, this altered the course of Sakura's narrative as well. While Sakura was lost in thought, Kakashi appeared to undergo a transformation. Chapter 10, Scatter. Mirage and reality. Kakashi's gaze became somewhat unfocused. He stared at the manga before him, yet his eyes were not truly fixed upon it. "Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura furrowed her brow, calling out in confusion. However, her words had little effect. Kakashi remained in a dazed state. Within Kakashi's perception, he observed a young boy with orange hair battling a towering monster, approximately 3 to 4 meters in height. Each of the boy's attacks seemed laborious, and the oversized cleaver in his hand drew considerable attention. Kakashi scrutinized intently, one eye fixed on the enormous cleaver. "This is a Zanpakuto." It dawned on Kakashi that something was amiss. Although the streets resembled those of Konoha in some aspects, they appeared more modern overall. Moreover, the scene felt eerily familiar. Kakashi furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "This is the world of the Soul Reaper." Everything became clear. This was indeed the world of the Soul Reaper. And that orange-haired boy must be the protagonist, engaged in combat with a hollow. Despite not fully grasping the situation, Kakashi recognized that now was not the time for contemplation. Drawing his own Zanpakuto, He charged forward. Shuriken and other weapons proved ineffective against the hollow, yet Kakashi's physical condition was commendable, allowing him to wield his Zanpakuto with precision. However, to his astonishment, the blade passed through the hollow as if it encountered nothing at all. Kakashi was bewildered to find that the protagonist standing before him cast no reflection in his eyes. Am I non-existent? No, wait. I have entered this world through the manga. This means these things are mere illusions. If that is the case, can I also grow alongside the protagonist? With this realization, a smile crept onto Kakashi's masked face. The boy continued to battle the hollow, yet the situation appeared grim. The hollow was significantly stronger than the average ones, and given their current position and circumstances, Kakashi quickly deduced that the protagonist was at his weakest phase, lacking the power to suppress these hollows effectively. As this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi felt a surge of anxiety. Though this was an illusion, it felt palpably real. What if the protagonist were unable to defeat the hollow? Would that mean he could never re-enter the illusion again? In this moment, even the lethargic Kakashi felt a desire to grow stronger. How could he not be concerned? Bang! The hollow's arm struck the protagonist, sending the young boy staggering backward. Yet, he was not one to be easily defeated. His eyes sparkled with determination, the fierce light within them nearly piercing the heavens. At that moment, the boy raised his weapon high. Forget the fear, look ahead, and move forward. Never stop. Retreat only leads to decay, and cowardice invites death. Moonslash. The long blade cleaved through the hollow, neatly bisecting it from head to toe. A booming voice resonated in Kakashi's ears. Every sword has its name. Call out to it, and you shall behold its true form. The environment around him began to fade. Kakashi opened his eyes to find Sakura's concerned gaze upon him. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Sakura inquired anxiously, her brow furrowed. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing. His eyes fixed intently on the long blade at his waist. The blade was a simple katana, yet the Zanpakuto was unique, requiring its shuriken to reveal its true essence. The sword before Kakashi now faced this very dilemma. It was merely an ordinary weapon, unworthy of being called a Zanpakuto. Kakashi regarded the blade thoughtfully. Must I call out your name? But what is your name? He pondered, his hand gently caressing the sword. Each Zanpakuto possesses a distinct identity, shaped by the soul and heart of its wielder. Holding the sword, Kakashi closed his eyes, repeatedly questioning his own spirit. In a fleeting moment, Kakashi envisioned a stagnant pool of water, from which droplets fell one by one. At the center of this still lake stood a long blade, seemingly waiting for Kakashi to call upon it and claim it. What is your name? Kakashi quietly asked the blade. The sword does not respond. However, the still waters began to ripple, as if stirred to life. A smile slowly graced Kakashi's lips. The sword would not reveal its name, yet Kakashi's heart knew the answer. He opened his eyes, and a brilliant light radiated from them, an inexplicable aura emanating from his being. Sakura, standing nearby, instinctively took a step back, unaware that Kakashi's own spiritual pressure was causing her to retreat. Confused, she noted that her teammates and teacher had become increasingly eccentric since their visit to Lord Huga, and Kakashi's current state seemed even more severe than Sasuke's. Sakura found herself at a loss for what to do next. Should she continue to let things unfold as they were? Beyond that, she could conceive of no viable alternative. All she could do was watch silently, uncertain of what changes might follow. Thus, Sakura remained a passive observer, awaiting the inevitable transformation. Kakashi slowly extended his hand, gently clasping the hilt of the long sword. The lips beneath his mask moved slightly, and a hoarse utterance escaped from his mouth. Scatter, ephemeral illusions. It seemed as if the sound of a bell resonated through the air. Haruno Sakura's gaze flickered, and her expression became one of bewilderment. She sensed the fragrance of cherry blossoms, although this season should not have seen them bloom yet. Confused, Haruno Sakura was undeniably aware of the cherry blossom scent. As she slowly opened her eyes, she saw Kakashi holding a slender katana, entirely transformed from the last time she had seen it. The long sword appeared to be aimed at her, advancing inch by inch. In an instant, Haruno Sakura found herself caught off guard, forgetting to resist as the blade drew closer. Suddenly, the world around her rippled like a disturbed pond. When she opened her eyes once more, she was momentarily dazed. Chapter 11. The battle resurfaces in the previous moment. Haruno Sakura had been enveloped by profound fear. Kakashi emanated an overwhelming pressure, rendering her incapable of even attempting to fight back. The long sword was poised to pierce her body. The spatial fluctuations around her compelled Sakura to experience a sensation of awakening. Confusion filled her mind. I was clearly awake the whole time. Yet, as this sensation reemerged, she observed Kakashi, who still held the long sword, yet he made no move to strike her as before. Instead, he sheathed the blade. Bewilderment clouded Haruno Sakura's face. Kakashi-sensei, what was that? Why did I see you swinging the sword at me? Was it an illusion? Kakashi shook his head. If it were merely an illusion, disrupting the chakra would have freed you from it. However, what you experienced was not a conventional chakra-induced illusion. If an enemy mistook it for one, the moment they disrupted their chakra would be when they exposed their vulnerabilities, potentially inflicting severe damage. Though Kakashi wore a mask, the corners of his eyes betrayed a smile. Sakura, I merely obscured your senses. This was nearly the most formidable illusion, allowing your senses to perceive a scene as if it were real, complete with authentic sense. Such distractions in battle can lead to dire consequences. It seems I must enhance your training against illusions. Haruno Sakura was momentarily stunned. That was an illusion? But Kakashi-sensei, I didn't even realize it. She clearly understood that Kakashi had made no hand seals and performed no extraneous actions. How could she have fallen victim to an illusion? Still looking perplexed, she continued, Kakashi-sensei, I cannot believe that was merely an illusion, especially since I did not witness any hand seals. Kakashi took a couple of steps forward, leaning gently against a tree, and retrieved a comic book with one hand. Your disbelief is entirely understandable, for this is not a technique of the ninja world. Any ninjutsu requires hand seals or a process even for non-hand seal techniques, while something slightly more mysterious falls under the category of eye techniques. Yet, the illusion you experienced was not included in any of these, thus you were utterly unaware. This is perfectly normal. However, it is indeed real. Perhaps a testament to Lord Ryukai's genius. Haruno Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Could it be that these techniques were all developed by Lord Ryukai? Kakashi sighed. As much as I would like to refute that claim, for even geniuses have their limits, I cannot deny that there truly exists a talent of such strength. These are indeed new systems developed by Lord Ryukai. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been training in the field, paused and slowly approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, have you also succeeded? Kakashi regarded Sasuke, who appeared markedly different from just a few days prior. Although Sasuke had previously shown smiles, the shadows that loomed over him were still perceptible. Now, however, he seemed significantly improved, perhaps due to the influence of what Ryukai had provided. It was the comic that illuminated Sasuke's path to strength. Yet the underlying motivation still appeared to be revenge. Kakashi was uncertain how to counsel him, but at this juncture, the only option was to grow stronger. Overthinking would bear no fruit. Kakashi fixed his gaze intently on Sasuke. Let us engage in another battle, so I may witness the extent of your progression. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold determination passing through. Kakashi-sensei, I also intend to get serious. Let us test our strengths. The ensuing clash between them was not only a measure of their individual prowess, but also a comparison of their respective techniques, each embodying a fresh sense of novelty. Kakashi was eager to determine whether his Zanpakuto surpassed Sasuke's. It was a rare occasion to see Kakashi, usually laid back, exhibiting such fighting spirit. They extended their hands, forming a standoff seal, and then abruptly created distance between them as pale flames encircled Sasuke. His mastery of the bone-chilling cold fire had become remarkably refined, far surpassing his initial attempts. Meanwhile, Kakashi made no other movements, simply drawing the long sword from his waist, as if echoing a phrase carried by the wind. Scatter. Ephemeral illusions. Sasuke watched Kakashi charge toward him with a look of confusion. The speed was increasing, nearly rivaling that of the Shunshin technique. Though puzzled, Sasuke instinctively gathered flames before him. If Kakashi persisted in his reckless approach, he would undoubtedly be scorched by the bone-chilling cold fire, highlighting the stark contrast in their battle styles. Suddenly, a chilling presence emerged behind Sasuke. He twisted his body just in time to see a second Kakashi swinging a blade at him. Had he not detected or reacted in the previous moment, that strike could have sealed his fate. Kakashi's cold voice drifted through the air. Indeed, your perception seems to have improved considerably. Both combatants tacitly refrained from utilizing chakra or ninjutsu, for had they done so, Sasuke would stand no chance against Kakashi, an elite nearly on par with Hokage. Should Kakashi remove his mask and activate his Sharingan, his strength would only amplify. How could a recently graduated Jonin like Sasuke hope to contend with him? Therefore, This contest was accurately characterized as a duel between the Zanpakuto and Sasuke, with a stern expression, declared, "Kakashi-sensei, I will not hold back." With deft movements, Sasuke manipulated the flames, swiftly condensing the pale fire into a compact sphere. The flames splattering around him began to frost his hands, the gathered fire proving significantly more potent than before. In that moment, Sasuke, inspired by the comic's depiction of the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus, managed to refine the bone-chilling cold fire. Lacking a second flame to merge with, he intuitively solidified the cold fire, enhancing its power. "What terrifying flames," Kakashi remarked, standing leisurely as if strolling through a garden. Sasuke's expression shifted, recalling the earlier incident when Kakashi had unexpectedly appeared behind him without any hand seals. He clutched the fire lotus tightly. Could it be an illusion? It appeared that such phenomena were tied to his blade. Chapter 12. Haruno Sakura's heart stirred throughout the encounter. Kakashi had always grasped the long sword. However, Sasuke, who is well acquainted with Kakashi, knows that under ordinary circumstances, Kakashi rarely wields a blade. Instead, his weapon of choice is typically a shuriken or other portable tools. The fact that he has been brandishing that long sword today is undoubtedly suspicious. A flicker of flame within his core gradually enveloped his entire being, an invisible aura surrounding Sasuke. Suddenly, he hurled the fire lotus behind him to a seemingly empty space. Yet, from that void emerged a dazzling flash of the sword. The long blade struck fiercely against the fire lotus, resulting in a momentary stalemate between the two. However, the fire lotus began to gain the upper hand. Reluctantly, Kakashi was forced to divert the fire lotus aside. A tremendous force erupted around them, creating a deep pit before the two. Amidst the scorched earth, wisps of flame flickered. Kakashi slowly retracted his long sword, and they once again formed a reconciliation seal. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement in his voice as he said, "Kakashi-sensei, I never anticipated your abilities to be this formidable. If it weren't for the enhancement provided by I might not have discerned your true origins. In terms of offensive power, yours is indeed a cut above." Kakashi's brow arched, seemingly with a smile. Both were immensely pleased with their current transformations. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Sakura felt as if she were an inconsequential, transparent figure. She could not comprehend the exchange between the two. More critically, both Sasuke and Kakashi had elevated their powers, and with Naruto, who was journeying with Jiraiya, undoubtedly growing stronger. She feared that upon Naruto's return, she would be left behind. This thought ignited a profound sense of urgency within her. "No, I cannot allow this to continue. Otherwise, as Sasuke's and my strengths diverge, I will become a burden to everyone." At that moment, Sakura fixated her gaze on Kakashi, her attention inadvertently drawn to the comic book he held. It seemed that Kakashi-sensei's transformation was somehow related to these comics. After a prolonged contemplation, Sakura stepped forward, resolutely stating, "Kakashi-sensei, would it be possible for me to take a look at the comic book as well?" "Of course," Kakashi replied, extending the comic with a casual remark. Had it not been for this incident, it might have taken Sakura some time to come to this realization. However, the fact that their recent battle required no chakra yet caused such significant destruction was irrefutable evidence of their enhanced capabilities. This undoubtedly planted a seed of ambition within Sakura's heart. Cautiously, she accepted the comic book and began to peruse it from the beginning. As time ticked by, she found herself halfway through the comic, yet still felt no sense of empowerment. This lack of sensation left her feeling increasingly restless. "What is going on? Why do I feel nothing?" Kakashi, standing nearby, seemed unfazed by the situation. Nevertheless, he spoke up, "The first time I experienced this too. Perhaps you should try again." Sakura reined in her growing anxiety and resumed her reading. Yet, once again, she felt no effect. Having read from cover to cover, her frustration mounted. Despite the comic's engaging content, it failed to evoke any special feelings. "This is hopeless. I'm not feeling anything at all," Sakura lamented, her head drooping in dismay. Kakashi, however, displayed no surprise, as if everything were perfectly within his grasp. Sakura lifted her gaze and noticed Kakashi's expression, prompting her to inquire, "Kakashi-sensei, do you know something?" Kakashi did not deny it, simply nodding and stating, "I have a theory, though I cannot be certain. Lord Ryuka must have left many contingencies. The path to your own strength must be discovered by you. Are you suggesting that I seek out Lord Ryuka?" Sakura furrowed her brow, asking with uncertainty. The events unfolding before her left no room for disbelief. and it was undeniable that both Kakashi and Sasuke had grown stronger. They had both learned new combat techniques from the comics. This fact was indisputable. Sakura glanced at Kakashi and then at Sasuke. I understand now, Kakashi-sensei. With that, she slowly departed from the training ground. The two exchanged a look and simultaneously turned their gaze to the comic book in their hands. This seemingly ordinary comic held an extraordinary significance at that moment. Before long, Sakura had arrived at the Hokage's office. At this time, Ryuka Q was adorned with a long sword at his side, one that appeared even more exquisite and imposing than Kakashi's. As he processed documents, he pondered, "System, what is happening?" If I recall correctly, Kakashi's blade was the mirror flower, water moon, was it not? Why do I possess a sword I have never heard of? Reporting to the host, Kakashi's blade was derived from the visualization of the Death God comic, whereas your sword is generated by the system. Adhering to the rules of the original blade, Ryuka suddenly comprehended. Kakashi's blade could only be chosen from those depicted in the comic, while his own manifested from his inner self. He slightly unsheathed the long sword. Pray, the blade of the burning heavens. Flames. Endless flames surged along the blade. Ryuka felt the power of the flames, almost more potent than the fire of flowing flame. Under the flame's embrace, Ryuka resembled a lord of inferno. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward, causing Sakura, standing at the door, to feel an immense weight upon her. Her gaze towards Ryuka was filled with trepidation. This sensation, akin to facing a towering deity, compelled Sakura to bow her head instinctively. Overwhelmed by fear, she found herself incapable of action. Thankfully, this feeling dissipated as quickly as it had come. "Sakura, what brings you here?" Ryuka inquired with a faint smile. At that moment, Sakura hesitated. Her earlier courage seemingly vanished into thin air. Chapter 13, Sakura's Gains, the Pet Sprite. Sakura felt somewhat at a loss. For a moment, she didn't know how to begin. Just moments ago, she had felt emboldened, but witnessing Ryuka's imposing presence had sapped her courage. Ryuka settled into his seat, still wearing a warm smile. "Feel free to speak your mind." He adjusted his haori, speaking in a calm tone. Perhaps sensing Ryuka's gaze, Sakura found her courage returning. "Lord Ryuka, I heard some things from Kakashi-sensei." Ryuka showed no sign of surprise. "You must be referring to those comic books, correct?" He was not at all surprised by Sakura's arrival. After all, once Kakashi learned of the comics, it was as if the entire team was informed, save for Naruto, who was away from the village. It was only natural that Sakura would become the next member to learn. "Lord Ryuka, I too wish to grow stronger. I do not want to be a burden to everyone," Sakura exclaimed, her head snapping up, her voice filled with fervor. Jing Liangjie revealed a faint smile. It is evident from the original text that Haruno Sakura is a tenacious individual. When her long hair posed a danger to her team, she unhesitatingly decided to cut it off. How could such a person remain unmoved when witnessing her fellow team members grow stronger? Although Jing Liangjie's involvement led to some peculiar butterfly effects within the village of Konoha, resulting in Haruno Sakura losing the opportunity to become Tsunade's disciple, circumstances have since shifted. Perhaps a fitting exchange of fate. Yet, Jing Liangjie felt a twinge of uncertainty within himself. Perhaps it was due to his unique constitution that Kakashi and Sasuke had different insights. However, this divergence underscored a crucial truth. Each individual's strengths are distinct, leading to varied paths of understanding. Even Jing Liangjie was unsure of which manga to recommend to whom. Fortunately, both Sasuke and Kakashi miraculously discovered suitable legacies, a situation that left Jing Liangjie somewhat astonished. His brows slightly raised, a warm smile graced his face. "This is the key. Go forth and select your manga." Gazing at the key resting on the table, Haruno Sakura felt its significance deeply. It appeared to be an ordinary key, yet for her, it represented a gateway to success. She offered a slight bow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Master Liangjie, I am at a loss for words. I am immensely grateful." A wave of emotion surged within her. Konoha adhered to many traditional practices. The transmission of ninjutsu typically occurred between teacher and student. There was no obligation for friends or mere superiors to engage in such endeavors. In essence, Jing Liangjie was under no obligation to impart any skills to Haruno Sakura. Yet, when she approached him, he readily agreed. To Jing Liangjie, it was inconsequential, but for Haruno Sakura, it was a profound act of mentorship. After all, she perceived Jing Liangjie as sharing his unique, secret techniques with her. As she turned to leave, Jing Liangjie smirked slightly, still puzzled by her intense reaction. However, now that matters had unfolded in this manner, he was disinclined to intervene further. Though curiosity lingered in his heart regarding what Haruno Sakura might glean from the manga, he ultimately suppressed it, recognizing that the answers would soon reveal themselves. After all, there was no point in rushing matters that time would clarify. With the key in hand and aspirations of growth in her heart, Haruno Sakura made her way towards the Hokage building, observing the slightly dilapidated residence before her. She stepped inside with purpose. The disarray within was evident, but her gaze quickly fixated on the bookcase. It was densely packed with manga, a myriad of genres on display. Haruno Sakura exhaled a sigh of relief. With so many manga volumes at her disposal, it seemed improbable that she would be unable to grasp even one of them. She casually pulled a volume from the shelf, initially intrigued by the tale of the protagonist with a tail. However, as she progressed, she realized the character's transformation into a Super Saiyan, which brought her a sense of understanding. Yet, disappointment washed over her as she recognized this particular manga did not resonate with her. Having already read 2 others, she questioned her suitability for this path. How could she possibly compare to Sasuke and Kakashi, who were rapidly growing stronger while she remained stagnant? Their pace of advancement was swift, and at her current rate, she would surely be left far behind, unable even to pursue their shadows. With a slight lift of her chin, she scanned her surroundings, recalling the enigmatic Acting Hokage, Jing Liangjie. Determined, she clenched her teeth. No, I cannot concede defeat. I am Haruno Sakura. I must not falter on the path to strength. Otherwise, I may never catch even a glimpse of Sasuke-kun. As this thought crossed her mind, her resolve solidified. No matter the obstacles, she would find a manga that suited her. Haruno Sakura, now desperate, treated each manga as a potential lifeline. Yet, the reality diverged from her expectations. Nevertheless, she could not deny the quality of these rare mangas, each of which would likely captivate audiences far and wide. However, with each new encounter, her disappointment deepened. Frustration mounted within her. With so many manga, why is none suitable for me? Am I truly devoid of talent? A single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. A sense of being left behind washed over her. Even so, she resolutely picked up another manga. After a few glances, she halted her tears. Her eyes were fixed intently on the content of the volume in her hands. The manga titled Pokemon gradually captivated Haruno Sakura's attention. A smile crept onto her lips. For this manga evoked an extraordinary sensation within her. Perhaps hope was not yet lost. Chapter 14. It's decided. You shall be my Pikachu. A glimmer of hope ignited in Haruno Sakura's heart. She gently wiped away her tears and resolutely declared, Haruno Sakura will not give up. I will catch up to Sasuke-kun's pace. Her eyes remained fixed on the manga as she cautiously turned the pages. She became increasingly engrossed in this fascinating world, one vastly different from that of ninjas. Although battles existed, the narrative was predominantly filled with light-hearted adventures. Haruno Sakura felt a twinge of envy, but she was even more astonished by the creatures that inhabited this realm. They all seemed to share a common name, Pokemon. As she watched Ash receive his Pokemon and laid eyes on Pikachu, she immediately felt an affinity for it, albeit with a hint of regret. For this Pikachu seemed to lack significant potential. However, as the story unfolded, Ash and Pikachu embarked on their journey together. Time and again, Pikachu rescued Ash from peril with its electrifying thunderbolt, transforming Haruno Sakura's perception of the little creature. A stirring sensation blossomed within her, as if an idea was taking root. This feeling intensified, causing her to shift slightly. In that moment, a round sphere appeared in her hand, as if conjured from thin air. The sphere, seemingly crafted from metal, was red on top and white on the bottom. The more she examined it, the more familiar it appeared. Suddenly, she glanced at the manga in her grasp and realized she was holding a Pokeball from the story. Upon closer inspection of the emblem, she discerned that this Pokeball contained a Pokemon. Faced with this revelation, Haruno Sakura hesitated. According to the Pokeball's display, it contained a Pokemon, indicative of a typical Pokeball from the manga. Excitement surged within her as she clutched the Pokeball tightly and gradually exited the room. If one were to release a Pokemon in the room, the potential mishaps could be quite troublesome, and the responsibility would weigh heavily on one's shoulders. A room filled with comic books would be at stake. Such matters are far from trivial. A gentle breeze wafted through the yard, and Sakura Haruno nervously swallowed. Her gaze remained fixed on the Pokeball as she pressed the center button, watching with cautious anticipation. It shall be you. The Pokeball slowly opened, and a golden light began to seep out. Golden. Sakura felt a surge of joy. After all, she was about to acquire her very first Pokemon. As the brilliance gradually faded, a fluffy electric mouse materialized before her. Its golden fur danced in the wind, adorned with two round, rosy cheeks and streaks of black across its body. It exuded a chubby charm, accentuated by its somewhat comical lightning-shaped tail. With sparkling eyes, Sakura raised her head and exclaimed, "Pikachu! It's actually Pikachu." She never expected that this ordinary Pokeball would yield such an extraordinary Pokemon, the very companion of Ash who ventured forth with immense power. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Ryosuke lifted his head slowly, a smile gracing his face. To his surprise, it was that very comic. This caught him off guard, as he had anticipated receiving a mere Pokeball filled with Pokemon. Congratulations, Sakura Haruno. You have obtained a Pokeball and acquired Pikachu, earning 200 energy points from the system. Congratulations, Sakura Haruno. You have received a Pikachu Pokeball. Without hesitation, Ryosuke produced the Pokeball. Come forth, Pikachu. He was well aware of Pikachu's temperament. Unlike other Pokemon, it had a particular aversion to remaining in its ball. The golden, fluffy electric mouse appeared on Kyo's desk, immediately approaching him and nuzzling its forehead against his head. A smile broke across Kyo's face as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, Pikachu, go play over there. I have work to do." It's all Tsunade's fault for being so irresponsible. Hearing Kyo's words, Pikachu began to roam the room playfully, brimming with energy. Pikachu resembled a spirit beast, yet it was distinct in its essence. In the ninja world, spirit beasts typically return to their dwelling upon reaching their physical limits. However, Pokemon are living beings. Should they perish in battle, it would be a true demise. Yet their powers are often formidable, making them a splendid choice for Sakura. With her newfound companion, she ventured to the training grounds, where Sasuke was diligently practicing and Kakashi lounged beneath a tree, engrossed in a comic. Sensing someone's approach, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. But upon recognizing Sakura, he returned to his reading. "Kakashi-sensei, I found something perfect for me at Lord Ryosuke's house." Sakura exclaimed excitedly as she approached. Kakashi's gaze shifted to her shoulder, where a fluffy, golden creature rested. It was a sight he had never encountered before. "Is this what you obtained from the comic?" Kakashi frowned, preferring the prospect of acquiring new abilities and systems from the comics over a mere spirit beast. What could a spirit beast truly accomplish? The ninja realm already possessed its own summoning techniques, allowing for the calling of ninja beasts. To Kakashi, this seemed somewhat redundant. Pikachu, perceptive as ever, sensed Kakashi's disdain and crackled with a hint of electricity, a clear display of its displeasure. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Sakura, if you don't mind, I could test the strength of this spirit beast." A small smile graced Sakura's face as she replied, "If you're willing to help, Kakashi-sensei, please do test Pikachu." Although she knew Pikachu was strong, uncertainty lingered in her mind regarding its true capabilities. Kakashi carefully tucked away his comic, adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to Sakura. "In my view, the comics Lord Ryosuke provided us can indeed make us stronger. Of course, it may also be a matter of physical aptitude, which could explain your lack of abilities thus far. However, relying solely on a spirit beast seems misguided. It appears you must enhance your physical and ninjutsu training." Chapter 15, The Powerful Spirit Beast. Kakashi felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. As a teacher, he wished for his students to grow stronger, yet Sakura seemed stagnant, having only acquired a spirit beast from the comics. This situation vexed Kakashi, yet his curiosity about the spirit beast remained piqued. With a serious expression, he warned, "Sakura, be cautious, I'm about to attack." Kakashi refrained from drawing his sword, opting instead to weave hand signs. 3 copies of Kakashi materialized, advancing towards Sakura from various angles. Yet, at that moment, Sakura neither dodged nor formed hand signs. Instead, she focused intently on her spirit beast. With a calm smile, she confidently commanded, "Pikachu, I leave it to you." "Pika, Pika, Pikachu." It responded eagerly, shaking its body. Kakashi couldn't help but smile, subtly restraining his strength. This little spirit beast appeared quite diminutive, likely lacking formidable power. He was prepared to go easy on it. Earth release, earth spear. Long spears shot up from the ground. But the unfolding event surprised Kakashi. The seemingly plump spirit beast exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading the barrage of earth spears. However, this alone would not suffice to gauge its true strength. Kakashi accelerated his pace, summoning a spark of lightning in his hand. The sound of countless birds chirping resonated as the energy intensified. Kakashi's speed escalated, his chakra enveloping him, rendering his movements nearly invisible. The Chidori in his hand solidified as it surged towards Pikachu. Sakura felt a flicker of anxiety, her eyes fixed on the approaching Kakashi. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. The two rosy cheeks on Pikachu began to emit a torrent of electricity. The energy surged, creating a tempest of lightning around it. Although Pikachu's stored energy was nearly depleted, the explosive force unleashed in that moment was beyond imagination. Realizing the impending threat, Kakashi swiftly formed several hand signs. Earth Release, Earth Barrier Technique. He hoped the thick earthen wall would suffice. Yet, he woefully underestimated Pikachu's capabilities. The two clones vanished upon contact with the electric surge, leaving Kakashi, hidden behind the earthen barrier, with a grave expression. The power of this spirit beast's electricity was undeniably formidable. The earthen wall offered no substantial protection. In an instant, lightning surged through it, aimed directly at Kakashi. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi enveloped himself in the chakra and the power derived from his training with the Zanpakuto. Despite this, his silvery hair stood on end, and he found himself seated on the ground, seemingly unable to rise. Witnessing this, Sakura Haruno grew anxious and hurried to his side. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Her lips tingled, and her body felt similarly numb. Kakashi realized he had momentarily lost the ability to move. He waved his hand dismissively, responding, I'm fine. I just didn't expect your summoning beast to possess such formidable lightning release capabilities. How many times can you execute this attack? Kakashi remained seated, still feeling a lingering numbness. Although part of this was due to his own underestimation and leniency, he was also taken aback by Pikachu's high damage output. This misjudgment contributed to Kakashi's irresponsibility and failure in this battle. A frigid energy coursed through Kakashi, gradually alleviating the numbness that enveloped him, allowing him to finally stand. With a smile of surprise, he remarked, I didn't anticipate your summoning beast would be so powerful. Most importantly, the intensity and quantity of its lightning are astonishing. In a surprise attack, it could undoubtedly eliminate Jonin. Sakura was astounded, realizing she now possessed the capability to defeat Jonin. Although this was largely thanks to Pikachu, it still represented Sakura's genuine strength. After all, Pikachu was her beloved companion. Nodding with tearful eyes, she expressed, Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized how strong Pikachu has become. Kakashi shook his head. Sakura, I must remind you that this is merely the strength of a summoning beast. There will be times when you cannot rely on it, and then you will only have yourself to depend on. Kakashi meant well, as there would often be instances when summoning beasts were of little use. At such times, one's own strength must prevail. Relying excessively on a summoning beast's power could lead to an inverse outcome, resulting in a gradual weakening of one's own abilities. Sakura furrowed her brow, stepping forward earnestly. Kakashi-sensei, I must correct your perspective. This is not just a summoning beast, but my Pokemon, my companion in progress. Kakashi's curiosity piqued at this revelation. However, he quickly recalled that this was a creation of Lord Ryo, and it seemed everything was preordained according to his design. With a sigh, Kakashi encouraged, regardless, Sakura, keep striving. Enhancing your own abilities is also a form of training. Kakashi had begun to gradually trust Ryo, as actions spoke louder than words. Despite his previous skepticism about the existence of prodigies, he had now witnessed it firsthand and believed that Ryo would not engage in meaningless endeavors. A flicker of joy crossed Sakura's face, as Kakashi's acknowledgement validated her actions and achievements. The solemn atmosphere dissipated, and Kakashi cast a curious glance at Pikachu perched on Sakura's shoulder. What is the name of this summoning beast? That jutsu earlier was incredibly powerful. Sakura cradled Pikachu in her arms. His name is Pikachu, my partner, not a summoning beast. He is a living being. If he were to perish, it would be a true loss. And that attack he executed, Thunderbolt, is not a jutsu but pure lightning. Both in quality and quantity, truly formidable. Chapter 16, The Challenge and Surprise of Might Guy Beneath the Tree. Another individual joined the gathering of comic readers. Sakura was aware of Pikachu's strength, yet in the diverse world of ninjas, relying solely on Thunderbolt was rather limiting. She needed to either find another Pokemon or enhance Pikachu to bolster her strength. Otherwise, once an adversary discerned Pikachu's capabilities, they could easily devise countermeasures, which would be perilous for Sakura. The afternoon settled into tranquility, with the faint sounds of cicadas in the background. Sasuke continued his relentless training, carrying logs while he noticed an unusual presence beside him. Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, was running in circles alongside Sasuke in an inverted position, occasionally breaking into a radiant smile. His robust voice boomed, "Kakashi's disciple, this is the essence of youth. Let us unleash our vigor upon this training ground." Oblivious to the reactions of others, Guy accelerated, while Sasuke, despite his training, bore a visible frown. Not only Sasuke, but Kakashi, leaning against a tree, observed as Guy and Sasuke circled the training ground lap after lap. They were nearing their 50th lap when Guy, seemingly unfazed, expressed surprise at Sasuke's tenacity. "Your taijutsu may not be remarkable, but your indomitable spirit has truly impressed me. Such is the essence of youth. Let it burn brightly." After uttering this, Guy ramped up his pace. By the 80th lap, Sasuke finally halted, exhausted, while Guy continued his inverted run with ease. Eventually, on the 99th lap, Guy came to a stop, standing before Kakashi, unruffled and without a hint of fatigue. "Let us engage in a youthful duel. This time, it is not a mere game of rock, paper, scissors." Kakashi's expression darkened. He knew he could not escape a challenge from Guy. Nevertheless, at this moment, Kakashi felt invigorated, confident in his enhanced strength, though uncertain of its extent. He could not fully unleash his abilities against Sasuke, but with Guy, who was on par with him, Kakashi could fight at full throttle, thus determining the true measure of his improvement. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Guy appeared taken aback, not expecting Kakashi to agree so readily. Such a response had been unimaginable in the past. However, having received the affirmation, Guy prepared himself, eyes fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi formed hand seals, summoning several clones before him. To Guy, these clones represented challengers to be overcome. Without hesitation, Kakashi unleashed a brilliant flash of lightning, propelling himself toward Guy like a spear. With a mighty shout, Guy exclaimed, "The 8th gate of healing, open." A green aura enveloped Guy, significantly enhancing his speed, enabling him to narrowly evade Kakashi's lightning release, Chidori. Yet, Kakashi did not relent. He lowered his forehead protector, revealing his scarlet Sharingan. Guy was momentarily stunned, realizing Kakashi was prepared for an exhilarating battle. Excitement coursed through his veins as he flashed a brilliant smile. "Let my youth burn brightly. The 5th gate of opening, open." The silhouettes of the two intertwined, relying solely on pure physical techniques. It was evident that Might Guy held the upper hand, as he was indeed a true master of martial arts. Seizing an opportunity, Kakashi retreated, his hand reaching for the hilt of his blade. Scatter! Mirage! As if a sound of bells echoed, Might Guy was struck with terror, realizing he seemed unable to move. Every function of his body shut down in an instant. Although his mind sought to command his limbs, they appeared to be wholly unresponsive, gradually fading from sight, sound, and even scent. All 5 senses were sealed away. Even the sense of touch vanished. "Have I died?" he pondered. "Yet if I am dead, why can I still think? Is this the influence of that long blade?" Before he could contemplate further, Kakashi's indifferent voice drifted to him. "Guy, you have lost." As his senses returned, a panicked Might Guy discovered he could move once more. "What is this, Kakashi? Is this some secret technique passed down in your family? I have never seen you use it before." That sensation of losing his senses was profoundly unsettling, as if he could no longer unleash his youth. It was the most sorrowful predicament imaginable. Kakashi's expression shifted, aware of his dear friend's temperament, and he explained directly, "The moment I drew my blade, your senses were ensnared. This is not an illusion. Yet you attempted to disrupt your chakra, which proved futile. I seized that moment to completely seal your senses, creating an illusion of death. While your mind knows you are alive, your body has ceased to respond." A look of regret crossed Might Guy's face. "I see. No wonder you are Kakashi. Is this a newly developed ninjutsu of yours? It seems I have much ground to cover. I must strive harder." Kakashi shook his head, speaking softly. "This is not a technique of my own creation, but rather something Lord Ryojake imparted to me." Might Guy's expression turned to one of astonishment, swiftly replaced by admiration. "Lord Ryojake? Isn't he younger than us? So he is such a genius? It seems I now have another person to catch up to." A broad smile spread across Might Guy's face, radiating a remarkable fighting spirit. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, slowly sat down on the grass and resumed reading a comic book. Might Guy appeared accustomed to Kakashi's demeanor, yet he couldn't help but frown upon seeing Sakura Haruno beside him, engrossed in the comic. At that moment, Sasuke also approached, having recovered somewhat, and likewise produced a comic to read. Might Guy's frown deepened. While it was known that Kakashi was fond of comics, had this bad habit truly spread? No. As Kakashi's closest friend, I cannot allow him to indulge in such folly. As the Azure Beast of Konoha, I must find a way to put a stop to this. Chapter 17. The Azure Beast's fury. Though uncertain of the situation, Might Guy could sense a wave of despondency from afar. How could the new generation of Konoha become so enamored with comics and distractions? He also noted that even Sasuke, having just completed training, had taken out a comic book to read. Such a student, wasting his youth in this manner, could not continue down this path. Might Guy struck a mighty fist against a nearby tree. Kakashi, we must have a serious discussion. Kakashi looked up, somewhat surprised at Might Guy's outburst. What was he on about now? However, Kakashi was accustomed to such sudden outbursts from his longtime friend and understood his temperament well. With narrowed eyes, he inquired, "What is it, Guy? Do you have something to discuss?" Might Guy suddenly bowed his head, his wild hair blown by the wind. Kakashi, this is a very serious matter. Your students are the new generation of Konoha. They cannot afford to wallow in despair. Remember, where Konoha flourishes, the fire of life endures, illuminating the village and nurturing new growth. Yet, these saplings are being watered with the water of despondency that you provide. Might Guy spoke earnestly, appearing far more serious than usual. Kakashi raised his head, glancing at the two students who were engrossed in their comics. I don't see a problem. I think they're doing well. They both work very hard, Kakashi replied, slightly pursing his lips. This statement, though not without merit, Kakashi understood that they read comics to strengthen their abilities, was contradicted by the very engrossed expressions they wore, suggesting they were indeed putting in effort. Bang! Might Guy's fist struck the tree once more, creating a sizable dent in the sturdy trunk. His face flushed with anger, akin to unleashing the 8 gates. Kakashi, I am not jesting. Even as my closest friend, I cannot condone your behavior. Open your eyes and see. Such a student, aware of how to embrace their youth, now indulges in trivial distractions during training. Can this be considered effort? Even if he is a genius, he cannot continue down this path of despondency. Might Guy felt both powerless and a touch heartbroken. Throughout his life, he had known that geniuses existed in this world, yet he was not one of them. Thus, he relied on hard work to grow stronger and catch up with those gifted individuals. But now, the genius had stagnated, consumed by trivial entertainment. With even his students following suit, this was nothing short of a disaster for the next generation. Kakashi, as your friend, I am ashamed for you. Might Guy glared at Kakashi, speaking coldly. He cast another glance at the two students, still enraptured by their comics. I will report this to Lord Hokage. I realize Naruto is away training, which may have led to a lack of motivation within the team. However, I believe you are no longer suited to be their leader. With that, Might Guy turned to leave, feeling profoundly disappointed in Kakashi. He had always regarded Kakashi as his lifelong rival and dearest friend. Yet he never anticipated Kakashi's actions would begin to influence others. As Kakashi's friend, Might Guy felt compelled to intervene. Arriving at the Hokage Tower, Might Guy knocked resolutely on the door, his brows furrowed in concern. Lord Hokage, I have something of utmost importance to discuss. Observing Might Guy's anxious demeanor, Ryojake was taken aback. Could something significant have occurred at this moment? Yet, from the original text, it seemed nothing was amiss. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect at play. Ryojake straightened his face, fixing his gaze on Might Guy. Speak, Might Guy, what is this matter? Lord Hokage, I formally report Kakashi. His current state renders him unfit to lead the higher-ranked ninjas. Might Guy asserted, his hands firmly planted on the table, his voice resolute. Ryojake's expression turned peculiar, struggling to contain a laugh. Such a scene was absent from the original narrative. Was Might Guy truly a ninja who enjoyed making reports? Ryojake leaned back in his chair, perplexed. Might Guy, your words lack evidence. Do you have any proof? As far as I know, Kakashi is an exceptionally skilled ninja. Might Guy's face bore the weight of sorrow. As his dear friend, I felt compelled to speak up. However, Kakashi's obsession with comic books, a trivial pastime, has indirectly influenced his disciples, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, I beseech the Hokage to revoke his qualification as a Jonin leader. Ryokai suddenly understood. So this is how it is. Without grasping the true nature of these comics, one might easily conclude that Kakashi and his students had lost their sense of purpose. Given Might Guy's impulsive nature, he likely did not inquire about the peculiarities of those comics. Might Guy, being somewhat single-minded, perceived that Kakashi's influence had led Sakura and Sasuke to share his infatuation with comics. Kyuryukai rested his chin on his hand and remarked lightly, "How about this? Might Guy, do you have any training issues? Perhaps I can help your youth shine even brighter." It must be said that Might Guy's straightforwardness rendered him oblivious to the abrupt shift in conversation. He flashed a brilliant smile, his teeth glistening like stars under the sunlight. "Hokage-sama, are you affirming my youth? Finally, someone acknowledges me." However, he expressed confusion, admitting that his strength had stagnated for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Kyuryukai's face broke into a faint smile. "Here, take this key to my residence. Go to my room and examine the books on the shelf. Perhaps you will gain greater insight." Might Guy, though surprised, accepted the key eagerly. With fervor, he exclaimed, "Thank you for your recognition, Hokage-sama. Let my youth blaze forth." He dashed out of the Hokage building without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 18. The Azure Beast in shock. Might Guy was indeed stubborn, adhering strictly to his beliefs. While others referred to Kyuryukai with the respectful title of Ryukadano, Might Guy simply addressed him as Hokage-sama. In Might Guy's mind, Tsunade had appointed Kyuryukai as the acting Hokage, thus making him the true Hokage during this period. This conviction led Might Guy to trust Kyuryukai implicitly. Coincidentally, Kyuryukai, by echoing Might Guy's sentiments, reinforced the notion that he endorsed Might Guy's ninja path. To his confidant, Might Guy offered unwavering trust. Upon arriving at Kyuryukai's residence, Might Guy paused, gazing at the seemingly ordinary key in his hand, tears welling in his eyes. "Might Guy, do not betray the Hokage's appreciation and trust. Forge ahead for the sake of your passionate youth." He unlocked the door to the room, only to be taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. Could it be that the Hokage's abode has been ransacked? How audacious! Yet, at this moment, Might Guy did not forget the task entrusted to him by Kyuryukai. He carefully navigated the obstacles on the floor, preserving the original crime scene intact. These books on the shelf must be the ones he referred to. Indeed, the Hokage's collection comprised of his own writings. Could he, like Jiraiya, possess not only formidable strength, but also the talent of a great literary figure? The comic books were neatly arranged on the shelf, revealing only their spines and obscuring the contents. Thus, Might Guy gazed upon them in admiration. To him, Kyuryukai was undoubtedly another genius he had encountered. Since the Hokage has urged me to read, a brief perusal should pose no issue. Might Guy casually pulled a comic from the shelf and opened it, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. The Hokage's work is a comic book, a mere pastime for children? How astonishing! Curiosity surged within him, compelling him to delve further into the pages. Dragon Ball, such a peculiar title, he murmured before continuing to read. Initially intrigued by the boy with a monkey tail, he soon found himself captivated. As he read about Goku devouring a massive beast and defeating it as a child, Might Guy's eyes widened with excitement. What an exhilarating display of youth! He felt an overwhelming urge to dash out of the room and run 300 laps around Konoha. Yet the allure of the comic was too potent to resist. He continued flipping through the pages, and when he learned that Goku embarked on a quest for the Dragon Balls, he furrowed his brow in skepticism. Could such miraculous objects truly exist? If only they were present in the ninja world. Might Guy continued reading, empathizing as Goku trained diligently under Master Roshi to enhance his physical abilities. Tears of inspiration welled up in his eyes. Indeed, there exists another kind of genius, one that is forged through relentless effort. This is the essence of burning youth. He believed that such a young man would undoubtedly become a formidable powerhouse. Gradually, Might Guy became completely engrossed in the story. When he finally became aware of his surroundings, he noticed the sun had begun to set. Oh no, it's already so late. Yet at that moment, a strange sensation coursed through Might Guy's body, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, a powerful force surged within him, invigorating every muscle and fiber of his being. A tail erupted from his coccyx, and in that instant, Might Guy tightly shut his eyes, grappling with the unfamiliar transformation. However, he soon opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? My physique has enhanced so dramatically, it rivals my 8 gates technique." Might Guy was acutely aware of his body, able to perceive even the slightest progress. This monumental change left him momentarily dazed, his lips parted, and his brows raised in astonishment. As he sat down slowly, he realized something was amiss. A furry tail. Might Guy spun around to discover a tail protruding from behind him, and it appeared to belong to him. Impossible. Why do I have a tail? Just then, a new energy enveloped him. Though still faint, it was remarkably resilient. Might Guy, astonished, clenched his fists. This cannot be. Is this chakra? The energy described in the comic book? How can I possess it? Could it be this comic? At that moment, an overwhelming hunger surged through Might Guy. He had never felt such hunger before. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the ramen shop, leaving a blur in his wake. Upon sitting down, he slammed his palms on the table. Ichiraku, bring me 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Ichiraku squinted slightly, a smile breaking across his face. It appears that this guest is quite famished. Ichiraku's atmosphere gradually intensified as his hands moved like shadows. With a swift motion, the ramen was cut and plunged into the pot, executed flawlessly. Accompanied by Ichiraku's gentle voice, 2 generous bowls of tonkatsu ramen were placed before Might Guy. With an enthusiastic shout, Might Guy exclaimed, "I shall dig in." Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the scalding temperature of the ramen and swiftly picked up his chopsticks to devour the meal. In the blink of an eye, 1 bowl was consumed entirely. His gaze then shifted to the other bowl of ramen, and with the same whirlwind fervor, the second bowl was also finished clean. Teacher Kakashi, is that really Teacher Might Guy? Sakura, seated nearby, questioned with a hint of confusion. Kakashi turned his head nonchalantly and replied, "I do not know that fool." Might Guy glanced at Kakashi and shouted once more, "Ichiraku, I would like 2 more bowls, no? 4 bowls of tonkatsu ramen." Ichiraku, somewhat astonished, slowly rolled up his sleeves, his expression becoming more focused. Truly, he was a ninja brimming with vigor. Chapter 19. The astonishment of the crowd. Might Guy has grown a tail. At this moment, Ichiraku was in full swing, bringing forth bowl after bowl of generous tonkatsu ramen. Might Guy continued his whirlwind consumption, his hands never pausing. After finishing 4 more bowls, he licked his lips and declared, "Boss, give me 8 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen." Meanwhile, Kakashi looked at Might Guy with a puzzled expression. In the ninja world, there were certainly ninjas with astonishing appetites, such as the Akimichi clan, known for their remarkable consumption. However, based on Kakashi's understanding, Might Guy was not one of those ninjas, and his usual appetite was quite ordinary. Kakashi settled beside Might Guy, furrowing his brow. "Guy, what on earth is happening? Is something wrong with your body?" As a close friend, Kakashi was genuinely concerned. At that moment, he noticed that Might Guy's eyes were bloodshot, seemingly filled with extreme rage. Perhaps sensing Kakashi's worry, Might Guy waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry, Kakashi, I am just exceedingly hungry. Once I am full, everything will be fine." At that moment, the oblivious Might Guy also realized that he possessed a peculiar surge of energy within him, eerily reminiscent of the youthful boy from the comic book. It did not seem to be a disadvantage. Rather, it was simply a matter of acute hunger. Suddenly, Might Guy turned to Kakashi with an earnest expression and said, "Kakashi, may I ask you a favor? This is a request I will make only once in my life." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, surprised by Might Guy's serious demeanor. Could this truly be something grave? Whatever it is, feel free to tell me. If I can assist you, I will certainly do so. Though their paths sometimes diverged, they remained long-standing friends. Might Guy looked at Kakashi with a pleading gaze and slowly retrieved his wallet. The meager wallet revealed only 2 coins. "Kakashi, my dearest friend, could you lend me some money? At this rate, I fear I may not even have enough to pay Ichiraku." Kakashi understood that Might Guy had spent a significant portion of his monthly income on training equipment due to his dedication to training. However, at his current eating pace, it was evident that he could not sustain himself. Reluctantly, Kakashi reached into his pocket. "Here you go, but perhaps you should consult a medical ninja. Your condition seems rather unusual." Might Guy took the coins from Kakashi, but shook his head. "Kakashi, rest assured, this is all perfectly normal. Ichiraku, bring me 10 bowls of ramen." Ichiraku, taken aback, nonetheless continued his work and quickly complied. Once Might Guy had finished all the ramen, a serene expression finally settled on his face. At that moment, Sakura looked at Might Guy's stomach with a perplexed expression. "Teacher Guy, where on earth did all that food go? Your stomach isn't even bulging." Might Guy offered an awkward smile, stepped in front of Kakashi, and sincerely bowed. "Kakashi, my dear friend, please forgive me for misunderstanding you today. It turns out that those comics are not merely for entertainment." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. realizing that Might Guy had discovered the truth and had indeed visited Rikai's residence. So, you must have read the comics to transform in such a way, correct? Might Guy nodded solemnly. I saw youth and burning hope within those pages. Such revelations are far beyond mere entertainment. They are the true words of the divine. Observing Might Guy with unabashed admiration in his eyes, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. Just then, Sakura exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, look. Teacher Guy has grown a tail. Kakashi furrowed his brow. A tail? How could that be? However, instinctively, he turned to follow Sakura's pointing finger. To his astonishment, Might Guy indeed had a tail sprouting from his back, resembling that of a monkey. Guy, what is going on? Kakashi inquired, astonished. Might Guy scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. I can't quite explain it now, but Kakashi, let us head to the training ground. In previous times, Kakashi would have shunned such a request, yet this time felt different. Something unprecedented had occurred with Might Guy, and the training ground would serve as the perfect venue to unravel this mystery. Thus, Kakashi did not refuse and followed Might Guy towards the training ground. The two formed opposing hand seals and retreated a distance apart. Suddenly, Might Guy underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles expanded instantaneously. What was once a rather athletic physique now resembled that of a muscular giant. Kakashi, be careful. Might Guy seemed to have tapped into a significant surge of energy after replenishing himself, and it was now manifesting on the surface. As Kakashi observed Might Guy barreling towards him with incredible speed, his pupils dilated in shock. The velocity was nearly double that of before, and it was evident that he had not even employed the 8 gates technique. This extraordinary change piqued Kakashi's curiosity about what Might Guy had truly gained. As Might Guy's fist closed in on him, Kakashi vanished from sight, frowning slightly. This sensation felt like pure physical power, but no, there was an unusual energy at play. Just then, a sense of danger surged from behind. Kakashi instinctively leaped forward, only to find Might Guy already standing behind him, striking out with a punch. Guy? How did you detect me? Kakashi questioned, puzzled. Might Guy's chakra was minimal, and he was not a sensory ninja, making it impossible for him to discern Kakashi's hidden position so swiftly. This had always been a reliable tactic for Kakashi, yet now it had failed. Might Guy grinned and replied, because my energy has locked onto you. Kakashi pondered this notion. Energy? That peculiar force? Might Guy nodded. Exactly, Kakashi. You need to be cautious now. A smile crept onto Kakashi's face beneath his mask as he slowly reached for the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Chapter 20. The youth that blossoms in an instant. Kakashi could sense a significant increase in Might Guy's strength. If Guy's combat capability had previously been rated a 10, it was now an impressive 12, a noteworthy enhancement indeed. Kakashi had also observed that Guy's physique seemed more resilient than ever. The master of taijutsu now resembled a fearsome beast. If it could be avoided, Kakashi would never wish to be struck by him. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. Scatter mirage, he murmured. Do you not see the yellow river? A faint sound, reminiscent of a bell, resonated in the air. Guy looked ahead, perplexed. That had been Kakashi's position, yet he had vanished without a trace. Had he employed the body flicker technique? At that moment, Kakashi's voice echoed from behind him. Upon hearing it, Guy swung a powerful punch backward without a moment's hesitation, his body remaining still, his arm moving in an oddly contorted manner. The muscles reacted instantaneously, a testament to Guy's incredible reflexes. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted, revealing a wooden post in the place where Kakashi had stood. Yet suddenly, a minuscule wound appeared on Guy's arm, a mark left by a shuriken. The occurrence baffled him. There was nothing in sight, yet the attack had originated from that direction. What could this mean? Guy furrowed his brow, recognizing the potency of Kakashi's technique. It felt eerily similar to previous encounters. If caught off guard, he would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. The thought, however, ignited an exhilarating thrill within him. Was this not a splendid opportunity to gauge how much his strength had truly increased? Eagerly, he trembled with anticipation, quickly regaining his composure. At that moment, Guy felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, his muscles rejoicing. This was the essence of youthful passion. Come on, Kakashi, let us determine a victor. As Kakashi reappeared, Guy charged forward without hesitation, his intention to hold nothing back. His speed reached its zenith, appearing as mere flickers to the naked eye. Yet, an unexpected realization washed over him. Despite his assault, Kakashi seemed like a fleeting illusion, his fist unable to make contact. It was an illusion. Kakashi had seemingly vanished in an instant, yet his voice resonated softly in the air. Useless guy. You cannot even lock onto my position now, making it impossible for you to strike me. Surrender. Guy flashed a bright, confident grin, his teeth gleaming with determination. I will not yield, Kakashi. My youth forbids me from doing so. Ignite, my spirit. With that declaration, he opened the 8 gates. Guy's power surged dramatically, exuding an even greater aura of dominance. He appeared as a ferocious beast, standing atop the food chain, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread in those who beheld him. Yet, Kakashi's light laughter drifted around them. Futile. I have already told you, while you are ensnared in the illusion, your senses have been deceived. You may realize you are in a mirage, but you cannot escape the illusions I have woven. Though Guy was somewhat oblivious, he understood that being unable to see, hear, or sense his opponent was a perilous predicament. No matter how powerful he felt, if he could not strike his foe, it would amount to nothing. Another shuriken flew forth. Guy noticed it just as it was launched. With his prowess in taijutsu, he easily dodged the incoming projectile. Yet, he understood this was merely a warning from Kakashi. Currently, he could not pinpoint Kakashi's whereabouts. Only when Kakashi attacked could he discern his position. But in that fleeting moment, Kakashi's speed would allow him to effortlessly evade. The situation had devolved into a perplexing cycle. Guy didn't find Kakashi's tactics particularly underhanded. After all, as ninjas, assassination and stealth were integral to their craft. However, Guy struggled with this aspect and lacked the means to counter it. In that moment, an astonishing decision took form within Guy. He faced forward and slowly closed his eyes. In the absence of sight, attacks could easily miss their mark. Why would he choose to shut his eyes now? Did he believe this would shield him from Kakashi's deception? Kakashi stood nearby, resting his chin on his hand. This will only make it easier for me to strike you, he mused, but then noticed something peculiar. Guy was enveloped in a milky substance, akin to gas, gently swaying with the breeze. Clenching his fists, Guy prepared himself. This strange aura emanating from him instilled a sense of urgency in Kakashi. At that moment, Guy moved. Silent as a maiden, swift as a hare. Despite his closed eyes, he honed in on Kakashi's position. A fierce kick propelled toward Kakashi's location, the air shimmering with the sweat of exertion. In that instant, Kakashi began to comprehend the essence of youth that Guy often spoke of. However, he had no intention of taking the blow. He moved frantically to the side. Remarkably, Guy, with his eyes closed, tracked Kakashi's movements with precision, pursuing him relentlessly. Kakashi, witnessing this, gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Guy, how are you doing this? Yet all that met him was Guy's intensified onslaught. This time, Kakashi only sustained a glancing blow to his abdomen, but the impact altered his complexion drastically. The expression beneath his mask turned grave. This assault was terrifying. The environment around them seemed to ripple, yet it stabilized. Kakashi's voice rang out once more. Guy, how on earth did you achieve this? Chapter 21. The mysterious aura, everything around them seemed to ripple like flowing water. Guy regained his normal perspective. The fierce aura he had once exuded now dissipated. Their clash was merely a friendly match, not a battle to the death. And thus there was no need to continue any further. Yet, despite this, the intensity of their confrontation was remarkable, both displaying varying degrees of astonishment. Guy flashed a radiant smile, his teeth gleaming. Kakashi, all of this is thanks to you. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. I am curious. How could you attribute all of this to me? Kakashi did not perceive himself as particularly capable, especially in the realm of taijutsu. In Konoha, aside from the formidable Might Guy, who else could excel in such a domain? Suddenly, a figure flashed before Kakashi's eyes. If it were Lord Ryosuke, it would not be entirely implausible. Observing the expression on his dear friend's face, Might Guy's grin widened with exhilaration. Kakashi, my cherished friend, it appears you have already discerned the truth. Indeed, all of this is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon me by Lord Hokage. I chanced upon an extraordinary comic book in Lord Hokage's residence, and as a result, my physical constitution has undergone a significant transformation. Kakashi seemed to understand why. Upon encountering Might Guy earlier, he appeared so famished. In that fleeting moment, it became clear that Might Guy's body had indeed changed, with these alterations stemming primarily from sheer muscular strength. Physical prowess typically requires rigorous training and nourishment to enhance. This is evident from the years of intensified practice that Might Guy has committed to. The current circumstances, however, are even more extraordinary. After all, The fundamental issue has been resolved, and the transformation of his physique has consumed immense energy. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, exhaling a long sigh. But what is the meaning of this tale? I have not heard of anyone growing stronger while acquiring an appendage. It was only then that Might Guy realized that indeed, there was a tail protruding from behind him, which was somewhat unusual. Yet, upon seeing this tail, Might Guy's mind was flooded with memories of that passionate, spirited youth, who had tirelessly trained while dragging along a tail. Although he had yet to see the full extent of what lay ahead, it was clear that this tail was not a hindrance. Taking a deep breath, Might Guy spoke. Kakashi, this is a symbol of fervor, as Konoha's azure beast. These matters are beyond your comprehension. Kakashi sighed, casting a dubious glance at Might Guy. This fervent, hot-blooded fool often seemed oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind. Nevertheless, Kakashi concluded that whatever Lord Ryosuke had imparted to him was likely of considerable merit. He had come to believe that the comics everyone had seen were orchestrated by Ryosuke. Thus, the system Might Guy had chosen was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. This was a fortunate coincidence. It is worth noting that Might Guy had merely selected a book at random, unaware that he would become increasingly captivated by it, quickly grasping its contents. For all of this, Ryosuke had not interfered excessively. Might Guy had fortuitously chosen Dragon Ball, a stroke of luck indeed. Who could have anticipated that he would randomly select such a book? Furthermore, Might Guy was a ninja specializing in physical techniques, possessing profound expertise in that area, allowing him to glean much from Dragon Ball. However, to Kakashi and Might Guy, it seemed as though everything had been meticulously arranged by Ryosuke. Meanwhile, Ryosuke sat in the Hokage's office, a smile gracing his face. As Might Guy achieved his insights, Ryosuke had already received corresponding feedback. Might Guy has acquired Saiyan physiology. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 system energy points. Might Guy has learned to harness ki. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 system energy points. At that moment, Ryosuke felt a surge of formidable energy reshaping his own body. Every inch of flesh was undergoing a profound transformation. Although Ryosuke was not particularly focused on physical techniques, he could distinctly sense that his physical strength had ascended to a new level. A tail quietly emerged. A smirk played on Ryosuke's lips. It appeared he had perfectly integrated Saiyan physiology. A powerful force surged within him, rendering him seemingly invincible. Yet, Ryosuke was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion brought about by a sudden increase in strength. Just then, Ryosuke discovered an intriguing phenomenon. It seemed that he could transform into a Super Saiyan at will, anytime and anywhere. While Might Guy was undoubtedly talented, it was improbable that he could comprehend the Super Saiyan transformation so swiftly. A manic grin spread across Ryosuke's face. What is the meaning of this system? The current situation I find myself in can likely only be elucidated by the system. Report to the host. Other individuals gaining insights from the host's books allows the host to automatically master higher-level content. A knowing smile emerged on Ryosuke's face. Indeed, the system had finally accomplished something remarkable. His spirits soared, akin to having someone work on his behalf, while the employer always reaped greater rewards. As Might Guy grasped Saiyan physiology, Ryosuke had already mastered the transformation into a Saiyan. If Might Guy could transform into a Saiyan, Ryosuke was already capable of becoming a Super Saiyan too. Reflecting on this, the sensation was delightfully gratifying. Ryosuke stretched languidly and rose from his seat in the office. Sunda, how could you leave behind such a mess for me to handle? Thankfully, I have resolved everything. After 2 days of diligent effort, Ryosuke had finally managed to tackle the mountain of paperwork. He had anticipated that such a small village as Konoha would harbor so many chaotic affairs. He now understood why Tsunda had likely fled. It was probably inextricably linked to this overwhelming political burden. It is time to return to drawing comics. Ryosuke murmured softly as he exited the Hokage building. However, as he walked, his demeanor suddenly sharpened. Although Ryosuke was not a sensory-type ninja, his mastery of ki rendered him even more perceptive than those specialized in sensing. Throughout his journey, he felt an unmistakable sensation. Someone was tailing him. Moreover, these individuals did not seem to harbor good intentions. In an instant, Ryosuke deduced a crucial fact. The Umbu were currently under his command. Therefore, those pursuing him were not Umbu, but rather members of the Root organization. Only one person could mobilize the Root, and that was Shimura Danzo. It appeared that this man had indeed set his sights on him. Chapter 22. The roots of Konoha Ryosuke had long anticipated such an eventuality. Now, it had finally come to pass. Had it been a few days prior, he might have felt apprehensive about Danzo. However, it seemed that Danzo's subordinates were arriving somewhat belatedly. Yet, Ryosuke was indifferent to this matter. Continuing forward, he purposefully moved to a less populated area. As night approached, the narrow alley was devoid of many people. Ryosuke halted and spoke slowly. "Come out. How long must you sneak around? Is this your plan?" It appeared that Lord Danzo had miscalculated. The acting Hokage was indeed a sensory-type ninja. A ninja wearing a pig mask and two others donning monkey masks emerged from the shadows, speaking in hushed tones. "Acting Hokage, Lord Danzo invites you to discuss certain matters." Ryosuke remained unmoved, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a farce. I am the Hokage. Danzo is merely an advisor. If there is something to discuss, it is he who should come to me, not the other way around. Besides, it is late, and I have no desire to go. The ninja in the monkey mask laughed outright. "Acting Hokage, consider this carefully. You are merely an interim figure. Does such a position warrant a personal visit from Lord Danzo?" Danzo's intentions were painfully clear. Ryosuke understood that he had maintained a low profile, even to the extent of being reclusive, without close ties to the various clans. He had no supporters, rendering him an easy target. Danzo aimed to exploit this situation, seizing control of Konoha while Tsunade was absent. After Tsunade returns, it will be of no use. Danzo has already ascended to the position of Hokage, and it is utterly impossible to persuade him to relinquish it. Jing Liangjie slowly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the three individuals before him. "I believe there is a misunderstanding among you. My refusal to meet Danzo is not born of fear, but rather from the conviction that he is unworthy." Such audacious words, especially spoken in the presence of three Root members, were laden with arrogance. The eyes of the three ninjas flickered with a glint of anger. Having been indoctrinated within the Roots, they had long since deified Danzo in their minds. Bound by the cursed seals he had placed upon their tongues, their loyalty was unwavering. How could anyone dare to insult Lord Danzo in their presence? The three ninjas swiftly drew their kunai, throwing shuriken without hesitation. Observing their demeanor, Jing Liangjie understood that there was no room for negotiation. Only combat lay ahead. This aligned perfectly with his desires, for since acquiring his newfound powers, he had yet to test them. A pale flame flickered in Jing Liangjie's hand, adding a chill to the dimly lit alley. The leading ninja, adorned with a pig-faced mask, regarded him with disdain. "This is mere trickery, nothing more than a parlor game." With that, he charged directly at the pale flame. Wind release, great breakthrough. The pig-faced ninja's chest expanded dramatically, unleashing a powerful gust of wind, seemingly intent on extinguishing the flame in Jing Liangjie's grasp. Yet, this was a unique fire of the heavens. It could not be easily snuffed out by such a trivial technique. Growing up, it was no challenge to incinerate a few foes. The flame remained resilient, undaunted by the wind, even growing more vigorous due to Jing Liangjie's amplification of energy. An eerie chill permeated the surroundings as a smile crept across Jing Liangjie's lips. "Since you wish to experience this, behold the might of the bone spirit, cold fire." In an instant, the flame erupted, transforming into a serpent that lunged towards the ninja. The fire struck swiftly, resembling a silver-white giant snake as it lunged for the masked figure. The ninja vanished in an instant, yet Jing Liangjie remained unperturbed. He was well aware of the typical ninja tactics in this world. It was merely a matter of using body flicker technique to reposition himself. As the fiery serpent soared, it doubled in size before veering sharply to the left. "Impossible! How could you find me?" A piercing scream echoed suddenly. The ninja, hiding against the wall, was engulfed in pale flames, rolling frantically on the ground. The fire, rather than scorching him, encased him in a frigid embrace. Despite his desperate attempts to extinguish the flames, he was rendered helpless, stripped of his former formidable presence. The other two ninjas exchanged uncertain glances at Jing Liangjie. In his hand, he wielded a radiant great sword, flames blazing fiercely and radiating intense heat. "Now, it is your turn," Jing Liangjie declared, his gaze fixed on the two monkey-faced, mask-wearing ninjas, the blade's tip aimed at them. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, and in an instant, a deep, bone-exposing gash appeared on one of the monkey-faced ninjas. Though Jing Liangjie's blade lacked overwhelming power, it possessed one notable attribute, an inexhaustible heat. In some respects, it was even more terrifying than a blazing sword. The monkey-faced ninja soon realized this, as an aroma of roasted meat wafted from the wound, which had already begun to sear, with blood coagulating before it could even flow. The monkey-faced ninja's face contorted in horror. How could this be? You are a demon. How could Lord Danzo oppose such a creature? The monkey-faced ninja, caught off guard, failed to evade the strike. This proved the brevity of their encounter, as Jing Liangjie delivered a swift blow, scorching the flesh surrounding the wound. Stunned, the monkey-faced ninja was at a loss for how to defeat this formidable opponent. Meanwhile, the pig-faced masked man met his grim fate, perishing in anguish. Strangely, although he had been consumed by flames, his body was encased in frost, as though he had been frozen to death. His body lay stiff, his complexion turning pale. From any angle, one could only conclude that he had succumbed to the cold. Chapter 23. Deliver a message to Danzo. Disobedience leads to death. Yet, both witnessed his demise. Clearly engulfed in flames before his death, how could his clothing remain intact? They recognized the predicament posed by Jing Liangjie, understanding that Danzo's orders were likely intended to gauge his strength and establish authority. However, the unfolding reality seemed to surpass Danzo's expectations. The two ninjas found themselves in a quandary, momentarily frozen. Upon regaining their composure, both exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, they had been presented with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Had Jing Liangjie acted then, they would have been unable to react in time and met their end. Yet, Jing Liangjie had hesitated, appearing momentarily dazed. Such a lack of vigilance could hardly be deemed the mark of a competent ninja. What was there to fear from such an enemy? One ninja shrugged dismissively, sneering, It seems only a wet-behind-the-ears brat, utterly unaware that seizing the moment is paramount in battle. The other ninja, though silent, bore a similar expression. While they had grown cautious after the demise of the pig-faced ninja, they dismissed the threat posed by a novice with limited combat experience. No matter how powerful one might be, there would always be an opportunity to defeat him. As long as they could exploit the right moment, strength mattered little. He was still a mere mortal in their eyes. In contrast to the two ninjas' relaxed demeanor, Jing Liangjie could not help but chuckle. Short-sighted fools. You merely view others through your limited perspective. I had no interest in acting during that moment. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. This individual was merely a stubborn fool. Swiftly, they began forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, they multiplied into 6 figures, each radiating identical chakra, appearing convincingly real. Their fierce demeanor posed a significant challenge for less experienced ninjas, potentially overwhelming them in an instant. Confident in their assumption that Jing Liangjie lacked substantial combat experience and timing, they viewed his earlier disdain as mere bravado. Water release, great water bullet. Fire release, fireball jutsu. The two attacks, one from the left and one from the right, effectively sealed Jing Liangjie's escape. Their coordination was impeccable, as though rehearsed countless times. However, this time, Jing Liangjie stood his ground, seemingly transfixed. As he gazed at the two ninjas, one of the monkey-masked ninjas could no longer suppress a chuckle. It appeared that Lord Danzo was indeed formidable. This individual displayed no combat experience whatsoever, unable to evade even the most basic of attacks. The other monkey-masked ninja also bore a smile beneath his mask, though his gaze towards Jing Liangjie was tinged with confusion. Jing Liangjie's lips moved, as if he were uttering something. Yet, at that moment, the other monkey-masked ninja showed no intention of acknowledging him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiated from Jing Liangjie, as if a primeval predator had materialized before the two ninjas. The aura alone was enough to instill a deep sense of dread, not to mention the rippling muscles that adorned his frame. With his golden hair standing on end, Jing Liangjie spoke with a hint of disdain. How shall I explain this to you? Did I not already say? It is not that I cannot evade. Rather, I simply do not fear. This was his first experience of the Super Saiyan's power. Although it felt somewhat excessive, it was nonetheless a valuable trial. Jing Liangjie clenched his fists, fully aware that this was the true might of a formidable physique. Indeed, it was as glorious as the legends foretold. One could scarcely fathom that this was merely the ordinary Super Saiyan form. The potential for greater strength was truly awe-inspiring. As fireballs and water spheres struck Jing Liangjie, even the aura enveloping him remained unscathed. The two ninjas were left dumbfounded. They had never envisioned that their attacks would elicit no response whatsoever from their target. Even a Jonin would typically sustain injuries from such ninjutsu. Only those of Raikage's caliber could withstand certain techniques. Yet, these two Root ninjas were now witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. Jing Liangjie made no effort to defend himself. He allowed the ninjutsu to bombard him, emerging completely unscathed. One monkey-masked ninja gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Who on earth are you? Doubt about Jing Liangjie's identity began to creep into his mind. Although Jing Liangjie had previously kept a low profile, being a disciple of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, would surely have garnered some attention. Not to mention, the Root organization was fundamentally an intelligence network. Their knowledge of Jing Liangjie far surpassed that of the general populace. According to the records, Jing Liangjie was merely an aimless wastrel. Had it not been for his recent ascension to Acting Hokage, he might have lived and died without ever attracting Danzo's gaze. The other monkey-masked ninja could not help but exclaim, "You've been masquerading all along. Even Lord Tsunade has been deceived by you. The information regarding you has always been a fade. You are far from being the useless bum everyone believes you to be." Upon uttering this, he shivered. Years of consistent effort had merely been a guise. After all this time, even Tsunade had been fooled. The purpose was to conceal his brilliance. And now that Tsunade had left the village, he revealed his true strength. With such formidable power, it was evident that he had been biding his time. The other monkey-masked ninja gasped, "Your aim is to become Hokage, I assent it?" Who would have thought that a character so often overlooked would suddenly emerge to seize control of the storm? A shadow crossed Jing Liangjie's forehead. It must be said that the ninjas of Root, much like Danzo, had a penchant for conjecture. Without him uttering a word, they had conjured an entire narrative in their minds. However, explaining himself to them would prove futile. With resolute determination, Jing Liangjie unleashed his formidable physical prowess, propelling himself forward with incredible speed. Bang! One ninja fell heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of humanoid form. In an instant, Jing Liangjie had delivered 5 punches. This individual was beyond saving. Jing Liangjie stood calmly, casting a cold glance at the remaining ninja. "Relay a message to Danzo for me. If he dares to employ such underhanded tactics again, he shall not escape unscathed." With that, a flicker of pale flame erupted from Jing Liangjie's hand, penetrating the ninja's body. Chapter 24. Danzo's response. Jing Liangjie's gaze was frigid, entirely devoid of his usual amicability. At that moment, he appeared to have returned to his former self, his hair no longer golden nor standing on end. Yet he still emanated an imposing presence. The monkey-masked ninja bore wounds, yet he could scarcely attend to his injuries. The Jing Liangjie before him was overwhelmingly powerful, a stark contrast to the information he had read. It was clear that the earlier assumptions were correct. This man had been concealing his true self. The thought sent shivers down the monkey-masked ninja's spine. Facing an adversary with such depth was a terrifying prospect. Jing Liangjie stepped forward slowly, speaking in a cold tone. "Go. Return to Danzo, and inform him that should he resort to such machinations again, I shall show him no mercy." Upon hearing this, the monkey-masked ninja's face, concealed beneath the mask, reflected sheer terror. Who was Danzo? He was the shadow lurking within Konoha, the leader of the Root organization. The strength he possessed was likely on par with that of the Hokage. How dared anyone utter such audacious words? Had it been someone else, the monkey-masked ninja would have scoffed or cast a cold glance. Yet, standing before him was Jing Liangjie, who had endured years of restraint. The monkey-masked ninja's pupils constricted. No, he had not even revealed his full strength. This must be but a fraction of his true power. I must report this to Lord Danzo immediately. Realizing that this formidable figure was allowing him to leave, the monkey-masked ninja sprang to his feet, albeit with a slight tremor in his legs that betrayed his anxiety. However, upon lifting his gaze to Jing Liangjie, who remained indifferent, he finally exhaled in relief. He stumbled away, hastily retreating into the distance, and then vanished in an instant. This ninja was remarkably swift, likely fearing that Jing Liangjie might change his mind at any moment. Watching the departing Root ninja, a smirk slowly crept across Jing Liangjie's face. That old coot Danzo would eventually be dealt with. Given Jing Liangjie's current strength, he might not be able to vanquish Danzo outright, but he could certainly hold his own. The purpose of today's display was to instill a sense of stability in Danzo. Otherwise, one could never know who might be lurking with ulterior motives. Such a feeling was far from pleasant. Of course, if he possessed sufficient strength now, Jing Liangjie would have wished to eliminate Danzo immediately. Alas, he was still a step short. However, there was no rush. In a short time, his power would undoubtedly surge. At that point, dispatching Danzo would be a matter of mere moments. In this moment, Jing Liangjie felt quite pleased, humming a peculiar tune as he made his way home. Meanwhile, the Root ninja was anything but calm. Upon returning to Root, he was consumed by trepidation. In his mind, Lord Danzo was a godlike figure. Yet now, there emerged a Jing Liangjie who seemed to rival Danzo in every regard. Wasting no time, the Root ninja promptly sought an audience with Lord Danzo. In the dim light, Danzo sat quietly. Upon seeing him, the Root ninja immediately dropped to his knees, performing a standard bow. "I beg for your forgiveness, Lord Danzo, for my failure to carry out my duties." The Root ninja was engulfed in trepidation, overwhelmed by an intense fear. The methods employed by Danzo were utterly terrifying, and he had been unfortunate enough to witness the fate of several ninjas punished by him. They had become little more than shadows of their former selves. Although the Root ninjas had been brainwashed, remnants of their autonomy lingered. The others, however, had devolved into mere puppets, obeying commands without question. A semblance of a normal life was likely an unattainable dream for them. With his eyes half closed, Danzo lifted his head, revealing a single penetrating eye. "What is the meaning of this? Are you incapable of bringing back even a single failure? Is this what Root ninjas have become?" Despite his expressionless demeanor, a simmering rage was palpable in his words. Those who had become Root ninjas were acutely aware of Danzo's nature. In that moment, the ninja hastily prostrated himself, pressing his forehead firmly against the tatami mat. "I beg your forgiveness, Lord Danzo. That individual bore no resemblance to the intelligence we received." Danzo slightly raised his head, his gaze turning cold and menacing as it fell upon the ninja. "Where are your two comrades? What has become of them?" Though he was from the Root, Danzo still operated using a three-man team, deploying more personnel only in exceptional circumstances. Yet, now only one member of the trio had returned, a discrepancy that demanded explanation. At last, the masked ninja dared to raise his head. "Lord Danzo, this individual, the Acting Hokage, possesses formidable combat prowess and employs utterly unorthodox methods, ones we have never encountered before. Crucially, there was an error in our intelligence, leading to an inadequate assessment of his abilities. Both of my teammates have perished." Danzo paused, momentarily taken aback by the news of his comrade's demise. It was well known that the Root ninjas were trained under Danzo's strict tutelage. Their strengths were well within his knowledge, and the Root was notorious for its brutality, leaving no room for weakness. Each of these individuals bore cursed seals from Danzo, rendering them incapable of rebellion. Thus, the death of the two ninjas was a stark reality, and Danzo felt a flicker of astonishment. Such a development was unexpected. His brow furrowed as he retrieved a dossier detailing the movements of Kyo-Rikai. The date entries indicated that these records were from the past. Danzo rested his chin on his hand, a glimmer of confusion flashing in his eyes. How can this be? Is it possible he has not truly progressed? Yet, throughout the years, his movements have followed a predictable pattern, devoid of any signs of training. Danzo's previous disregard for Kyo-Rikai stemmed from his understanding of the latter's routine, which had shown no indication of significant advancement over the years. It was remarkable enough that Kyo had not regressed. To suddenly manifest such strength was inconceivable. Slamming his palm onto the table, Danzo exclaimed, "To have concealed his true capabilities right under my nose. Impressive indeed." At that moment, Danzo was convinced that Kyo's previous demeanor had been a fade meant to deceive others, not a true reflection of his abilities. Chapter 25. The Hypocrite's Daily Doubts. Danzo's visible eye narrowed slightly. His thoughts ventured further into the future, contemplating the implications of Kyo's prolonged subterfuge. If he had been biding his time, concealing his true strength, then he was indeed a formidable adversary. Furthermore, Danzo began to realize the motivations behind Kyo's actions. His ultimate goal was the very position of Hokage that Danzo coveted. However, Kyo's circumstances diverged significantly from Danzo's own. Currently, Danzo served merely as an advisor, his hidden strength formidable, yet his overt power and influence paltry. To ascend as the leader of a village, one must possess not only strength but also leadership qualities and the backing of influential clans. While the Hokage might appear to command the village's efforts, a deeper examination reveals a critical truth. The Hokage is inextricably linked to their clan. Behind Danzo stood not just himself, but the unwavering support of the Shimura clan. Though Danzo had been the catalyst for the clan's prominence, it had flourished vibrantly over the decades. While it may not rival the illustrious clans of Konoha, the Shimura clan afforded Danzo substantial leverage over smaller families. In a heartbeat, Danzo pondered numerous matters, including the dossier on Kyo-Ri-Kai that had come into his possession. Yet, moments later, his brow furrowed anew. Was this mere coincidence? Absolutely not. Danzo tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, resolutely declaring, after years of indulging in frivolous distractions, could such trivial pursuits actually enhance one's strength? However, he swiftly dismissed this notion, recognizing that aside from a select few clans, there had never been accounts of such extraordinary bloodline limits within the ninja world. Kyo's distinctive name and evident traits indicated no connection to the Kurama clan, thus negating any possibility of him wielding their bloodline abilities. Suddenly, the kneeling root ninja let out a horrific scream, interrupting Danzo's train of thought with a piercing wail. Taken aback, Danzo frowned. How dare this individual disrupt his contemplation? Yet when he looked up, he was met with a sight that left him profoundly astonished. The ninja, who had remained motionless, suddenly erupted in flames that burst forth from his body, accompanied by his agonizing cries. This spectacle drew Danzo's full attention. He observed the flames enveloping the root ninja, furrowing his brow as he sensed the chilling aura emanating from them. Yet, being flames, Danzo formed a hand sign. Water style, water bullet technique. A torrent of water cascaded down, but what transpired next left Danzo even more astounded. Ordinarily, water extinguishes fire, a timeless truth. Yet, Danzo discerned that this truth had seemingly been defied. The flames were pale and exuded an eerie coldness that sent shivers down Danzo's spine. Impossible. Such unnatural flames cannot be controlled by mere mortals. Yet, the scene before him was irrefutable. These flames were evidently manipulated by someone. Considering that this ninja had only executed a single mission regarding Kyo-Ri-Kai, one explanation became apparent. The current predicament of the ninja was a direct result of Kyo. It was clear that Kyo had employed some hidden ploy that ignited the flames at this very moment. Undoubtedly, the method was extraordinarily terrifying, and the strength of the flames was unmistakable to Danzo. However, even with this realization, it mattered little. The root ninja had already succumbed to death. To Danzo, there were no remaining signs of life in the fallen ninja. The room seemed to darken, and Danzo leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Jing Liangjie is truly an extraordinary individual. It seems that certain matters warrant caution. In Danzo's eyes, Jing Liangjie's intentions likely mirror his own. Both are vying for the coveted position of Hokage, which explains his prolonged restraint. As he grazed his bandaged arm, a sinister smile crept across Danzo's face. However, I am not easily vanquished. To achieve the title of Hokage, one must first surpass me. Danzo's lifelong aspiration is to ascend to the role of Hokage, and he will not allow anyone to encroach upon that ambition. Yet, it is evident that this entire scenario has been anticipated by Jing Liangjie, and Danzo will not be troubling him in the near future. During this period, Jing Liangjie is brimming with confidence, aware that his power will undoubtedly surge. After all, he is not training alone. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Might Guy are all engrossed in reading manga. Each moment, they strive to enhance their own strength. As they grow stronger, Jing Liangjie too can harness their progress to elevate his own prowess. With merely the act of creating manga, he can fortify himself even while reclining. Before long, the second day arrived. In the training grounds, Tian observed Might Guy with perplexity. By his usual standards, Might Guy should be sweating profusely under the blazing sun. Yet he was behaving unusually, seated in the shade of a tree, seemingly engrossed in something. Could it be a secret scroll? Tian's curiosity piqued, but observing Might Guy's demeanor, it appeared he was not concealing anything. Perhaps it was something worth noting. Approaching, she discovered that he was holding a manga book, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. This was an entirely different scenario. When had Might Guy ever succumbed to the allure of manga? If it had been Kakashi, no one would have been surprised, as he has always been one to indulge in such pastimes. However, to see Might Guy, the azure beast of Konoha, so enthralled by a comic book was indeed a shocking revelation. Might Guy, who has always championed hard work and perseverance, was now seemingly lost in the pages of a manga. This was an occurrence as rare as an avalanche on a snow-capped mountain. Highly improbable, yet here it was, unfolding before Tian's eyes. She turned her neck and whispered to Niji Huga beside her, What on earth is happening with Might Guy-sensei? Why has he transformed into this? Might Guy's lack of training and his fixation on the manga struck Tian as inconceivable. Naturally, her heart brimmed with confusion. Niji replied coolly, I am equally puzzled. Since morning, Might Guy-sensei has been this way. Tian recognized that something was amiss. However, at that moment, Might Guy appeared increasingly engrossed, prompting Tian to approach him directly. Might Guy-sensei, aren't you training today? You've always proclaimed yourself as the Azure Beast of Konoha, haven't you? Indeed, at present. It appeared that Might Guy was merely indulging in leisure rather than engaging in his customary training. As his disciple, Tian could not permit him to fall into such a state of complacency. Suddenly, a possibility struck her, recalling the events following the Chunin exams, where Lee had suffered grievous injuries. Despite Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, Lee would never regain his former self. Could this be the reason for Might Guy's current despondency? Contemplating this, Tian felt compelled to speak up. Might Guy-sensei, while we mourn for Lee, what has happened has already transpired. Can you truly do a disservice to Lee, who fought so hard? Tian understood that despite his injuries, Lee's spirit remained resolute in his desire to train diligently and grow stronger, to have his ninja way acknowledged by others. Yet, what was Might Guy doing? He sat idly, seemingly evading something. But was the situation truly as Tian perceived? Might Guy, baffled, looked at his student, confused by her words. The straightforward Might Guy, at this moment, was oblivious to how Tian had woven an intricate narrative in her mind, albeit in the wrong direction. He scratched his head, bewildered, and exclaimed, Tian, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by despondency? And what has happened to Lee? He had caught only fragments of her speech, grasping a few key phrases. Tian furrowed her brow, but seemed accustomed to Might Guy's blunt nature. Might Guy-sensei, why are you so absorbed in reading manga? This is a manifestation of wasted time. Shouldn't we be striving to become stronger? Isn't this not what you've always taught us to uphold in our ninja way? In an effort to dissuade Might Guy, Tian found herself aligning her reasoning with his previous mindset. After a few exchanges, her words began to resonate, bringing tears to Might Guy's eyes. Slowly, a radiant smile spread across his face, his teeth glinting under the sunlight. Might Guy gradually extended his thumb, declaring, Tian, have you finally grasped the essence of youth? It must be said that Tian's relentless efforts to persuade Might Guy were truly commendable. At that moment, she steeled her resolve, stating, Indeed, Might Guy-sensei, I feel the call of youth beckoning us. Let us commence our weight training. Upon hearing this, Might Guy sprang to his feet, carefully stowing the manga scroll away, and with fervor declared, If my disciples are so spirited, then let us ignite the flames of youth together. Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. In any case, the outcome was favorable, as it had revitalized Might Guy's spirit. However, as training commenced, Tian soon discerned something amiss. Might Guy was now burdened with weights, and behind him, a massive ancient tree was tethered by a rope. The branches dragged upon the ground, increasing the friction, and the weight he bore was far beyond that of a mere tree. Moreover, Might Guy was not utilizing any chakra. All of this was a testament to his physical strength alone. Tian did not forget the heavy weights Might Guy was wearing. To drag such a colossal tree while clad in such burdens was nothing short of monstrous. Under the sunlight, the erratically moving tail seemed to corroborate Tian's thoughts. Observing the long tail trailing behind Might Guy, her lips parted slightly, struggling to articulate a word. After a lengthy pause, she seemed to accept the reality of the situation and, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, Niji, look, Might Guy-sensei has a tail. What has happened to him? This peculiar appendage appeared far from ornamental. It swayed gently with the breeze, resembling a living tail. After 3 grueling hours of training, Might Guy finally ceased his activities. Seemingly unsatisfied, Niji and Tian, exhausted, lay on the ground, panting as they watched Might Guy conclude his training. Both could tell that Might Guy still had energy to spare, yet he had inexplicably halted his rigorous regimen. This was an unusual occurrence. In the past, Might Guy would push himself to his limits, yet now, he had stopped. With a smile, Might Guy approached the 2 exhausted students, his dazzling smile shining brightly under the sun. He slowly extended his thumb in approval. This is the essence of youth, a sentiment I believe you all can relate to. This is the fervor of youth, my youth. Observing Might Guy's passionate demeanor, Tenten exhaled in relief. At least this once, The azure beast of Konoha had awakened once more. Yet, before this thought could linger, she noticed Might Guy slowly seated beside her, inexplicably withdrawing a comic book to continue his reading. Infuriated, Tenten struggled to rise, her fatigue weighing heavily upon her. With hands on her hips and a countenance of indignation, she exclaimed, "Might Guy-sensei, how can you act this way? Were you not just proclaiming the brilliance of youth? Is this comic book your interpretation of vitality? Your despondent demeanor is quite disappointing." Even Niji, standing nearby, exhibited a flicker of emotional response. Seemingly in agreement with Tenten's sentiments, Might Guy appeared utterly disheartened. Could it truly be due to Lee's circumstances? After much contemplation, it seemed only Lee could have led to Might Guy's current state. However, how to persuade him remained a conundrum, as Tenten's previous attempts had yielded no effect. At that moment, Might Guy realized that his actions had inadvertently caused some misunderstanding between his two disciples. With a sheepish smile, he gradually adopted a more serious expression. Chapter 27. The Truth. Tenten's determination. Might Guy had now fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. The impact of his behavior on his disciples was far more significant than he had imagined. It was evident that he needed to be more mindful at times. He spoke earnestly. What you perceive is not always the reality. For instance, while I appear to be engrossed in this comic, it is, in fact, a method of strengthening oneself. Observing the puzzled expressions of his disciples, Might Guy understood that mere words would not suffice. He needed to present them with tangible evidence. With deliberate care, he began to remove the weights he had been bearing, fixing a serious gaze upon them as he declared, "If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate." This is a technique passed down from the Hokage himself. While Might Guy did not explicitly deify the Hokage, Kyuraiasuk, his admiration was profound. After all, in Might Guy's eyes, only a genius could conceive such methods, enabling countless individuals to grow stronger through them. Without pausing, he commenced his warm-up routine, which was uniquely astonishing. Leaving his two disciples in awe, his speed escalated to such a level that he appeared as mere afterimages, a phenomenon typically observable only during the body flicker technique. Reliant on chakra, could it be that Might Guy had discovered a new form of taijutsu? From what Tenten understood, Might Guy was not a naturally gifted ninja. Rather, his current prowess was a testament to his relentless dedication. His strength was inseparable from his unwavering perseverance. As he dashed around the training field, it seemed as though there were not one, but four Might Guys present, all remaining stationary. Niji's expression shifted to one of gravity. Byakugan, with veins pronounced around his eyes. He focused intently on the scene before him. This is impossible. These figures resembling our teacher are merely afterimages. No wonder they remain motionless and devoid of chakra. Though Tenten, lacking the Byakugan, was oblivious to this revelation, Niji's explanation illuminated the truth. These immobile Might Guys were merely remnants of his swift movements. This was nothing short of extraordinary, transcending the limits of human capability. Suddenly, Might Guy materialized before them with a speed rivaling that of the body flicker technique. Elevated to a higher tier, a radiant smile graced his face as he proudly proclaimed, "What do you think? The teachings of the Hokage are indeed remarkable, aren't they?" Remarkable was an understatement. It was nothing short of extraordinary. If what Might Guy asserted was true, and these techniques were indeed imparted by the current proxy Hokage, Kyuraiasuk, then he was undeniably a genius. Might Guy's physical prowess was formidable as it was, and now, with this newfound enhancement, he truly embodied the essence of genius. Meanwhile, Kyuraiasuk remained blissfully unaware, quietly seated behind his desk, contentedly observing the dwindling stack of documents before him. Might Guy, seated cross-legged on the grass, softly stated, "You have seen my progress. This is what I have gleaned from the comic." Though Tenten had begun to entertain a measure of belief in Might Guy's words, her skepticism lingered as she glanced at the comic book, incredulous at the notion of deriving skills from its pages. Nonetheless, after Might Guy's repeated reassurances, their trust in him grew slightly. Tentatively, Tenten picked up the comic book, yet it was evident she lacked the affinity for it, rendering her unable to grasp its insights. Niji experienced a similar predicament. Observing their struggles, Might Guy sighed. "It seems you are not on the same path as I." As Kakashi once stated, not everyone interprets the same comic in the same way. With a smile directed at his still skeptical disciples, he suggested, "If you remain unconvinced, perhaps you should consult the Hokage." Tenten exhibited a flicker of intrigue, yet Niji remained dismissive. Might Guy had already departed, and after exchanging glances, Tenten was the first to speak. Shall we visit the Hokage? Perhaps we might uncover something valuable. Niji shook his head. That's unlikely. It's probably just an excuse for Might Guy-sensei. While he speaks earnestly, his claims are preposterous. His strength is a product of his own toil, not the comics. His unwavering faith in them is merely the influence of Q Ryusuke. With these thoughts, Niji waved at Tenten and exited the training ground, leaving her standing there, hesitating. Yet, her gaze shifted towards the Hokage building. Was there truth to what Might Guy had asserted? A simple visit would reveal all. Tenten, known for her courage, felt a burgeoning belief in Might Guy's conviction. After all, a trip to the conference hall posed no risk. Why not seize the opportunity? After a brief interval, Tenten stood before the Hokage building, gently rapping on the ajar door. Q Ryusuke looked up, surprised at the unexpected visitor. Upon recognizing the distinctly Huaxia-styled girl before him, he felt a flicker of warmth akin to home, albeit fleeting. If my memory serves me right, you are Might Guy's disciple, Tenten, correct? Taken aback by Q Ryusuke's kindness, Tenten felt a blush creep to her cheeks. She had pondered countless thoughts along her journey, but had never anticipated such warmth from the proxy Hokage. Every day, he nodded eagerly and said, yes. Lord Q Ryuji. I am Tian, a disciple of Master Might Guy. Q Ryuji paused his actions and slowly inquired. So, Tian, what brings you to me? Tian's gaze flickered momentarily before it steadied with determination. Chapter 28. The arrival of Tian. The situation had become exceedingly clear. Q Ryuji also understood that Tian's visit at this hour was undoubtedly related to matters of cultivation. However, he harbored his own questions. Otherwise, knowing everything would render him rather scheming. Tian's expression appeared somewhat dazed. After a brief moment, he spoke. Lord Q Ryuji, I have witnessed many things from Master Might Guy. Yet, the greatest confusion lies with the manga. Lord Q Ryuji, do you truly possess manga that can enhance one's strength? Though his words were delivered with subtlety, it was evident that Tian was far more anxious than he let on. Q Ryuji maintained his composure, revealing nothing but a placid demeanor. Rising slowly, Q Ryuji gazed out the window. Tian, come here. I comprehend what you are referring to, but I find it challenging to provide you with an answer. Some truths can only be believed through personal experience, correct? The words spoken by Q Ryuji resonated in Tian's mind. The adage seeing is believing held its weight, after all. Thus, Tian nodded in agreement. If possible, Lord Q Ryuji, I would indeed like to witness it myself. Due to familial circumstances, Tian was compelled to forge his own path. The notion that reading manga could grant immense power was laughable to others, yet the speaker was both his teacher and the acting Hokage of the village. Tian refrained from pondering the truth of the matter. If he were to smile, the implications would suggest that he had stumbled upon Konoha's most closely guarded secrets, which he could hardly fathom accessing. Suddenly, a fair hand appeared before Tian, holding a key. He slowly raised his head to find Q Ryuji adorned with a warm smile, as comforting as the gentle sun in April. Go and take a look. Only by witnessing it for yourself can you discern the truth. This is the key to my residence. Therein lies the answer. The opportunity presented itself, demanding Tian's belief. He reached out and accepted the key, a subtle smile revealing his dimples. I understand, Lord Q Ryuji. As he watched Tian leave the room with the key in hand, Q Ryuji sat down with a smile, his divine robe radiating splendor. Throughout his journey, Tian felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, for he was about to validate something that appeared quite absurd. Without a second thought, he opened the door and stepped inside. The scene that unfolded before him exceeded all expectations. Although Q Ryuji was a man, Tian had anticipated a tidy room, considering his own father's compulsive need for order. Yet, it was evident that he was mistaken. Q Ryuji and Tian's father were entirely different in this regard. Q Ryuji had tidied up some items, but the room still bore traces of disorder. Tian's eyes were immediately drawn to a massive bookshelf occupying a significant portion of the room. It overflowed with manga. He approached, astonished by the sight. The spines of these books, aside from displaying their titles, bore a distinct characteristic. All were authored by Q Ryuji. Could it be that an entire wall of books was the work of Q Ryuji himself? Tian swallowed hard. The sheer volume of these manga was staggering. Furthermore, if they were indeed crafted by the hand of Q Ryuji, they must possess some form of power. His impression of Q Ryuji was quite favorable. After all, who could resist a leader who, despite his occasional stern demeanor, genuinely cared for the well-being of others? At that moment, Tian found himself increasingly inclined to believe. The vast quantity of manga suggested that Kyuryuji would not have invested so much time if they bore no significance. He randomly selected one. Though fortune did not favor him, it resembled the manga held by Master Might Guy, clearly a continuation of what his teacher possessed. After a moment's thought, he returned it to the shelf, his gaze settling on another volume that piqued his interest. This particular manga, titled The Chronicles of the, was inspired by Kyuryuji's creation based on the primordial. However, this volume seemed to emphasize different aspects. Tian's attention was drawn to the various magical artifacts depicted within. For during battles, he frequently utilized an array of ninja tools, naturally fostering a greater curiosity regarding such items. At that moment, a figure entered his line of sight, the first disciple of Tongtian Dao Run, the Taoist of many treasures. True to his name, he wielded numerous magical artifacts, encompassing a plethora of peculiar and wondrous items, including an exceptional long sword. Captivated by the artifacts within the manga, Tian lost track of time, becoming increasingly engrossed. Unbeknownst to him, a unique energy began to cultivate within him. By the time he realized what was happening, this energy had completed several cycles around his body, transforming from a weak presence into something more resilient. When Tian sensed this energy within, he stood in astonishment. Could this be the primordial true chi described in the manga? Impossible. How could a mere comic lead to such enlightenment? Surely, it was an illusion. Yet, he suddenly recognized that perhaps he had underestimated the situation. This energy was indeed real and seemed to operate of its own accord, allowing him to feel a gradual increase in strength. Though the growth was modest, it was undeniably steady. Tian furrowed his brows, contemplating the authenticity of the events unfolding before him. Had he truly learned something from the manga? He closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the phenomenon once more. The flow of true chi was an experience unlike any he had encountered. While he had utilized chakra, this sensation was entirely different. Chapter 29. Tian's path of progress. There was no particular issue at hand. It was merely this unfamiliar sensation that left Tian feeling disconcerted. To articulate it, he had never experienced anything quite like it. Gradually, the energy within him grew stronger, its presence becoming increasingly palpable. In a short span, his body began to feel markedly different. The absence of such sensations earlier could be attributed to the feebleness of his true chi. However, the current state was entirely transformed. The true chi intertwined with his chakra, gradually assimilating and merging. Tian was suddenly alarmed. Even if the manga's claims were true, the internal energy known as true chi is exceedingly potent. However, my current combat system is still predicated upon chakra. With the introduction of the concept of true chi, does that not render my previous combat framework obsolete? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, I formed several hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Observing the identical shadow clones beside me, I finally exhaled in relief. It appears I had been overly anxious. Yet, this newfound ability seems to have enhanced my strength somewhat. Eagerly, I seated myself on the floor and continued my reading. The more I delved into the material, the more captivated I became. How splendid it would be to witness such a world with my own eyes. Upon uttering this thought, I was startled by the surrounding environment. Towering ancient trees encircled me, and the air itself seemed infused with an enigmatic fragrance. Taking a few tentative steps forward, I whispered, could this be an illusion? I distinctly remembered being in Lord Liangjie's chamber. How could I possibly find myself in an entirely unfamiliar realm in an instant? This must undoubtedly be an illusion. Yet, my attempts to disrupt my internal true chi bore no fruit. The illusion persisted unchanged. Could it be that the effects of true chi differ from those of chakra, rendering me unable to dispel this illusion? A wave of panic washed over me at this realization. Furrowing my brow, I anxiously pondered, when did I enter this illusion? And who orchestrated this? For now, I had no choice but to proceed cautiously. As I searched my surroundings, I hoped to uncover something new. However, upon inspecting closer, I was taken aback by my discoveries. This place seemed entirely unlike the ninja world. The architecture exhibited a distinct regional style, one that bore no relation to ninjas. Yet, vague memories stirred within me. No, the structures increasingly resembled those of the. My curiosity piqued. I surveyed my surroundings, noticing that the trees and flowers emanated a peculiar vitality. At that moment, a crimson light streaked across the sky, landing not far from me within a cavern. To my astonishment, the red light turned out to be a person. My heart raced as I dashed forward. The figure appeared to be engaged in some activity at the cave entrance, and soon a luminous barrier manifested. The white light unsettled me, but I resolved to take a chance. I reached out my hand, and to my astonishment, my fingers passed effortlessly through the cave's entrance. As if the barrier posed no obstacle to me at all, it dawned on me that this barrier was not ineffective against me. Rather, everything before me was an illusion, albeit a strikingly realistic one. Thus, the barrier could not impede me. Inside, I observed a rather portly individual seated cross-legged within the cave. He seemed to be mumbling to himself, and I listened attentively. The Supreme Clarity Taoist Method. Could this truly be the method described in the comics? It became clear that this illusion was a learning experience. This individual must be the Taoist Dubao. Realizing this, I cautiously approached, intent on absorbing his teachings, and sat beside him in quiet contemplation. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, I opened my eyes to find the environment had returned to normal. Upon awakening, I was startled to find a pair of warm, familiar eyes gazing at me. As I regained my composure, I recognized them as Lord Liangjie. "How did you end up here?" I inquired with a hint of confusion. "This is my home. It grew late, so I returned," he explained with a gentle smile. Turning to glance out the window, I noted the night had indeed deepened. Embarrassed, I sheepishly admitted, "I'm sorry, Lord Liangjie. I didn't realize it was so late." Just then, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to discover that the scent emanated from me. My face flushed crimson as I thought, "What is happening? Why do I smell so foul?" Lord Liangjie must be very displeased. Unable to resist, I glanced up at him, only to find he was still looking at me with a calm demeanor. My embarrassment deepened, and I lowered my gaze in silence. Finally, Liangjie spoke. "The bathroom is over there." At his words, I darted from the living room toward the bathroom. "You have acquired the Supreme Clarity Taoist Method. Congratulations on receiving 200 energy points. You have obtained the magical artifacts Qingxiao Sword and Qishao Sword. Congratulations on acquiring the Yuqin Sword and the Tanqing Sword." A unique power began to circulate within Liangjie's body. Moments later, his form shimmered as impurities were expelled. In an instant, he vanished from sight. And just a few minutes later, he reappeared, his hair damp, indicating he had not yet dried off. He rummaged through the cabinet and emerged with a set of clothes. Knocking gently on the bathroom door, he calmly said, "There are no suitable clothes for you here, so please use mine temporarily. I've left them outside the door." With that, he returned to the living room. Little did Liangjie know that I had derived insights from the very comic book itself. Though my cultivation may not have advanced significantly, my combat prowess would undoubtedly rise to new heights. Meanwhile, I quietly opened the bathroom door and swiftly retrieved the clothes. Returning to the living room, I still felt the warmth on my cheeks. At that moment, I became aware of a peculiar sensation in my lower abdomen. It seemed there was not only the mysterious energy, but something else as well. I was perplexed, yet a feeling persisted within me, suggesting that if I concentrated, I could summon whatever lay inside. Yielding to this instinct, I began to call forth the hidden essence. A clear, melodious sound of a sword echoed as a long sword radiating violet light materialized in my grasp. The sword was over 7 feet long, appearing exceedingly sharp with a hint of purple luminescence. I was astounded. This was not a sword drawn from a summoning scroll, but rather something that seemed to have emerged directly from my abdomen. Confusion washed over me as I had never encountered such a phenomenon. How could a sword materialize from my body? As I stepped into the living room, I still bore a bewildered expression. Just then, Liangjie looked up, and our eyes met. I remained tense while he appeared surprised, having not anticipated that I could summon 2 flying swords so swiftly. With a smile, he waved at me. Once I settled in the living room, he remarked, "It seems you have found a powerful method within yourself." I recalled the Supreme Clarity Taoist method vividly and instinctively nodded. My internal chakra had indeed been harmonized with true qi. Every day, Tian could distinctly feel her strength had significantly increased compared to before, and she was unaware of the reason behind her enhanced physical resilience. However, she was certain that this transformation was intricately linked to that particular comic book, which had empowered her in ways she had not anticipated. Tian lifted her gaze towards Jing Liangjie, her eyes shimmering with unspoken words. Observing her demeanor, Jing Liangjie discerned the sentiments she was grappling with. With a smile gracing his lips, he placed the comic book on the table. Take good care of this comic. Once you've finished reading it, return it to its rightful place. Jing Liangjie, not having gleaned any profound insights from the comic himself, found it difficult to comprehend its impact on others. Nevertheless, he believed that immersing oneself in it could yield invaluable knowledge. Tian paused, glancing at the comic resting on the table. Are you truly lending me this comic, Jing Liangjie? To Jing Liangjie, it was merely an ordinary comic he had illustrated. Yet to Tian, it represented a means of enhancement. A wave of shame surged within her. How could she have doubted Jing Liangjie, who was so generous to everyone? And what of Teacher Kai? How could she have questioned him? Which clan would not conceal their newly acquired ninjutsu secrets? If they did not, there would not be so many diverse schools of thought. Yet, this was a flaw of the common ninja. The ordinary ninja lacked pathways for such learning unless they were prodigies, received aid from their clans, or developed new techniques independently. Otherwise, they could only learn the ninjutsu of mainstream schools, an undeniable disadvantage in battle. Though Tian's family owned a ninja tool shop, it was still inferior when compared to the might of those from prestigious clans, whose foundational strengths were vastly superior. Thus, she had consistently endeavored to cultivate her combat style and develop new ninjutsu. Now, Jing Liangjie's comic had bestowed upon her a wealth of knowledge. With her keen perception, she recognized the profound teachings of the celestial arts within the comic. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow, noting the increasingly outrageous look in her eyes. As if she were on the verge of tears. Sensing her vulnerability, he spoke gently, "Let us not dwell on other matters. Study it carefully, and feel free to ask me any questions if something eludes your understanding." This time, Jing Liangjie spoke with unwavering confidence. For he had absorbed the essence of the comic through his own readings and could certainly assist Tian in resolving her uncertainties. At that moment, Tian had reached a foundational level where her physical prowess could rival that of a seasoned Jonin. The insights gained from the comic would significantly amplify her abilities. Yet she held two long swords in her hands, her expression one of confusion. Jing Liangjie, what is happening? Why are there two long swords at my abdomen? Gradually releasing her grip, the swords began to levitate in the air, responding to her will. A smile crept onto Jing Liangjie's face. I believe you have an inkling of the answer already. You simply refuse to accept it. You have discovered the answer within the comic, have you not? Tian's expression turned serious. Deep down, she had always known, but she had momentarily been reluctant to accept it. The contents of the comic, she had truly manifested them. Jing Liangjie, could it be that I will become as powerful as those characters in the comic? She mused, her eyes filled with wonder. The individuals in the comic were extraordinarily formidable, akin to the Taoist Du Bao, who could effortlessly obliterate mountains and countless worlds. Not to mention his master, the celestial teacher. Before encountering the comic, Tian could scarcely fathom such strength. Yet, here she was, having merely scratched the surface, yet she could already feel the latent power within her. At that moment, Tian noticed Jing Liangjie observing her with an odd expression. Having just bathed and donned Jing Liangjie's slightly oversized clothing, she felt a peculiar sensation. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, adding to her charm. Realizing his potential indiscretion, Jing Liangjie quickly redirected the conversation. Dinner is ready. Why not stay and enjoy a meal? He suggested, glancing towards the kitchen. The realm of Taoist Du Bao was akin to that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Achieving such a state would require extensive cultivation, a fact Jing Liangjie chose not to vocalize. Tian nodded, her silence speaking volumes. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Jing Liangjie, puzzled, wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Kai, what brings you here? Might Guy entered, holding a comic, his expression somewhat troubled. After a deep bow, he earnestly proclaimed, Hokage-sama, I am facing difficulties in my training and urgently seek your guidance. Understanding the urgency of Might Guy's temperament, Jing Liangjie led him into the living room, a smile forming on his face. Chapter 31, Might Guy's Breakthrough. A clash of different styles. Might Guy was mildly surprised to see Tian in the living room. However, his oblivious nature caused him to overlook her shy demeanor and the fact that she was wearing Jing Liangjie's clothes. Thank goodness it's only Teacher Kai, otherwise, it could have been misconstrued. Tian thought, casting a quick glance at Might Guy. Upon entering the room, Might Guy lifted his head, taking in a curious aroma. What an intriguing scent. What could it be? As soon as he voiced his thoughts, his stomach growled audibly, eliciting a hint of embarrassment as he realized he was in the presence of Hokage-sama. Jing Liangjie waved dismissively, saying, "There's no shame in feeling hunger. To grow stronger, one must nourish themselves, and the simplest way to do so is through food." This remark seemed to restore Might Guy's composure. He approached, and Jing Liangjie invited him to join for dinner. The following day, Might Guy had come to terms with just how insatiable his appetite was. "Perhaps it's best if I refrain, Hokage-sama. I tend to consume far too much," he admitted sheepishly. Typically, Might Guy resolved his hunger in the wilderness. As purchasing food required funds he often lacked, having spent nearly all his mission rewards on training and weights. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Jing Liangjie reassured him, "Do not worry. Eat to your heart's content." Upon hearing this, Might Guy could no longer restrain himself, grinning as he took a seat at the dining table. Staring at the array of dishes before him, he was momentarily dumbfounded. "Hokage-sama, what are these? Are they also food?" Yet, upon closer inspection, he had never encountered such exquisitely presented dishes, resembling buns, alongside an assortment of seasonal sides. As a true descendant of the Huaxiao lineage, Jing Liangjie occasionally finds himself reminiscing about the past, inevitably leading him to prepare a dish reminiscent of his hometown. It is during this moment that he encounters Might Guy. With a gentle grasp, Might Guy picks up his chopsticks and, with a hint of embarrassment, declares, "I shall begin." This time, it appears he is consciously controlling his demeanor. His eating posture is not unseemly, nor is his pace overly rapid. Without hesitation, he indulges in the vibrant and exquisite dishes before him, a look of enjoyment gracing his features. Meanwhile, Tian's delight is even more pronounced, her cheeks flushed as she savors the culinary offerings on the table, her expression radiating pure joy. "This is simply delectable. I have never tasted anything so delightful." It is undeniable that neither of them has ever encountered such exquisite flavors, and Jing Liangjie's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Though Tian has now satisfied her appetite, Might Guy appears somewhat awkward in comparison. Despite the meal's deliciousness, it has not quite satiated their hunger. There remains ample room within their stomachs. Observing Might Guy's demeanor, Jing Liangjie pauses momentarily. "I do not expect you to fill up here. Let us venture outside, where we can procure some supplies for a delightful outdoor feast." Jing Liangjie hints at the notion that certain experiences are better enjoyed in the open air. Although Danzo currently refrains from provoking him, extraneous eyes are inevitably upon them. Cooking within the confines of a room is unfeasible, yet hunting wild beasts and grilling them outdoors is an area in which Might Guy excels. At this moment, he seems oblivious to the fact that he had previously posed a question, which has now been completely overshadowed. The group, all possessing formidable abilities, prepares accordingly and makes their way to the riverbank. Wild boar roam the forest, and Might Guy eagerly volunteers to handle the task. Before long, the boar meat is sizzling over the flame. Gradually, Might Guy recalls his original purpose for being there, to seek guidance. As he engages in the grilling process, he finally remembers the matter at hand. "Lord Liangjie, it seems I am struggling to control my energy. It is far from the utilization depicted in the comics." Upon hearing this, Jing Liangjie does not find it burdensome. He gently stirs the fire and replies, "Might Guy, you must understand that this is an entirely new form of energy, distinct from the chakra you are accustomed to. You cannot apply the chakra's principles directly here. To comprehend its use, meditation is essential. While physical conditioning is necessary to maintain one's physical prowess, controlling energy requires a meditative approach. This presents a challenge for Might Guy. He can endure rigorous training, yet the prospect of sitting still for meditation makes him restless. Nonetheless, for the sake of improvement, he resolutely persists. After some time, Might Guy slowly opens his eyes, as if having grasped certain insights. The meat requires more time to cook, but he notices Tian has risen to her feet. "Might Guy, I, too, have acquired a unique power from the comics. May I engage in a sparring match with you?" A spark ignites in his eyes, and Might Guy reveals a broad grin, his face brimming with excitement as if on the brink of battle. "Very well. I, too, am eager to ascertain what you have learned and if you have grown stronger." Tossing aside his weights, a cloud of dust rises. Tian discreetly glances at the weights, noting their increased heft, indicating that Might Guy's strength has indeed progressed. Under Lord Liangjie's guidance, he has made significant breakthroughs. However, given that this is merely a friendly spar, There is no need for undue concern. Might Guy engages all his muscles, accelerating his speed until he vanishes from sight, launching a flying kick. Observing this fierce assault, Tian retrieves a scroll, unleashing a torrent of shurikens from within. Unfortunately, in the past, Might Guy might have had to evade such attacks. But now a transparent aura envelopes him. The shurikens clink harmlessly against this barrier, failing to penetrate. Might Guy smiles, realizing that employing his internal energy for defense yields superior results, albeit at a substantial cost. Tian remains unfazed, producing yet another scroll. Might Guy, be careful. At this moment, Might Guy remains somewhat indifferent. Tian's attacks are overly simplistic for him now. His robust physique renders him immune to many of her jutsu, let alone the tools sealed within the scrolls. Perhaps her abilities could be effective against certain opponents, but against Might Guy's physical prowess, they are rendered ineffective. At this juncture, he has no reason to worry about any harm from Tian. Might Guy raises his head, his gaze fixed intently on her. The wind tousles his watermelon-shaped hair, yet an indescribable aura emanates around him. Tian's lips curl into a radiant smile, realizing she had underestimated both Might Guy and Lord Liangjie. It dawns on her how foolish her assumptions were. Might Guy's strength has likely increased twofold or threefold since their last encounter. Tian, too, has experienced significant growth, all thanks to the guidance of the watchful Liangjie. She discreetly glances around, and upon spotting Jing Liangjie, her cheeks flush, and she suddenly turns her gaze back to Might Guy. Lord Liangjie is truly a remarkable and gifted ninja. Without him, my progress would not have been so rapid. Tian moves swiftly across the arena, attempting to obscure her true location from Might Guy. However, Might Guy's expression remains serious as he slowly states, Tian, if your intention is to confuse me in such a manner, it is entirely unnecessary. He is acutely aware of the strength of the energy within him, and this method of sensing an opponent's presence is merely a basic application of energy. This implies that he can often disregard shadow clones. The silent assassination technique of the mist is ineffective before him, and Tian's actions appear as mere child's play in contrast. Upon hearing his words, Tian halts, letting out a regretful sigh. She had hoped to utilize this tactic to outwit Might Guy, only to discover it had no effect whatsoever. Might Guy tilts his head, revealing a radiant smile. In the face of failure, one must strive for progress. This is the essence of youth. His pearly whites glimmer under the moonlight as he proudly declares, in a sense, from the outset, you were locked onto my energy. As long as we are not too far apart, your movements will be laid bare before me, which means I have thoroughly discerned your attack patterns. Tian sighs with regret, realizing that Might Guy has indeed grown stronger without her awareness. It seems this tactic has become ineffective against you. Undeterred, she conjures a new strategy, producing two large scrolls, forming a seal from which an endless array of ninja tools surges forth, all targeting Might Guy, who stands resolute. With a resounding thud, Might Guy's form vanishes from sight, leaving no trace of jutsu behind. It is entirely the result of his physical prowess at play. Every day, the experience of battle has enriched Tian's skills immensely. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned around. With a scroll in hand, he flicked it backward. Indeed, this provided Might Guy with an opportunity to position himself behind Tian. Had Tian lacked any defensive measures, this confrontation would have reached an abrupt conclusion. However, due to Tian's remarkably quick reflexes, Might Guy's attack fell short. The ninja tools struck relentlessly against Might Guy, yet at that moment, he appeared more resilient than steel. The shurikens and kunai inflicted no significant harm upon him. Might Guy observed his robust physique with satisfaction. It had rendered these finely crafted ninja tools ineffective. If he were to continue to grow stronger, even a sword imbued with chakra might prove futile against him. Contemplating this, Might Guy couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Meanwhile, Tian seized his chance. The weapon in his hand began to radiate a brilliant glow once more. From the scroll, a multitude of weapons surged forth. This time, an array of weaponry emerged, not just shurikens and explosive tags, but an abundance of items reminiscent of meteor hammers. This was an all-out assault. The weapons were sufficient for Tian to execute a full-scale bombardment. Yet, inevitably, they were all intercepted by Might Guy, including the explosive tags that Tian had high hopes for. At this moment, Might Guy resembled a fearsome beast, impervious to the onslaught of weapons. Tian, seemingly prepared for this outcome, was not overly surprised. His arsenal continued to rain down upon Might Guy. Amidst this torrent of weaponry, a long sword, gleaming with an enigmatic light, emerged. Might Guy's expression shifted. The sword was now perilously close, targeting only his arms and legs. This time, Might Guy suffered a significant setback, perhaps due to a moment of pride and overconfidence, compounded by Tian's tactical approach. Initially dismissive of the steel barrage due to his formidable physique, Might Guy's growing confidence had led him to let down his guard. Before he could react, he found himself injured. The two long swords, having accomplished their task, returned to glide around Tian, dancing in the air. Might Guy, perplexed, gazed at Tian. Was it chakra strings? No, he quickly dismissed this notion. The swords bore no constraints. It was impossible for them to be controlled by chakra. Moreover, the swords exuded a menacing aura, suggesting that a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. Gathering his energy, Might Guy smiled slowly. It seems I have lost. Tian, puzzled, responded, but Might Guy-sensei, the battle is not yet over. How can you concede? Might Guy, scratching the back of his head, beamed brightly. Had you employed those peculiar swords against me earlier, targeting my vital areas, I would have been unable to react. It appears I was overly proud. While his words held truth, Tian furrowed his brow. But Might Guy-sensei, you have yet to utilize the 8 gates. Might Guy shook his head. I currently lack the complete confidence to control it. Hence, I will not activate the 8 gates unless faced with an external threat. Might Guy's strength had surged dramatically, and the enhancement from the 8 gates was exceptionally potent. This imbalance in energy rendered him somewhat unable to control the force of his strikes. As Might Guy had stated, he would not resort to the 8 gates unless he could adequately manage its power, except in defense against external foes. Tian nodded, somewhat understanding. While he was unsure of many things, one fact was crystal clear. His own strength had reached a new plateau, distinctly separating him from his previous, mediocre self. Previously, Tian had been akin to an ordinary ninja. His unique methods notwithstanding, his overall attacks remained somewhat commonplace. The difference now lay in his possession of numerous sealing scrolls, filled with an array of ninja tools. During combat, Tian could unleash jutsu upon his adversaries, bombarding them. However, such tactics ultimately proved ineffective against a ninja capable of withstanding the barrage or evading it altogether. Just like Might Guy, whose body was no longer daunted by Tian's arsenal. He could easily withstand the assault, rendering Tian's jutsu meaningless. Were it not for the potency of the long swords, Tian might have struggled against Might Guy. The two long swords by Tian's side seemed to possess a spirit of their own, swirling gracefully around him. Their movements were remarkably agile, and the occasional glint of light reflected their superior quality. Might Guy, exhilarated, observed the swords as they danced in the air. He slowly reached out, eager to touch them. At that moment, the swords darted swiftly, leaving 2 jagged wounds on Might Guy's hand. The swords transformed into streaks of light, merging into Tian's energy center. Might Guy stared in astonishment as the sharp blades vanished before his eyes. What on earth just happened? Tian cast an apologetic glance at Might Guy, seemingly caught off guard by the sword's actions. After a brief pause, he spoke. I truly apologize, Might Guy-sensei. These swords possess a degree of sentience, which sometimes leads to autonomous movements. I derive this understanding from observing the manga drawn by Lord Liangjie. Might Guy-sensei, you're injured. Let's find a medical ninja to tend to your wounds. Upon hearing this, Might Guy waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. My injuries are not severe. Strangely, since my body has strengthened, such minor wounds heal within minutes. It's quite extraordinary. Tian raised an eyebrow, wondering if Might Guy's newfound strength was indeed that miraculous. However, upon reflection, it made sense, given that it was crafted by the genius Liangjie. If it were truly ineffective, there would be no reason for Liangjie to invest such effort into its creation. The sound of applause grew nearer, and as they looked up, they saw Liangjie standing not far away, observing the two. Rest assured, Tian, Might Guy's injuries are inconsequential. The power he possesses is known as Super Saiyan, and his physique is his greatest weapon. Despite the severity of his wounds, he will recover swiftly, eventually healing completely. Saiyans are a naturally combative race, growing stronger with each battle. After enduring fierce conflicts, their strength can ascend even further. Tian's mouth fell slightly open, unable to fathom that such a miraculous race existed. now standing vividly before him. Might Guy, too, was filled with astonishment. After all, to hear of such a powerful race was remarkable, and he found himself among them. The mere thought was exhilarating. Moreover, over the past few days, Might Guy had experienced firsthand how swiftly he could recover from injuries sustained during training, restoring himself to full health in no time. There are no lingering dark injuries or the like. In the past, during training, I would often sustain injuries, some of which were severe enough to leave lasting harm to my health. However, after acquiring the Saiyan physique, those dark injuries seemed to vanish overnight. Might Guy flashed a radiant smile, feeling fortunate indeed. His gratitude towards Jing Liangjie deepened. Without him, Guy would not possess his current combat abilities. The ninja profession inherently draws upon the body's energy, and generally, ninjas do not enjoy long lifespans. As a practitioner of special body techniques, Might Guy, through rigorous training and the relentless exertion of his physical capabilities, was likely destined for an even shorter life than ordinary ninjas. Yet, the emergence of the Saiyan physique had liberated him from such a dismal fate. Every cell in his body now brimmed with vitality, as if he were perpetually at his peak. How could this not elate Might Guy? Jing Liangjie then turned his gaze toward Tenten and softly inquired, Tenten, do you still have any secret moves left unutilized? Observing the confused expression on Might Guy's face, Tenten hesitated before nodding. Indeed, there were still some techniques she had not fully mastered, which was why she had refrained from using them. Might Guy expressed a hint of disappointment, lamenting that his training could not cease. It would be embarrassing to be outperformed by his disciple, especially if Kakashi were to find out. This made Tenten feel somewhat bashful. While Jing Liangjie interjected, since you haven't fully grasped them yet, why not demonstrate? Perhaps we can offer you some guidance. Upon reflection, Tenten realized the merit in his suggestion. After all, this comic was drawn by Jing Liangjie. Seeking his advice on any uncertainties would be entirely reasonable. Two long swords manifested from Tenten's dantian, coalescing into solid forms. Might Guy watched in astonishment, but refrained from intervening. Jing Liangjie, observing with a hidden smile, did not stop her. In the grand scheme of things, these swords were merely rudimentary artifacts. Yet, given the elevated realm of this world, even such low-tier artifacts retained formidable sharpness. Chapter 34. The Two-Element Sword Formation. Might Guy's astonishment, the powers of different worlds each possessed their unique advantages and corresponding drawbacks. Jing Liangjie saw nothing strange in this, but Might Guy, having never encountered such phenomena before, was filled with curiosity. However, Tenten closed her eyes and did not voice any inquiries. A distinct aura emanated from her, causing Might Guy to feel a sense of impending challenge. He could distinctly sense the purity of the energy within Tenten, though it appeared diminutive now. It would undoubtedly burgeon into something extraordinary. A smile crept onto Might Guy's face. After all, she was his disciple. Who would not feel joy seeing their own disciple become capable? At that moment, the two swords began to move rhythmically, seemingly interacting with her inner energy in a peculiar manner. The black and white yin-yang fish intertwined, with the swords serving as the focal points of the formation. As the swords danced in the air, the fluctuations of the yin-yang fish intensified, as if summoning something profound from the very fabric of existence. Regardless of the circumstances, Might Guy could foresee the extraordinary power this formation would unleash, nearly rivaling that of a high-level ninjutsu. A smile graced his face. Indeed, this power was remarkable, and if she could achieve such potency even without complete mastery, her future potential was bound to be even greater. A smile also adorned Jing Liangjie's face. This was the essence of a cultivator's technique. However, it was regrettable that Tenten's current strength was still too limited, should she ascend to a higher level. Her sword could indeed summon storms and shift the very skies. Might Guy was deeply astonished, casting a peculiar glance at Jing Liangjie. Lord Hokage, this must be your unique secret technique, yet you share it so freely. Is this truly appropriate? According to tradition, such exclusive techniques were typically reserved for disciples. In truth, Might Guy, Tenten, and those who had learned Jing Liangjie's techniques were all considered his disciples. Jing Liangjie felt a secret satisfaction, but replied, as the acting leader of the village, it is my duty to foster your strength. What you glean from these comics holds no significance, so there is no need for excessive concern. Strangely enough, upon hearing this, Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears. With exaggerated trails of tears on his face, he stammered, Lord Hokage, I never anticipated your greatness. Such teachings, if possessed by any clan, would never be shared lightly, as they are akin to treasured family secrets. Yet, you have selflessly imparted them for the greater strength of our village's ninjas. This is unprecedented among all Hokage. Meanwhile, Tenten's two-element sword formation had reached its final stage. As it matured, it paradoxically returned to a more primal essence. Externally, the formation resembled an ordinary yin-yang symbol, seemingly devoid of any power. Yet, this silent sword formation struck the trees, effortlessly severing 3 ancient trunks without a sound. The cut surfaces were smooth, and the severed portions had been reduced to dust. Although the activation time was somewhat prolonged, its potency was not to be underestimated, correlating directly with Tenten's own strength. Had her power been greater, the activation time would have been correspondingly shorter. Jing Liangjie possessed keen insight. If he were to employ this two-element sword formation, the time required would likely diminish by a third, if not more. Suddenly, a series of gurgling sounds erupted, causing Might Guy's face to flush with embarrassment. Clutching his stomach, his cheeks reddened, and he sheepishly remarked, "My apologies, Lord Hokage. Ever since acquiring this physique, my appetite has significantly increased." Jing Liangjie smiled faintly, unconcerned, aware that this was a characteristic of Saiyans. After all, in that world, a Saiyan could consume an entire dinosaur in one sitting, even in their youth. Might Guy was currently in this phase. Jing Liangjie, having also obtained the Saiyan physique, shared similar drawbacks. However, once Tenten broke through, those drawbacks naturally dissipated. Saiyans require copious amounts of food to replenish their energy, whereas Tenten's cultivation system absorbs energy from the surroundings, akin to a level not yet reached in Sage mode. Thus, Jing Liangjie did not need to consume food at a frenzied pace like Might Guy. The energy in the world far exceeds that contained within food. Surrounding the barbecue, Might Guy eagerly seized a whole wild boar's leg, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he bit into it without uttering a word. A sizable chunk of meat, at least half a kilogram, was swiftly swallowed whole. Tenten observed from the side, utterly astounded. Indeed, it was terrifying. It felt as if Might Guy could out-eat even the Akimichi clan. Might Guy chuckled sheepishly but continued his feast unabated. Jing Liangjie understood that the Akimichi clan also derived energy from their food. However, compared to Might Guy's current method of consumption, the Akimichi clan's efficiency was somewhat inferior, leading to their typically heavier physiques, unlike that of Might Guy. In the forest, the only sound that remained was the sound of Might Guy voraciously devouring food. His dining etiquette was remarkably refined. Jing Liangjie, though not hungry, accompanied Might Guy in their meal, sharing a casual camaraderie. Eventually, Might Guy finished off an entire wild boar. Looking at the scattered bones, he smiled sheepishly, realizing he had consumed the entire beast without noticing, pondering if his appetite had grown once more. A sudden wave of concern washed over him. If his appetite continued to expand, would he not be able to afford training equipment in the future? Hearing this, Tenten couldn't help but chuckle. This must be the downside of enhancing your strength, Might Guy. It seems you will need to work even harder from now on. Her words held merit, and Might Guy hung his head, a frown etched on his face, unable to voice a single dissenting opinion. In an instant, he appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. At that moment, Jing Liangjie slightly turned his head to glance into the forest. Tenten, ever observant, noticed his movement and inquired, "My Lord Liangjie, have you discovered something?" Jing Liangjie nodded, pointing towards the woods. "There is someone or something watching us." His heightened perception, a result of his recent power increase, allowed him to detect this presence. Previously, he would have been oblivious. Chapter 35, Watching in the Shadows, Capturing? Now, however, Jing Liangjie perceived the aura clearly. Might Guy's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed that the Hokage was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Although his own perception was somewhat vague, he indeed sensed an aura's presence. It was not only warriors who possessed such energy. Every living being harbored its unique essence. Though only warriors could harness it, ordinary individuals, however, lacked the ability to wield this power. Might Guy lowered his voice and leaned closer. "Hokage, should we go capture that individual?" It was indeed a prudent suggestion. Jing Liangjie gently gestured, and Tenten and Might Guy flanked the area. Yet, at that moment, Jing Liangjie sensed that the aura was swiftly retreating. This is bad. That individual is fleeing. It must be a sensory-type ninja. Might Guy frowned, a hint of urgency in his voice. What a coincidence it was to encounter a sensory ninja lurking in the shadows. The trio accelerated their pace, with Jing Liangjie surprisingly leading in speed. Might Guy followed closely behind, secretly astonished by the Hokage's extraordinary prowess and swiftness. At that time, the figure hiding in the trees was likely a spy from another village. Without hesitation, Might Guy activated the 8 gates, his physical abilities doubling as the energy propelled him forward. Konoha's Steel Hurricane. With a swift kick, Might Guy aimed at the fleeing shadow. In the critical moment, a cold voice emerged from the shadow. Reversal. Chakra enveloped the figure, forming a semicircular barrier. In that crucial instant, Might Guy and the others halted their attack. The voice was familiar, and that semicircular technique was indeed the Huga clan's reversal. As the darkness dissipated, Might Guy finally discerned who stood before him. Frowning in astonishment, he exclaimed, "Niji, why are you here?" Jing Liangjie and Tenten stood quietly nearby, their expressions reflecting curiosity. Niji lowered his head slightly, an apologetic tone in his voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you." The group's demeanor softened upon realizing he was not an enemy. Niji continued in a hushed tone. "I was preparing to develop a new ninjutsu in the training ground, but I didn't expect you all to be here, because I was too far away. I activated my Byakugan to see who it was. I didn't anticipate being discovered." Might Guy's expression darkened. This could be seen as merely an accident, but on a larger scale, it seemed akin to secretively learning forbidden ninjutsu. However, as his own disciple, Might Guy frowned at Jing Liangjie, pleading, "My Lord Liangjie, if anyone is to be blamed, let it be me. I believe my disciple simply stumbled upon us by chance." At that moment, Niji's feelings were tumultuous. Although he had come to train, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Explaining would only complicate matters further. His identity as a Huga ninja investigating the Hokage's forbidden techniques was an incredibly sensitive topic. Seeing the tension, Tenten also spoke up, "My Lord Liangjie, I believe Niji merely encountered us by coincidence. He certainly did not intend to spy." Silence enveloped the surroundings. After all, at this moment, Niji was still just a youth. Biting his lip, appearing somewhat anxious. "Haha." Jing Liangjie suddenly laughed, a warm smile gracing his face. "Why are you all so serious? Have I said anything? Besides, I trust Niji." Might Guy and Tenten sighed in relief, though Niji's gaze remained puzzled. Despite it being a mere coincidence, he had witnessed Tenten's technique, which was akin to a forbidden art. Jing Liangjie waved his hand, not wishing to maintain an air of authority. "All right, this matter was merely a misunderstanding. Furthermore, as long as Niji can learn these techniques, I can certainly teach him." Niji's eyes widened, staring intently at Jing Liangjie. Jing Liangjie nodded, though he felt that those Byakugan eyes were somewhat unsettling in the dim light. Previously, Niji had refrained from seeking out Jing Liangjie based on Might Guy's suggestion, partly due to skepticism and partly due to familial ties. The family and the village were one entity, yet often could not be viewed as such. Now, however, Jing Liangjie openly declared his willingness to impart his secret techniques, delivering a significant shock to Niji. Niji's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he asked, "My Lord Liangjie, can I truly learn these?" "Of course, I have already mentioned that if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You all can naturally learn these techniques." Jing Liangjie smiled, exuding an air of nonchalance. He then turned to Might Guy and Tenten. "Guy and Tenten, could you lend me the comic book you have for a moment?" Upon hearing this, the two understood what was about to transpire and promptly handed over the comic without hesitation. Sure enough, Jing Liangjie took the comic and passed it to Niji. In the dim light, the three sat on the grassy ground, with Niji engrossed in the comic book. After finishing one, Niji shook his head. According to Might Guy and Tenten, if one could derive any understanding, the first reading would evoke a unique sensation. Glancing at the Dragon Ball left aside, Might Guy sighed in frustration. "This makes no sense. Why does none of my disciples share the same insight as me?" Tenten, nervously wiping the cold sweat off her brow, remarked, "Who would want to turn into one of those muscle-bound monsters? However, I find myself unable to suppress thoughts of a certain individual reminiscent of my teacher, Guy, a figure clad in a green, form-fitting suit with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. Teacher Guy? Perhaps Lee shares the same sentiments as you." In truth, both Lee and Guy possess an unwavering spirit, a shared tenacity. A fervent flame flickered in Guy's eyes, as if the very essence of youth were ablaze within them. Suddenly, Guy pivoted and clasped the lower leg of Kai Rika. "Lord Hokage, might you allow Lee to gaze upon the Dragon Ball? Perhaps he, like myself, may glean profound insights and acquire the Saiyan physique. Kairika was momentarily startled, momentarily forgetting that Guy occasionally exhibited such whimsical traits. With a subtle maneuver, he extricated his leg, then spoke. Of course, if he truly attains the Saiyan physique, it is conceivable that his injuries may heal autonomously. Chapter 36. Niji's continuous astonishment at this juncture. Guy's heart brimmed with exhilaration. If that were the case, as long as Lee and I comprehend the same essence and acquire the Saiyan physique, his body could indeed be restored. Kairi Khan nodded in affirmation. Saiyans inherently possess remarkable recuperative abilities, along with superior physical qualities. Injuries of the severity Lee suffers may appear grave to a ninja, yet they are trivial in the face of a Saiyan's resilience. Hope ignited within Gai's heart, his gaze becoming ever more luminous. This is splendid, Lord Kairika. If you would not mind, I wish to share this manga with Lee as well. In that moment, Guy felt a profound sense of admiration for Kairika. No Hokage had ever behaved in such a manner. While it may not be said that one treasures their own possessions, each individual treats secret ninjutsu with utmost caution. Such matters may seem straightforward, yet every piece of secret ninjutsu has the potential to perpetuate a clan's legacy. This is no trivial matter. Who among us, like Kairika, selflessly imparts their knowledge? Even the teachings at the Ninja Academy merely convey basic ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Niji continued to peruse the manga. Perhaps Guy struggled to believe that Niji could not grasp the concepts within Dragon Ball. Coupled with Niji's own reluctance to concede, he flipped through the pages once more. This volume of Dragon Ball represents only a small fraction. After all, these are lengthy comics, yet they contain a wealth of insights. If he possesses the requisite talent, he should be able to comprehend something. Regrettably, upon reading again, Niji felt no semblance of understanding. This only served to confirm that Niji indeed failed to glean any insights from Dragon Ball. Ultimately, Niji reluctantly set the manga aside. Dragon Ball seemed ill-suited for Niji. This much is nearly certain. Furthermore, in various aspects, Niji did not resemble a taijutsu ninja reliant on physical combat. The absence of comprehension regarding the contents of Dragon Ball was entirely reasonable in Kairika's view. Though there was some disappointment, Niji accepted the tome presented by Tenten. This represented an entirely unfamiliar system of power, especially considering Niji had previously witnessed the overwhelming pressure exerted by Tenten's two instruments sword array. Such destructive force is beyond comparison with many ninjutsu. Perhaps sensing Niji's tension, Kairika gently patted Niji's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Do not be anxious. If it proves too challenging, you may visit my residence. There are myriad methods to enhance your strength." In that instant, Niji felt the warmth of care, as if the opportunity to transcend his fate lay before him. He sighed, realizing this sensation had eluded him for many years. Since his father's passing, he had not felt such an emotion. Niji gazed at Kairika with a glimmer of reverence, albeit hidden behind the veil of his Byakugan. Yet Niji said little, merely accepting the manga and immersing himself in its narrative. This time, Niji was once again profoundly moved by the tale within the comic. Compared to the world of Naruto, the emergence of the GS sect and the cultivation of spiritual powers was nothing short of revolutionary for Niji. This represented an entirely unprecedented system of power. Although Teacher Guy's training regimen was somewhat unique, it still adhered to the conventions of the ninja world. Ultimately, it cannot escape the confines of the physical body. It can be viewed as a distinct form of taijutsu ninja, yet what Niji now witnessed was entirely different. In that moment, Niji comprehended why Tenten's techniques wielded such immense power, as they emanated from a wholly unfamiliar force. The narrative within the comic was irresistibly captivating for Niji. Following the pages, he envisioned the grandeur of the GS sect, where myriad immortals gathered. Particularly striking were the weapons wielded by those individuals, along with the various artifacts and their intrinsic supernatural abilities, leaving Niji in profound awe. Upon finishing the volume, Niji remained in a state of astonishment. Tenten stood nearby, stifling a laugh. When she first encountered this manga, she too had reacted in a similar manner. However, having now acquired the associated powers and true energy, her astonishment had diminished significantly. Yet Niji was entirely different. In Tenten's memory, Niji's thinking was rather conventional, and his approach meticulous. It would likely take him some time to absorb these concepts. Nevertheless, Niji's eyes radiated immense joy. Tenten, inspired, promptly inquired, "What do you think? Have you discerned any powers?" Yet Niji shook his head, a hint of regret in his gaze. I feel no trace of that extraordinary power. I am merely captivated by the storyline of this manga, unaware that such a world existed. Tenten sighed, realizing that Niji's path diverged from her own. The situation had become clear. The manga they had explored was not suited for Niji, and he would have to select his own path moving forward. As night deepened, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, the absence of moonlight weighed heavily upon the atmosphere. Lord Kairi Ka, am I truly so inept? Have I disappointed your expectations? At that moment, Niji felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. The path lay before him, yet he felt unworthy to tread it. Labeled a genius since childhood, Niji now grappled with the stark contrast of his situation. Kairi Ka, however, remained unfazed. By now, he had come to grasp the function of this system. In simple terms, it materializes the contents of the manga. Had Niji not discovered a path that resonated with him from the outset, there would have been little he could do. Yet now, Kairi Ka possessed nearly 1,000 volumes of manga at home. Had it not been for the brevity of some titles, he could have easily opened a library. What Niji and the others had seen was but a drop in the ocean. Waving his hand, Kairi Ka kindly stated, "It matters not. If these 2 volumes do not suit, we can exchange them for others. Come to my home tomorrow. Perhaps fate will reveal itself." Kairi Ka was uncertain about what manga to recommend to Niji. Previous visits by others to select manga had been largely serendipitous. It was ill-advised to speak directly of such matters. Thus, Kairi Ka adopted a mysterious demeanor, proclaiming, "Return tomorrow. Perhaps you shall find your answer." Niji lowered his head slightly. Observing this, Guy interjected, "Do not worry, Niji. Given your current state, you will surely discover what is right for you." Chapter 37. The embarrassment of Tian. Given the circumstances, Niji found himself feeling more assured. Indeed, if no insights could be gleaned from these 2 manga volumes, then he would simply need to explore further, trying out several more. Surely, something suitable would eventually present itself. Given Niji's current impatience, he felt an overwhelming urge to visit Kyuka's residence immediately to select the ideal manga. However, as the night had already deepened, such a visit would undoubtedly disturb Kyuka's well-deserved rest. As a member of the esteemed Huga clan of Konoha, Niji was raised with impeccable manners, embodying the true essence of nobility. Disturbing Kyuka during his rest was simply not in Niji's character. Thus, he lifted his head slightly and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Kyuka, for granting me this opportunity. I shall cherish it and not squander your kindness." Kyuka merely waved his hand dismissively, offering no further comment. And as he walked away, he let out a faint sigh. "What's wrong? Is something troubling Niji?" Mike Guy scratched his head, perplexed. Niji took a deep breath and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "Lord Kyuka is truly a remarkable person. If he were to become Hokage, Konoha might flourish even more." A hint of alarm crossed Mike Guy's face. Although he was somewhat oblivious and slow to react at times, he understood that certain words should not be carelessly spoken, especially considering Niji's lineage as a member of the prestigious Huga clan. Should such statements be taken out of context, they could easily fuel rumors. The distinction between a temporary Hokage and the official Hokage was merely semantic. If such talk were to spread, the entire village might soon be abuzz with gossip about Hyuga's ambitions to seize the Hokage position, echoing the tragic fate of Konoha's once great genius, White Fang. While figures like Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi played roles in that narrative, it was undeniable that rumors had also been a driving force behind White Fang's demise. It's best to refrain from such discussions in the future. After all, we cannot truly know what Lord Kyuka is contemplating, Mike Guy stated, glancing around. Meanwhile, he felt a growing unease within. He couldn't help but wonder what Kyuka was truly thinking. Was he genuinely considering a bid for that position? Becoming Hokage was a common aspiration among ninjas, yet many possessed the self-awareness to recognize their limitations. Kyuka's situation, however, was markedly different from that of others. If he were to pursue the role, the possibility of him becoming Hokage was quite tangible. Mike Guy found himself at a crossroads, if that day ever arrived. Should he support Kyuka or simply act as if nothing had happened? Shaking his head, he decided to set aside such thoughts for now. The hour was still early, and the situation remained unclear, so fretting over these matters was futile. Upon turning, he noticed Niji's expression appeared somewhat odd, and Tian was nowhere to be found. Mike Guy pressed his lips together and queried, "What's the matter, Niji?" Niji, with a look of astonishment, pointed ahead. Following his gaze, Mike Guy could only discern a vague silhouette. Niji, dazed, uttered, "Teacher guy, I believe I've stumbled upon something significant. It appears that Tiantian's attire does not belong to her, and it seems she is heading towards Lord Huga's residence." At that moment, Might Guy felt a twinge of discomfort, his expression turning rather unnatural. Why was Tiantian lingering at Huga's home so late at night? Surely, there must be a reason. However, upon further reflection, Might Guy found it reasonable to refrain from intervening in such matters. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "All right, Niji, we should not meddle in this situation." With that, the two turned and departed the training grounds, each returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Huga, upon hearing footsteps behind him, instinctively slowed his pace. Turning around, he was met with the sight of beautiful eyes blinking at him. Tiantian's cheeks were flushed, her gaze darting about, seemingly hesitant to meet Huga's eyes directly. Perceiving her unease, Huga inquired, "What's wrong? Do you have some questions that remain unanswered? Feel free to ask. I will certainly assist you if I can." Tiantian bit her lip and shook her head. "Lord Huga, it's quite late." Huga found himself perplexed, for indeed, it was late. And Tiantian's presence behind him was curious. She fidgeted with her clothing, her cheeks reddening as she shyly requested, "Lord Huga, I know this is a rather bold request, but might I rest at your home for the night?" Huga was taken aback, not expecting such a proposition from her. However, this revelation only intensified his hesitation. If it were a boy making such a request, he would likely have felt no hesitation. It would simply mean one more person in his home. Yet, with Tiantian being a girl and he being a man, the implications of a solitary male and female together could lead to unfavorable gossip. Tiantian pointed at her outfit, explaining, "Lord Huga, it wasn't intentional. As you saw earlier, this clothing is unwearable. If I were to return home in this state, my father would surely misunderstand." Huga realized he had been overly narrow-minded. Upon reconsideration, Tiantian's reasoning held merit. "Very well, as long as you don't mind the disarray in my room. You may stay for the night," he agreed. The summer night was tranquil, with fireflies dancing between the trees. In a soft voice, Tiantian expressed her gratitude, "Lord Huga, I wish to thank you once more. Without your support, I might have gradually fallen behind my peers." She was acutely aware of her position as an ordinary ninja, while her teammates were a genius from the Huga clan and Might Guy's disciple, whose tenacity and dedication to learning the 8 gates technique made her feel somewhat inferior. If this continued, Tiantian feared she would only fall further behind, ultimately distancing herself from the team. Yet, Huga's presence had disrupted this trajectory, and circumstances began to shift. A warm smile graced Huga's face, for Tiantian's words resonated deeply with him. He found a certain joy in the experience of guiding another. There were no ulterior motives towards Tiantian. After all, they were simply a group of young individuals. Yet, unbeknownst to Huga, there had been a subtle shift in Tiantian's demeanor towards him. Chapter 38. The significance of Huga, the resolute Niji. Tiantian, her face slightly flushed, settled into the guest room Huga had prepared. Many opted to sleep on futons, but Huga was unaccustomed to such sleeping arrangements, hence he had a bed in his home. Tiantian felt a sense of familiarity in this setup. Holding a manga, she found herself reminiscing about the smile that had adorned Huga's face. "Really, Tiantian, what are you thinking? You should sleep early," she chastised herself inwardly before slowly closing her eyes. Meanwhile, in the Huga clan's estate, Hayashi Huga wore a stern expression. "While I understand your training is arduous, there is no need to return home so late. Your relationship with the household is already strained, especially in a home without a father." Niji slightly lowered his head and respectfully said, "Head of the family, I encountered the teacher and the Acting Hokage at the training ground." Huga Hisashi sighed. Niji was his own nephew, yet at this moment, he could only coldly address him as the head of the family. Although Hisashi felt somewhat helpless, he understood that such matters could not be changed in the short term. "Is there anything that happened?" Hisashi was somewhat intrigued by the Acting Hokage. It was said that this Acting Hokage had been working in the Hokage building all along. A glimmer of reverence flashed in Niji's eyes, but he hesitated. Sensing Niji's inner conflict, Hisashi gently patted Niji's head and whispered, "Is there anything you cannot share? After all, I am your uncle." Niji hesitated for a moment again and finally spoke. "The Acting Hokage seems to want to impart his secret ninjutsu to me." Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Compared to Niji, he had more thoughts swirling in his mind. The first thing that crossed his mind was the entanglement of interests. However, upon seeing the purity in Niji's gaze, A smile emerged in Hisashi's eyes. I was overthinking it. It seems that being in this family inevitably leads to such circumstances. Hisashi slowly approached and lightly patted Niji's shoulder. Let me indulge you just this once. Niji, you are a genius and should not be overlooked. Go, pursue what you desire. I, Huga Hisashi, will bear the consequences. Niji was taken aback. He pondered many things in his mind, but never anticipated such a situation. Was Hisashi truly not going to stop him? Niji was not a child anymore and naturally understood that many actions represented not only himself, but also the Huga clan, albeit the branch family. Niji slightly nodded and turned to walk into the courtyard. Watching Niji walk away, Hisashi's heart was not at peace. Has he truly taken him as a disciple? But what exactly are Kyuryuji's intentions? Hisashi mused, stroking his chin. Having been the head of the Huga clan for many years, he considered these matters thoroughly. The position of Hokage was currently held by Kyuryuji, while the true Hokage was Tsunade. However, it would not be easy for Kyuryuji to ascend, as a wolf was always lurking nearby. Hisashi's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the distant territory of the Shirzuen clan. If Kyuryuji knew what Hisashi was contemplating, he might have a good laugh. Kyuryuji did not think so deeply. He simply wanted to showcase his manga to the public to grow stronger. However, such a notion would indeed be hard for many to believe. Hisashi clenched his teeth. Forget it, that kid Kyuryuji is still Tsunade's disciple. So he is also rooted in legitimacy. I hope the Huga clan has not chosen the wrong side. Niji had no idea that in an instant, Hisashi had already made a significant decision. As the moon set and the sun rose, a new day dawned. The first ray of morning light illuminated the room. Tenten suddenly felt a tickling sensation on her face and abruptly opened her eyes. Upon seeing a shadowy figure, she exclaimed in shock. Kyuryuji hurriedly rushed in from outside, still wearing an apron he had yet to remove. Kyuryuji looked somewhat bewildered and asked, "What happened?" Tenten's face turned slightly red as she realized she was not in her own home. It seemed she had dozed off. However, the previous scene had startled her greatly upon waking. Biting her lips slightly, Tenten fearfully said, "Kyuryuji, is there something unclean in this room? Like a ghost or something?" Kyuryuji secretly smiled. It was indeed odd that a ninja, who would not fear fierce enemies, could be frightened by something imaginary. Reaching behind him, Kyuryuji revealed the source of Tenten's fright, holding a plump black cat in his hands. "Is this what you mean by unclean?" The black cat looked innocently at Tenten. Her face flushed. How embarrassing it would be if word spread that a ninja was scared by an ordinary black cat. Kyuryuji chuckled quietly to himself, though he felt a bit distracted. The people of this ninja world seemed somewhat precocious. Tenten's face bore a hint of laziness. Yet the presence of the black cat added a touch of panic and shyness. The amalgamation of these elements produced an unusual beauty. However, Kyuryuji restrained his gaze and gently cradled the black cat. "This little fellow is called Dango. I found him, and he likes to sleep in this corner of the room." Tenten's expression shifted to realization, understanding why she had been startled so early in the morning. "Let's go? I've prepared breakfast. Let's hurry and eat." Kyuryuji waved his hand, smiling warmly. Tenten tidied herself up quickly and followed Kyuryuji downstairs. At the dining table, Tenten occasionally glanced at the cat, Dango, who was nibbling on snacks beside her. She stealthily directed her gaze back to Kyuryuji. The meal continued, and Tenten remained delightfully engaged. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Tenten raised an eyebrow slightly. Who could be visiting so early? Kyuryuji smiled silently. It was rare for anyone to come by, especially at such an early hour. Without needing to look, he already knew who was outside. Not overthinking it, he approached the door and gently pulled it open. Chapter 39, Niji's Confusion. Tsukihime, a clear voice came from the doorway. "I apologize for the intrusion, Kyuryuji. I brought some gifts, please accept them." Indeed, standing outside was Huga Niji. Kyuryuji greeted him with a warm smile and said softly, "Come in, Niji. You really didn't need to come so early." Kyuryuji took the gifts from Niji's hands, which felt weighty, clearly not a personal offering from Niji, but rather a gesture from the Huga clan. Nevertheless, Kyuryuji did not mind. Since the Huga clan had given it, he would accept it. Although he felt a bit awkward, Kyuryuji appeared quite at ease, forming a hand seal. And Shadow Clone replaced him and headed to the Hokage building, while his real self quietly settled on the sofa. This time, Kyuryuji wanted to see what kind of situation would provide insights into the abilities depicted in his manga. Tenten, who had finished her meal, looked at Niji with curiosity. She was quite concerned about this teammate. Although Niji was often stern, he was a decent person at heart. Niji's gaze fell upon the nearby bookshelf. His eyes filled with longing. Here, Kai and Tenten had already discovered their opportunity and significantly enhanced their strength, which was evident. For someone who yearned for power, this was an immense temptation. Niji had always aspired to prove himself, and he could not escape this common desire. Ryuji chuckled lightly and said casually, "Go ahead, since that's what you wish for." With Ryuji's permission, Niji eagerly approached the bookshelf. These were not mere manga volumes. They were pathways to becoming stronger. Tenten finally understood why so many regarded Ryuji as a genius. If one is not a genius, constructing such worldviews might indeed be a perplexing challenge. Not to mention the intricate fusion of the special bloodline limits within these comic books. Niji could hardly contain his eagerness to dive into them. However, upon opening the first volume, he found himself puzzled. The protagonist of this tale was not even human. Although it struck him as odd, Niji remained resolute and continued to read. The biography titled Journey to the West stirred profound emotional waves within him. The audacious spirit of battling against heaven and earth was indelibly etched in Niji's mind. What of the lofty celestial realm, the rebellious clouds, the fragrant fruits of the flower fruit mountain, and the legendary staff that subdues myriad demons? The fervor of breaking through the heavens and shattering the earth brewed within his heart. After finishing this brief comic, Niji was still engulfed in deep astonishment. At that moment, he realized that his teacher, Might Guy, had also arrived. The three of them sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Yet, Niji lowered his head and shook it, appearing somewhat despondent. Although the rebellious seed of Goku had been sown in his heart, he struggled to grasp any deeper understanding. Doubts about his own abilities began to surface. Could it be that he truly could not comprehend these intricate techniques? Regardless, everyone was watching him, and as a prodigy of the Huga clan, he could not afford to concede defeat here. Niji was stubborn by nature, often tenacious in his pursuits. Otherwise, he would not still be haunted by the events of the past. He recalled the words of Ryusuke, who had said that if one attempt fails, one should try again. If that fails, try a third time. The living room was filled with numerous books, perfectly suited for Niji's selection. Seeing that Niji did not lose heart, a flicker of joy crossed the eyes of the others. They feared that if Niji himself gave up, everything would be lost. Consequently, he selected another volume to read. By mere chance, he picked up the comic Death Note, which Kakashi had previously read. Although the narrative did not connect seamlessly, the immense power depicted within still captivated Niji. Yet, an inexplicable discomfort arose. Despite his fascination, Niji felt a disconnect with this comic. After finishing it, he emerged without any newfound insights. This time, he directly reached for another book from the shelf. However, this time felt different. He held a comic titled Tsukihime and began to read it slowly. At first glance, this comic did not evoke the same thrilling excitement as the previous two. Yet, an inexplicable sensation lingered in Niji's heart, an itch he could not articulate. With this rare reaction, Niji was determined not to abandon it and continued his reading. Unbeknownst to him, his white eyes were gradually taking on a different hue. The characters Shiki and Arcuate in Tsukihime possessed a unique pair of eyes, which made Niji involuntarily reflect on his own. At that moment, he touched his forehead and confirmed that the ugly mark still remained. Niji sighed heavily, lamenting his unfortunate fate. He then focused his attention back on the comic in front of him, quietly continuing his exploration. A bizarre world, entirely distinct from the realm of ninjas, unfolded before Niji's eyes. At this moment, he remained unaware that his white eyes had begun to taint with colors that should not belong. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through his being. Upon sensing this agony, Niji covered his eyes. There was no doubt, the pain radiated from his eyes. He had never experienced such a sensation before, as if the pain transcended to his very soul. Covering his eyes, Niji writhed on the ground, desperately seeking relief from the physical torment, but it proved futile. Might Guy, alarmed, rushed forward, only to be intercepted by Ryusuke. Guy, with a worried expression, looked at Niji and inquired, "Ryusuke, what on earth is happening?" "Indeed, Ryusuke, what is going on?" Tenten, who had been anxiously standing by, echoed his concern. A faint smile crossed Ryusuke's face. He seemed entirely unperturbed by Niji's current condition. "Rest assured, I believe I understand what he has gained." Upon hearing this, Might Guy felt a small sense of relief. However, Both men could not help but feel sympathy as they observed Niji writhing in agony. Niji gritted his teeth, his hands firmly pressed against his eyes. Despite this, the pain remained unbearable. Suddenly, the sounds ceased abruptly. Niji's breath grew increasingly faint, and Might Guy became frantic. It was evident that something was amiss. Chapter 40, Niji's Demise. The deadly eyes Niji's condition deteriorated further, his breaths becoming shallower. This was starkly different from what Q Ryusuke had claimed to be harmless. Might Guy grew more anxious. Niji was convulsing. Could this still be nothing? As a seasoned ninja, Guy understood the signs of impending death. What he witnessed now was the spasm reaction indicative of a life slipping away. Ryusuke, is there truly no issue? Guy asked, lifting Niji, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. Tenten approached with worry, staring at Niji's pallid face, rendered speechless. Yet, her expression conveyed her unspoken fears. Q Ryusuke, meanwhile, remained calm, resting his chin on his hand, a self-satisfied smile adorning his face. Have faith in me, and have faith in Niji. When Niji opened the comic Tsukihime, Q Ryusuke felt a premonition welling up within him, and Niji's reactions only intensified this feeling. With Q Ryusuke having spoken, Might Guy could only watch in silence, hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, given Niji's current state, he might not last 10 minutes. Suddenly, Niji's convulsing body came to a halt. His form grew colder. Might Guy trembled as he reached for Niji's arm, and with a heavy heart, he declared, he has lost consciousness. Ryusuke, what is happening? Did you not say Niji was fine? Why is he dying now? Tenten stood frozen, her mind racing through the memories of their time together as a trio. Tears streamed down her cheeks involuntarily. Though teammates, they were also the best of friends. While Lee succumbed to irreversible trauma, Niji inexplicably lost his life. How could such changes fail to unsettle Tenten? The scene was utterly bizarre, unfolding right before her eyes. With tears glistening in her eyes, Tenten turned to Q Ryusuke. What is happening, Ryusuke? Why did Niji, who was fine moments ago, turn into this? Both Tenten and Might Guy harbored suspicions. Yet, their trust in Q Ryusuke prevented them from voicing their doubts openly. Both began to suspect that the comic had inflicted an indelible impact on Niji, leading to his tragic fate. The atmosphere in the room turned deathly still. Only the sound of their breath echoed, reverberating through the small space like a pin drop. In stark contrast to the sorrowful expressions of the two, Jing Liangjie remained unhurried, a serene expression gracing his face. At this moment, he slowly seated himself, quietly observing. Indeed, Ningxi had lost all vital signs, his body growing increasingly cold and rigid. At this juncture, Might Guy and Tian had already concluded that Ningxi was deceased. Such a state, even with Tsunade's intervention, would be beyond resurrection. Yet, at that very moment, a soft chuckle drew the sorrowful attention of the two. Jing Liangjie gradually rose and approached Ningxi. The saying goes, those involved are blinded, while onlookers see clearly. Perhaps your emotional turmoil has clouded your judgment. Nevertheless, Might Guy, kindly lay Ningxi down. In a moment, the truth shall unveil itself. Faced with Jing Liangjie's demeanor, Might Guy should have been enraged. His disciple lay lifeless, yet another stood by, chuckling. In times past, he might have risen to confront the individual. However, the one laughing was Jing Liangjie, prompting Might Guy to question whether there was indeed something he was unaware of. Perhaps a chance for Ningxi's survival. He found himself momentarily stunned. The admiration and trust he held for Jing Liangjie compelled him to comply with the request, gently placing Ningxi on the ground. Yet, no matter how he looked, Ningxi remained in that state, seemingly deteriorating with the passage of time. As moments ticked by, Might Guy and Tian stood steadfastly beside Ningxi, their gazes unwavering. Suddenly, Ningxi's finger twitched. Their focused attention naturally caught this subtle movement. Might Guy, overwhelmed with excitement, covered his mouth, fearing an exclamation might disrupt the fragile moment. The more he observed, the more anxious he became. Ningxi's entire arm began to regain movement, and it appeared he was breathing, his breaths becoming steadier. Tian and Might Guy stared in astonishment. This was nothing short of a miracle. A man who had seemingly passed away was now stirring back to life before their very eyes. Ningxi's pallid complexion was visibly improving, a hint of color returning. Might Guy clenched his teeth, suppressing any sound, while Tian stood beside him, equally stunned. Their expressions were a mixture of wonder and trepidation, until at last, Ningxi let out a muffled groan, his entire body beginning to move. Tian could hardly believe it. Ningxi had truly emerged from the clutches of death. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for her, yet it did not hinder her from expressing her inner elation. Lord Liangjie, did you see that? Ningxi really came back to life. Could miracles truly exist? However, it was then that Tian noticed Jing Liangjie's expression had not shifted, remaining as placid as ever. In that instant, a bold hypothesis began to form in her mind. Perhaps only by fully comprehending this transformation could one maintain such an impassive exterior. After all, Lord Liangjie was not devoid of empathy. Thus, everything must have been part of his grand design. In an instant, Tian's overwhelming shock rendered her speechless. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Might Guy, Ningxi had managed to sit upright, appearing somewhat frail, yet significantly improved. However, his actions were peculiar. He kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly afraid to open them. Jing Liangjie approached, gently patting Ningxi on the shoulder. It is all right now. Rest assured, that sensation should not return. You may open your eyes. To fully grasp these revelations, one must first experience death. A pair of eyes appeared, tinged with pale purple and hints of soft pink. Might Guy and Tian gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Where had Ningxi's Byakugan gone? This was the very emblem and weapon of the Huga clan. Tian, being in close proximity to Ningxi, discerned that his eyes were entirely transformed. The pale purple and pink irises bore an indescribable quality, starkly contrasting with the Byakugan. Might Guy noticed as well, yet his primary concern lay with Ningxi's health. Assisting Ningxi to a nearby seat, he urgently inquired, Ningxi, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Earlier, Ningxi had inexplicably collapsed and lost all signs of life. In Might Guy's eyes, he had already experienced death. Thus, it was hardly unexpected for Ningxi to feel unwell. At that moment, however, Ningxi slowly closed his eyes again, shaking his head in response. Teacher, I feel fine. Just a little weak. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Jing Liangjie's mind. Ningxi has acquired the mystic eyes of death perception. The host automatically masters the ability to open and close them. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 energy points. Jing Liangjie slightly turned his body, his own eyes altering. If anyone were to observe, they would find his gaze mirrored Ningxi's, perhaps even deeper. Glancing around, Jing Liangjie could not help but murmur softly, as expected. In his vision, countless threads appeared, intricate yet chaotic, representing the lines of death that could influence other entities. To sever these lines would lead to true demise, as exemplified by the nearby chair, which bore several threads that, if cut, would decay instantly. Even human bodies were entwined with numerous threads. Such an ability would be a divine weapon in battle. To perceive these lines meant even gods could be slain. Yet, the negative ramifications of this power were immense. Every moment, Jing Liangjie witnessed the world around him crumbling. Opening his eyes revealed death itself, a sensation far from pleasant. Thus, the burden of this ability was considerable. The slightest touch could usher in demise, an experience initially difficult to accept. Fortunately, Jing Liangjie's mastery surpassed Ningxi's, allowing him to close his mystic eyes of death perception at will, while Ningxi still struggled with this aspect. Ningxi's decision to keep his eyes shut seemed rooted in his unfamiliarity with the new reality. Jing Liangjie gently closed his eyes, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I trust you now understand the cost of obtaining such power. However, in time, you will learn to control it. Ningxi stirred, struggling to rise. His gaze fixed intently on Jing Liangjie. Lord Liangjie, do you mean I can indeed close it? Jing Liangjie nodded. Since this is a capacity, it can indeed be closed. Otherwise, it would only lead to further complications for the wielder. So, do not fret too much. With caution and acclimatization to the side effects, you will eventually be able to close this ability. Ningxi reopened his eyes, yet Might Guy and Tian remained bewildered. Tian could not restrain her curiosity. Lord Liangjie, what is truly happening? With a smile, Jing Liangjie warmly replied, this is what Ningxi has gleaned from the scrolls. Both turned their attention toward Ningxi. The recent events were fraught with peril, as a dramatic resurrection unfolded before the two individuals. Upon returning to life, the character's signature white eyes had mysteriously vanished, replaced by a pair of rather peculiar eyes, leaving both individuals utterly perplexed. Sensing the confusion of Might Guy and Tenten, Niji's expression remained stoic. Yet he began to elucidate. Master Guy, Tenten, you are undoubtedly aware that Lord Kyuka's manga is far from ordinary. From this comic titled Tsukiheim, I have gleaned certain insights. I refer to this extraordinary pair of eyes as the eye of death perception. Its function is to allow me to perceive the death lines and death points of all beings. Should I sever them? Theoretically, I could bring an end to everything. My guy was momentarily struck dumb. What a terrifying ability this was. One might even call it the end of all things. However, Niji's initial mastery of such power would undoubtedly come with limitations, as the death points and lines of a human are generally confined to a few critical acupuncture points on the body. For Niji, the arrival of the eye of death perception merely pinpointed the locations of these vital points. Yet, to strike them accurately would require further diligent training. Nevertheless, once Niji severed the death lines and points, he could eliminate an opponent with ease. It could be said that defense was a mere illusion in Niji's presence. Once he severed those lines, death was inevitable. Observing Niji's incessant blinking, my guy was the first to react, asking with great concern, "Niji, does the world appear different through your eyes?" Niji managed a wry smile. "Indeed, I cannot hide it from you, Master Guy. In my perspective, everything possesses death lines and points, and I can witness their collapse." My guy was taken aback. "So, you perceive all things in a constant state of life and death?" "Yes, precisely," Niji affirmed, rubbing his eyes. It dawned on Mike Guy why Niji had instinctively closed his eyes moments ago. It was the overwhelming nature of these special eyes that instilled a sense of repulsion towards the current world. Constantly witnessing the cycle of life and death would undoubtedly have its repercussions. Mike Guy began to pace the room, speaking gravely. "Niji, it seems you will require special training henceforth, particularly in terms of your mental state, and you must also spend more time with this manga." Niji nodded in agreement. Yet, at that moment, he slowly produced a shuriken. In the bewildered gazes of Mike Guy and Tenten, Niji aimed the shuriken at his own forehead. Mike Guy's heart raced in alarm. Could it be that this sudden turn of events had driven Niji to the brink of despair, leading him to contemplate suicide? Just as he considered intervening, Huga stopped him. "Do not worry. Niji is not one to succumb to psychological fragility." Niji's shuriken inched closer, and with a faint sound akin to a thin thread being severed, a look of relief spread across Niji's face. Mike Guy and Tenten were left astonished as the grotesque caged bird seal upon Niji's forehead shattered. Chapter 42. The shock of the Huga clan. Both Tenten and Mike Guy gazed at Niji in disbelief. "This is somewhat exaggerated." Tenten pointed tremblingly at the mark on Niji's forehead. "Could it be that this is the ability you just demonstrated?" "Indeed," Niji nodded. His demeanor now relaxed as he remarked, "Theoretically, anything visible can be brought to an end." Mike Guy grasped the implications. Niji had utilized that extraordinary ability to sever the caged bird seal. No wonder Huga had intervened. At that moment, Huga stepped forward and spoke softly. "Let us return for now. I believe you need some time to adjust." Niji's expression grew grave as he nodded and slowly made his way toward the door. Although he had gained strength and shattered the seal of the caged bird, a weight still pressed heavily upon his heart. The tragedy of his father's death had gradually closed him off, leading him to accept that protecting the main branch was his mission and destiny. Compared to the caged bird, the shackles he had placed upon himself felt far more burdensome. Yet now, Niji sensed that these shackles were beginning to loosen. With Huga's appearance, he no longer felt that his fate was sealed. For the first time, Niji dared to challenge his destiny. Gradually raising his gaze to the azure sky, he thought, "As long as I can perceive with these eyes, I could slay even a god, let alone fate." Niji made his way to the Huga clan's grounds, serendipitously encountering Hinata. "Lady Hinata," Niji said, slightly bowing his head. Hinata responded with a shy smile, "Niji, brother." However, after this brief exchange, Niji continued towards the clan's grounds, and Hinata paid little mind to it. But after taking a few steps, she recalled, what is wrong with Niji's eyes? Though their encounter was fleeting, Hinata had a keen memory. She distinctly remembered that Niji's eyes were not the usual gray-white. The Huga clan, a prestigious family in Konoha, proudly bore the white eyes as their symbol. It was unthinkable for anyone in the clan to resent their white eyes to the extent of purchasing colored contacts to conceal them. So, what could have happened to Niji's eyes? Standing still, Hinata hesitated, but when she turned around, Niji had already vanished from sight. Never mind. I should find father and clarify this matter. Although Niji's attitude towards Hinata was rather aloof, she had some understanding of the reasons behind it. The kind-hearted Hinata instinctively worried that Niji might be unwell. Father! Father! Hinata rushed towards her room, calling out loudly as she ran. Thud thud. Heavy footsteps came to a halt in front of Hinata. Huga Hayashi wore a serious expression as he looked at Hinata and asked, "Have you forgotten everything I've taught you? You are the eldest daughter of the Huga clan. Maintain your poise." Hayashi had always held Hinata to rigorous standards, but her gentle nature often fell short of his expectations, leading to his disappointment. Thus, he had maintained a stern demeanor towards her, perhaps hoping to spur her growth. Hinata lowered her head slightly and spoke in a hushed tone. "Father, I have something very important to discuss." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Although his attitude towards Hinata was strict, he undoubtedly loved his daughter, even if he struggled to express it. "What is so urgent that it has you in a tizzy?" Taking a deep breath, Hinata finally spoke. "Father, it seems that Niji brother is unwell." Hayashi's heart skipped a beat. Although Niji was a talented individual and garnered some attention within the clan, he remained part of the branch family and had always been somewhat reclusive. If he were indeed unwell and lacking care, it could lead to serious consequences. Hayashi's feelings towards Niji were complex, filled with both guilt and affection. Thus, upon hearing this news, he felt a surge of anxiety. "Let us go see what is amiss with Niji," Hayashi declared, leading the way, with Hinata closely following behind. When they arrived at Niji's residence, Hayashi hesitated. "Hinata, please explain in detail what has transpired." Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow, uncertain of the situation at hand, and could only glean the unfolding events through Hinata's words. As Hinata recalled Niji's appearance, she softly remarked, "When I last encountered Brother Niji, I noticed that his eyes seemed somewhat different." Hizashi raised an eyebrow. As members of the Huga clan, they all possessed Byakugan, so what could possibly be different? In Hizashi's narrow understanding, Byakugan appeared uniform, unlike the evolving Sharingan. "No, my father would not allow such a thing. Brother Niji seems to have transcended Byakugan." Hinata furtively glanced at her stern father before whispering further. Crash! A stone tile beneath Hizashi shattered. "What?" His expression turned grave as countless possibilities raced through his mind. The commotion he caused drew the attention of Niji, who gently opened the door and stepped out. "Head of the clan, what do you require of me?" Niji's gaze was fixed intently on Hizashi, who trembled slightly at this moment. Hinata's words were indeed true. Niji's eyes were now a pale lavender, tinged with hints of pink, bearing no resemblance to Byakugan whatsoever. At that moment, a realization ignited a surge of fury within Hizashi. With a stern countenance, a heavy aura enveloped him as he coldly inquired, "Did Kyuka manipulate you into becoming this way?" Reflecting on past events, Niji smiled, unperturbed, and replied, "Thanks to Lord Kyuka's assistance, I have transformed into this." Crash! A web-like fissure appeared under Hizashi's feet. "So it is him, just appointed as the Acting Hokage, and he dares to act against our Huga clan." Hizashi gazed sorrowfully at Niji, lamenting, "Niji, would you forsake your lineage just to escape the past?" Chapter 43. Niji, be cautious, I shall strike. Seeing Hizashi's current demeanor, Niji quickly deduced a misunderstanding and began to clarify. "Byakugan, activate." The sudden exclamation seized Hizashi's attention. Turning to the source, he was taken aback. Niji's pupils seemed to have acquired a hint of white, while the veins around his eyes bulged ominously. Observing these characteristics, it was indeed indicative of Byakugan activation. Hizashi was evidently astounded, now grappling with uncertainty. Had Niji activated Byakugan or not? If it were the standard Byakugan, Hizashi would have discerned it easily. Yet Niji's eyes were distinctly violet. Aside from a slight grayish tint in the pupils, there appeared to be little change. Gradually, the veins around Niji's eyes subsided, returning to their previous state. Hizashi stood dumbfounded. "What is happening with you, Niji? That appearance just now." Niji shook his head. "All of this is thanks to Lord Kyuka. While this I retained some Byakugan capabilities, they are now minimal. I prefer to refer to it as the mortal eye of direct death, a secret ninjutsu passed down by Lord Kyuka." Furthermore, Niji slowly removed the forehead protector adorning his brow, revealing a smooth forehead to Hizashi's astonishment. Hinata, standing aside, seemed unfazed, but Hizashi's jaw dropped in shock. You're caged bird," he stammered, utterly astonished. Niji nodded firmly, declaring, "I have liberated myself from the caged bird." Hizashi's expression darkened, not solely due to Niji's unilateral decision to break free from the caged bird's constraints. Although he was the clan head, his feelings for the branch family were profound, and he despised the system that perpetuated their division. Nevertheless, The rarity of Byakugan and the obstinacy of certain elders ensured that the division system persisted to this day. Niji's transformation could not remain hidden for long. Hisashi stepped forward, scrutinizing Niji closely. If the elders discover your current state, it could lead to complications. They will certainly not permit you to regain your freedom. While the caged bird offered a degree of protection, its drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Normal Byakugan provides nearly 360 degrees of vision, yet the caged bird imposed a critical blind spot, extending from the spine. Moreover, the caged bird acted as a remote control, a ticking time bomb in the hands of the main family. Niji chuckled lightly. Since severing his ties to the caged bird, he had gradually shed his shackles. Upon departing, he had clearly perceived the implications in Kyuka's gaze. Thus he returned without concealment. Many had witnessed Niji's unusual condition during his journey. However, Hisashi arrived first. Clatter, clatter. The sound of wooden sandals echoed as a group of elders soon gathered at Niji's door. The elder Hayashi, with his piercing Byakugan, regarded Niji intently, and the atmosphere grew tense. Niji, what has happened to your eyes? Upon closer inspection, Hayashi realized that not only had Niji's Byakugan vanished, but the caged bird seal upon his forehead had also disappeared. Other elders soon grasped the gravity of the situation and surrounded Niji. What is the meaning of this? Where is your Byakugan? What has happened to the caged bird? This was inconceivable. Niji's transformation had sparked considerable curiosity among them. Gazing at the assembly, Niji chose silence. Observing his reticence, the expressions of several elders darkened. They were unwilling to offer him another chance to explain and hastily concluded that he had forsaken his Byakugan to escape the caged bird. Hayashi stepped forward, seething with anger. I wish to see what remains when you have discarded your Byakugan. With a wave of his hand, two younger members of the Huga clan stepped forward. They were nearly of Niji's age. The three stood in opposition. One of the ninjas initiated the attack with a straightforward application of the gentle fist technique. Niji, proficient in this skill, soon engaged with both assailants. However, as the two opponents began to employ Byakugan and ninjutsu, their combined effectiveness far exceeded the sum of their parts. Even Niji found himself struggling. His expression hardened. Byakugan, activate. The veins around his eyes surged, rendering him a fearsome visage. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. 8 trigrams, 17 palms. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. One of the ninjas fell, having lost the strength to resist. Yet the other remained standing, and Niji began to feel wearied. Hayashi's demeanor softened considerably. Though different, Niji's Byakugan still persisted. Among the younger generation, Niji was indeed a standout. Nevertheless, Hayashi appeared unwilling to relent. He spoke with a fierce countenance. Have you truly rendered the Byakugan in such a state, devoid of any transformation? Niji's Byakugan had undeniably undergone a significant alteration. Hinata Gongon could not bring himself to believe there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, Niji's expression shifted. It was not that he was unwilling to act, but rather that he feared the consequences of unleashing his power. As he spoke, Niji swiftly moved to the side, a sharp shuriken appearing in his hand. Gazing at the towering stone mound before him, Niji slowly thrust the shuriken towards it, his movements light and almost playful. Hinata Gongon furrowed his brow. Such an attack could not possibly lead to a resolution. It was utterly absurd. Suddenly, a sound akin to a snapped string echoed through the air. Hinata Gongon stared at the stone mound, utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, the 7 to 8 meter high mound had been reduced to mere powder. This was solid rock. And yet with such a gentle strike, it had been rendered to dust? Hinata Gongon turned to another ninja. Acknowledging the frailty of flesh and blood, if Niji's attack were to land, it would indeed lead to dire consequences. At that moment, as Hinata Gongon stood stupefied, a light laughter descended from above. Someone was in the sky. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Visitor Thud. Within the territory of the Huga clan, a figure clad in a black kimono and wooden sandals appeared, their hands and face wrapped in bandages, revealing only a single menacing eye. I beg your pardon for intruding. Please do not take offense, head of the Huga clan. Danzo spoke with an air of politeness, yet his demeanor was anything but courteous. Hinata Hisashi's face darkened slightly, yet he refrained from speaking, merely offering a faint smile. It was Hinata Gongon who stepped forward, inquiring, "What brings Lord Danzo to our presence?" A smirk crept upon Danzo's lips, feigning curiosity. "I simply ventured here out of intrigue, having witnessed some peculiar occurrences." Hinata Gangen's expression darkened. It seemed that the earlier scene had unfolded right before Danzo's eyes. The man had already observed Niji's performance. Though Niji was merely a Chunin, his current prowess was akin to that of a Jonin, and the sheer destructive force he had just demonstrated was unmatched by ordinary Jonin. Danzo took a couple of steps forward with a smile, exclaiming, "The genius of the Huga clan. I wonder if you would consider joining the Root? I can provide you with the resources and power you desire." Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, he could keep Danzo in check. Now that Hiruzen had passed, and Tsunade had taken over, for the time being, she could maintain balance. However, with Tsunade now absent from the village, it was uncertain when she would return. Danzo would likely dominate Konoha. Yet, the Huga clan, renowned as the most powerful clan in Konoha, was not one to be easily bullied. A formidable aura emanated from Hinata Hizashi as he stood protectively in front of Niji. There is no need for Lord Danzo to concern himself. As Niji's uncle, I will invest the resources and effort to nurture his growth. After all, we all strive for the prosperity of Konoha, do we not? Danzo remained stationary, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Perhaps this child is more suited for the Root. Where there is light, there exists darkness, and we, the Root, are the foundation of Konoha. For the prosperity of Konoha, we must establish deeper roots to ensure our village flourishes. Hinata Hizashi harbored reservations. Flourishing? The great tree of Konoha had likely rotted long ago. While Tsunade was in charge, some detrimental branches had been pruned, but it was Danzo who truly needed to be excised. Nevertheless, Hinata Hizashi kept his thoughts to himself. Danzo's current power was tremendously potent, and it was not prudent to provoke him. The Huga clan was not weak either, and Danzo would not dare to act recklessly. Thus, the standoff continued, with Danzo hesitating to strike. In that moment, Niji, the focal point of the situation, took a step forward, his expression icy as he said, "Lord Danzo, I fear my master would not consent to my joining the Root." Danzo's mind conjured an image of a green-clad, watermelon-headed man known as Might Guy. Oh, the azure beast of Konoha? Might Guy is rather simple-minded. Perhaps I may attempt to sway Niji after all. However, Niji shook his head. It is not Master Guy I speak of. There is another person. Danzo's single eye fixed intently on Niji's. Who could that possibly be? Perhaps it is due to some unfavorable rumors about me that you reject joining the Root. I could clarify those matters with him. A smile appeared on Danzo's face. If it was not Might Guy, then the situation seemed to be more manageable. As the pinnacle of Konoha's strength, Might Guy was untouchable. But other ninjas would be far simpler to deal with. Other clan ninjas had not heard of any apprenticeship opportunities, meaning Niji could not possibly seek a mentor from another clan. Danzo's gaze remained locked on Niji's eyes. This was the Byakugan of the branch family, and having escaped the confines of the caged bird, it was the most desirable set of eyes. Though somewhat peculiar, based on what had just transpired, these eyes still possessed the Byakugan's effects. That was sufficient. Niji wore a faint smile as he recalled the words of Kyuryukai before he departed. Now, Niji had grasped the meaning behind Kyuryukai's words. It was merely a matter of their relationship. Although there was no formal apprenticeship and no designation of teacher and student, Niji had nonetheless learned Kyuryukai's secret ninjutsu. In essence, he was half a disciple of Kyuryukai. The parting words were a reminder for Niji, beyond being Might Guy's pupil. He was also half a disciple of Kyuryukai. Niji's identity was rather complicated, and the eyes he possessed represented further complications. If all went according to plan, returning home would undoubtedly lead to various situations arising. The message from Kyuryukai was to serve as Niji's backing, allowing him to act without restraint. This matter was not suited for concealment. Rather, it should be proclaimed loudly. The more prominent, the better. Kyuryukai had evidently anticipated this as well. During this time, Danzo had begun to stir once more. Yet, at that moment, Kyuryukai had no intention of addressing Danzo. A buffer period was necessary. With someone like Danzo, only absolute power could deter him. Niji's transformation of the Byakugan provided an excellent opportunity. The Huga clan, the self-proclaimed foremost clan of Konoha, possessed a significant bloodline, and that pair of Byakugan was an object of envy for Danzo. Kyuryukai had foreseen Danzo's appearance at this juncture. If all went as expected, he would undoubtedly invite Niji to join the Root. This created a closed loop in the narrative. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi was somewhat perplexed. Niji's superior Jonin was Might Guy, and thus, his master was effectively Might Guy. Yet, where had this new teacher emerged from? The renowned ninjas within the village had not made any announcements. Hinata Hazashi had not anticipated that. Not only he, but even Danzo was currently in the dark. Danzo's root had nearly monitored the entire movement of Konoha, yet at this moment, he had received no information. Where had Niji acquired these abilities? At this instant, Danzo's expression shifted, anger flashing across his face as he declared, I now have reason to suspect that Huga Niji's master is that very spy who has come to Konoha. Originating from an unknown source, possessing such extraordinary abilities, Danzo immediately contemplated a course of action, envisioning the opportunity to bring Niji Huga back to the roots for investigation, a situation that would yield dual benefits. However, at that moment, a soft laughter resonated from a distance. Chapter 45, Niji's Teacher? Hyo Ryosuke. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Niji Huga felt a surge of excitement. Danzo, too, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. If Niji was so animated, it could only mean that his teacher had arrived. With a stern expression, Danzo turned to ascertain the identity of this mysterious individual. The laughter continued, yet the source remained elusive. Danzo, maintaining his serious demeanor, addressed the unseen presence, stating, Since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows? It would be beneficial to reveal yourself. Despite his efforts, the voice seemed to linger just out of sight, evoking curious glances from those present. In the Huga clan, where everyone possessed the Byakugan, even without activating their eyes, their perspective was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. One direction that Danzo had overlooked was being scrutinized by the onlookers. Gradually, he began to comprehend his earlier misstep, lifting his gaze. He had recently entered from outside. Was there someone else capable of doing the same? Yet, upon raising his head, he discovered the situation was more complex than anticipated. The newcomer was adorned in a striking red and white ceremonial garb, topped with a conical hat, an unmistakable emblem of the Hokage. Only the Hokage donned such attire. And with Tsunade having left Konoha, the only individual who could wear it now was the acting Hokage, Hyo Ryosuke. Danzo's brow furrowed in intrigue. What could possibly bring Hyo here? Did he possess information as well? Unbeknownst to Danzo, Hyo had been closely observing Niji, aware that his return to the clan's territory would not transpire without incident. Everything that had transpired was within Kyo's purview. The weight of Kyo's presence was palpable, as he seemingly floated above the crowd, exuding an air of divinity. Danzo's lips twitched involuntarily. He had merely entered from outside, while Kyo hovered effortlessly above them. Narrowing his eyes, Danzo scrutinized the scene, yet he discerned no signs of trickery. Such feats appeared to be commonplace for Kyo. The pressure Kyo exerted upon Danzo was immense, as if he were crushing Danzo's spirit with sheer force. Kyo gradually descended to the ground, not stirring a speck of dust. A gentle smile graced his features as he spoke softly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Danzo. As the acting Hokage, I am indeed quite busy. I apologize for any inconvenience. A dark line appeared across Danzo's face, while several members of the Huga clan exchanged perplexed glances. They were well aware of Danzo's intentions. Hyo's words were laced with a sense of intimidation, revealing that he was not merely a simple adversary. Danzo, lowering his head slightly, replied with a serious tone, You honor me with your presence, Hyo. As the acting Hokage, it is I who should be paying you a visit. Though reluctant, he maintained the facade of courtesy. Yet, Danzo remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation and continued with a cold demeanor, stating, There is indeed a matter that requires your attention, acting Hokage. Hyo, fully aware of Danzo's ulterior motives, feigned surprise and queried, Is there something that Danzo cannot handle? Danzo's expression darkened further, but he pressed on. Niji appears to have acquired some peculiar knowledge from an unknown source. I suspect he may be a spy sent from another village. I request that Niji be taken back to the roots for questioning. Otherwise, he poses a significant threat to Konoha. Hyo internally scoffed at Danzo's presumptions, recognizing that the real threat lay with Danzo himself. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, I can assure you that Niji's teacher is neither a villain nor a spy from another village. The moment the words left Kyo's mouth, Danzo's anger flared. With great effort, he had finally grasped the potential weakness, and he would not relinquish it easily. Thus, he continued pressing, acting Hokage, while I wish to trust our village's ninjas. Niji is still quite young, and I fear he may have been deceived by others. Niji and Hazashi exchanged peculiar glances, while the rest, unaware of the underlying tensions, found Danzo's reasoning compelling. In response, Kyo shook his head, smiling as he declared, I can assure you that Niji's teacher is not a spy from another village. For that individual is none other than myself. Realization dawned upon the crowd. Niji had been taught by Kyo Ryosuke. It was no wonder Kyo could guarantee that his teacher was not a spy. If the acting Hokage were a spy, the village itself would have no future. Danzo's expression froze, his mind grappling with the revelation that Niji was indeed Kyo's pupil. Yet, despite this knowledge, Danzo remained obstinate. The Roots were in dire need of fresh talent, and having finally encountered a Niji who had escaped the cage of control, Danzo was not about to relinquish such a prize easily. With a grim expression, Danzo stated, even so, Kyo, the Roots require exceptional ninjas like Niji. His implication was clear. He sought to recruit Niji into the Roots as a shinobi. Such a request, however, would not be easily accepted, not just by Kyo but even by the ninjas of the Huga clan. While ordinary citizens may remain ignorant of the true nature of the Roots, the great clans were well aware. Though the Roots presented themselves as the foundation of Konoha, in essence, they were Danzo's personal militia. Each Root ninja bore a cursed seal, their lives hinging on Danzo's whims, an arrangement unacceptable for a clan ninja. Hisashi stepped forward, his demeanor darkened. Danzo, I believe your request is rather peculiar. Niji will not join the Roots. His stance represented the sentiments of the Huga clan. Niji shook his head in agreement. Kyo, maintaining his warm smile, calmly stated, Danzo, I believe you have observed their sentiments. It appears Niji will not be accompanying you into the Roots. At that moment, frustration etched itself across Danzo's face. His two demands had been flawlessly countered, leaving him embarrassed. But if one plan failed, he would devise another. Chapter 46. Danzo's battle. Danzo now realized that mere persuasion would not suffice. He had studied Niji's habits and experiences, understanding that, given his age and hardships, he craved immense power. If Danzo could showcase a strength that captivated Niji, the endeavor would pose no challenge. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon Danzo's face, blending with his somewhat ominous visage, rendering his grin utterly unsettling. Tuanzong curled the corners of his mouth and spoke with a smile. It seems you do not believe in my strength. However, that is of no consequence. I wonder if the esteemed acting Hokage would be interested in engaging in a friendly spar with me? Since Jing Liangjie was Hinata Niji's mentor, Tuanzong seized the opportunity to challenge him, keen to gauge Jing Liangjie's true capabilities. It was a dual benefit for him. Conversely, given Jing Liangjie's situation, refusing this challenge would indicate his inferiority to Tuanzong, thereby validating Tuanzong's assertions. Such a rejection would significantly alter the dynamics, placing Jing Liangjie in a passive position. The members of the Huga clan watched the arena with palpable tension, and several elders were filled with curiosity. Would this unfamiliar acting Hokage accept the challenge? Most believed Jing Liangjie would decline, as Tuanzong was a seasoned powerhouse. Though Tuanzong had a fervent desire for power, such authority is often predicated on strength. Without it, he could not have maintained his arrogance for so many years. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Jing Liangjie agreed without hesitation, his expression remaining unchanged, seemingly unfazed by Tuanzong. This response left many in the Huga clan perplexed. Could it be that Jing Liangjie truly possessed such formidable strength? While many were skeptical, the reality of an impending confrontation was undeniable. Hinata Hisashi slowly stepped forward. If both of you wish to spar, why not proceed to the dueling platform? The battle between the two would undoubtedly be fierce, yet it was unlikely to cause significant turmoil. For one was the leader of Konoha's Root, and the other the acting Hokage. Regardless of their differences, a major upheaval was unlikely. Tuanzong voiced no objections and followed Hisashi toward the designated sparring area. Walking behind them, Hinata Hanabi uneasily asked, Niji, do you think Lord Liangjie can defeat Tuanzong? Given her limited interactions with Jing Liangjie, she harbored an inexplicable fondness for him, as he always appeared with a radiant smile. A stark contrast to the brooding figure of Tuanzong. Niji's expression remained unchanged, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, my teacher will surely defeat Tuanzong. Niji held unwavering confidence in Jing Liangjie, perceiving him as an undeniable genius. The ability to amalgamate such diverse powers in the manga suggested a profound strength that Tuanzong could not possibly match. As they faced each other, Tuanzong's gaze was chillingly sinister. Having long heard of the acting Hokage's reputation, today would mark their first face-to-face encounter. Observing Tuanzong's malevolent eyes, One could sense his desire to eliminate Jing Liangjie and ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet, Tuanzong maintained a faade of decorum, befitting the leader of the Root. His mastery of duplicity was commendable. Jing Liangjie, however, remained unfazed, his warm smile unwavering. It was indeed their first direct interaction. Yet Tuanzong should tread carefully. Tuanzong nodded, though his eyes were filled with disdain. A veteran of the shadow level, facing an inconspicuous acting Hokage seemed to predict a foregone conclusion. Yet, Tuanzong's expression grew more serious while Jing Liangjie remained relaxed. Suddenly, Tuanzong lunged at Jing Liangjie, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. In an instant, two shadow clones emerged, each wielding shuriken. This was clearly a test. Yet, Jing Liangjie stood still, seemingly stunned. Only he could perceive the energy accumulating within him, growing denser, concentrated in his fists. This energy, unique to warriors, was invisible to Tuanzong. Even if he could see it, he might not take it seriously, for such phenomena were unprecedented in the ninja world. Besides Might Guy, only Jing Liangjie could harness this power. While Might Guy's application was rather crude, Jing Liangjie had a profound understanding of this energy, shaped by his broader experiences in his past life. Although he lacked the corresponding abilities, he had often contemplated such concepts, and everything he did now aimed to harness that energy within him. To Jing Liangjie, this energy was as manipulable as an arm. He disregarded Tuanzong's shadow clones, recognizing them as mere distractions. However, if the real Tuanzong were to inflict harm, it could pose a significant threat. In that moment, Jing Liangjie moved, his speed surpassing Tuanzong's by a factor of 2, suddenly appearing before Tuanzong. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow directly on Tuanzong's chest. The force of the hit caused Tuanzong to stagger back a step. Jing Liangjie had evidently held back. Otherwise, Tuanzong would surely have sustained injury. Tuanzong raised an eyebrow, surprised by Jing Liangjie's formidable strength. From just a probing attack, Tuanzong could gauge Jing Liangjie's current level of power. Concern etched across Tuanzong's face. This could not continue. He swiftly formed seals and inhaled deeply, causing his chest to swell like an inflated balloon before forcefully exhaling. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest akin to blades surged toward Jing Liangjie. Yet, at that moment, Jing Liangjie slightly crouched, using his feet to propel himself. Crack! The ground where he had stood erupted with countless spiderweb-like fissures. The high-quality marble shattered to pieces. Hisashi could not help but exclaim, "I had no idea the acting Hokage was also a taijutsu practitioner. His strength and speed are already superior to that of a Jonin." Chapter 47. The Terrifying Assault. Unlike Hisashi's astonishment, Niji had already formulated a hypothesis. After Might Guy attained the Saiyan physique, Niji had entertained doubts. If even teacher Might Guy possessed such a bloodline, could Jing Liangjie also possess similar abilities, or perhaps even surpass them? However, today, Niji began to comprehend. Regardless, the power Jing Liangjie was wielding was purely physical strength, devoid of any chakra. This mode of attack left Tuanzong feeling cornered. In a flash, Tuanzong evaded Jing Liangjie's strike, which instead landed upon the arena. Crack! The terrifying sound of shattering ground snapped everyone back to attention. Jing Liangjie's attack exhibited such formidable might that even Tuanzong, who was engaged in combat with him, could not help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary strength of Tsunade Senju? So she has imparted such power to you." Tuanzong was familiar with Tsunade's renowned strength and had witnessed it firsthand. Yet Jing Liangjie's display was evidently superior. Tuanzong, now more serious, accelerated his movements until he appeared as a mere blur. He hurled shuriken, which instantly multiplied into hundreds of glimmering projectiles. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow, if memory served. This technique was derived from the late Sarutobi Hiruzen's shuriken shadow clone technique. Yet, Tuanzong, now fully committed, bit his thumb and shouted, "Summoning technique." After a thick cloud of smoke dissipated, a creature resembling an elephant emerged into the sight of the onlookers. However, this being was unmistakably the Dream Eater, the summoning beast of Danzo. Strange waves of energy radiated continuously from the summoning beast. The position of Kyuryukai was in close proximity to Danzo, making him the primary target of Danzo's assault. Yet, Kyuryukai regarded Danzo's attacks with disdain. The determination of a warrior is an indomitable force, impervious to such trivial hypnotic techniques. Danzo's movements were a flurry of actions, alternating between torrents of flames and violent gales. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Danzo possessed an array of lethal techniques, gradually forming a cohesive combat system that allowed him to gain the upper hand against his adversaries without their awareness. Indeed, from the perspective of an observer, it appeared that Kyuryukai was at a disadvantage while Danzo firmly held the upper hand. If this continued, Kyuryukai's defeat was merely a matter of time. Even Hinata Niji, standing aside, could not help but furrow his brow, anxiously watching the duel between the two. Kyuryukai had numerous strategies against Danzo, but he could not afford to eliminate him directly, as revealing too many of his trump cards would only diminish his options. In this confrontation, Kyuryukai intended to refrain from using excessive power. The more formidable he appeared, the deeper Danzo's trepidation would grow. Such a display would be unwise for future encounters with Danzo. Kyuryukai's gaze gradually turned icy, his eyes locking onto Danzo with unwavering intensity. "Danzo, you must be cautious now. I shall not hold back any longer." Danzo chuckled inwardly, thinking that this disciple had fallen into his trap. Previously, while engaged in battle with Kyuryukai, Danzo had sensed little threat from him, believing that their exchanges were evenly matched at best. With this in mind, Danzo ceased to hold back and lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of flames that seemed poised to incinerate Kyuryukai. However, the disparity between the two was evident. Danzo was already gasping for breath, while Kyuryukai remained composed and agile. The contrast in their stamina was glaringly apparent, indicating that Danzo's strength paled in comparison to Kyuryukai's current prowess. "Wind release, vacuum sphere," Danzo proclaimed, conjuring a massive, pale blue sphere of wind that hurtled towards Kyuryukai. In that fleeting moment, Kyuryukai sensed the imminent peril posed by the vacuum sphere and swiftly prepared to evade. Danzo's eyes glinted with malice as he followed up with an even swifter and more powerful vacuum great sphere. These two attacks effectively restricted Kyuryukai's avenues of escape, ensuring that any direction he chose led him to be struck. From the sidelines, Hinata Niji's expression tightened. Danzo's combat experience was vast, yet Kyuryukai seemed to lack a similar depth of experience. Nevertheless, throughout this battle, Kyuryukai had been attentively studying Danzo's rhythm. Although Danzo appeared to maintain the upper hand, Kyuryukai's capacity to respond was noticeably inferior. Hinata Hayashi shook his head, recognizing the troubling dynamics. If things proceeded as they were, it was only a matter of time before Kyuryukai faced defeat. How can he possibly lose? Niji thought, gritting his teeth. Kyuryukai was a prodigy with formidable abilities. It seemed implausible that he could be bested by Danzo. Just then, the ever-smiling Kyuryukai's expression shifted. "Danzo, be wary." Kyuryukai's azure eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. It was a fleeting moment, but Niji and the Hinata clan members witnessed it clearly. Hinata Hayashi's body trembled slightly as he pointed at the stage in confusion. "Niji, could this be the pair of eyes you spoke of?" Kyuryukai's once gentle blue eyes now radiated a subtle violet glow, flecked with hints of pink. Niji nodded solemnly. "Indeed, the eyes of my teacher are strikingly similar to mine, which means he has also mastered the direct death eye." Hinata Hayashi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This implied that such abilities could be acquired through learning. The memory of Niji attacking the rock formation lingered in Hayashi's mind. How formidable would Kyuryukai's power be now? Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted Hayashi's thoughts. Bang! Kyuryukai had kicked Danzo away. Unrelenting, Kyuryukai leapt into the air, soaring even higher than Danzo. He clasped his hands together and brought them down forcefully upon Danzo. In the face of such urgency, Danzo could only raise his arms in defense. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed. Hayashi watched in awe as the floor beneath them cracked, and Danzo spat blood. Chapter 48. Izanagi. This monumental strike left the surrounding members of the Hinata clan in astonishment. Danzo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixating one eye intently on Kyuryukai, his movements unceasing. Wind release, vacuum continuous waves. Countless gusts of wind surged towards Kyuryukai, striking like cannonballs. The rapidity of the assault compelled some onlookers to activate their Byakugan instinctively. Yet, before Kyuryukai, a semi-transparent shield materialized. The vacuum continuous waves collided against this barrier with resounding thuds, but despite the ferocity of the attack, the shield remained intact. Danzo's remaining eye was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? What technique have you employed? He had failed to detect any chakra presence, yet his own attacks had proven futile against Kyuryukai. Such an assault was already at the pinnacle of advanced ninjutsu. Despite this, it could not breach the transparent shield. Kyuryukai remained silent, merely offering a cold smile. The shield enveloping his body was composed of his internal energy, devoid of chakra. In truth, long ago, Kyuryukai's chakra had been almost entirely expended, completely transformed into his current vital energy. This was an inevitable evolution, as the concept of vital energy surpassed that of chakra. Chakra merely extracted energy from the body and mental reserves. Such extraction ultimately drained one's life force, explaining the typically brief lifespans of ninjas. A notable exception was the Uzumaki clan, whose vitality was significantly more robust. Standing on the platform, Kyuryukai slightly raised his head, revealing a radiant smile as he spoke slowly. You are likely unaware of many things, but I assure you, I will not show mercy from this point onward. What? Danzo exclaimed, and then shouted, You may play your tricks, but I will see what means you have to compel my submission. The relentless barrage of attacks had ignited Danzo's fury. The battle between the two intensified, clearly igniting true fire. In an instant, Kyuryukai vanished from Danzo's view, leaving him no time to react. As a seasoned ninja, Danzo swiftly turned, only to realize it was too late. Kyuryukai's eyes glimmered with an enchanting violet light. Tuanzong gazed into those eyes, momentarily taken aback. However, that fleeting moment of distraction proved to be his undoing. Jing Liangjie's approach was remarkably straightforward and unadorned. As he lunged forward, shuriken in hand, directly towards Tuanzong. With a sudden flick, he seemed to pluck at an invisible thread, a crisp sound ringing in Tuanzang's ears. An indescribable chill gripped Tuanzong's heart. Jing Liangjie then fixed his gaze upon Tuanzong, lightly directing the shuriken towards his body. Although the specifics eluded him, Jing Liangjie's actions emanated a palpable sense of danger to Tuanzong. Regardless, he needed to avoid contact at all costs. Yet, the distance between them was already minimal, and Jing Liangjie moved with astonishing speed, leaving Tuanzong with no avenue for evasion. At that moment, Tuanzong unleashed a forbidden ninjutsu. Jing Liangjie had already severed Tuanzang's lifeline. A mere touch upon that critical point would spell instant death for him. In the blink of an eye, Tuanzang's form began to disintegrate, while Jing Liangjie's shuriken pierced through him, sending Tuanzong sprawling forward. The onlookers were astounded, having never imagined Tuanzong possessed such extraordinary ninjutsu. However, for Jing Liangjie, victory was already his. Others might not recognize this peculiar technique, but Jing Liangjie knew it well. This art, known as Izanaji, was unique to the Uchiha clan, requiring the sacrifice of a single Sharingan for each activation. It allowed one to record their state from a moment prior and revert to it. Had Tuanzong not just employed Izanaji, he would now lie lifeless upon the ground. Jing Liangjie understood Tuanzong's predicament. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to eliminate Tuanzong entirely, but depleting his power was still advantageous. One of the eyes on Tuanzang's arm gradually closed. Yet, only Tuanzong himself comprehended the full extent of his condition, as thick bandages wrapped around him. Nevertheless, the sight of Jing Liangjie's smile sparked an unsettling anxiety within Tuanzong, as if Jing Liangjie could see through every facet of his being. With fierce determination in one eye, Tuanzong yearned to eliminate Jing Liangjie swiftly. Yet, it was evident that their capabilities were evenly matched. Neither could overpower the other. Moreover, they were both aware that engaging in life-and-death combat in plain sight would yield no benefit, despite Tuanzong having faced death once already. Tuanzong ceased his movements, a cold smile gracing his face. He remarked with a sardonic tone, The Acting Hokage possesses remarkable skill, achieving such mastery at a young age. Tuanzong remained sharp as ever. Jing Liangjie smiled gently, echoing the sentiment. In that moment, both chose a common goal, opting to refrain from open hostility. They descended from the arena side by side, both wearing somewhat disingenuous smiles. The observers below grasped the situation. It was indeed a rarity for things to escalate to this level. After all, Tuanzong was a seasoned elite ninja. In the collective memory, he remained a formidable warrior. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier restraint, the outcome might have differed. Conversely, although Jing Liangjie had become Tsunade's disciple, he had remained under the radar. As an inconspicuous acting Hokage, his ability to contend with Tuanzong to such a degree was commendable. Those with keen insight among the older generation discerned the truth. It was clear that Jing Liangjie had the upper hand in this contest, while Tuanzong was the one facing defeat. Yet, at that moment, both opted to withdraw. The peculiarity of this scenario was apparent to a few, but the underlying reasons remained elusive. Tuanzong maintained his icy smile, albeit tinged with reluctance, stating, "The acting Hokage indeed possesses great tactics. I shall not linger here any longer." Jing Liangjie waved his hand dismissively, responding with a soft acknowledgement. Tuanzong's expression darkened, as if confronting a subordinate. Yet, in truth, it seemed to be precisely the case. After Tuanzong departed, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. The elder of the Huga clan refrained from excessive commentary. In the past, Niji had merely held the title of a branch family heir. Yet, the circumstances had drastically shifted. Niji now bore another title, the disciple of the acting Hokage. Though a seemingly ordinary acting Hokage, Jing Liangjie still wielded the authority of the Hokage. If one were to scrutinize the matter closely, Niji could now be considered Tsunade's grand disciple. Thus, the higher-ups of the Huga clan had to tread carefully in their dealings with Niji. Ultimately, Huga Hizashi sighed deeply. "Elder, I fear this matter is beyond our capacity to suppress. If you truly wish to resolve the situation concerning Niji, it seems we must deliberate further." Regardless, the current setting was ill-suited for addressing Niji's predicament. The elders, not lacking in wisdom, found an excuse to depart. Huga Hizashi cast a lingering glance at Niji before turning to leave. Now, only 3 individuals remained standing together. After a brief silence, Niji could no longer contain his curiosity. "Teacher, what was that just now? Do you possess the same direct death eye as I do?" Jing Liangjie felt a twinge of awkwardness. Should he reveal to Niji that whatever they acquired, he too could obtain? However, since they had already misconstrued the situation, he decided to let the misunderstanding intensify. Rather than shrouding the truth in secrecy, it was better to embrace the reality of his extraordinary bloodline limit. Jing Liangjie nodded, responding without hesitation, "Indeed, I possess this remarkable ability, and my direct death eye surpasses yours in strength. Furthermore, I am capable of mastering it." Upon hearing this, Niji could not suppress his excitement. He had believed he was the sole bearer of such a unique eye, only to discover that Jing Liangjie also possessed it. The exhilaration was beyond words, especially as Niji noted that Jing Liangjie's direct death eye was exponentially more powerful than his own, showcasing extraordinary combat potential. Jing Liangjie and Niji entered a room, while Hinata, standing nearby, contemplated for a moment before following. Niji eagerly inquired, "Teacher, if I practice diligently, will I be able to master the direct death eye like you? This sensation is truly overwhelming." How could it not be overwhelming? After all, Niji could now witness the collapse of the world before his eyes upon opening them. This unsettling vision had made him increasingly paranoid, fearing he might inadvertently harm his surroundings, especially other people. As for this concern, Jing Liangjie did not dwell upon it, simply nodding affirmatively. "Rest assured, this is entirely attainable. With dedicated practice of the direct death eye, there will come a day when you can master it." Hinata, quietly listening, could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Ultimately, her curiosity compelled her to ask, "Lord Liangjie, what on earth is happening with Niji?" She struggled to comprehend the events unfolding with Niji. At this moment, Jing Liangjie smiled and remarked, "Niji has yet to fully master the straight death eye. It remains a considerable burden for him." He glanced around and subtly nodded at Niji before slowly departing from the Huga clan's territory. However, Hinata's heart was tumultuous and restless. After much hesitation, she furrowed her brow and softly inquired, "Brother Niji, what is truly wrong with your eyes? If you wish to know, you should seek out our teacher." Niji said, casting a hesitant glance at Hinata. The child understood. Jing Liangjie had deliberately spoken ambiguously, encouraging Hinata to seek her own answers, thus not discouraging her pursuit of personal strength. From the very beginning, Jing Liangjie had never obstructed others from approaching him to learn these wondrous mysteries. Upon returning to her room, Hinata remained in a daze. Undoubtedly, Huga Niji had achieved a significant breakthrough, successfully escaping the constraints of his previous existence. Furthermore, due to the enigmatic Jing Liangjie, the entire clan refrained from pursuing the matter any further. Ultimately, it was strength that upheld these circumstances. Without it, Niji would have struggled to navigate the clan's scrutiny. Although Hinata's gentle nature rendered her somewhat fragile, her heart still yearned for strength, whether to gain recognition from her family or to protect those she cherished. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata slowly stepped out of the Huga clan's gates. Before long, she found herself in front of the Hokage building. Perhaps the answers she sought lay within. Hinata gazed at the Hokage building, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The transformation of Huga Niji was evident to all, and nearly every elder of the clan had witnessed it firsthand. This was irrefutable, and Jing Liangjie was the only one who had interacted with Niji. Hinata approached the door of the Hokage's office and gently knocked. A clear voice resounded from within. "Come in." Taking a deep breath, Hinata stepped inside. Jing Liangjie, who had been perusing a scroll, slowly raised his head, revealing a radiant smile. "Ah, Hinata, it seems you are prepared." Although she was unsure of what was happening, Hinata nodded. Only by understanding the changes in Niji could she hope to become stronger herself. Jing Liangjie then produced a key. "Take this key and seek your answers in my dwelling. Upon entering the hall, you will find what you seek." Hinata was momentarily perplexed. Why had he given her a key? Instinctively, she accepted it, gripping it tightly, yet still wearing a puzzled expression. "Lord Jing Liangjie, what does this mean?" Jing Liangjie shook his head, speaking leisurely. "The answers are concealed within the comic books in the living room. Even if I were to explain, you would likely find it hard to believe." With a wave of his hand, Hinata slowly exited the Hokage's office. Observing her retreating figure, Jing Liangjie smiled, contemplating the possibility of her acquiring a new ability. He understood the principle of extremes. Only by presenting matters in such an obscure manner could he encourage Hinata to pursue her own strength, thus piquing her curiosity. Chapter 50. The Dragon Tyrant. Hinata arrived at the exterior of Jing Liangjie's residence. The house appeared no different from any ordinary dwelling. It hardly seemed a place where significant secrets could be concealed. The Huga clan itself harbored many forbidden areas, inaccessible to ordinary clan members. Yet, the peculiar eyes of Huga Niji, with their enigmatic powers, constituted a monumental secret for the village, akin to the Byakugan, a unique treasure of Konoha. How could such profound knowledge be hidden within such a simple abode? Initially, Hinata had suspected the presence of concealed ninjas nearby. However, upon reaching the door, she found no trace of any guardians. Logically, if there were indeed something valuable within, ninjas would be there to protect it, intervening at the moment she approached. Yet, none appeared. Hinata opened her palm, staring at the ordinary key nestled within her delicate hand. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock. Click! The door swung open effortlessly. Removing her shoes, Hinata cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the living room, she soon grasped why Jing Liangjie had spoken so casually. It was immediately apparent what the most significant items in the room were, shelves overflowing with comic books. As Hinata approached, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Each one of these volumes had been crafted by Lord Jing Liangjie. Some were standalone works, while others formed series. The sheer quantity of comics was staggering, prompting Hinata to reflect on Jing Liangjie's recent battle with Danzo. Hinata was astounded. The encounter had taken place just moments prior, and she vividly recalled the intensity of their clash. Jing Liangjie, a young ninja, had held his ground against a well-established, legendary figure. Their equal footing spoke volumes of Jing Liangjie's extraordinary talent. Setting aside their respective ages, the disparity in experience was merely decades, considering the time spent creating these comics. Jing Liangjie might not have trained for many years, yet he was still able to contend with a seasoned powerhouse. Hinata gazed at the comics before her, unable to suppress her thoughts. Could these comics be the source of his strength? Though she found it hard to believe, she had come this far and resolved to explore further. Unlike the previous individuals who had carelessly chosen random volumes, Hinata meticulously examined the spines of the comics, desiring to select those that intrigued her. One Piece. Surely only farmers wear straw hats. It can't be that appealing. Bleach? Sounds odd. Dragon Ball? How could a dragon possess a ball? Hinata scanned the array of comics, her eyes growing weary from indecision. Just as she thought she might give up, a familiar title caught her attention. Dragon Tribe. Intrigued by this unique creature, she carefully opened the comic's cover. When you are most helpless and alone, a door will open before you. Hinata was instantly captivated. As she delved into the pages, she found herself resonating with the protagonist, Lu Mingfei. A world distinct from the realm of ninjas unfolded before her, and Hinata quickly realized that the main character was a boy of misfortune, not unlike herself. While she hailed from a prestigious family and lived a relatively comfortable life, she was still viewed as a weakling and burden in the eyes of others. Hinata continued reading, following Lu Mingfei's journey as he faced academic setbacks. Yet, a grand door opened to him, Castle Academy. As she watched Lu Mingfei being whisked away by luxurious cars and beautiful women, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Hinata. The unfolding narrative, with its intricate layers, held her captive, rendering her unable to put the comic down. In the grandeur of a day marked by freedom and the subsequent return to ordinary life, the clash between the King of Bronze and Fire unfolded. The resonance between Hinata and Lu Mingfei grew ever stronger. At this moment, Hinata remained oblivious to the subtle transformation of her eyes, which had quietly changed color. As she continued to gaze downwards, the profound sense of loneliness emanating from deep within her bones became increasingly palpable. Hinata found herself momentarily frozen. Upon opening her eyes to survey her surroundings, she was taken aback. A delicate mist enveloped the area. Suddenly, a peculiar sound compelled Hinata to look ahead, for it originated from that direction. What could it be? Driven by curiosity, she ventured forward, forgetting entirely that she had been in the home of Jing Liangjie, and she paid no heed to how she inexplicably arrived in this place. Ahead, flames seemed to erupt from the horizon, stretching endlessly. In that very sky, a colossal black dragon approached, its form defying description through mere language. The moment it appeared, the entire sky was shrouded in darkness. Its enormous wings, covered in intricate scales, bore sharp claws, and the bodies of its prey hung from its massive frame, creating an impression of calamity incarnate. With golden vertical pupils exuding ancient authority tinged with cruelty, this dragon seemed to hail from the most primordial of times, commanding homage from all beneath it. As Hinata beheld the dragoness flight, she noticed a landscape of human structures below, and the air resonated with a grand, solemn symphony, as if cannons were reverberating. She stared at the black dragon, devoid of fear, instead feeling a profound sorrow penetrate her heart, a sense of solitude that resonated deeply within her soul. The dragon ascended gracefully, entwining itself around a colossal ancient tree. Signs of humanity surrounded it. People were shouting, wailing, and bowing, as if engaged in a solemn coronation ceremony. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. A girl, strikingly similar to Hinata, approached slowly. She was diminutive, appearing significantly younger. "We are born into solitude, aren't we, sister?" Hinata stared in disbelief. "Sister?" The girl's eyes sparkled like fiery gold, seemingly eternal flames that would never extinguish. The world around them came to a standstill as the little girl playfully perched upon a chair, exuding the air of a sovereign upon her throne. "Indeed, sister. Have you forgotten me? I am Hanabi." Hinata gazed at the child before her, recognizing the resemblance. Memories of her father's words resurfaced. If he had a second daughter, she would be named Hinata Hanabi. Hanabi smiled brightly at Hinata, who instinctively shrank back, as if gazing at a cherished toy. With a snap of her fingers, the world around them began to flow once more. "Yes, sister. Don't you remember? You once declared, 'When I return, all traitors shall perish. The blood of kings shall end in the sword.'" Hinata, lost in a daze, questioned, "Did I truly say such things?" As she looked towards the imposing shadow encircling the world tree, a profound loneliness surged from the depths of her being. Hanabi beamed mischievously at the bewildered Hinata, her smile reminiscent of a little imp. "All right, sister, it's time for you to return. Remember our pact. Do not forget the incantation. By the way, your world seems perilous. Consider this a gift from me." When Hinata finally emerged from her stupor, she found herself back in her humble abode, surrounded by manga. With a comic book in hand, as she sat quietly on the floor, staring blankly at the comic, she muttered in disbelief, "Is all of this an illusion?" Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Hey, Hinata, what brings you here?" The watermelon-headed figure of Might Guy entered, his expression revealing surprise. Hinata trembled slightly and placed the comic down. "Might Guy, I have something of great importance. I wonder if you could assist me." The newly arrived Might Guy appeared perplexed. "What is it? Speak freely." Hinata, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Might Guy, I wish to test my strength." At these words, Might Guy's enthusiasm surged once more. "Let us head to the training ground." They moved swiftly, reaching the training area in no time. At such moments, Might Guy would focus entirely, treating even Hinata, despite her lack of prowess, with the utmost seriousness. It was only then that Might Guy noticed, "Hinata, what has happened to your eyes? Why have they changed?" Hinata, puzzled, touched her eyes and retrieved a small round mirror from her bag. She was astonished to find her eyes had transformed into brilliant gold, resembling flames of burning gold. These eyes. Hinata was momentarily stunned. She had seen this very gaze in that space before. Wasn't this the same eye possessed by the child who called herself Hanabi? Yet, Hinata had pressing matters at hand. Might Guy, let us set aside the matter of my eyes for now. Let us spar. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's focus sharpened. Hinata assumed a stance for a gentle fist technique. Be cautious, I'm coming, he announced. A thunderous sound echoed through the air as Might Guy swiftly appeared before Hinata. Caught off guard, she was struck on the shoulder, yet she felt oddly unfazed. The impact seemed to have little effect, and her physical strength felt markedly enhanced. Consequently, Hinata abandoned her stance and softly said, Might Guy, be careful. I'm unsure how effective this technique will be. Heeding her words, Might Guy took a step back. From the moment he had seen Hinata in Jing Liangjie's room, he sensed that something extraordinary was afoot. It seemed Hinata had gained some ability from the comics, prompting her eagerness to train. Given the peculiar nature of these newfound abilities, Might Guy resolved to approach the situation with caution. Hinata might possess a talent for mastering formidable powers, and any miscalculation could lead to complications. Thus, Might Guy widened his eyes, fully attentive to Hinata, prepared to face her impending attack. At that moment, Hinata's eyes gleamed brighter, akin to flames. A solemn, majestic voice emerged from her lips, resembling an incantation. Yet, Might Guy had never heard such a strange language, as if a mighty ruler were proclaiming something to their subjects. Following this unusual utterance, a flame materialized from thin air, radiant as gold, surging forth to confront Might Guy. Startled, he realized Hinata possessed such a capability. He summoned all his strength to counter the inferno. Fortunately, he had grasped the preliminary application of chakra, enabling him to evade injury. The clash of chakra and flame resulted in both forces vanishing without a trace. It was indeed Might Guy's timely intervention. Otherwise, the injury sustained today would have been inevitable. Might Guy let out a sigh of relief. The power Hinata had comprehended was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, it would not have exhibited such overwhelming force. In terms of destructive capability, Hinata had already reached the level of a Jonin. Although her other abilities lagged somewhat, they were of little consequence. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Might Guy inquired, Hinata, did you acquire this ability through a comic as well? Yes, just like you when you arrived, teacher Might Guy, Hinata responded, slightly taken aback before retorting. Might Guy nodded in affirmation. As I suspected, the two then resumed their journey back to Kai Rikai's residence. Hinata soon realized that the child she had encountered was none other than the younger brother of the protagonist from the comic, Lumings. Upon this realization, Hinata instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. She could hardly believe that by merely reading a comic book, she had truly mastered its powers, and such powerful ones at that. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, notifications appeared. Hinata Huga has acquired the bloodline of the Black King. Congratulations to the host for mastering it equally. Due to system reasons, the host has become the unique Dragon King. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 points of system energy. The unique Dragon King is not a twin. The host possesses authority and is in a semi-unsealed state. Kai Rikai was momentarily stunned before slowly extending his palm. With a sudden clench, a sonic boom erupted from his fist. Moreover, under the influence of his will, a layer of pitch-black scales enveloped his hand. He drew a shuriken and struck it against his arm. Crack! The shuriken shattered into two, yet his arm remained unscathed. Most importantly, Kai Rikai could sense the intricate dragon language resonating in his mind. But it seemed Hinata was encountering her own troubles. Chapter 52, The Return of the Little Devil. Hinata's resolve at this moment. Hinata had become acutely aware of the significant transformation occurring within her. This change was evidently a result of the comic book. However, the current circumstances were not entirely adverse. It was merely a challenge to accept. Furrowing her brow slightly, Hinata inquired with a hint of confusion, Teacher Might Guy, which comic did you read to become like this? At this point, Might Guy appeared quite normal, aside from the peculiar tail that swayed behind him. Yet, judging by his demeanor, Might Guy seemed unfazed by this tail. He waved it around playfully, grasping its tip, and chuckled, well, this is a special physique I obtained. And the tail is a hallmark of it. Might Guy then solemnly retrieved the comic book from his possession. This is the very comic, which I found on Lord Hokage's bookshelf. Hinata tilted her head to glance at the title on the cover, Dragon Ball. She took a deep breath. recalling having seen the name on the shelf, albeit without opening it. At that moment, Hinata felt a wave of relief as she handed the comic back to Might Guy, patting her chest and saying, "Teacher Might Guy, you should have this back. I feel it's best if I avoid such books." She inhaled deeply, imagining how unappealing it would be for a girl to sprout a tail. Noticing Hinata's trepidation, Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. "I think it's rather splendid. Why are you so frightened?" Oblivious to the implications of a girl growing a tail, Might Guy seemed to prioritize strength over such trivialities. He carefully returned the comic book to its rightful place and continued searching for another one. The Dragon Ball series was extensive, after all. Might Guy eventually found the sequel. His face lighting up with joy, he raised the comic high, exclaiming fervently, "Now this is the essence of youth. Let my passion burn bright." Watching Might Guy's exuberance, Hinata smiled softly. Having spent considerable time together, she understood his character and chose not to voice any objections. However, observing his actions ignited a spark of curiosity within Hinata. It was merely a fleeting thought, yet she could not resist the urge to experiment. If every book could impart some knowledge, might not other books also yield similar insights? Perhaps even Kai Rikai had not contemplated this notion, but now Hinata was filled with intrigue. Images of that imposing, solemn gaze and the scales forged like divine iron flashed in her mind. Shivering at the thought, Hinata pondered whether possessing the bloodline of such a creature could lead to her transformation into one. Having closely observed the Black King's formidable form, it seemed daunting for a girl who cherished her beauty to accept becoming such a colossal beast. Yet now that she had already acquired that bloodline, there was little choice but to embrace it. Suddenly, the world around her fell silent, as though time itself had paused. In the distance, a solemn rhythm echoed. A poised lady entered, the crimson carpet extending beneath her feet. A girl with golden eyes settled gracefully before Hinata, as if she were destined to occupy that space from the very beginning. The girl slightly parted her lips, exuding the elegance of a noble and the authority of a sovereign. "Sister, such matters should not trouble us. Remember, we are born to be rulers. So pursue your aspirations. You can confidently entrust the future to me." Hanabi spoke with an air of majesty, a sly smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Hinata lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes sparkling like glass. "You are that little devil from the comic, aren't you?" Hanabi shook her head, sorrow reflected in her gaze. Gently tapping the armrest of her seat, she replied calmly, "Sister, have you forgotten? We are, in fact, one and the same. Even if the entire world betrays you, I shall always stand by your side." Hinata gazed at Hanabi, momentarily taken aback, her heart stirred. Undeniably, Hanabi's words held a profound truth. If their bond was as depicted in the comic, then they were indeed one entity. What harm could come from it? With a crisp snap of her fingers, the surroundings returned to normal. The sight of Teacher Might Guy and the sound of cicadas filled her senses. Hinata slowly extended her palm, where a single strand of hair remained. This was a remnant from when she had stroked Hanabi's head. The strand, a flaxen hue, starkly contrasted with her own dark locks. Teacher Might Guy's hair was also short and ebony. Staring at the hair in her palm, Hinata appeared somewhat dazed. Could it be that Hanabi was real? Perhaps due to Kai Rikai's influence, the ninja world had undergone slight changes. Hanabi was indeed part of this, even before her birth, which might explain Hinata's current feelings. At this moment, Hinata's heart was in turmoil. Yet, before she could grasp another comic, she turned to Might Guy and inquired, "Teacher Might Guy, may I take another comic to read?" This question left Might Guy momentarily bewildered, as he had not considered the possibility of her wanting to pick up another book. Upon careful reflection, it seems plausible, for after all, Lord Hokage did not explicitly prohibit the reading of another book. However, I feel that a person should only comprehend one thing at a time. Upon hearing the words of Might Guy, Hinata felt a sense of relief. At least Kai Rika had not issued a direct ban. Moreover, if it were indeed forbidden, the consequences would not be dire. Contemplating this, Hinata began to meander around the bookshelf. After browsing through various titles, her gaze settled upon a particular comic. Sakura? The title struck her as rather peculiar, yet she decided to investigate further. As she slowly opened the comic, she was immediately captivated by the art style. Although it depicted samurai, a closer inspection revealed that they were, in fact, ninjas. This sudden contradiction ensnared Hinata's interest deeply. Regardless, she resolved to continue perusing it. However, as her desire to read intensified, subtle changes began to manifest within her being. Yet, engrossed in the comic, Hinata remained oblivious to these minute alterations. Might Guy, seated nearby, could not help but lift his gaze. Chapter 53. The fusion of dragon's blood. Since acquiring the essence of chakra, Might Guy had become acutely aware of his surroundings, almost akin to a reconnaissance ninja. In his eyes, something about Hinata seemed amiss. A faint but palpable pressure emanated from her, which felt unsettling. Hinata had always been rather shy and introverted, yet now, an unusual aura radiated from her. This was decidedly out of character. In Might Guy's perception, each individual resembled a sphere of chakra, with its vitality and size reflecting their strength. If Kakashi was akin to a large bonfire, then Hinata, sitting beside him, embodied the fusion of dozens of smaller flames. Strangely, Might Guy sensed an undercurrent of sorrow and an intrinsic loneliness surrounding Hinata. While this perplexed him, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene just yet, as no significant harm had occurred. However, as time elapsed, he began to discern a troubling change. A distinct aura emanated from Hinata, seemingly in opposition to all living things. The surrounding cicadas abruptly ceased their chirping, as if fleeing in terror. At that moment, Hinata's eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to burning gold. The overwhelming pressure surged once more, causing Might Guy to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. The situation had evidently surpassed his expectations, compelling him to escort Hinata outside. Surprisingly, she remained entranced by the comic, oblivious to the unfolding events around her. A thick layer of chakra enveloped Might Guy, enabling him to remain steadfastly by her side. The urgency of the moment was palpable. Something was clearly amiss. In a flash, a figure appeared in Might Guy's mind, a person who always bore a warm smile, evoking a sense of comfort. With a determined focus, Might Guy unleashed his chakra, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Without a moment's pause, passers-by on the street quickly sidestepped to avoid him. Fortunately, he scaled a rooftop after a few strides. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Might Guy arrived at the Hokage building. He stood anxiously outside the Hokage's office, knocking fervently. The door slowly creaked open, revealing Kai Rika, who regarded the worried Might Guy with confusion. "What troubles you? Is Hinata in any danger?" In light of the system's notifications, Kai Rika had already surmised that Hinata had merged with the bloodline of the Black King. However, this only added a layer of uncertainty to her situation. If the lore of the Dragon Clan was to be believed, wherein Dragon Kings often had twin counterparts, barring a few exceptions, then the Black King was a prime example. The minor demons that appeared within the Dragon Clan lore were merely manifestations of the Black King. Observing Might Guy's evident distress, Kai Rika recognized that it must pertain to Hinata's predicament. Might Guy shook his head frantically. "Lord Hokage, we must hurry. Hinata seems to be in grave trouble. It's all my fault. Had I not informed her that you had not explicitly forbidden reading 2 comic books, she wouldn't be in this state." Seeing Might Guy's anxious demeanor, Kai Rika resolved to accompany him, swiftly leaping onto the rooftop in pursuit of their destination. As they raced, Might Guy exclaimed, "It's entirely my fault. Earlier, when Hinata asked me, I told her she could read 2 comics since you hadn't explicitly prohibited it. No one anticipated that this would lead to her current predicament. I cannot absolve myself of the blame." Kai Rika, perplexed, inquired, "Are you suggesting that Hinata read 1 comic, and then another, gaining insights from both?" Might Guy nodded vigorously. At that moment, Kai Rika had yet to fathom the extraordinary nature of someone comprehending 2 comic books simultaneously. Nonetheless, they would ascertain the situation upon arrival. Should anything go awry, he could intervene. Upon reaching the site, Might Guy was taken aback by the scene before him. He had previously brought Hinata to a nearby patch of grass, now eerily tinged with a peculiar yellow hue. The surrounding weeds exhibited a strange and orderly pattern, encircling Hinata, while the more distant vegetation remained unaffected. Kai Rika's expression grew serious as his gaze fell upon the comic in Hinata's hands. A sigh of relief escaped him, not for trivial reasons, but because he had unraveled the mystery at hand. Connecting the dots with the comic Hinata held, Kai Rika realized that she had absorbed the dragon's blood power from Sakura, which had caused the surrounding life to wither. The dragon's blood is known to embody death and foreboding. Such a reaction was not unexpected. Yet, he found himself momentarily bewildered. He had never considered the possibility of someone simultaneously grasping 2 distinct powers. However, it appeared that Hinata had indeed done so, leaving him to ponder the potential repercussions. At present, the utmost priority was to contain the situation. Meanwhile, Hinata was not faring well either. As she immersed herself in the comic, she entered a different realm. The protagonist wielded a long blade, traversing his path and vanquishing foes, only to continue his journey anew. These vivid scenes unfolded before Hinata's eyes. Just then, a blood-red blade manifested at Hinata's waist. With its emergence, the peculiar sensation diminished significantly, yet Kairi Ka discerned a serious issue. Hinata's aura was retracting. Typically, such a phenomenon would indicate one of two scenarios. Either Hinata had successfully integrated the power and established a connection with the dragon's blood, or she had failed, thereby risking her very existence. Observing the current situation, Might Guy felt a surge of anxiety. Lord Hokage, what is happening? Hinata is a clever child. How could this situation arise? It is entirely my fault. As one of the three singularly spirited and somewhat foolish individuals of Konoha village, Might Guy now bore the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. However, Kyoryuji merely waved his hand and calmly remarked, "Do you recall the incident with Niji? Just remain composed and wait patiently. This situation is likely no different." At this moment, Might Guy found himself somewhat taken aback. Given the dire circumstances they faced, Kyoryuji continued to jest. Yet, it was hard to perceive his words as mere humor, for they were dealing with matters of life and death. Upon reflection, Might Guy began to comprehend. Was it not the same when Niji fused with those eyes? He had been the only one anxiously fretting by the sidelines while Kyoryuji maintained his calm demeanor, smiling as he did now. Taking a deep breath, Might Guy bent down and commenced doing push-ups, perhaps seeking to distract himself from the gravity of the situation. Observing this, Kyoryuji found the scene quite amusing. Might Guy's strength was undeniably linked to his relentless effort. He often proclaimed, "You two are a genius who works hard." The rest was merely youthful exuberance. It was evident that Might Guy truly embodied the fabled notion of being thick-skinned. Previously anxious, he was now engrossed in his physical training. Meanwhile, Hinata had begun to blink her eyes, seemingly regaining consciousness. Concurrently, a notification echoed in Kyoryuji's mind. Hinata Huga has fused with the power of Rin. Congratulations, host, you have acquired power of Rin, and congratulations, host, you have gained 200 system energy points. Kyoryuji was elated. The majority of the narrative in Sekiro revolves around exquisite swordsmanship, with the power of Rin being its most valuable asset, capable of resurrecting those on the brink of death. Regrettably, the cost was exorbitant, requiring energy drawn from the life force around it to function. Kyoryuji sensed this force intertwining with his draconic bloodline, gradually coalescing into a singular power. At that moment, Hinata awoke and looked around in confusion. "Might Guy-sensei, why have you brought me here?" She was unaware of the events that had transpired, having seemingly entered an illusionary realm. With a gentle smile, Kyoryuji approached, explaining, "You appeared to be in distress while reading a comic, so Might Guy brought you outside and sought my assistance." Hinata, now awake, blushed and apologized. "I'm so sorry for the trouble, Kyoryuji." He chuckled and shook his head, thinking, "I should be grateful, not consider it a nuisance. If anything, I would welcome more of these moments." Kyoryuji's power had evidently increased, thanks to Hinata. Feeling the newfound strength within her, Hinata's confidence soared. Sometimes, a gentle disposition can be compensated for with strength. Just like now, having recently broken through, she exuded an air of confidence that seemed to ground the heavens beneath her feet. Although her experience was still limited, she was blissfully unaware that this was merely an illusion of a breakthrough. For someone as introverted and shy as Hinata, it was an unprecedented occasion. With her eyes fixed intently on Kyoryuji and Might Guy, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Having seen this comic book, I've gained some new power. If you don't mind, could I request a test with you, Kyoryuji and Might Guy-sensei?" Might Guy, slowly rising, inquired with astonishment. "Are you certain you want to fight us both?" Hinata, brimming with confidence, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I want to fight both of you." Might Guy was taken aback by her boldness, yet Kyoryuji maintained a smile. "Very well, let us proceed to the training grounds." The trio leisurely made their way to the training area. Might Guy, still incredulous, asked, "Hinata, are you really sure?" Now more composed, she nodded in affirmation. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Kyoryuji, perceptive as ever, addressed Might Guy. "Hinata is merely jesting. You may watch from the sidelines while I assess her growth." Upon hearing this, Hinata cast a grateful smile at Kyoryuji. They stood opposed to one another, and as Hinata's expression grew serious, a subtle yet potent pressure emanated from her. This was a demeanor she only exhibited in battle, a facet of her character that often went unnoticed. Hyoraiji observed Hinata quietly, a flicker of pride crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated that she would master draconic pressure in such a short span. However, unaffected by her presence, he charged toward her, wielding the recently acquired immortal slash. As he approached, Hinata, seemingly unfazed, drew her blade. With a resounding clash, their weapons met, sending sparks flying and surprising Might Guy. Given Hyoraiji's exceptional skill, Might Guy was not astonished. But how had Hinata acquired such remarkable swordsmanship? Their blades clashed repeatedly, each strike echoing like the sound of metal being forged. Each precise parry was fraught with peril. Slash! Hinata exclaimed, her immortal slash swift and fierce. Yet, Hyoraiji effortlessly deflected her strike, countering with a flick of his wrist that sent her sword flying. His face bore a warm smile as he declared, "You have lost." Might Guy stood by, utterly incredulous. While he had anticipated Hinata's defeat, he had not expected it to be so swift and decisive. At that moment, Hinata lowered her gaze, only to lift it again, her eyes shining like gold. Unintelligible words escaped her lips, flames, an overwhelming tide of flames. Her once golden eyes transformed into sharp slits, radiating unmatched authority. Simultaneously, an even greater pressure emanated from Hyoraiji, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as they turned a radiant gold, delicate scales appearing on his visage. The surroundings fell eerily silent. The flames vanished, and the sounds of cicadas and birds ceased, as if they had encountered a fearsome predator they had long sought to avoid. Hyoraiji took 2 steps forward, locking eyes with Hinata. "Now you may concede." Hinata, filled with reluctance, bore a defiant expression akin to a sovereign unwilling to yield. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting, and the intensity of their auras gradually subsided, returning to normal. Might Guy stood beside them, utterly baffled. He could not comprehend the exchange between the two, as they spoke in the language of dragons. Chapter 55. A gathering, Miss Iris nonetheless. Might Guy discerned the outcome of their bout. It was evident that Hyoraiji had emerged victorious. Although the process may have been convoluted, it did not hinder Hinata's understanding of her current prowess. Might Guy, with a playful smile, stepped forward, suggesting, "Now that we've had our sparring session and my stomach is rumbling, shall we indulge in a meal?" Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a flicker of interest. Unbeknownst to many, Hinata was quite the hearty eater. With her own hunger now apparent, Guy's proposal struck a chord. Thus, the trio unanimously decided to head to Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku squinted at the approaching Might Guy with a mix of anticipation and caution. "Ah, the enthusiastic ninja has arrived. Prepare yourself." Upon closer inspection, recognized him as the last time's voracious customer, igniting a competitive spirit in both of them. Meanwhile, Might Guy, seated nearby, felt a touch of embarrassment, while Hinata chuckled softly, surprised to discover that her mentor was also a great eater. Coincidentally, Tenten and Niji had just arrived at the ramen shop. At this point, Ichiraku had not yet expanded, and the group sat in a row, quietly awaiting their orders. Ichiraku moved swiftly, almost a blur, his eyes half-lidded, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. As bowls of noodles were served, Ichiraku turned his focus to Might Guy, inquiring, "How many more bowls would you like, sir?" Guy, pulling out a somewhat deflated wallet, replied with a pitiful tone, "Please bring me 10 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen." Ichiraku nodded and promptly resumed his work. Watching Ichiraku's movements, Hyoraiji found himself lost in thought. He recalled how people often joked that Ichiraku's true surname was Otsutsuki. The reasoning was simple. From Pain's invasion of Konoha to the subsequent Great Ninja War, Ichiraku Ramen had remained untouched. This led many to speculate that the establishment was somehow protected by a greater force. Amused by this thought, Kyo couldn't help but chuckle. Noticing Kyo's smile, paused momentarily, wondering if the customer was genuinely delighted. Realizing his previous rudeness, Kyo quickly remarked, "The ramen exudes an air of happiness. Ichiraku Ramen truly lives up to its reputation." Puffing up with confidence, replied, "Of course. Ichiraku Ramen is the culmination of my father's and my efforts." Yet, Kyo had an unrelated query lingering in his mind. Although was young, she was not a ninja. Was it the lack of ninja skills that relegated her to an ordinary life? At this moment, Kyo's thoughts took a different turn. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Ichiraku, the world of ninjas is fraught with unrest. Would you be open to learning some skills?" Ichiraku hesitated, his hands momentarily stalling. With his signature squint, he replied at a leisurely pace, I'm afraid I'm too old for that, but could definitely benefit from it. As every girl should possess some means of self-protection. Kyo's mind began to envision an intriguing scenario. If the techniques from those comics could be learned even by ordinary folks, it would present yet another avenue for empowerment. His imagination wandered, picturing Pain, the Deva path, solemnly hovering above Konoha, only for to leap into the air and knock him down. Pain's astonishment would be palpable. When did Konoha become so formidable? This whimsical thought stemmed from Kyo's mischievous nature. Had Ichiraka taken on that role, Kyo's excitement would have escalated further. Appeared somewhat animated, asking, Lord Hokage, is it true? Can a commoner like me really learn? Kyo nodded. After the shop closes, you may give it a try. The group soon finished their meal. With only Might Guy immersed in his culinary battle, Kyo cast a knowing glance at Hinata, aware that she too, like Guy, had a secret appetite. It seemed she had barely had her fill, her cheeks slightly flushed as she touched her face, asking, Lord Hokage, is there something unusual on my face? Kyo shook his head, offering a warm smile. Not at all. You can take some manga home. Perhaps you'll discover something new. Hinata bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Lord Hokage. As the sun set, the group parted ways, and Ichiraku Ramen closed for the night. Clad in a traditional kimono, followed Kyo at a comfortable pace toward his residence. Kyo walked slightly faster, noticing seemed a bit tense. It's all right. Even if you fail, it won't matter. After all, our purpose as ninjas is to protect the village and its citizens. Gradually relaxed her intertwined fingers, recalling tales of a popular dish called sukmen that she had longed to try. However, her lack of protective skills had kept her from venturing out. With strength, she could enjoy a greater freedom, and this thought excited her. As they reached Kyo's doorstep, they found the door ajar, left open in haste. Stepping into the entryway, Kyo wore a smile. Make yourself at home. There's no need for formality. Nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, thinking to herself, Lord Hokage is truly kind and handsome. Entering the living room, Kyo was taken aback to find Sasuke seated by the bookshelf, watching them with an odd expression. Sasuke slowly stood, his demeanor awkward as he said, My apologies, Lord Ryujike. It seems I've interrupted something. Noticing Sasuke's gaze flitting between him and Kyo felt a vain throb on his forehead. What on earth are you misunderstanding? By the way, did you come here for something specific? Kyo asked, oblivious to the blush creeping onto Iam's face beside him. Sasuke shook his head, casually waving the manga in his hand. I finished the previous volume, so I came to get the next one. I saw the door was open and thought I should wait here to prevent any theft. Kyo's face broke into a radiant smile as he reached out to pat Sasuke's head. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, but he was unable to escape Kyo's affectionate gesture, reluctantly enduring the head rub. Gradually, warmth spread in Sasuke's gaze. Chapter 56. Sasuke's Tsundere. Shrouded in darkness, Kyo released his hold on Sasuke's hair, who turned his head away with a huff. Though his expression was sour, warmth lingered within him, shrouded by the darkness of hatred that hid his true self deep within. Kyo observed Sasuke, who was still engrossed in reading War-Torn Sky. However, it seemed he had not made significant progress. Kyo smiled faintly, remarking, It appears your physical condition still hasn't met the mark. If you have time, perhaps you should train with Might Guy. His physical training is renowned throughout Konoha. Sasuke squinted slightly, evidently taking Kyo's words to heart. In truth, Sasuke had made progress, but his current physical state was holding him back. With continued training, he would soon be capable of harnessing a second type of abnormal flame. Thus, Sasuke's strength could ascend to new heights, and with enhanced physical attributes, he could hold his ground against a peak Jonin. After speaking, Kyu Ryusuke turned to Shofu. The path to your empowerment lies here. Perhaps you should consider selecting a comic book to peruse. Shofu stared, tilting her head slightly, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. Lord Ryusuke, do these comics possess some extraordinary qualities? Although Shofu harbored no expectations, her inner determination compelled her to accompany Kyu Ryusuke to this location. Yet, Ryusuke asserted that the hopes of becoming stronger were encapsulated within these comics. As Shofu beheld the myriad of books before her, she found herself perplexed. Nonetheless, she nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, Very well, thank you, Lord Ryusuke. There are simply too many comic books here. Momentarily at a loss, she began to browse the shelves repeatedly. Suddenly, she halted, her eyes fixated on a particular book. What is this? She questioned. for the comic before her seemed starkly different from the others. Its pitch-black cover was adorned with gilded edges, setting it apart from the rest. Intrigued, she extracted the book from the shelf. Ryusuke, seated nearby, regarded Shofu with surprise, having not anticipated her selection of this particular tome. If she were to glean some insights, it would undoubtedly benefit Ryusuke significantly. As Shofu slowly opened the cover, she found it devoid of text, yet her eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath a vast sky, 9 black dragon corpses emerged from the clouds, their colossal forms resembling those forged from divine iron. Their heavy scales exuded immense pressure. Shofu noticed a peculiar detail. Each dragon's corpse appeared bound by chains, one end affixed to the dragon while the other vanished into the mist. There, amidst the swirling fog, the outline of a coffin began to take shape. As she discerned a corner peeking through, Shofu recognized it as a coffin crafted from bronze. What kind of figure could command such a formidable casket? To harness dragons as power, and to encase them in an immortal bronze coffin. Some aged chains seemed to emit a subtle glow, transforming what appeared to be mundane objects into relics steeped in ancient history. Merely gazing at this illustration left Shofu profoundly moved. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Was this not excessively majestic? Shofu understood, to a degree, that although these were merely tales of lore, dragons symbolized power. To encounter such a scene on the cover page, 9 titanic dragon corpses dragging a bronze coffin, hinted at the extraordinary events that lay within. Eagerly, she delved deeper into the narrative. In an instant, she became enraptured by the unfolding scenes. Shofu effortlessly concluded that this world was entirely distinct from the realm of ninjas. Soon, she encountered the content of the comic's cover page, revealing that the 9 dragons, cloaked in darkness, had descended into this world, slowly landing atop a mountain peak. The earth began to tremble, and the 5-colored soil radiated light. A group of youths, who should have been sightseeing on Mount Tai, hurriedly sought refuge within the coffin. Thankfully, the bronze coffin was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Their entry was merely a response to the earth's unsettling tremors. Yet, at that moment, the bronze coffin embarked once more. Perhaps someone sensed the anomaly, for numerous events transpired within the coffin. Eventually, it came to a halt before a crimson expanse, leaving the protagonists momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, some emerged with bountiful treasures. Then, the towering figure of an ancestral crocodile, akin to a mountain or celestial body, broke through the earth. The crowd struggled to enter the bronze coffin as it set sail again, marking the beginning of countless tales. Ryusuke observed Shofu quietly, wary of her potential reaction. However, he remained unaware of a secondary goal. He wished to witness the peculiar phenomena that might arise during her comprehension of the comic. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, that desire seemed unlikely to materialize. Shofu exhibited no significant changes, save for a fleeting look of distraction in her eyes, as if she were entranced. Clutching the comic book, she turned its pages slowly. At this juncture, the protagonist had exited the ancient forbidden grounds. The group transformed from youth to elder, with only the main character and another retaining their youthful appearance. The ensuing narrative unfolded, and when the protagonist acquired the cultivation techniques, Shofu found herself momentarily stunned. Her heart raced as she realized something extraordinary was transpiring. Upon opening her eyes again, the ordinary room had vanished. Shofu surveyed her surroundings. Fruit lay on the table, appearing far more delectable than any she had seen in the ninja world, their presentation irresistibly inviting. To her astonishment, a man sat cross-legged in the cave, his palms facing the heavens. The low murmurs emanating from him resonated perfectly in Shofu's ears, reminiscent of the very inception of the Tao, imbued with a formidable allure. Compelled, Shofu found herself seated, instinctively mimicking the rhythm of his chants. In the boundless darkness, she perceived a tiny point of light, accompanied by a voice urging her to break through it. Without a second thought, Shofu lunged toward the light. Again and again, she collided with it, losing count of her attempts. Meanwhile, Ryusuke, observing Shofu, sensed something amiss. Chapter 57. Rebirth and the Path to Cultivation? Not only Ryusuke, but Sasuke, who sat nearby with a comic in hand, also felt the tension in the air. Shofu sat upon the tatami mat, her eyes tightly shut, her body trembling incessantly. From her expression, it was evident that she was gritting her teeth, seemingly enduring some form of suffering. Although Sasuke maintained a cold demeanor, concern flickered in his gaze. He turned to Ryusuke, inquiring, "Lord Ryusuke, what is happening to her?" Ryusuke maintained a smile, though internally he was troubled. How should I know? While many had gleaned insights from comic books, this was his first genuine observation of someone beginning to comprehend them from the outset. He could not ascertain whether Shofu's current state was normal or abnormal. If it were beneficial, there would be no issue. However, if adverse, complications could arise. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Shofu was an ordinary person. Should something go awry, the ramifications would likely surpass those faced by ninjas. Ryusuke clenched his teeth slightly. Yet his expression remained warm as he reassured, "Rest assured, there is nothing to be overly concerned about." "Very well," Sasuke replied, turning slowly. Nonetheless, Ryusuke noticed Sasuke glancing furtively, seemingly to ensure Shofu's safety. Observing Sasuke's reaction, Ryusuke mused, "This child, though cold in demeanor, possesses a warm heart, albeit with a touch of pride." Yet, as time passed, Shofu's condition grew increasingly severe. Changpu let out a soft hum, gradually opening her eyes. She gazed around with a hint of confusion and murmured, "What is happening? Where am I?" "You have finally awakened." Liangjie stepped forward slowly, speaking in a calm tone. It was then that Changpu realized she was in Liangjie's home. She touched her arm, puzzled, and asked, "What just happened? Why did I see a small white and an expanse of darkness?" The white dot was pushed aside, but not completely opened. Liangjie stroked his chin, a smile beginning to form on his face. It seemed Changpu had gained some insight. However, for some reason, she had not fully grasped what was required, perhaps simply needing more time and experience. Meanwhile, Changpu gently closed the comic book, her expression filled with longing and aspiration. Liangjie was perplexed. Had not Changpu yearned for power? Why was she now closing the comic book, as if she had given up? Changpu turned her gaze to Liangjie, her face adorned with a smile that rivaled the spring sun. Playfully, she exclaimed, "Could you accompany me for a walk, Lord Liangjie?" Though somewhat bewildered, Liangjie felt it was unsafe to let Changpu venture out alone at night. He nodded, but he noticed Sasuke's expression had turned increasingly strange. His eyes darting between Liangjie and Changpu, his face marked with evident disdain. Liangjie's expression hardened. He could tell that this little rascal had misunderstood the situation. He reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair, saying, "All right, it's late now. You stay here and wait for our return." Sasuke glared at Liangjie, coldly retorting, "I think it's better if I leave, freeing up this space for you too." Liangjie felt a few black lines appear on his forehead at Sasuke's banter. Yet it also made Sasuke seem more relatable. The two stepped out of the room together. The moon hung bright in the sky, although it was obscured by thick clouds. They wandered aimlessly, the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds occasionally filling the air, leaving Liangjie feeling somewhat awkward. Changpu was clad in a traditional kimono, its colors harmonizing beautifully with her ceremonial robe. Their leisurely synchronized movements resembled an elderly couple taking a stroll after afternoon tea. "Thank you for accompanying me, Lord Liangjie. I have always aspired to be a great ninja." Changpu spoke with a smile of longing, her eyes sparkling with dreams. Liangjie raised a hand to shield her from the protruding branches. Changpu tilted her head slightly and passed through, her face radiating joy. "However, due to my family circumstances and my own limitations, I am destined to remain a mere civilian. For these years, I have focused on the ramen business." A bittersweet smile crossed her face as she continued, "But you know, Lord Liangjie, without strength, one faces many inconveniences, especially in Konoha, and even more so elsewhere." Liangjie remained silent, merely nodding in understanding. In the world of ninjas, civilians indeed suffered the most. They had no choice but to rely on ninjas. Lacking strength meant losing both voice and power. Liangjie halted, locking eyes with Changpu. "Have you made your decision? Are you ready to enter this world?" Changpu's face showed a hint of hesitation. At that moment, Liangjie realized she had not failed to comprehend. Rather, she had discovered the path forward but was wavering at the final moment. Crossing that threshold would transform her into a combat-capable ninja. Though the outside world might not recognize her, possessing combat capability would place her in a realm entirely different from that of ordinary people. This also meant that Changpu could never return to her previous, tranquil, and somewhat helpless civilian life. Changpu remained silent, gradually sitting on a low branch ahead. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes speaking volumes, while deliberately leaving a space beside her. Liangjie felt a chill run down his spine. Could that little brat have been right? Watching Changpu's increasingly unusual gaze, Liangjie pondered, and decided to sit beside her. Changpu carried a hint of citrus fragrance. And sitting so close, Liangjie could sense it distinctly. His expression turned somewhat awkward, yet Changpu appeared unfazed. Perhaps only by truly mastering power could one dictate their own life and choose to love someone they shouldn't. Changpu's words hinted at deeper meaning. Yet Liangjie dared not respond. Time passed slowly amidst the chorus of insects and birds, and Liangjie savored this rare moment of tranquility. Changpu sat on the branch, her eyes closed, once again perceiving the small white. Chapter 58, The Sea of Suffering? The Sea of Suffering. Trouble arises as night deepened. Jing Liangjie opened his mouth to speak, but noticed Changpu beside him was experiencing some distress. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she occasionally furrowed her brow. Seeing her in this state, Jing Liangjie understood what was unfolding. Fearing to disturb her, he refrained from any sudden movements. Changpu's silky hair gradually fell closer, gently resting against Liangjie's shoulder, her brows softening. Moments passed, and Liangjie felt helpless. This situation had truly proven Sasuke right. Yet, at this moment, Changpu's progress was the most pressing concern. Within Changpu's consciousness, that small white dot swelled larger. With a sudden burst, it was as if the heavens had opened. A small droplet of water grew exponentially under Changpu's witness, and she joyfully opened her eyes. Changpu was slightly puzzled but still gleefully declared, "I did it." It was only then that she realized she had unconsciously leaned against Jing Liangjie's shoulder. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly straightened herself. "I am truly sorry. Lord Liangjie, I lost my composure." Jing Liangjie waved his hand dismissively, indicating the matter was of little consequence. He then gazed intently at Changpu. The system chimed in his mind. Changpu has entered the cultivation system. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the golden sea of suffering. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 system energy points. Faced with Liangjie's burning gaze, a rosy hue enveloped Changpu's cheeks. I succeeded. I feel so much stronger, and there is a wondrous energy within me." Jing Liangjie recognized that Changpu had taken her first steps into the realm of cultivation and possessed the ancient sacred body, which was why the golden sea of suffering had manifested. However, compared to Jing Liangjie, Changpu's sea was merely a few droplets, requiring abundant resources and further comprehension. Liangjie offered a warm smile, softly saying, "Congratulations. It seems you have achieved what you longed for." He nodded slightly, but at that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from within the village. Hearing the sound, both turned in unison toward its source. Beneath the bright moonlight stood a towering great ape, its face twisted with rage and eyes glowing red, howling at the sky. Shadows flitted nearby, likely ninjas drawn closer. Liangjie cast a quick glance and discerned the truth of the situation. Looking up, he saw the clouds parting, revealing a full moon. He clenched his teeth. Why would there be a full moon at this moment? Jing Liangjie speculated that this might be a rare astronomical phenomenon, yet at that moment, he had little time to ponder such matters. Slightly tilting his head, he noticed a flicker of panic on Changpu's face. Without hesitation, Jing Liangjie leaped down from the branch. "Climb on, I will escort you home first," he urged, lowering his body slightly. After a moment's hesitation, Changpu gently nestled onto Jing Liangjie's back. Shortly thereafter, he opened the front door, only to be met with Sasuke's disapproving gaze upon entering the living room. However, Jing Liangjie had no time for lengthy explanations. He spoke hurriedly. "Sasuke, take care of Changpu. I need to address the situation outside." With that, Jing Liangjie dashed out of the house, heading towards the direction of the giant ape. In a little over 2 minutes, Jing Liangjie arrived at the battlefield, which was already in disarray. Fortunately, there were no casualties in the vicinity, and the sparse housing nearby meant that the damage was not extensive. Niji rushed up to Jing Liangjie, his face etched with seriousness. "Lord Liangjie, I did not expect you to arrive as well. I don't know why Master Might Guy transforms like this upon seeing the moon. I understand. Leave it to me." Jing Liangjie replied solemnly, glancing up at the giant ape. Scanning the area, he noticed not only the dying but also many unfamiliar faces, all wearing animal masks. It was evident that they were not part of the Umbu, but rather Root members. It seemed that Danzo had sensed the changes in the area and sent people to investigate. Jing Liangjie narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that the plan would have to be expedited. Previously, Jing Liangjie had experienced a substantial enhancement in strength, allowing him to combat in team battles without encountering unforeseen complications. He had refrained from engaging directly, secretly dealing with Danzo while formulating his own strategies. However, it was clear that Danzo was still restless, compelling Jing Liangjie to bring forward his plans. As for other matters, they would have to be postponed. The priority was to handle Might Guy's transformation into the giant ape. Scions, during a full moon, if they gaze at the moon, transform into enormous gorillas, exhibiting fierce strength that can multiply exponentially. The most terrifying aspect is the potential loss of rationality, becoming indistinguishable from friend or foe. Jing Liangjie, due to his unique system, could transform into a Super Saiyan despite possessing Saiyan blood. His lineage was pure enough to allow transformation into a giant ape while maintaining control. Might Guy, however, was somewhat different. His bloodline seemed akin to that of Goku from Dragon Ball, inheriting both strengths and weaknesses. On full moon nights, he too would transform into a giant ape, losing his mind and attacking indiscriminately, able to transform merely by absorbing enough of the moon's energy. Currently, there were two methods to resolve Might Guy's predicament. The first was to sever his tail, and the second was to obliterate the moon itself. Jing Liangjie gazed upward at the moon. The notion of destroying the moon was rather insane, especially since it seemed to harbor life. Thus, he discarded that plan. What remained was to sever Might Guy's tail, as it represented his vulnerability. Jing Liangjie slowly unsheathed his sword from his waist. With a sudden movement, a cloud of dust erupted beneath him as the ground was compressed by immense force. The overwhelming energy alerted the giant ape to Jing Liangjie's presence. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape swung its massive hand towards him. A surge of energy propelled Jing Liangjie forward, and he soared towards the beast's head. With a resounding impact, Jing Liangjie's fist struck the giant ape's face, producing a shockwave. The giant ape staggered back, letting out an enraged roar. At this moment, Jing Liangjie's strength was nearly on par with that of the giant ape. Overall, the giant ape possessed only the strength of a Super Saiyan, while Jing Liangjie had accumulated various powers within him, enabling him to confront the beast. Truly, he wielded the might of a Super Saiyan transformation. Despite sustaining a powerful blow from Jing Liangjie, the giant ape managed to rise from the dust. Chapter 59, Fierce Battle. Danzo's movements. It seemed that upon transforming into a giant ape, Might Guy experienced diminished pain response, his crimson eyes now fixated on Jing Liangjie. The giant ape charged at him with a roar. This creature certainly had a short memory, having just suffered a significant blow, yet now it attacked in the same manner. However, this worked to Jing Liangjie's advantage, perhaps due to the differences in their worlds. The combat prowess exhibited by Scions was not as exaggerated as the ability to shatter planets in Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, Jing Liangjie let out a fierce roar, his hair standing on end, transforming into a golden hue as his aura and combat strength surged. The giant ape's demeanor shifted momentarily, adopting a more human-like caution, but it vanished just as quickly. The giant ape pressed on, continuing its charge towards Jing Liangjie. Niji, observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes. At that moment, Jing Liangjie made his move. Niji could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. With a single punch, the towering giant ape was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Dust billowed into the air, forcing Niji to retreat to a safer distance. He was too close to the center of the battle, where a moment's inattention could result in danger. Niji had limited offensive options at his disposal. Employing his depth perception eye against Might Guy could be effective, yet it carried the risk of harm to himself, as well as the challenge of precision. For now, Niji could only withdraw from the epicenter of the conflict to minimize the burden on Jing Liangjie. Unfortunately, the nearby Root ninjas were not as fortunate. They were caught off guard by the falling debris, sustaining minor injuries. One unfortunate ninja, struck directly in the chest by a falling rock, coughed up blood on the spot. Niji glanced at the injured ninjas, but did not dwell on it. Having chosen to serve Danzo as Root members, they should be prepared for the consequences. As Niji retreated to a safe distance, he continued to observe the unfolding situation. Though he could not harness energy, he possessed his own methods for gauging strength. The depth perception eye allowed him to see the life threads and weak points on a target. The more threads present, the weaker the individual was. At that moment, Might Guy in his giant ape form exhibited few life threads, indicating formidable strength. Jing Liangjie's expression grew grave, seizing the opportunity while the giant ape was still disoriented. He grasped its tail tightly and hoisted the massive creature into the air, slamming it down onto the ground. Even with the giant ape's colossal frame, this impact left it dazed. In that moment, Jing Liangjie swiftly swung his blade, a sharp flash slicing through the air. The giant ape's tail fell to the ground, and the enormous beast began to shrink, ultimately reverting to human form. Looking at Might Guy in this state, Jing Liangjie felt a pang of sympathy. Fortunately, Niji quickly tore a piece of cloth from the side. Moments later, Might Guy, draped in the ragged fabric, regained consciousness. Still somewhat bewildered, he blinked and stood up, clutching the cloth. I cannot afford to be idle in my youth. Huh, Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Jing Liangjie remained silent, merely gesturing to the chaos surrounding them. In light of Might Guy's transformation, the area was now in utter disarray. Might Guy scratched his head, surveying the devastation around him, and suddenly knelt to the ground in shock. Tears poured uncontrollably from his eyes. What on earth was happening? Had a meteor struck my home? How infuriating. It seemed my savings would be entirely depleted. Jing Liangjie's lips twitched slightly. He stepped forward and gently patted Might Guy on the shoulder. Might Guy, do you recall what transpired just now? Guy furrowed his brow. What just happened? Right. I seem to remember catching a glimpse of the full moon. And then everything went blank. Suddenly, Might Guy sprang up, clutching the spot where his tail had once been. His expression shifted dramatically. Where's my tail? What happened to my tail? Jing Liangjie sighed. This clumsy fellow seemed to have forgotten everything. With patience, he explained, if you've seen Dragon Ball, you would know that the tail is a significant weakness of the Saiyans. Gaia's expression grew increasingly grave. Despite his clumsiness, he was not foolish. Hokage-sama, are you implying that upon seeing the full moon, I transformed into a great ape, meaning I was the one who caused the destruction of my own house? Niji slowly approached, a hint of pity etched on his face. Might Guy-sensei, it's pretty much as you described. At that moment, despair flickered in Gaia's eyes, and the tears surged even more. Eventually, it was Kakashi, who had come to assess the situation, that escorted Might Guy back to the Hitaki clan's compound. There was no one else around besides Kakashi, which conveniently alleviated Might Guy's immediate concerns. From Niji, Jing Liangjie learned the backstory. The two had been training in the woods near Guy's home when he inadvertently glimpsed the full moon, leading to the chaos. Although Niji had tried to intervene, he could not prevent the destructive power of the great ape. Fortunately, Might Guy's house was situated far from other residents, so the only casualty was himself. Jing Liangjie surveyed the surroundings. The root ninjas that had been present earlier had vanished. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he realized that Danzo must have been prepared, as he was certain that any ninja who had been close to him during this time had been placed under surveillance by Danzo. This explained why the root ninjas had arrived at the battlefield before him. Jing Liangjie departed from the ruins at a leisurely pace. After adjusting his ceremonial robe, he pushed open the door to his own home. Welcome back, Lord Liangjie. SHBU exclaimed joyfully, approaching him with a pair of slippers in hand. Jing Liangjie nodded. I'm back. At that moment, he sensed something was slightly amiss. The situation increasingly resembled a scene where a husband returns late after work. Turning his head slightly, he met Sasuke's meaningful gaze. Jing Liangjie's expression darkened. What are you looking at? You must have misunderstood something. By the way, why haven't you gone home yet? Sasuke crossed his arms, his gaze cold, tilting his head slightly. Should I leave then? Just as he was about to nod, Jing Liangjie abruptly halted his movement. Being alone together, a man and a woman, could easily lead to misunderstandings. Well, since it's already so late, perhaps you should stay here and rest. Jing Liangjie changed into his slippers and stepped inside. Meanwhile, SHBU looked at Jing Liangjie apologetically, leaving him puzzled. Chapter 60. Unexpected Developments. Initial results. Had something unexpected occurred in such a short time? Just then, Jing Liangjie noticed that SHBU was wearing an apron, as if she had just emerged from the kitchen. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks as she said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Lord Liangjie. You were gone for so long, and I thought you must be hungry upon your return, so I prepared dinner. Jing Liangjie was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that SHBU was referring to this matter. Connecting the dots, he understood why she appeared so apologetic. A radiant smile lit up Jing Liangjie's face, and he felt a surge of joy within. Thank you. I happen to be a bit hungry. Let us enjoy dinner together. Sasuke, who typically abstained from eating, could not resist Jing Liangjie's persuasion and ultimately sat down at the dining table. The three gathered around. The dinner modest yet imbued with a warm ambience. The rice paired with light tofu, A generous serving of enoki mushroom tempura and shrimp tempura created a delightful meal. SHBU gradually poured Jing Liangjie a cup of sake. Jing Liangjie was not particularly choosy about food. When at home, he often ate whatever came to mind. Usually Chinese cuisine. Traditional dishes were rare for him, but indulging in one occasionally offered a unique flavor. A gentle smile graced Jing Liangjie's face as he savored the rice slowly. Indeed, after going out and engaging in a battle, he felt a bit hungry, though it was likely just a craving. Given Jing Liangjie's current physical condition, even going 3 days without food would not leave him feeling starved. Sasuke let out a soft huff, his expression sour, yet his hands continued to move. He delicately picked up a piece of tofu and placed it in his mouth, the familiar taste striking him with immense impact. In that instant, his eyes brimmed with tears. This warmth felt like a long-lost memory, one he had only experienced in that cherished home of the past. Yet that warmth was now drifting further away from the current Sasuke, and every recollection of it stirred only hatred in his heart. Observing Sasuke's changing demeanor, Jing Liangjie sighed softly. He reached out a large hand, resting it gently on Sasuke's head, rubbing his soft hair. Don't be too disheartened. Perhaps things are not as you perceive them. Never allow hatred to blind your vision. It will only render you weaker. Sasuke's face stiffened, his previously icy demeanor softening significantly. He lifted the sake cup, seemingly intending to pour himself a drink, but Jing Liangjie quickly intervened. With a frown, he disapprovingly remarked, "Children shouldn't drink. It's not good for your health." TCH. Sasuke grumbled, visibly disgruntled. Meanwhile, SHBU covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Lord Liangjie is truly gentle. The atmosphere around them resembled that of a warm family dinner. SHBU's gaze toward Jing Liangjie began to shift, radiating a touch of tenderness. The meal concluded swiftly, and SHBU carried the used dishes away. Jing Liangjie, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, "I'm truly sorry for the trouble. It's my fortune to cook for such a talented individual as Lord Liangjie." SHBU smiled gently, radiating happiness. Jing Liangjie was at a loss for words, merely offering another smile in response. Turning his head, he found that, as he had anticipated, Sasuke wore a look of disdain directed at him. With a cold expression, Sasuke opened his mouth, saying, "It seems I shouldn't have come today. I must have interrupted your affairs." Jing Liangjie extended his hand, as if guided with precision, resting it on Sasuke's head. Sasuke's face displayed exasperation, but he recognized that he could not break free of Jing Liangjie's grasp, resigning himself to passively endure it. Jing Liangjie also noticed a change. Sasuke's heart seemed to have opened up much more. If there had previously been a barrier between them, that divide had significantly lessened. Due to his personal circumstances, Sasuke maintains a certain distance from others. This is not because he is inherently difficult to interact with, but rather a manifestation of his inner turmoil, compelling him to adopt a defensive stance. However, at this moment, it seems that the walls he has built around himself are beginning to show signs of wear. A warm sensation envelopes him, leaving Sasuke somewhat bewildered. After briefly informing Sasuke of his resting place, Kiryuki ascended to the rooftop with a bottle of liquor. He had long since misplaced the sake. In his hand, he held his own brew, a potent erguo, and took a hearty swig. Leaning against the rooftop, he gazed quietly at the distant starry sky. For Kiryuki, this moment felt oddly disorienting. From Sasuke emerged a profound question, home. Yet, after another gulp of his drink, Kiryuki allowed a smile to grace his lips. Why ponder so much? Life is meant to be enjoyed freely. What constitutes a home, and what is not? Kiryuki had long grown accustomed to solitude. Having traversed into this world without any family ties, he had never been shackled by the constraints of a household. At that moment, the voice of Ayam drew closer. "Ryuki Idano, are you up on the roof?" Ayam, tapping into the energy within her, cautiously climbed onto the rooftop. However, for an ordinary person, mastering one's own energy requires extensive training. It was evident that Ayam lacked this capability at present. In her eagerness, she exerted too much force and nearly stumbled. Although a fall would not cause her any significant harm, Kiryuki instinctively reached out and pulled Ayam back. In that swift motion, Ayam found herself pressed against him, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky. "Thank you so much," she exclaimed, her face glowing with warmth. Kiryuki's lips curled into a gentle smile, captivating Ayam with his charm. His tousled hair lent him an air of ruggedness. Yet there was a certain vitality and ease about him. His smile radiated warmth, akin to a small sun, seemingly capable of dispelling any gloom. Clearing his throat, Sasuke stood at the eaves, his hands behind his back. A look of embarrassment etched across his face as he softly remarked, "It's quite noisy here. So I came to check." After saying this, he retreated back into the room, while Iam's shyness intensified. As night deepened, the surrounding cicadas and birds mingled with the dance of fireflies, composing a soothing lullaby. Lying on the rooftop, Kyureyuki soon succumbed to slumber, while Iam also allowed a smile to grace her lips. Chapter 61. The excited Lee, can he do it? As the moon dipped and the sun arose, Might Guy sought out Kyureyuki. Upon entering the room, he paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of Sasuke and Iam. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment. The oblivious Might Guy paid it no mind. After freshening up, Kyureyuki emerged with a cheerful demeanor. "Might Guy, you've come early. I assume you have something important to discuss?" At that moment, Might Guy's face bore an unmistakable expression of anxiety. Slowly lifting his head, he spoke earnestly, "Hokage-sama, I have come to you with a matter of utmost importance. I would like to know if I could borrow the Dragon Balls for Lee to examine." As expected, it was indeed the injured Lee, lying in the hospital, that weighed heavily on Might Guy's mind. Lee's injuries were severe, and given the current medical standards, a full recovery seemed unlikely. However, if he could obtain the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, Lee might slowly regain his strength. If that were not feasible, perhaps reading other manga could offer him a chance at recovery. Kyureyuki wholeheartedly supported this endeavor and readily agreed. Of course, take the Dragon Balls to him. Who knows? Perhaps Lee will also possess the bloodline of a Saiyan. Hearing this, Might Guy's face lit up with excitement. He swiftly made his way to the location of the Dragon Balls. Kyureyuki formed a hand seal, dispatching a clone to the Hokage building, while he followed Might Guy. Everyone had their own tasks to attend to. Iam returned to the Ichiraku ramen shop, while Sasuke engaged in his daily training. The group parted ways once more. After a series of twists and turns, Kyureyuki and Might Guy finally arrived at the hospital. Upon entering the ward, they found Lee gazing out the window. Sparrows flitted freely outside, while Lee's eyes brimmed with longing. It was only when Lee turned around that he realized he was not alone in the room. He quickly beamed a bright smile, seemingly reluctant to let others see him in such a state. Might Guy's heart felt a pang, a mix of sorrow and indescribable emotion. Lee slightly lifted his head, his white teeth gleaming under the sunlight. "Might Guy-sensei, why have you come to see me again? Don't let it interfere with your training." As Might Guy's #1 disciple, Lee understood that those outside were undergoing rigorous training to enhance their abilities. For a taijutsu ninja, progress is imperative. Stagnation equates to regression. If one cannot maintain a daily regimen of intense training, the decline in their abilities is starkly evident. After speaking, Lee's eyes dimmed, as he recalled his own plight. Lying in bed every day was excruciating for him, and he could feel his strength waning. This outcome was unacceptable to Lee. Kyureyuki sighed. Lee had never been a genius, but rather a diligent ninja who had to work harder than others to succeed. Due to his physical condition, he could only pursue the path of a taijutsu ninja. Now, with his injuries preventing him from training, he was forced to endure a prolonged and torturous healing process. Even more troubling was the prospect that Lee may never again be able to serve as a ninja. Might Guy gently placed a hand on Lee's shoulder. "Lee, I know your feelings are likely bottled up inside, but as a true man, we must confront these challenges head-on and boldly declare that adversity cannot defeat us." Lee's previously dim eyes seemed to regain some of their light. Yet, upon glancing at his bandaged form, he sighed once more. Even if he wished to recover and reignite his youthful spirit, he understood that, at this moment, the reality of his situation was grim. However, Might Guy solemnly produced a manga from his pocket. Lee looked at Might Guy with curiosity. "Might Guy-sensei, what is this? Isn't it just an ordinary manga?" Might Guy smiled knowingly, realizing that Lee was not as clever as he had hoped. But upon reflection, it made sense. If everyone could believe that something extraordinary could be gleaned from a book, the world would surely descend into chaos. Might Guy sat beside Lee, adopting a serious demeanor as he explained, "Do not underestimate this manga. It was personally drawn by Kyureyuki, infused with his unique techniques. Within it lies the essence of a Saiyan's physique, capable of healing even the most grievous injuries. If you could acquire the traits of a Saiyan, your wounds could undoubtedly be mended." Lee furrowed his brow, skepticism creeping into his expression. "Might Guy-sensei, it's not that I don't believe you, but this sounds far too incredulous." In Lee's experience, Ninjutsu was typically either inherited or learned in the academy. No one has ever heard of gaining insights from a comic book, let alone acquiring a unique constitution from it. More preposterous is the notion that this special constitution could heal one's own injuries, which is precisely where Xiao Li harbors his doubts. Might Guy chuckled foolishly, for this was the reaction he had anticipated. To an uninformed listener, it would undoubtedly sound absurd. How could merely reading a comic book lead to any profound understanding? In the world of ninjas, there has never been any mention of such an extraordinary bloodline limit. If what Might Guy claims were true, it would throw the entire world into chaos. No one would need to train diligently to gain strength. They could simply read comic books. Might Guy clenched his fists in delight. Xiao Li, although this matter may seem fantastical, I have personally experienced it. I solemnly assure you, in the name of the Azure Beast of Konoha, that it is absolutely effective and genuine. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's expression shifted. Might Guy was serious. No one understood better than Xiao Li how significant the title of Azure Beast was to Might Guy. Although it was likely self-bestowed, it had gained recognition over the years. At that moment, Xiao Li was filled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Regardless of the outcome, this was Might Guy's heartfelt intention, and Xiao Li felt compelled to accept it. Thus, with a moved expression, Xiao Li took the comic book from Might Guy's hands. Seeing Xiao Li accept the comic book, Might Guy felt a surge of emotion. Look, my disciple is about to recover, he thought, filled with anticipation. Yet, he also felt a tinge of anxiety, for no one knew if it would truly succeed or what the outcome would be. Chapter 62, Kamehameha. The third Saiyan Xiao Li initially approached it with a mindset of experimentation. After all, it was merely a comic book, inconsequential in nature, even if it failed. It was still Might Guy's heartfelt gesture, wasn't it? However, he quickly became engrossed in the plot. The intensely illustrated fight scenes captivated him, and he began to smile. If his previous smile had been forced, now it radiated genuine joy. Might Guy's eyes misted over. Since Xiao Li's injury, he had not seen such a heartfelt smile from him in a long time. At this moment, Might Guy felt that even if the comic book could not aid Xiao Li's recovery, it mattered little. Xiao Li was happy again. Jing Liangjie stood by, arms crossed, quietly observing. Unlike Might Guy, he believed that Xiao Li had a strong chance of success. After all, within all of Konoha, only these two individuals could grasp the essence of the book. Even skilled practitioners might not comprehend the martial spirit contained within, thus failing to attain the bloodline of the three. Soon, Might Guy sensed something amiss. Xiao Li's gaze had become somewhat vacant, fixated on the contents of the comic book. Though his expression and eyes appeared dazed, his hands moved steadily, flipping through the pages of the comic. In Might Guy's perception, the energy representing Xiao Li was steadily brewing and growing stronger. A smile spread across Might Guy's face. Wonderful, it seems to be working. Although both Jing Liangjie and Might Guy were unaware of what insights Xiao Li had gained from the comic book, the fact that his energy was growing stronger indicated that his physical constitution was indeed improving. Perhaps he could truly comprehend the Saiyan bloodline, just like Might Guy. In Xiao Li's mind, there was no longer any awareness of the comic book or the hospital room. He was only aware of a young boy with wild hair and a tail, sitting cross-legged. Before the boy stood an elderly man with a bald head and a white beard. Out of curiosity, Xiao Li approached and sat beside the old man. At that moment, Xiao Li was completely unaware that he could walk freely, feeling no trace of his injuries. As he drew closer, he could hear the elderly man explaining the use of energy and the Kamehameha technique. The old man delivered his explanation vividly and engagingly, making it easy for even Xiao Li to grasp the gist of it. It was only then that Xiao Li regained his senses. Wasn't he injured? Why could he move so freely? And wasn't this energy derived from the comic book? After carefully observing the two figures, Xiao Li concluded that the elderly man was the Kame Sennin from the comic, while the exuberantly haired boy was the protagonist, Son Goku. Upon reflection, everything clicked into place. He had been reading the comic book just moments ago, and without realizing it, had arrived in this place. Now, with his eyes closed, Xiao Li focused on sensing the energy within his body. If this were an illusion, there should be no energy within him. However, in his perception, he could distinctly sense a faint energy coursing through him, which he could manipulate freely. This led him to ponder whether what he was experiencing was indeed real, and whether the figures he saw were living beings. At that moment, Xiao Li was uncertain of his circumstances. Yet, having come this far, he wanted to attempt using the Kamehameha technique. After straining for a while, he could only manage to concentrate the energy in his hands. Resolutely, he decided to abandon this attempt. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Jing Liangjie, who were guarding Xiao Li, turned their attention towards him. Xiao Li's energy was intensifying, and Might Guy noticed that a fluffy tail had sprouted from Xiao Li's coccyx, resembling the yellow fur of his own now-broken tail. It was clear that Xiao Li had indeed acquired the Saiyan constitution. When Xiao Li fully awakened, he was astonished. His physical strength had significantly increased. Under Might Guy's guidance, he was amazed to discover a furry appendage growing from his coccyx. Indeed, a tail. Looking at his newly sprouted tail, Xiao Li was overjoyed. It was furry, much like that of a monkey. Now, one thing was certain. Xiao Li had comprehended the bloodline of the Super Saiyan from the Dragon Ball comic. His injuries would likely heal in no time. Fortunately, his current injuries had rendered him somewhat immobile, and most of his energy had been expended in alleviating his wounds. However, he was not lacking in energy, as his prolonged stay in the hospital had allowed him to accumulate a substantial amount of energy, resulting in a slight alteration in his physique. Might Guy was moved to tears. Wonderful. Xiao Li, you are finally on the path to recovery. I have been waiting for you to regain your strength so we can share tears of youth together. A radiant smile broke across Xiao Li's face as he clasped his hands tightly. With the same fervor and the same foolishness, he declared resolutely, "Yes, Might Guy-sensei. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will recover swiftly." Might Guy nodded in satisfaction and said earnestly, "I await you. This is a promise between us men." Observing the two tightly embraced figures, Jing Liangjie smirked. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Jing Liangjie's mind. Xiao Li has obtained the Saiyan bloodline. Congratulations to the host on the purification of the Saiyan bloodline. Little Li has mastered the Kamehameha technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete Kamehameha. Congratulations. The host has also obtained 400 system energy points. Indeed, the system may be tardy, but it never fails to deliver. Jing Liangjie wore a look of delight, for the insights Little Li gleaned from the comic truly assisted him. Not to mention, the purification of Saiyan bloodline is quite a remarkable feat once perfected. The Kamehameha could obliterate the moon in a single blast. However, due to the peculiarities of this world, the energy in the ninja realm appears somewhat diminished. Even the Saiyans have experienced a degree of weakening. Nonetheless, shattering a mountain is well within reach. Given Jing Liangjie's prowess, he could effortlessly demolish several mountains with his full might. Observing the two in an endless embrace, Jing Liangjie gently cleared his throat and interjected, "I suggest you two refrain from going overboard. This is a hospital. Now let us first find someone to examine Little Li's injuries." Chapter 63, Recovery. A glimpse of the Roots Might Guy's expression shifted as an idea struck him. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Of course, how could I have overlooked that? We should let a medical ninja assess Little Li's injuries first." Soon, Might Guy summoned a medical ninja, who, after thorough examination and measurements, arrived at a startling conclusion. Little Li, once left with shattering injuries that rendered him incapable of combat, was now healing at an astonishing rate. Moreover, his physical strength had even increased. It was remarkable considering he had been confined to the hospital for an extended period. Not only had he not lost muscle mass, thanks to diligent care, but if one were to disregard his wounds, Little Li appeared no different from a normal taijutsu ninja, which was indeed the most terrifying aspect. From the medical ninja's astonishment, Might Guy felt a sense of relief. At least Little Li's injuries were mending, albeit not completely healed, but the speed of recovery was already impressive. Contemplating this, Might Guy turned his gaze toward Jing Liangjie, sincerely stating, "Thanks to you, Liangjie. I might still be at a loss on how to assist Little Li if it weren't for your help." Since Little Li's injury, he had been despondent. Despite an unquenchable desire within, his body had held him back. With Jing Liangjie's assistance, Little Li was on the path to recovery, and his mindset had improved exponentially. Once fully healed, he could return to training and once more sweat alongside his peers in the vigor of youth. Watching the increasingly sentimental exchange between Might Guy and Little Li, Jing Liangjie chuckled softly and sought an excuse to exit the hospital. Upon stepping outside, he breathed a sigh of relief under the bright sunlight. It was a relief to escape. The display of affection between the master and disciple was becoming rather excessive. Meanwhile, the Hokage building had its shadow clones, allowing Jing Liangjie to leisurely stroll through the entire Hidden Leaf village. Previously, such leisurely outings were a rarity for him. Either time was too constrained, or he was engaged in intense training to enhance his strength, leaving little opportunity to explore the village. As he observed the deepening bond between Might Guy and Little Li, Jing Liangjie felt like an outsider, and remaining there would only hinder them. Thus, why linger in that hospital? Unconsciously wandering, he began to formulate a plan. Concerning Danzo, Jing Liangjie felt a pressing need to expedite matters. Otherwise, he could only expect to suffer betrayal in the future. Danzo's presence was akin to a ticking time bomb, lodged uncomfortably in his throat. It was a source of unease. While Jing Liangjie appeared to stroll leisurely, his mind was preoccupied with the lottery page produced by the system. The rewards visible were rather unimpressive. Initially, he had been hopeful, but soon his expression darkened. System, is this all I can do? Waiting for the next round of better merchandise could take far too long. The host can refresh the lottery page by paying with system energy points. Jing Liangjie's expression shifted. So this was what awaited me. However, the current lottery offerings were dismal, compelling him to use system energy points to refresh the rewards. After refreshing 5 times, the lottery contents finally satisfied him. System, let the lottery commence. As the resounding announcement echoed, the golden wheel began to spin. Watching this unfold, Jing Liangjie felt a headache coming on and quickly said, System, dispense with these unnecessary processes and reveal the results directly. Congratulations, host. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a pair of ordinary Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time use of the Divine Eye. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of ordinary Byakugan. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spatial ring. Jing Liangjie gently closed his eyes. At that moment, the ordinary Byakugan swiftly fused with his eyesight. Likewise, the Sharingan followed suit. Although these ocular powers inherently repelled each other, the system facilitated their merger with ease. In that instant, these two distinctly different ocular techniques coalesced. Even with Jing Liangjie's exceptional physical constitution, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Slowly, he opened his eyes and, through the mirror, was taken aback by his reflection. His clear pupils glowed with a faint purple hue, 3 spinning toma within, encircled by a grayish-white pattern, followed by the intricate design of the deadliest eye technique. The appearance of his eyes was peculiar, yet remarkably complex. Jing Liangjie closed his eyes tightly once more. Upon reopening them, they manifested a soft sky blue, devoid of the previous peculiarities. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he could control these eyes. Otherwise, anyone could easily discern his true nature. Even if they couldn't clearly see through him, they would suspect something was amiss. For in the ninja world, flamboyant eyes typically indicated extraordinary abilities. At this moment, Jing Liangjie gradually withdrew from the realm of consciousness. A quaint ring now adorned his hand. This was quite advantageous. Having a spatial ring for storage would prove immensely convenient. Just then, he turned to find 2 Root members wearing animal masks trailing him from a considerable distance. In his former self, he would have never detected these stalkers, for they possessed an acute sense of vigilance, maintaining a safe distance while following him. However, now, infused with various abilities, Jing Liangjie easily recognized the figures shadowing him. A knowing smile graced his face. This was a perfect opportunity to deal with Danzo. Having thought this, Jing Liangjie abruptly stamped his foot and vanished from sight. The 2 Root ninjas trailing him were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. The ninja with the dog mask asked in confusion, "Did you see where he went?" The dog-masked ninja replied, "I have no idea. How did he disappear right under our noses?" Both individuals were earnestly following, yet they found themselves in a situation where nothing was visible, leaving Jing Liangjie lost. How would he explain this upon returning? Just then, a faint voice emerged behind them. Chapter 64. Capturing an illusion. Surprise filled their eyes as they exchanged glances and turned to look behind. They heard the soft voice slowly approach. "Are you two searching for me?" Jing Liangjie stood with his arms crossed, his eyes slightly narrowed as he regarded the 2 masked Root ninjas. The ninja wearing a dog-faced mask and the one with a monkey-faced mask were taken aback. How did he discover us? Moreover, his speed was astonishing. He had appeared behind them in an instant. However, in such a moment, they knew that panic was not an option. As Root ninjas, they were well aware of this principle. They slightly bowed. The dog-faced masked ninja stepped forward and said softly, "Might I inquire what Lord Hokage wishes from us?" A warm smile graced Jing Liangjie's face, yet that very smile sent a chill down their spines. Why feign ignorance? Since you dared to surveil me, you must bear the consequences. The monkey-faced masked ninja trembled slightly, forcing himself to remain calm as he replied, Lord Hokage, you jest. We wouldn't dare to surveil you. We merely happened to pass by. Jing Liangjie tapped his chin thoughtfully, his tone unhurried. If that is the case, then please remove your masks. I am curious to see who you truly are. Both ninjas instinctively took a step back. As root ninjas, they had always concealed their identities. At this critical moment, it was the dog-faced masked ninja who spoke up. Lord Hokage, please do not force us. We belong to the root and must maintain our anonymity. However, once those words escaped his lips, Jing Liangjie's smile grew more pronounced. Oh, the root, is it? Perhaps Danzo sent you to follow me. In that case, let us see what you can do. With that, Jing Liangjie vanished from sight, leaving a deep gouge in the ground and spiderweb-like cracks surrounding the area. The two masked ninjas were startled, quickly preparing to evade. Be careful. Behind you. The dog-faced masked ninja exclaimed anxiously, brandishing a kunai. It seemed he was a sensory ninja, which explained how they could track Jing Liangjie from such a distance. Jing Liangjie gradually reappeared, his smile unwavering. Not bad, but I assure you, I will not go easy on you now. He unleashed a powerful punch towards one of the root ninjas. The sheer force of the blow caused the ninja's pupils to constrict in disbelief. How could this be? This was merely taijutsu, and yet it was purely physical. The information they had gathered suggested that Jing Liangjie was capable of taijutsu, but no one anticipated it would be this outrageous. The monkey-faced masked ninja's face was one of disbelief. How could such terrifying taijutsu exist? Was this man a monster? Their dialogue revealed that these two ninjas, affiliated with the root, held no respect for Jing Liangjie. Though he was merely acting as Hokage, he bore the title nonetheless. In the village, he was typically regarded with respect. Yet these ninjas looked down upon him, evidently brainwashed by Danzo. Such individuals would only serve as enemies, never allies. Jing Liangjie's fist landed heavily on the ninja's shoulder, producing a series of cracking sounds. The ninja's right arm hung at an irregular angle. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had already turned. Continuing like this, victory or defeat was merely a matter of time. The dog-faced masked ninja fixed his gaze on Jing Liangjie, seemingly attempting to predict his next move. At that moment, a surge of golden energy erupted from Jing Liangjie, propelling his speed to new heights. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Attempting to resist was futile. In the face of Jing Liangjie's speed, it was utterly insignificant. The monkey-faced masked ninja failed to react in time and was sent flying again, blood spraying onto the ground. Struggling to support himself, he fixed his eyes on Jing Liangjie. Ninjas primarily relied on hand signs to release ninjutsu, though some techniques could be executed with one hand or without signs altogether. Clearly, neither of these ninjas met such criteria. The monkey-faced masked ninja, after sustaining a broken right hand, had lost significant combat capability. Jing Liangjie stood still, chuckling softly. You see, ninjas are essentially sorcerers. Why do they insist on engaging in close combat? In contrast, taijutsu ninjas resemble true ninjas far more. Their physical prowess generally surpasses that of ordinary ninjas, and most taijutsu techniques do not require hand signs. In comparison, regular ninjas neglect their stealth and prefer to fight openly. They are akin to sorcerers. The monkey-faced masked ninja had entirely lost his fighting spirit. Jing Liangjie turned his gaze to the dog-faced masked ninja. Now, only you remain. The dog-faced masked ninja's eyes widened in panic, shrinking to their limits. At that moment, Jing Liangjie made his move. The dog-faced masked ninja, being a sensory type, predictably had limited combat strength. Yet Jing Liangjie's actions caught him off guard. Sharingan, activate. The three tomo spun erratically in his eyes. The dog-faced masked ninja gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, how is this possible? You cannot possess the Sharingan. In the minds of the villagers of Konoha, that clan had been entirely wiped out, save for a small child and a notorious rogue ninja. It was inconceivable that another Sharingan could exist. Yet today, it had indeed manifested. I told you, I will not show mercy now. Jing Liangjie's gaze remained fixed on the dog-faced masked ninja, his voice icy. The dog-faced masked ninja shook his head frantically. Could it be you are also of the Uchiha clan? Jing Liangjie did not respond to the inquiry. The three tomo continued to spin, gradually asserting control over the ninja. The expressions of both the dog-faced and monkey-faced masked ninjas became increasingly hazy. Jing Liangjie walked slowly towards them. The mission has been accomplished. Now, let us return to the root. The two ninjas bowed respectfully to Jing Liangjie, responding in unison, yes. Lord Danzo. In a matter of seconds, Jing Liangjie had utilized the illusions of his Sharingan to control the two ninjas. At that moment, the two ninjas ran ahead, while Jing Liangjie leisurely followed behind them. As they distanced themselves from the Hokage building, a smile spread across Jing Liangjie's face. Truly, I look forward to discovering the capabilities of the root. Wait for me, Danzo, I am coming. Chapter 65. Danzo's astonishment and action. The control capabilities of the three-tomo Sharingan are formidable. The constructed illusion had caused the two ninjas to perceive Jing Liangjie as Danzo. The ninjas led Jing Liangjie onward, further away from the Hokage building. Since he was merely acting as a temporary Hokage, Jing Liangjie had no knowledge of the location of Danzo's root. Having been Tsunade's disciple, he had maintained a low profile, focusing intently on his art. Due to his insufficient strength, he had never interacted with Danzo, nor did he ever imagine he would become the acting Hokage. The strength has unexpectedly surged. It was inevitable to cross paths with Danzo. After all, Ryukai had previously slain Danzo once, thereby formally establishing a rivalry between the two. The speed of the two ninjas escalated, while the distance between them widened. They halted at an entrance, which turned out to be an underground locale, quite literally beneath the ground. It was revealed that the root was situated directly below the Hidden Leaf Village, hence its name, the Root of Konoha. Shortly after entering, they encountered two guards. The masked ninjas were not surprising, but upon seeing Ryukai, the guards became immediately agitated. Acting Hokage, this is the root, one of them exclaimed. Ryukai merely nodded lightly, his expression remaining one of nonchalance. Of course I am aware, but as the acting Hokage, why should I not enter? The Hokage represents the pinnacle of authority in the village. From any perspective, the Hokage is entitled to access. The expressions of the two guards fluctuated, caught in a dilemma. The ninja with the dog mask coldly interjected, "What is the meaning of this? If Lord Danzo were to take issue, can you bear the consequences?" In their eyes, Ryukai, who followed closely behind, seemed akin to Danzo himself. The guards had evidently misconstrued the dog-masked ninja's words, believing that Danzo had invited Ryukai to this place. Thus, they dared not impede his passage, allowing him to enter without hesitation. This fortuitous misunderstanding facilitated Ryukai's entry with remarkable ease. The underground structure was rather impressive. As they ventured further inside, the space expanded considerably. Above them lay the residence of the Shimura clan. Ryukai ambled along unhurriedly, devoid of any apprehension typical of entering enemy territory, rather resembling a tourist on an excursion. Meanwhile, a sensing ninja suddenly appeared beside Danzo, bowing respectfully. "Lord Danzo, my subordinate has detected a chakra entering the root. This chakra is unfamiliar, seemingly distinct from the ordinary." Ryukai's body no longer contained chakra, having transformed entirely into true energy. The sensing ninja had recognized this true energy, alerting him to Ryukai's arrival. Danzo's brow furrowed. "Is that so? It appears we have a visitor in the root." A sinister smile crept across Danzo's face, his one-eyed visage appearing even more formidable. Slowly, Danzo rose and exited his chamber, seemingly intent on meeting this unannounced guest. As he approached, he too sensed the unfamiliar presence. This energy did not resemble chakra in the slightest. Puzzled, he scrutinized the distance, wondering who could be arriving with such an alien aura. Each ninja's chakra bore distinct characteristics, typically recognizable by sensing ninjas. Yet, even Danzo found himself perplexed by the identity of the one possessing this peculiar chakra. Upon reaching a flat stone platform, the sound echoed clearly enough for Danzo to hear from afar. Indeed, someone had arrived. Danzo had never relaxed his training regimen at the root, having deliberately cultivated its stealth and concealment. Thus, root members generally appeared quite ominous, and due to the influence of cursed seals, they functioned almost as Danzo's puppets. These root ninjas appeared somewhat more wooden than their ordinary counterparts. Given the commotion and noise, it was clear that the source could not be a root ninja. Thus, it must be a guest. Ah, how delightful. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Danzo clapped his hands in the darkness, uttering these chilling words, gradually emerging from the shadows. Half of Danzo's body remained concealed, revealing only the portion of his face not wrapped in bandages. "I did not expect the acting Hokage to visit my root. This is indeed a surprise. His uncovered features reflected genuine astonishment. Danzo was not feigning. He had not anticipated Kyuryukai's personal visit at this juncture. Was it due to the events of the past? Yet, so much time had elapsed. However, upon observing the two ninjas accompanying Kyuryukai, Danzo began to understand. It was apparent that Kyuryukai had discovered the two tracking ninjas he had dispatched. The two ninjas remained unharmed, though their expressions and demeanor seemed peculiar. Danzo found it odd that the two ninjas, standing right before him, displayed an attitude of utter disregard towards his presence. It appeared that these two incompetent fools had fallen victim to the Acting Hokage's genjutsu, proving themselves to be thoroughly inept. The implications of their failure were clear, yet Kyuryukai exhibited no hint of embarrassment. A slight smile graced his face. Circumstances necessitate action. Lord Danzo, do not take offense. I have my reasons for resorting to this unorthodox approach. Danzo's expression darkened, but with Kyuryukai having laid bare the situation, what more could he say? He forced a stiff smile and inquired, "Might I inquire what brings the Acting Hokage to seek out an old man like me?" Kyuryukai's gaze bore into Danzo's. "Surely, Lord Danzo comprehends my purpose for coming. I did not expect Lord Danzo to be so considerate, fearing for my safety, thus dispatching two ninjas to provide me with close protection." Kyuryukai's tone was heavy, yet Danzo showed no signs of embarrassment, as if the act of sending two ninjas in attendance were entirely inconsequential to him. Kyuryukai's eyes turned cold, narrowing as they regarded Danzo in silence. After a prolonged moment, it was Danzo who broke the silence. "I am curious as to what the Acting Hokage seeks from me. Let us converse while we proceed. It will also allow you to see the environment of our route." Kyuryukai neither nodded nor shook his head, simply following Danzo further along, his expression inscrutable. The atmosphere was decidedly ominous. Kyuryukai noted that the passing ninjas appeared almost expressionless, their gazes vacant. Each root ninja regarded Danzo with a mix of reverence, yet offered nothing in acknowledgement of Kyuryukai. These individuals had been thoroughly brainwashed by Danzo, rendered into mere puppets. Without Danzo's control, they would likely be at a loss as to their own actions. Danzo came to a halt, gesturing towards a nearby room with an air of pride. "Acting Hokage, please observe, this is the interrogation chamber. Those suspected of espionage or betrayal are brought here until they divulge their secrets." Kyuryukai surveyed the scene before him. The chamber was evidently a prison, equipped with various instruments of torture, and the floor was thickly coated in dried blood. Kyuryukai's gaze hardened, pondering the countless ninjas who must have perished here. Danzo's words may have been polished, yet the underlying truth was likely far more sinister. Only those who pose a threat to Danzo would dare to enter this place. Sensing something amiss, Danzo ceased introducing the prison cell before him and continued deeper into the facility with Kyuryukai. The further they ventured, the more Root ninjas appeared, indicating they were now in the heart of Root's operations. However, Kyuryukai believed there were even more clandestine areas hidden from view. Danzo would not establish his base here, nor would he reveal the locations of his experimental sites. Such secrets were not easily divulged. A smirk crept upon Kyuryukai's lips. Indeed, Danzo was quite skilled, but he could not deceive me as he did others. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, Kyuryukai often possessed a godlike perspective. Although he was unaware of the exact location of Root's headquarters, his understanding of Danzo was profound. Danzo harbored a Sharingan in his arm, which, if not properly maintained, would exact a toll on his body. Therefore, such activities could only occur in discrete locations. Root undoubtedly contained hidden chambers. Kyuryukai casually pulled a chair and sat down, his face already etched with impatience. "Lord Danzo, I believe I warned you previously, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. It seems your actions have become increasingly reckless, even dispatching two Root ninjas to follow me." Kyuryukai's tone grew icier with each word, while Danzo's smile remained unyielding. "Acting Hokage, what are you implying? My actions are solely for the village's benefit. You are well aware of the heavy burdens you carry. Any misstep could affect the village gravely. I am entirely motivated by the interests of Konoha." Kyuryukai felt anger swell within him, yet it manifested as a sardonic smile. Danzo's incessant claims of acting for Konoha held a semblance of truth. After all, a village's growth encompasses not only its bright facets, but also its darker ones. Certain matters were too delicate for Konoha's higher-ups to address, including Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. This situation highlighted Danzo's role. However, despite some of Danzo's efforts, His record was marred by numerous transgressions. The deaths during the Konoha 8-color incident were inextricably linked to him, each one a testament to his involvement. In summary, Danzo's misdeeds far outweighed his contributions. Ryukai's patience was wearing thin. His expression turned frigid as he fixed his gaze on Danzo. I have warned you before. Yet you seem unperturbed. Do you wish to tempt fate once more? Danzo's pupils constricted, fear gripping his heart. How could he know? Danzo had previously believed his machinations were impeccable, capable of explaining his abilities through various secret techniques. Yet here was Ryukai, accurately stating that he had died once before. Ryukai undoubtedly possessed some knowledge that warranted this assertion. Ryukai stepped closer, his voice chilling. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. I wonder how many eyes you have watching you now? Danzo slowly extended his hand, his body trembling, his condition deteriorating. How could you know this? Who informed you? Was it Orochimaru? Some secrets Danzo had buried deep. Even Sarutobi was unaware of the Sharingan embedded in his body, a significant revelation that could jeopardize his life. Danzo would never easily disclose such information. Ryukai shook his head, a benevolent smile adorning his face. No need to speculate. I require no informant. I have already stated. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. I look forward to witnessing your true prowess. Danzo, maintaining his composure, slowly unraveled the bandages from his hand. One crimson eye after another emerged from the wrappings. I had hoped to engage in a war of wits with you. But it seems we must reach a conclusion today. Your audacity in coming here is astonishing. This is my territory, the heart of Root. Danzo scoffed at Ryukai, surveying the area. The surrounding Root ninjas began to converge, their intent clear. They were not prepared to let this matter rest, and they radiated hostility toward Ryukai. Ryukai slowly extended both hands, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he flexed his fingers. Oh, is that so? Then I must truly witness Lord Danzo's abilities. With a wave of his hand, several ninjas surged forward, forming a unified front as they performed a series of hand seals. A colossal fireball erupted from their mouths, surging towards Ryukai with alarming ferocity, a spectacle of power. Yet, in an instant, a deafening explosion resonated through the arena, and the ground fissured as if a primordial beast had trampled through. At this moment, Ryukai struck. These individuals were evidently well-trained, executing a combined ninjutsu with impressive synergy. Yet, in the face of absolute power, even aiming at their target became a challenge. Ryukai vanished from sight, without the use of chakra. Even the sensory ninjas could not detect his whereabouts. Ryukai relied solely on his physical prowess. After extensive enhancement, his physical strength transcended what these ninjas could comprehend. A chilling voice emanated from behind the ninjas. Are you searching for me? Excruciating pain erupted within the ninjas as they collapsed, blood spilling from their mouths, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Having become a ninja, Ryukai had engaged in slaughter. The ninja world was never tranquil. A ninja unfamiliar with bloodshed was merely a delicate flower, unable to withstand the tempest. These individuals had been thoroughly brainwashed by Danzo, and their continued existence posed a danger. Soon, the fallen ninjas ceased their movements, their chests no longer rising and falling, their bodies devoid of life. In a mere encounter, Ryukai had dispatched a team of Ch-nin skilled in combined attacks. A profound wariness flickered in Danzo's eyes. I never imagined your strength to be so formidable. It appears you have been concealing your true capabilities all along. I underestimated you, but I doubt this knowledge was imparted by Tsunade. Danzo was well acquainted with Tsunade, having watched her grow. While she possessed considerable skill and strength, it was nowhere near this level. Others could not discern the truth, but Danzo, endowed with the Sharingan, saw everything clearly. The moment the combined team launched their attack, Ryukai harnessed his physical strength and vanished from their sight. He had merely used pure physical might along with incredible speed to position himself behind the combined team, delivering a single punch to each. That one blow had extinguished their lives. Such prowess in taijutsu was undoubtedly exceptional. A smile graced Ryukai's face as he remained silent, exerting an invisible pressure upon Danzo. Only Jing Liangjie himself truly understands that he had not been concealing his abilities previously. At that time, he was engrossed in his art, completely oblivious to the existence of these comic books and their functions. Back then, Jing Liangjie was merely a mid-level ninja, but now his strength has surged dramatically. He is no longer at a disadvantage when facing a seasoned powerhouse like Danzo. With a casual wave of his hand, Danzo declared, "Sealing Team." A group of ninjas clad in special attire materialized at his side, each forming identical hand seals. A violet sealing formation was established, and chains materialized from thin air, advancing towards Jing Liangjie to ensnare him. Jing Liangjie fixed his gaze on Danzo, a smile creeping across his face. "If I am not mistaken, this is a technique of the Uzumaki clan, repurposed for your own use." A chilling grin appeared on Danzo's face. Indeed, this sealing technique had been derived from the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu. But so what? The vanquished are merely dust beneath the wheels of history. In this moment, Danzo indirectly acknowledged that his efforts contributed to the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, a matter in which even Sarutobi Hiruzen had a hand. Both of these old men are far from virtuous. The only distinction is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has already departed for the afterlife, leaving Danzo to exist alone in this world. The chains were steadily encroaching upon Jing Liangjie, quickly enveloping him in a binding cocoon. More alarmingly, the chains were tightening relentlessly. As the sealing range gradually diminished and the chains secured their grip, Jing Liangjie might soon find himself completely restrained. However, it was evident that Jing Liangjie had no intention of granting Danzo this opportunity. A faint aura emanated from him, striking the surrounding violet barrier with great force. The barrier trembled, showing signs of instability, yet ultimately withstood Jing Liangjie's assault. Danzo laughed heartily, dismissively stating, "What a fanciful notion. This is a sealing team comprised of elite Jonin. You cannot possibly shatter the seal." His face radiated unrestrained pride, envisioning Jing Liangjie's defeat post-sealing. Yet, Jing Liangjie maintained a calm and composed smile, which startled Danzo. Could he possess some means to counter this seal? Even I would require a significant cost to breach this seal. How could he possibly overcome it? Danzo's anxiety subsided once more. It was precisely because he was unconcerned about Jing Liangjie breaking the seal that he could remain so sanguine regarding the situation. Suddenly, an unexpected sound caused Danzo to furrow his brows. What was that noise? It resembled the sound of a lake. Despite being underground, the drainage system had always functioned superbly. The closest lake was quite far away. How could the sound of flowing water reach them? Initially, the sound was faint, but it gradually crescendoed until every ninja present could hear it clearly. Suddenly, a colossal golden lake materialized behind Jing Liangjie, its waters rhythmically undulating. This peculiar phenomenon enveloped all present. Danzo had never witnessed such a situation before, yet an ominous feeling gnawed at him. With a steady gaze fixed on Jing Liangjie, he urgently commanded, "Increase the intensity, do not stop." At that moment, a flicker of fear ignited within Danzo. What on earth was this? The current scenario felt akin to a slumbering beast beginning to awaken. Unbeknownst to Danzo, this was merely a manifestation that Jing Liangjie carried within himself. However, the pressure emanating from Jing Liangjie surged forth, overwhelming Danzo. Under such immense pressure, Danzo found himself speechless, staring in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. A massive rift tore through the ceiling barrier. In an instant, Jing Liangjie stood before Danzo, who gazed at him in shock. "Why are you so fast?" Yet, as the words escaped his lips, a wound appeared on Danzo's body. Slowly bowing his head, he beheld a gaping wound on his chest, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 68. Injured and fleeing Danzo, racked with pain, stared in astonishment at the injury on his chest. A large gash bled profusely, and he could hardly fathom the extent of the damage inflicted in such a fleeting moment. Hastily, he pressed to staunch the bleeding, his gaze towards Jing Liangjie growing increasingly cold and hostile. "All of you attack." One by one, masked ninjas rushed towards Jing Liangjie, with the seal rendered ineffective. It seemed prudent to capitalize on their numbers and charge together. However, as the masked ninjas advanced, a smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. "Perfect. I can catch you all in one fell swoop." A flicker of pale white flames ignited in his hand, gradually expanding to the size of a basketball. With a swift motion, Jing Liangjie hurled the fireball forward. Under his control, the immense fireball fragmented into several smaller orbs, raining down upon the approaching ninjas. Each small fireball was of uniform size, devoid of favoritism. Upon contact, they ignited, engulfing their targets in flames. Danzo, astonished, watched the scene unfold. The medical ninjas had managed to staunch the bleeding from his chest, and the wound no longer spread, Yet he never anticipated Jing Liangjie's actions would be so swift. Just as one crisis was averted, another emerged. Danzo had barely stabilized his chest wound when yet another fireball appeared. Although he was uncertain of its nature, he felt a palpable sense of danger emanating from it. No matter what this fireball was, the best course of action was to evade it. However, the other ninjas were not as fortunate as Danzo. They wished to dodge, but under Danzo's command, several could not escape. They regarded Danzo as a deity, becoming puppets in his hands. Their unquestioning obedience to his orders showcased a significant flaw in their indoctrination, yet it also rendered them a formidable force under Danzo's control. At this moment, that flaw was magnified. While the ninjas sensed the extraordinary nature of the fireball, they could only press forward under Danzo's command, bracing themselves for confrontation. As the flames descended upon them, they swiftly expanded, engulfing one after another in a conflagration that left Danzo gasping in shock. The fiery mass before him was intercepted by Danzo himself, but the others were now completely enveloped in flames. Some, caught in the inferno, found their bodily functions impaired, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Gazing at the fallen ninjas, Danzo took a deep breath and exclaimed in astonishment, "Just how much have you concealed?" He could not shake the feeling that Jing Liangjie harbored countless hidden techniques, each more insidious than the last. Yet, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was merely Jing Liangjie's standard repertoire, not some arcane skill kept in reserve. He simply had not exhibited it against Danzo before. In that moment, Jing Liangjie vanished once more. When everyone laid eyes on him again, they found him gripping Danzo's throat with an ironclad hold. Under the oppressive weight of his own body, Danzo's face quickly turned a shade of iron gray. He struggled to breathe, yet Huga's hand obstructed this fundamental human function. Soon, symptoms of asphyxiation began to manifest upon Danzo. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and declared, "To think you can make me yield is nothing but a dream." If Sarutobi Hiruzen is deemed a successful politician, then Danzo represents an unyielding tyrant. His intentions were unequivocal, and on his path forward, he cared little for the means employed. As long as he could achieve his goals, he would pursue them relentlessly. Huga's gaze bore into Danzo, a mocking smile gracing his lips. What is this? The once invincible Danzo now finds himself in such despair? Danzo, with his throat firmly grasped, flailed his limbs in desperation. At that moment, he bellowed, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." A massive projectile, composed of wind elements, formed in Danzo's mouth and shot directly at Huga's head. No one anticipated that Danzo had such a card up his sleeve. With his throat tightly constricted, he was uncomfortably close to Huga. A sinister smile crept across Danzo's face as he spat. "This is the fate of those who oppose me." Yet at this juncture, he realized he was gravely mistaken. As the ninjutsu dissipated, Huga appeared unscathed, leaving Danzo in a state of shock. "How is this possible? You have no wounds at all. This cannot be true." "I refuse to believe it." Huga had bravely endured a direct hit from Danzo's technique, yet his face bore not even the tiniest scratch. Suddenly, Danzo felt the grip on his throat tighten. With a resounding crack, his neck was snapped. In his final moments, Danzo looked incredulously at Huga, unable to fathom that he would truly go so far as to kill. He showed no regard for his status in Konoha. Regardless of the circumstances, Huga had slain Danzo, which was utterly incomprehensible to the outside world. This was the very reason Danzo had always felt invulnerable. He could hardly believe that Huga would truly take such a drastic measure. It was only now that he understood he was of little significance in Huga's eyes. Allowing Huga to act with impunity, Danzo collapsed to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. The surrounding ninjas were thrown into a panic, though they had not perished. They had witnessed Danzo's demise firsthand. Huga, arms crossed and eyes cold, regarded Danzo's lifeless body. Amidst the incredulous gazes of others, he coldly stated, "Since you refuse to learn, I shall grant you death once more. Now, I am curious to see how many lives you possess." As he looked at Danzo's pale arm, a single crimson eye slowly closed. Indeed, in his final moments, Danzo had resorted to the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique. He rose once more, appearing entirely unscathed, seemingly unaffected by Huga's attack. However, Huga understood that had Danzo's Sharingan not closed, he would have truly met his end. Like a specter, Huga reappeared before Danzo. Just as Danzo attempted to resist, Huga delivered a devastating punch to his chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed. The force sent Danzo flying backward. In that very moment, seizing the opportunity, Danzo turned and fled, disregarding the surrounding ninjas. Others had already perished, and numerous root ninjas remained, but Danzo had escaped. Huga remained stationary, not hastening to pursue, a faint smile gracing his face. Chapter 69. The Truth? Your enemies still include Danzo. Now that Danzo had fled, regardless of the ensuing complications, he no longer posed a threat to Huga. What remained was to clean up the mess left by Root. Standing still, Huga pondered. Surely, Tsunade would be quite astonished upon her return. After all, Danzo was a figure who even caused headaches for Danzo himself. Without delay, Huga returned to the Hokage building and summoned the Umbu. Unlike Root, the Umbu is an organization directly under the Hokage, functioning with greater transparency. More importantly, while these ninjas obeyed the Hokage's orders, they also possessed the ability to think independently and uphold their own beliefs, making them fundamentally different from the ruthless organization led by Danzo. Huga narrowed his eyes, gazing at those before him. Danzo attempted to assassinate me and seize the Hokage position, alerting other nations. Danzo has become a rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. You are to take over Root. The faces of the assembled Umbu turned pale, clearly shocked by Huga's proclamation. They were all Umbu, privy to more accurate information than the average ninja. Even so, they were still taken aback by the news that Danzo had defected. Having fled the village, the remaining minor threats were easily dealt with. Huga was not concerned in that regard. Previously, he had the capability to chase after Danzo, but he chose not to, for he had other plans. Upon returning home, Huga found Sasuke as expected. He reached out to ruffle Sasuke's hair again. Sasuke attempted to resist, but it was futile. Observing Sasuke's determined focus on his manga, Huga slowly sat opposite him. Sasuke, why are you so intent on becoming stronger? Upon hearing this, a deep-seated hatred flickered within Sasuke, his eyes growing cold and resolute. Lord Huga, thank you for giving me this opportunity to grow stronger. With this, I will have the power to kill that man. Seeing the hatred etched on Sasuke's face, Huga sighed. There are some things I did not wish to reveal to you just yet, but your demeanor has raised my concerns. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Sasuke asked, Lord Huga, what is it? Huga chuckled softly. There is no need for such formality in private. Just call me Huga, as I am older than you. A warm smile adorned Huga's face as his eyes gazed intently at Sasuke. Sasuke's expression flickered, as if touched within. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to stammer. Huga. Huga beamed with a gentle smile. This was a good sign, indicating that Sasuke had begun to open his heart. Sighing, Huga continued. I regret what you witnessed regarding your past, but perhaps you did not realize that the circumstances were somewhat different from what you perceived. Sasuke furrowed his brows. His eyes filled with hatred for Itachi Uchiha. That's impossible. That was the man's doing. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Huga shook his head. All I can tell you is that this matter is not as simple as you think. Your true enemy is not Itachi Uchiha. It is Shimura Danzo. Sasuke was taken aback, his head snapping up. Huga, is it that traitor Danzo? Huga nodded. I intentionally allowed him to escape, but this is for your own good. A flower that has not weathered the storm cannot stand on its own. If you wish to discover the true culprit behind your clan's demise, you must become strong and seek out Danzo. Sasuke sat there in stunned silence. The changes in this situation took Sasuke by surprise. He had never anticipated that the seemingly straightforward matter of his clan's annihilation concealed such profound complexities. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, his foremost priority remained to grow stronger. Only through gaining strength could he pursue the truth. With this thought, determination filled Sasuke's gaze. It was only by becoming powerful that he could rectify matters and exact revenge. Huga smiled softly, aware that his decision not to pursue Danzo at that moment stemmed from this very reason. Danzo was a gift left for Sasuke by Huga. Perhaps only Danzo could bridge the chasm between the two brothers. On the surface, Itachi Uchiha appeared to be a traitor, but in reality, he was merely an undercover agent sent by Konoha. Of course, only the deceased Hiruzen Sarutobi was privy to this truth. Hyuga's awareness of all these details came from his omniscient perspective and familiarity with the narrative. Sitting beside him, Sasuke slowly set aside his manga. Huga, I wish to fuse another type of now. Huga was taken aback. Such matters could not be rushed. A moment's carelessness could lead to significant problems. Sasuke shook his head. Resolute. At this juncture, his training regimen had completely transitioned from that of a ninja to a fighter. The energy within him had fully supplanted chakra. Thus, Sasuke's physical condition was steadily improving. His eyes locked onto Hyuga's. He spoke earnestly. Hyuga, I would never jeopardize my body. I believe I am now capable of enduring 2 types of. Observing Sasuke's unwavering confidence, Hyuga ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed outside. While you fuse I shall stand by to monitor. Should anything go amiss, I will intervene immediately. Sasuke's gaze flickered, warmth creeping into his expression. Thank you, Hyuga. Had Kakashi witnessed this scene, he would surely have been astounded. Since that particular incident, Sasuke had become taciturn, harboring a profound pride within. Aside from Naruto and Sakura, he seemed devoid of any friends with whom he could converse, embodying the epitome of a conceited youth. Yet now, the interaction between Hyuga and Sasuke resembled that of genuine brothers, a scenario that would seem entirely improbable to outsiders. The two exited with manga in hand, and Sasuke settled onto the ground, seeking to calm his anxious emotions. As he slightly opened his eyes, Hyuga offered a reassuring smile, softly stating, "Rest assured, I am here by your side." Only then did Sasuke pick up the manga once more. In truth, Sasuke had already reached a critical threshold. However, due to the limitations of his physical condition, he had delayed fusing the other type of. But now, the moment had arrived. Sasuke sat cross-legged, his heart directed towards the heavens. A pale flame ignited upon his body, signifying the imminent emergence of a second type of. Chapter 70. Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Sasuke's joy given Sasuke's demeanor. It was evident he had grasped another type of. His body had reached the threshold for endurance, allowing for direct fusion. Soon, a vibrant green flame materialized beside him. Yet, at first glance, this flame appeared somewhat ethereal, akin to a fire without roots. Hyuga recognized it immediately as Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Compared to other, Azure Lotus Earth Fire was considerably gentler, making it a suitable choice for his second fusion. Hyuga stepped back once more to avoid disrupting Sasuke's focus. Upon closer inspection, the Azure Lotus Earth Fire began to take form, its prior illusionary state evolving into something more tangible. The present moment was crucial. Whether or not success would follow now depended on this very instant. Hyuga gathered the strength within his own body, prepared to act should any complications arise. Fortunately, Sasuke's expression remained steady, suggesting that all was well, while the intensity of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire continued to grow, gradually rivaling the bone spirit cold fire. The flames danced, seemingly in sync with Sasuke's breath. It was evident that it would not be long before the Azure Lotus Earth Fire fully integrated with him. Hyuga observed the surroundings calmly. The situation remained stable. With time on their side, he believed the outcome would only improve. After approximately half an hour, Sasuke finally opened his eyes, his expression brimming with delight. If one were to articulate it, at this moment, Sasuke could effortlessly defeat several of his former selves. The burning technique was a low-level technique but possessed unique qualities. The process of fusing would also elevate the rank of the burning technique. Should he fuse enough flames, the technique could ascend to an extraordinary level. Sasuke slowly extended his hands, 2 small flames appearing, one in each palm. The left held the pale bone spirit cold fire, chilling enough to be felt from a distance, while the right cradled the soft azure of Azure Lotus Earth Fire, which was gentler than its counterpart. Though distinct in nature, the 2 flames harmoniously coalesced within Sasuke's being. However, at this moment, his control still required refinement. Should he attempt to merge the 2 flames completely, he might not yet succeed, let alone employ the technique known as the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Nevertheless, Sasuke's strength had undeniably surged to a new level. Rising to his feet, he fixed his gaze on Hyuga, exclaiming with excitement, "Hyuga, I finally possess 2 types of." "Congratulations, Sasuke. You have attained initial power." Hyuga responded with a warm smile. The joy radiating from Sasuke's eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, a somewhat mechanical voice reverberated in Hyuga's mind. "Sasuke has acquired Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Congratulations, host, on receiving 200 system energy points." Feeling his own strength swell once more, Hyuga's happiness intensified. Gurgle. Sasuke glanced awkwardly at his stomach. Meanwhile, Hyuga chuckled. "There's no need to be embarrassed, it's only natural. As it happens, I am also quite hungry. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Before Sasuke could decline, Hyuga led him to the bustling streets. Initially intending to visit a ramen shop, Hyuga remembered that Konoha was also famous for several barbecue establishments. Coincidentally, as they entered a barbecue restaurant, Hyuga spotted a familiar face. Hinata greeted him with a sweet smile, gently saying, "Lord Hyuga." Hyuga, accompanied by Sasuke, naturally stepped inside. Yugao, somewhat surprised, regarded Hyuga with respect, inquiring, "Why not join us?" Acting Hokage. Seated beside her were two young men, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. It appeared to be a gathering of teammates. Hyuga glanced at Sasuke, who seemed aloof, and decided it would depend on his disposition. To Hyuga's surprise, Sasuke nodded, showing indifference to the gathering. With a warm smile, Hyuga joined Team 8 at their table. The owner brought forth more barbecue and a bottle of sake. Yugao, sitting next to Hyuga, inquired with sparkling eyes, "Acting Hokage, we seldom see you around. You do not appear as stern as the rumors suggest." Hyuga smiled gently. The events surrounding Danzo had indeed circulated widely. The ninjas within the village have become aware of their own reputations, likely not for favorable reasons, and it is uncertain whether Tsunade, who has ventured outside, is aware of this. Ryuka gently waved his hand, reminding them that, as Red Sensei mentioned, those are merely rumors. In this private setting, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me Ryuka. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino appeared somewhat reserved at first, but they soon relaxed. The barbecue at this establishment was quite delightful, rich yet not greasy, fragrant yet not dry. However, the sake was rather too mild for their taste. They engaged in casual conversation, and the bond among them grew subtly closer. Yet, suddenly, the demeanor of Yuhi Kurenai became serious. She slightly turned her body, fixing her gaze intently upon Ryuka, and after a prolonged silence, she solemnly inquired, "Ryuka Dano, there is something I am quite perplexed about and must ask you." Ryuka turned to her and nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. After taking another sip of sake, Kurenai proceeded, "Ryuka Dano, what exactly is going on with Hinata?" It was evident that Hinata's recent behavior had caught Kurenai's attention. While normal progress would not raise any questions, the extent of Hinata's transformation was remarkable. Even her eyes had changed, leaving Kurenai astonished. Ryuka could not feign ignorance concerning Hinata's significant transformation, primarily due to her acquisition of the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. This resulted in alterations to her eyes and an impressive display of abilities across various domains. Kurenai had noticed hints of this in Hinata's training sessions. After some inquiries, Kurenai discovered that Hinata's changes were indeed linked to Ryuka. Initially intending to find an appropriate time to ask, she seized the opportunity during this gathering at the barbecue restaurant. Hinata, feeling a bit embarrassed, cast a glance at Ryuka, seemingly regretting her failure to maintain secrecy. However, Ryuka smiled and nodded, offering no reproach. Chapter 71, Hinata's Revelation. Kurenai's shock. Hinata expressed her deep gratitude for everything Ryuka had done. Her strength had significantly increased, transforming her from her former self. Furthermore, she realized that since the arrival of Hanabi, her life had changed drastically. She felt a newfound confidence, no longer fragile in many aspects. Hinata recognized this development as a positive progression and welcomed it. However, Kurenai remained unaware of these details and often found Hinata's behavior peculiar. Concerned, she feared that Hinata might have resorted to some forbidden methods to amplify her strength. Yet, upon further investigation, she learned that it was Ryuka's influence, leading her to inquire directly. Ryuka, stroking his chin thoughtfully, remarked, "Since this matter pertains to Hinata, I believe it is best for her to explain it to you." Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a jolt of surprise, her gaze fixed intently on Ryuka. He nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his face, and calmly stated, "There is no need for concern. This is not something that needs to be concealed." Hinata felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since Ryuka had deemed it acceptable to disclose this, her previous worries began to dissipate. She surveyed the surroundings. There were not many patrons, and both Kiba and Shino looked on with eager curiosity, as did Kurenai. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. "I must thank Ryuka Dano, for without him, I would not possess such strength and opportunities," she declared. Kurenai smiled, reassured by her disciple's steadfast nature. This very characteristic alleviated her worries. For forbidden ninjutsu often distorts the user's personality, yet Hinata's behavior did not align with such a pattern. Kurenai picked up a piece of grilled meat, chewed thoughtfully, and then said with a gentle smile, "Hinata, please share with us the details. Just look at how curious Kiba and Shino are." Kiba and Shino's expressions softened slightly, yet they could not suppress their inquisitive glances toward Hinata. It was indeed true that no ninja in the world did not yearn for strength. Given the slightest opportunity, everyone would seize it without hesitation. Hinata took a deep breath and began, I have acquired the secret ninjutsu from Ryukadano. Although my eyes have changed, I can still utilize the Byakugan, and the transformation has granted me a profound sense of security. The others nodded in understanding. Though the Huga clan is esteemed within Konoha, the Byakugan also brings considerable peril. This is why distinctions exist between the main house and the branch family. The caged bird seal not only constrains the branch family members, but primarily serves to protect the Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders. Now, having lost the Byakugan's distinct mark, Hinata has inadvertently reduced the risks she faces. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Kiba and Shino appeared disappointed. Realizing it was merely secret ninjutsu akin to the techniques unique to their own clans, methods that would not be shared with outsiders. They deduced that Hinata must have become Kyuryuka's disciple to receive such teachings. Kurenai, however, was filled with a sense of relief and gently patted Hinata's shoulder, encouragingly saying, Hinata, since you have become Ryukadano's disciple, strive to excel. Hinata shook her head, clarifying, strictly speaking, I am not yet a formal disciple of Ryukadano. I merely read a few comic books at his home, which significantly enhanced my abilities. This is also because Ryukadano integrated his bloodline limit into the comics. Kurenai, along with Kiba and Shino, was left in a state of disbelief. However, Kurenai's expression soon turned rigid as she forced a smile, awkwardly commenting, I see. What a remarkable occurrence. This barbecue is quite delicious. Let us indulge a bit more. As adults, Kurenai pondered the implications further. Hinata's explanation led her to believe that it was a secretive matter, prompting Hinata to concoct such an excuse. Thus, Kurenai felt compelled to awkwardly shift the conversation. Kyuryuka set down his chopsticks lightly. This is not merely an excuse. If you were to visit my home, you would discern the truth of these claims for yourself. Would you not? With Kyuryuka's words, the implication was clear. Hinata's earlier statements were indeed truthful. Given Kyuryuka's status as the acting Hokage, it was inconceivable that he would fabricate such a story, especially about matters of this nature. Kurenai's heart was deeply stirred. If Kyuryuka's assertions were accurate, then his home must house elements capable of bestowing strength, perhaps even the comics themselves. However, despite the shock that enveloped Yuhi Kurenai, she did not allow it to surface outwardly. Beside her, Inuzuka Kiba was brimming with eagerness. In contrast, Aburame Shino maintained a stoic expression, concealing his thoughts. Kiba, ever the enthusiastic one, filled Kurenai's bowl with several generous servings of meat. Kurenai slightly turned her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Kiba, if you have something to say, you need not be so formal, she remarked. Kiba's intentions were so transparent that everyone at the table could see his blatant attempts to curry favor. Yet, his actions were met with no disdain. After all, Kiba was much like Naruto, an impassioned fool. Kiba scratched the back of his head, feeling slightly embarrassed as he asked, Is what you said true, Kurenai-sensei? Can reading manga really make me stronger? Kurenai shook her head, and Kiba's expression fell, displaying a hint of disappointment. But you said before that reading manga could empower me. Kurenai chuckled gently in explanation. It can offer you a path to strength, but it won't yield immediate results. Kiba's eyes ignited with fervor. In that case, could you teach me, Kurenai-sensei? I aspire to become Hokage, and I must grow stronger. Chapter 72, The Assessment, Light Shattering Illusions. Kiba realized he had misinterpreted her words. Regardless, Kurenai possessed a method to enhance his strength, which was already sufficient. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed Kiba with a hint of discontent. His face cold as he glared at him. The Tomo in his Sharingan spun ominously as he remarked, Kurenai-sensei isn't here to deceive you. Kiba was taken aback. It was then that he noticed the changes in Sasuke. He seemed more composed than during their graduation, yet still bore the air of an arrogant prince. Wait, did Sasuke just refer to Kurenai as sensei? It seemed Sasuke had also grown stronger, likely a result of Kurenai's influence. Kiba began to believe, especially since his personal growth was linked to his ninja dog. He suddenly looked up at Kurenai with intense eyes, clutching Akamaru in his arms, and anxiously inquired, Will Akamaru grow stronger too? Kurenai smiled. It was now confirmed that ninjas could gain strength from reading their manga, but could a dog do the same? Kurenai was uncertain. Yet this was not the moment for complaints. She reached out and gently ruffled Akamaru's head. If he has the confidence, I believe it is possible. This way. She neither compromised her judgment nor made Kiba feel favored. In simpler terms, it was a non-stick approach. Kiba, filled with excitement, declared, "I believe Akamaru can do it." Ninja dogs are unlike ordinary dogs. Take Akamaru, for example. He may not speak, but his intelligence is unquestionable. Akamaru seemed to be an exception, as other ninja dogs and cats could communicate, yet Akamaru's barks were comprehensible only to Kiba. Nonetheless, reading manga shouldn't hinder his understanding, and perhaps it could indeed make him stronger. At that moment, Kurenai and Shino remained observant. If Kiba grew stronger, it would lend credibility to Kurenai's words. The meal concluded, and Kiba eagerly arranged a time to visit Kurenai the following day. After finishing their meal, the two groups exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Kurenai had initially wished to invite Sasuke to stay at her home, but he adamantly refused. Ultimately, Sasuke returned to his clan's compound. Kurenai shook her head with a wry smile before heading home. Meanwhile, Team 8 remained together. Upon exiting the barbecue restaurant, Kurenai's spirits lifted as she excitedly proposed. "Since Hinata has made remarkable progress lately, shall we have an assessment?" Naturally, Kiba was the first to agree. He was always enthusiastic about such matters and saw it as an opportunity to showcase his growth. Thus, they hurriedly made their way to the training ground. Kurenai hung 2 bells from her waist, reiterating the rules. "The objective remains the same. Snatch these bells from me." Kiba, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "I won't lose, Kurenai-sensei." "Well, we shall see," Kurenai replied with a knowing smile. Kiba immediately activated his jutsu, dropping to the ground as a bluish chakra enveloped his limbs. His speed surged to its peak as he lunged toward Kurenai's waist to seize the bells. However, he soon realized that Kurenai was merely a shadow clone. Shino, observing from behind Kiba, calmly warned, "Behind you." The training ground was soon filled with Shino's insects, as he took on the role of a scout. Meanwhile, Hinata had yet to make a move. Kiba, however, demonstrated impressive agility, swiftly unleashing his jutsu. Akamaru, Fong over Fong. Kiba transformed into a drill and barreled toward his rear, while Kurenai opted to evade his attack. Seizing the moment, Shino charged to snatch the bells from Kurenai's waist, but she deftly dodged. Kurenai smiled, slightly out of breath. "Your teamwork is commendable, but now I must get serious. And Shino, you should be cautious." Kurenai had been keeping a close eye on Hinata, who had yet to act. For reasons unknown, Kurenai unleashed her Jinjutsu, enveloping Hinata within its confines. Kiba's expression turned grim. Kurenai's Jinjutsu was renowned throughout Konoha. When he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by a sea of pink, with Kurenai having vanished. Before him stood a massive maple tree, and surrounding him was a grove of cherry blossoms. Kiba halted his actions and turned to his companions. "What do we do now?" Shino hesitated before speaking. "Conventional methods to break Jinjutsu will not suffice. Kurenai-sensei's skills are extraordinary." He then turned to Hinata. This assessment had arisen because of her. It was her newfound strength that had inspired Kurenai to create this challenge. However, Shino had noticed that Hinata had refrained from engaging. Did she possess a secret weapon? Hinata approached Kiba and Shino, closing the distance between them. Shino felt as if he were witnessing an illusion. Hinata's eyes shone with an intense brilliance. When she reached Kiba and Shino, her gaze resembled burning glassy gold. A faint yet palpable pressure emanated from Hinata, causing both Shino and Kiba to instinctively lower their postures. It was evident Hinata was no longer the same as before. Kiba stared at her in astonishment. Her indifferent gaze bore the essence of a sovereign, elevated above all. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Inuzuka Kiba could hardly believe his eyes. This was Hinata, the once shy and reserved girl he knew. With an air of solemnity, Hinata gazed ahead and calmly declared, "Leave it to me." As she spoke, one hand grasped the hilt of her sword while the other rested on the blade, striking a perfect stance for drawing the sword. A different aura enveloped her, reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior. Yet, Kiba remained astonished, questioning whether such an act could truly shatter the entire illusion. However, in that critical moment, he refrained from interrupting her. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged forth, akin to the dawn breaking upon the horizon. Chapter 73, The Blade Named Bailai. Inheritance from the Hokage. This radiance was blinding, and Kiba found his limited vocabulary inadequate to describe the brilliance of the sword's light. After much contemplation, and observing Hinata's solemn expression, he could only stammer, "Terrifying." If she were an enemy, Kiba felt certain he would never dare to oppose her. The flash of the blade seemed capable of cleaving the world in two, the gathered energy almost materializing into a sword's intent. In a land where warriors reigned supreme, Hinata's technique could rival that of a master swordsman. Yamanaka Ino stood nearby, momentarily speechless. Both were taken aback by the depth of Hinata's swordsmanship, which now appeared to possess the power to dispel illusions. They watched Hinata with a mix of anticipation and awe. Her expression remained as serene as ever, yet a palpable pressure emanated from her. If this strike were to meet flesh, it would surely be devastating. The very sky seemed to rend apart, the earth itself dividing with it, revealing the world beyond as if it were a tangible entity. Once the sky was split, the illusion vanished without a trace. In truth, Yui Kurenai stood not far from the trio, her lips parted in surprise as she beheld Hinata. She struggled to comprehend how her illusion could be so effortlessly shattered. The overwhelming presence radiating from Hinata compelled even Kurenai to bow her head, akin to a humble subject before their sovereign. Yet, this formidable aura dissipated as swiftly as it had materialized. When Kurenai lifted her gaze once more, she noted that the intensity surrounding Hinata had vanished, revealing her true, unassuming nature. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, Kurenai might have found it hard to believe such a stark transformation was possible. Approaching them slowly, Kurenai said with a hint of delight, "It appears you no longer require assessment." While Ino and Kiba had made modest progress, Hinata's advancement was nothing short of remarkable. Even Kurenai found herself awestruck by Hinata's growth. Notably, the techniques Hinata employed were not those typically associated with the Huga clan, renowned for their Byakugan and gentle fist. Instead, she wielded a sword. Were it not for her visage, Kurenai might have mistaken Hinata for a member of a samurai family. In that fleeting moment of drawing the blade, Hinata's spirit coalesced into the form of a sword, cleaving through the illusion. For those with unwavering resolve, ordinary genjutsu held no sway. Kurenai believed that even without this particular approach, Hinata possessed other means to disrupt the illusions she conjured. With a clap of her hands, she addressed the group. "It is getting late. You should all return home safely. Kiba, do take care tomorrow when you visit. Try not to be so careless." Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, Kiba offered a bashful grin. As he watched the trio depart, a look of satisfaction crossed Kurenai's face. Although Ino and Kiba's progress was minimal, their synergy had improved significantly. Coupled with Hinata's newfound strength, Team 8 had clearly evolved from the naive group they once were. Gazing into the distance, Kurenai mused, could it be that Lord Ryuka truly possesses such prowess? The skills Hinata displayed were ones Kurenai had only heard about. If anyone were capable of such feats, it would undoubtedly be a warrior from the Iron Country, not a ninja from Konoha. Yet, the events unfolding before her left Kurenai in a state of astonishment and anticipation. Tomorrow, as Kiba prepared to visit Ryuka, she hoped he too might grow stronger. As a mentor, Kurenai yearned for her students to flourish. Summer nights always seemed to pass swiftly. Kiba awoke from his slumber with a start, abruptly throwing off the covers and leaping from his bed. Oh no, I promised to visit Lord Ryuka today. Time was of the essence, and he was on the verge of being late. What to do? Inuzuka-tsum delivered a playful punch to Kiba's arm, urging him to hurry. Stop dawdling. Get washed up. Don't forget the gifts. Rubbing the bump on his head, Kiba managed a reluctant smile, careful not to express any discontent. Once Tsum turned away, he couldn't help but make a face, unnoticed by the ever-observant Akamaru. By the time Kiba exited his home, he bore 2 noticeable bumps on his head, yet was filled with enthusiasm. I am destined to become Hokage. Nothing can deter me, he declared, charging forward with gifts in hand. Tsum, perched on the rooftop, chuckled to herself. That boy is nothing like me, but a temporary Hokage? Her gaze grew contemplative. Perhaps we shouldn't interfere too much with this younger generation. Akamaru climbed up beside her, calmly responding, Indeed, Konoha is now in the hands of the youth. Kiba stood hesitantly outside Ryuka's residence, uncertain. Was it truly as Ryuka had claimed? What if he was being deceived? Yet, having come this far, turning back was not an option. Anxiety gnawed at him as he contemplated his next move. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Ryuka with a warm smile. You've arrived. Why are you lingering at the door? Come in. Kiba, typically boisterous, suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Sorry for intruding, he said, slipping off his shoes and stepping inside. He awkwardly presented the gifts to Ryuka, stammering, These are made by my mother. Please don't mind. Ryuka noticed the bumps on Kiba's head and couldn't help but chuckle as he accepted the offering. Ah, dumplings. It seems Tsum's culinary skills have not waned. Kiba's eyes widened in shock. Tsum? Aunt Tsum. Ryuka smiled nostalgically. I was quite young then. Aunt Tsum was a very kind person. At that moment, Kiba understood why he had received such a beating earlier. Suddenly, a plate of dumplings appeared before him, accompanied by a gentle voice. Come here. Chapter 74, Kiba's Choice. In that moment, Kiba realized that Lord Ryuka was not as distant as he had initially believed. Jing Liangjie, accompanied by Inuzuka, gradually approached the bookshelf. At that moment, Inuzuka beheld a dazzling array of comic books lining the shelves. Even in stores, he had never encountered such a vast collection. His mouth agape. He glanced around in a frenzy, unable to contain his excitement. Being of an energetic age, these comic books appeared to him as treasures of a king, irresistibly alluring. Jing Liangjie was not surprised by Inuzuka's reaction. He too would have been astonished to see such a plethora of comics at that age. With a quivering voice, Inuzuka exclaimed, Master Liangjie, did you draw all of these? How much time did it take? He noticed that each comic bore the same name on its spine, Jing Liangjie. The numerous signatures indicated that all these comics were indeed the creations of Jing Liangjie. This realization filled Jing Liangjie with a sense of accomplishment, despite having drawn inspiration from memories of past works. Nonetheless, every stroke and line was crafted with his own dedication. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Liangjie replied, If you aspire to become Hokage and gain strength, you must begin with these books. They will empower you. Hearing is often deceptive, whereas seeing is believing. Although somewhat single-minded, Inuzuka adhered to this principle and hurriedly approached the shelf. However, overwhelmed by choices, he found himself at an impasse. Were it not for Jing Liangjie observing him, Inuzuka felt he might have collapsed in indecision. Suddenly, a book caught his eye, God King. Just the title exuded an aura of grandeur. As he retrieved the comic, he noticed a massive black axe emblem on its cover, reminiscent of a national crest. It was both solemn and rugged, suggesting that the nation it depicted revered strength above all. Meanwhile, Jing Liangjie observed with a peculiar expression. The creation of this comic had been rather serendipitous. He believed that since it was a comic, it could help him grow stronger, and thus should not be confined to the pages of books or the comics he had previously seen. Characters from various games and their backstories inspired him, leading to the creation of this comic God King, which drew from a popular game of his past life. With eager anticipation, Inuzuka slowly turned the pages. On the opening page, two lines captured his attention. When the king of men falls, the world is astonished. When the God King falls, everything starts anew. The moment he read those lines, a rugged figure emerged in his mind's eye, wielding a heavy axe, challenging the lofty God King and casting him down from his throne. Beside him stood a blood-red lone wolf. At that moment, Akamaru, perched atop Inuzuka's head, suddenly raised his head and howled, seemingly awakening something deep within. The resounding wolf howl echoed throughout Jing Liangjie's room. Inuzuka cast an apologetic glance at Jing Liangjie and cradled Akamaru in his arms. I'm so sorry, Master Liangjie. Akamaru must have lost control for a moment. Jing Liangjie waved dismissively, encouraging him to continue reading. He knew that as Inuzuka delved into the comic, he would resonate deeply with its narrative. In the story, the protagonist Darius and the lone wolf shared a bond akin to that of Inuzuka and Akamaru. They grew together, becoming powerful, and ultimately ascended to the throne as a god king. The relationship between Darius and his wolf mirrored that of Inuzuka and Akamaru. And since dogs are but a domesticated version of wolves, perhaps Akamaru could undergo a reversion. Inuzuka settled onto a nearby cushion, holding Akamaru close. Jing Liangjie had redesigned the room, making it less cluttered, and placed several cushions beside the bookshelf for readers to sit comfortably. A remarkable scene unfolded in the living room. Inuzuka and Akamaru, one boy and one dog, were engrossed in the comic. Occasionally, Akamaru would stretch out a paw to impede Inuzuka's page-turning, struggling to keep up with his pace. From Inuzuka's perspective, a magnificent world gradually unfolded. Darius hailed from a small town located in the nation of Loxus, a unique realm that revered martial prowess and conquest, where iron and blood dictated the law. By chance, Darius joined the army, wielding his axe to carve a bloody path. As Inuzuka became increasingly captivated, he witnessed the moment Darius met the lone wolf. Together, they fought valiantly, achieving remarkable feats, though some unfortunate incidents led to Darius being estranged from his brother and lover. Yet, the lone wolf remained steadfast by his side. Suddenly, Inuzuka was jolted from his reverie. The atmosphere around him seemed to shift. Both he and Akamaru became alert, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The air was thick with the scent of blood, a fragrance one would only encounter on the battlefield. At that moment, a thunderous shout demanded Inuzuka's attention. Unmatched might. The voice was bold and commanding. Inuzuka exchanged a glance with Akamaru, and they cautiously advanced. As they drew closer, Inuzuka beheld a massive lone wolf trailing behind a man clad in armor and wielding a colossal axe. The duo charged towards the enemy ranks, embodying unparalleled courage and strength. The axe became increasingly stained with crimson, while the lone wolf's fur transformed into a shade of blood. Yet, every drop of blood shed was justified. A solitary figure stood amidst the chaos. The armored man raised his axe high. Those who dare to rise against Loxas shall find no grave. Sensing something, Darius abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Inuzuka's position. In that instant, a streak of light surged forth, striking the foreheads of Inuzuka and Akamaru. Jing Liangjie, observing the two seated on the cushion, was taken aback. They were enveloped in a dense, blood-red aura, a sight he had never witnessed before. Could it be that their acquired abilities differed vastly from those of others? After what seemed like an eternity, Akamaru suddenly opened his eyes, the crimson glow dissipating, yet his once soft fur now shimmered with a hint of red. Chapter 75, Akamaru's Reversion. Inuzuka's transformation. Akamaru's form grew larger and more elongated, a significant transformation evident in his visage. Most notably, his blood-red fur radiated an aura of ferocity. Slowly, Akamaru rose to his feet, his limbs strengthening and his fangs sharpening. However, he cast a worried glance at Inuzuka, who was shrouded in thick blood mist that seemed to intensify. Thump, thump. Jing Liangjie furrowed his brow and made his way to the door. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? He gently opened the door to reveal Inuzuka, accompanied by Akamaru. Inuzuka wore a gentle smile, speaking softly. So, how did it go? That lad didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Jing Liangjie shook his head and then pointed towards Inuzuka, who was seated beside the bookshelf. Not now. It is not the right moment to disturb him. He observed Kiba enveloped in a thick mist of blood. Inuzuka's face also revealed a hint of anxiety. Is this kid all right? Jing Liangjie smiled faintly. Rest assured, this is an essential part of the journey. Although he, too, could not fathom the reason for this transformation, he understood it to be a process of change. The system would not harm its own. After all, hadn't he the inheritance of the previous wolf merged successfully? Surely, this would not be any different. Jing Liangjie watched quietly as Inuzuka, seemingly familiar with the surroundings, casually pulled out a chair and sat down. The mist enveloping Kiba grew denser, rendering him invisible from the outside. Z's concern deepened, yet he remained composed, refraining from interrupting as Kiba appeared to be at a critical juncture. At that moment, Kiba locked eyes with the man emerging from the sea of corpses and blood, Darius, who approached wielding a bloodied axe, drawing closer with each step. The overwhelming stench of blood and formidable aura compelled Kiba to instinctively retreat. Darius stood before Kiba, his eyes brimming with an undeniable authority. I will not tolerate cowardice. Darius slowly raised his axe, and just as Kiba anticipated an impending blow, the situation took an unexpected turn. Darius extended the axe's handle towards Kiba, seemingly inviting him to take it. Kiba swallowed hard, entranced by the weapon before him, and, unable to resist, extended his hand to grasp the axe. In that instant, Kiba felt an unfamiliar surge of power coursing through his body, an extraordinary energy he had never encountered before. Upon reopening his eyes, he saw that the man had already turned to leave. As the figure faded into the distance, Kiba reached out, wishing to call out, but found himself speechless. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was now clad in a thick layer of armor, heavy with the scent of blood, perhaps stained with the remnants of vanquished foes. Nevertheless, it fit him perfectly. Outside, the crimson mist finally dissipated. Inuzuka hurried forward just as Kiba opened his eyes. Z recoiled slightly, mouth agape, evidently startled by the scene before him. The room was thick with a palpable aura of menace and the scent of blood. Kiba blinked. The intensity of the atmosphere surged and then vanished just as quickly, leaving no trace of abnormality. With a grimace, Kiba regarded Z. Mom, what brings you here? A smile crept onto Z's face. I was a bit worried about you, so I came to check in. But you've truly exceeded my expectations. At that moment, Kiba stood clad in formidable armor, gripping a blood-red axe, his demeanor transformed, radiating an aura of unspoken authority. As his mother, Z could easily discern that Kiba had grown significantly stronger, now exuding a leader-like presence. Kiba, still somewhat bewildered, took a moment to observe his new armor and the axe in his hand, feeling a profound shock. However, his first instinct was to seek out Akamaru. Akamaru approached, affectionately rubbing against Kiba's pant leg. Kiba, puzzled, knelt to stroke Akamaru's now soft fur. Akamaru, you've changed too. Though wolves had supposedly devolved into dogs, the return of Akamaru to its ancestral form as a wolf felt remarkably peculiar. Yet, gazing at his armor, Kiba smiled. If such extraordinary transformations were occurring, why not? Z finally noticed Akamaru and, with a hint of surprise, pointed at him. Is that really Akamaru? After confirming, Kiba nodded. As a prominent clan in Konoha, the Inuzuka clan had a deep bond with their ninja dogs. Now that Kiba had affirmed it, there was no doubt that the Crimson Wolf before them was indeed Akamaru. At that moment, Akamaru resembled an undeveloped pup, yet his size suggested he would grow to be a splendid companion. Z, filled with pride, patted Kiba on the shoulder. Well done, my boy. You haven't let me down. She then turned to converse with Jing Liangjie. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba, along with Akamaru and a comic book, stepped outside. In Z's presence, Kiba felt somewhat constrained. Meanwhile, Jing Liangjie heard a mechanical voice in his mind. Inuzuka Kiba has inherited the hand of Noxus. Congratulations on obtaining the God King's inheritance. Inuzuka Kiba has inherited the hand of Noxus. Congratulations on acquiring 200 system energy points. Kiba's newly acquired inheritance was merely a fragment of the hand of Noxus, far from the full legacy of the God King. Only through continued understanding could he attain the complete inheritance of the God King. After all, those who ascended to the throne of a God King certainly bore remarkable legacies. Z and Jing Liangjie sat across from each other, Z's gaze tinged with nostalgia. I remember when you were just a little boy, now you've grown into a man. Jing Liangjie smiled gently, responding, it is you, Z, who remain so youthful and beautiful, showing no signs of aging. Z waved her hand dismissively. You always know how to flatter me, but you're not so young yourself. Are you not considering settling down? A few dark lines appeared on Jing Liangjie's forehead as he chuckled. Aren't I still a bit young? I think I'll wait a few more years. Indeed. Even in a different world, the challenges remained the same. Jing Liangjie felt somewhat embarrassed, while Z grew increasingly animated. Chapter 76. Inuzuka Kiba's combat strength. Meanwhile, as Kiba exited the house, he dashed towards the training ground like a wild dog unleashed. During this sprint, he could sense his body growing ever stronger. In the past, such intense activity, especially under a burden, would have left him breathless. Of course, this was without the use of chakra. Yet now, Kiba relied solely on his physical strength. Upon reaching the training ground, he spotted Team 8, led by Yuhi Kurenai, alongside Might Guy, Niji, and Tenten. Kiba shouted excitedly, Teacher Kurenai, and ran over. Might Guy was the first to notice something amiss. Frowning, he murmured, what an overwhelming killing intent. Looking up, he saw Kiba clad in armor. Had it not been for Kiba's familiar face, Guy might have been ready to attack. When Kiba reached Kurenai, her expression reflected surprise. Kiba, what happened to you? Kiba, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied, Teacher Kurenai, as you know, I visited Lord Liangjie today. I can feel that I've become stronger. Kurenai thought to herself, this is more than mere strength. The atmosphere has undergone a remarkable transformation. Such an intense aura of killing intent is typically only observed in seasoned ninjas who have battled countless times. Yet now, it emanates from Inuzuka Kiba, a change so profound it is almost staggering. Meanwhile, Hinata Kurenai watches with growing curiosity. The magnitude of this transformation raises questions about the extent of his newfound strength. She glances at the others engaged in training and suggests, since we are all training, why not test your strength? Kiba's face beams with excitement. He can sense his power has increased, yet he is uncertain of its true magnitude. The prospect of a test aligns perfectly with his desires. Absolutely. Let us commence at once, he exclaims. Gripping his axe with determination, a sudden shift occurs in both of their expressions. The previously subtle aura surrounding Kiba has now surged dramatically, akin to that of a seasoned general. However, Might Guy does not falter. Instead, he flashes a radiant smile, his teeth glinting in the sunlight. As several weights clatter to the ground, he gazes at Kiba with ease and declares, "Allow me to be your opponent." Upon hearing this, Kiba strikes first. A thunderous sound reverberates as cracks resembling a spider's web emerge on the ground where Kiba stood moments ago. Guy's pupils narrow slightly. "Impressive. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be so formidable." At that moment, Guy respects Kiba's prowess. He vanishes from his position, and the two engage in a fierce clash mid-air. Guy's fist collides with Kiba's axe, causing both to stagger back. It is evident that Guy has only retreated a couple of steps, while Kiba has been forced back several paces. Yet, even in this moment, Guy remains vigilant, for a chilling wolf howl captures his attention. A blood-red figure bursts into his line of sight. The Inuzuka clan has a deep bond with their Ninken, and Guy understands well that for them, combat has always been a one-on-one partnership with their canines. However, what appears before him is a wolf. Guy is momentarily taken aback, but there is no time for contemplation in battle. The sharp fangs of Akamaru draw closer. In a sudden movement, Guy retreats just in time to evade Akamaru's attack. Yet, before he can catch his breath, a looming danger approaches. He steps back again to narrowly avoid Kiba's swinging axe. In the midst of this clash, Guy realizes that Kiba is currently embracing a pure taijutsu style, akin to his own. However, he can also sense a powerful energy emanating from within Kiba. With this understanding, a faint white aura envelopes Guy's body. His expression now reflects intense concentration. Kiba swings his axe once more, channeling the extraordinary energy within him, conjuring a massive axe shadow. With a mere flick, Guy finds himself propelled towards Kiba. Yet, he remains unfazed, riding the momentum to throw a punch at Kiba. This strike meets the axe head instead, causing Kiba to stagger back a few steps. Such a cowardly act shall not be tolerated. "Akamaru," Kiba commands, and Akamaru responds with a howl before leaping towards Kiba. Guy, momentarily puzzled, observes intently. Suddenly, an astonishing event unfolds. Akamaru's form becomes increasingly translucent, ultimately hovering behind Kiba. Kiba's gaze fixes on Guy, his eyes radiating the pride of a wild wolf, accompanied by a chilling aura of intent. With a fierce swing of his axe, Kiba unleashes the strange energy within him. The speed of the axe is astonishing, yet Guy remains untroubled. The velocity escalates dramatically, allowing Guy to appear behind Kiba and evade the fierce attack. Had it not been for this, he might have indeed been struck. Even Guy must concede that this strike carries significant weight. A brilliant smile spreads across his face. Now, this is the essence of youthful fervor. Kiba swings his axe once more, and a resounding wolf howl echoes throughout the training ground. Guy withstands Kiba's blow, but his brow furrows. He can distinctly feel an unexpected change within his body. His movements have slowed considerably, and he senses an inexplicable weight upon him. Meanwhile, Kiba beams with a radiant smile. The reason for Darius's growing strength in battle lies in the existence of this peculiar mark. Once the mark reaches 5 layers, Darius's abilities will surge dramatically, yet with that increase, his fury will also escalate. As they clash again, Guy notices that Kiba appears to thrive with each exchange, his power and speed noticeably enhanced. After enduring another powerful blow from Kiba, Guy seizes the opportunity to subdue him. Despite his defeat, Kiba's face remains alight with joy. He gazes at his arms and the axe in his hand, realizing, "I have truly become stronger once more." Chapter 77. The Joy of the Crowd. Kurenai's confusion at this moment. Kiba comprehends fully what Hinata spoke of earlier. The sensation of becoming stronger is exhilarating. The chakra within him has transformed entirely into that wondrous rune power. Yet, rather than diminishing his strength, it has only amplified it. However, certain aspects have subtly shifted. Previously, Kiba relied on ancestral secret techniques, collaborating with Akamaru to achieve greater offensive power. Now, under the influence of this newfound strength, the fusion of Kiba and Akamaru has manifested in a different form altogether. If one were to compare, the former Kiba was akin to an assassin, his skills merely average. Now, he has transitioned into a warrior, an elite warrior archetype. If he continues on this path, he will only grow stronger. Due to the intensity of the battle, the others have temporarily set aside their training. Shino Yamanaka displays no visible change, yet the others wear expressions of congratulations, each harboring a sense of joy. Kurenai observes everything, the previous training and the current confrontation. Her confusion deepens. Aside from Shino and herself, it seems that the paths of the others have diverged from that of the ninjas, yet they have grown stronger nonetheless. Kurenai finds herself enveloped in profound uncertainty. Although she admires Kai for forging such diverse paths that diverge from the traditional ninja route, she cannot help but feel a sense of apprehension. Are these paths truly correct? Having not experienced them herself, she struggles to grasp the feelings of the others. Yet, it is undeniable that they have all indeed grown stronger. At this moment, Akamaru reverts to his original form, once again eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Wolves and dogs are entirely different creatures, while they share a bloodline. Akamaru has transformed from a dog back into a wolf, a peculiar occurrence that naturally astonishes everyone present. As the crimson sun descended, Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward with a hint of concern in her voice. Inuzuka Kiba, although your strength has indeed increased, I sense that your methods of attack have become somewhat monotonous. You must understand that your opponents will not merely be formidable foes like Might Guy. In fact, compared to him, those adept in illusion and diverse ninjutsu are far more complex. Your future adversaries may very well be cunning rogue ninjas from other villages. Regardless of the circumstances, they will not be akin to Might Guy. Such enemies are rare and singular. This implies that your repetitive attack strategies may render you ineffective against these various foes. Should an enemy thoroughly investigate your capabilities or discover your weaknesses, you might face significant peril. This is a stark reality. Others, upon hearing her words, fell into deep contemplation. However, Kiba's situation appeared more precarious than that of his companions, who had managed to diversify their approaches and avoid such pitfalls. Strangely enough, Kiba remained unfazed, his radiant smile unwavering. Do not worry, Kurenai-sensei, I have considered this long ago. My inner voice assures me that I need not fret, for as I gradually grow stronger, these concerns will dissipate. Kiba was acutely aware of his own physical condition. With every increment of his power, his body also strengthened. If it were merely a matter of ninjutsu and weaponry, a robust physique could endure, rendering him unafraid of such challenges. For a warrior, injury is but a trifling matter. As long as one survives, recovery is inevitable. However, the same cannot be said for ninjas. A fundamental distinction is that an ordinary ninja requires hand seals to perform ninjutsu, whereas exceptionally gifted ninjas can execute techniques with a single hand or even without hand seals at all. Thus, when facing typical ninjas, inflicting injury upon their hands can incapacitate them. In Kiba's mind, as long as he remains alive, he will never lose his fighting spirit. At this moment, Kiba's situation mirrored that of Dreas, as the latent power within him could be summoned without the need for seals, allowing for a vast array of capabilities. Kurenai sighed. It is sufficient for you to be aware of these matters. Yet, my curiosity only grows. However, I realize I do not know much about Kyuryokai, and our scant encounters have not fostered trust. After more than a decade of life, I have encountered only ninjas and samurai, with no other path available to me. My mindset has become somewhat rigid. The emergence of Kyuryokai, proposing alternative paths and creating various avenues, has inevitably left me perplexed. Such sudden changes are understandably difficult to accept. Observing Kiba's beaming countenance, Kurenai chose to bury her thoughts. Witnessing events unfold beyond her expectations, she resolved to seek an opportunity for a personal visit. After all, merely hearing about the proposed ideas may not suffice. Experiencing them firsthand could prove invaluable. The systems that have recently appeared are remarkably comprehensive. Truth be told, a twinge of envy stirred within Kurenai. Were it not for her underlying worries, she might have already succumbed to her excitement. In a world rife with conflict and incessant friction between villages, strength remains the ultimate authority. Only through great power can one expand their influence. Even if one does not aspire to authority, the ability to protect what they cherish necessitates strength, for no one despises their own power. At this moment, Kiba's transformation was unmistakable, bringing Kurenai a sense of joy. Meanwhile, Kyuryokai found himself unable to contain his emotions. Zuka, I will handle these matters myself, so you need not trouble yourself. Zuka wore a resigned expression. Fine, I shan't concern myself with you. However, I do require your assistance with my son. Although Zuka often appeared carefree, in matters such as these, she undoubtedly embodied the qualities of a competent mother. Kyuryokai nodded, visibly relieved as he diverted the conversation. Had it not been for this shift, Zuka could have easily continued for another hour. Yet, Zuka's demeanor abruptly grew serious as she spoke in a hushed tone. The defection of Danzo was your doing, wasn't it? Indeed, what of it? Ryukai inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Zuka did not conceal her thoughts, stating plainly, there are reports of Danzo's whereabouts near the land of snow. Ryukai narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. He nodded slightly and addressed Zuka. I am aware of this situation. By the way, would you like to select a book to peruse? Taken aback, Zuka hesitated before shaking her head. I think I shall pass. I have nearly reached my peak and see no potential for further advancement. Ryukai sighed with regret. Although she said as much, he could discern that Zuka wished to maintain her current state. After all, a stable life as a parent is preferable to any ambition. Nevertheless, opportunities may arise in the future. Perhaps Zuka would reconsider once the matter gains traction. Ryukai nodded, refraining from further discussion. It was her choice. Since Zuka did not wish to explore the manga at present, he would not press the issue. Additionally, there was a crucial factor. The available manga suitable for Zuka was exceedingly limited. Some works were yet to be created, and the legacy associated with Dreas was undoubtedly unique. Now that Kiba had acquired Dreas' heritage, perhaps the manga had become rather ordinary. Furthermore, while Dreas might resonate with the passionate Kiba, it could be incongruous with Zuka's role as a parent. Rising from her seat, Zuka smiled warmly and said, Little Ryukai, do visit the Inuzuka clan when you have time. You adore ninja dogs, don't you? I shall gift you one. As she gradually walked away, Ryukai murmured to himself, ninja dogs? I don't believe I need one at the moment. His gaze shifted, spotting a small black wolf pup, resembling Pikachu, bounding toward him. Nearby, a cat glared, evidently displeased by the arrival of two unexpected guests. Ryukai noted the dimming sky and stretched lazily. It is getting late. I must prepare dinner. With a gentle smile, he rolled up his sleeves and began to gather ingredients. Bathed in the glow of the evening sun, the room took on a warm, golden hue. Pikachu and the lone wolf named Dahe sat quietly beside Ryukai, occasionally glancing at the meat on the cutting board, their eyes filled with longing. The cat, languidly stretching, lay atop a shelf, casting a dismissive glance at the door as if mocking the two startled newcomers. Ryukai frowned slightly. You two mustn't steal food. I will go answer the door. Pikachu and Dahe exchanged glances, a spark of mutual understanding flashing in their eyes. Pikachu swiftly snatched two large pieces of meat with astonishing speed. Naturally, Jing Liangjie heard the commotion and turned to look, a knowing expression appearing on his face. However, he did not dwell on it too much. Gently opening the door to the person standing outside, Jing Liangjie was somewhat surprised. Please come in. If I recall correctly, your name is Oil Girl Shino, am I right? Shino nodded slightly, pushing her sunglasses up. I apologize for the intrusion, she said, holding a small bag of gifts. Her expression was inscrutable. Jing Liangjie greeted her with a warm smile and waved his hand. You arrived just in time. Dining alone can feel rather lonely. He led Shino into the living room and began to prepare the ingredients after serving her some hot tea. Soon, everything was ready. Jing Liangjie often lamented the peculiar technological advancements in this ninja world. Some developments resembled modernity, while others harked back to ancient times. As he heated the pot, he slowly added some oil, followed by onions. With the ingredients set aside, he gestured, You haven't eaten yet, have you? Shino appeared somewhat restrained and nodded slightly in response. I am truly sorry for the disturbance, Master Liangjie. He retrieved a glass of juice and placed his homemade liquor on the table. You're still too young for alcohol. How about some juice? Shino accepted without refusal. Jing Liangjie prepared a sukiyaki dish, the marbled beef curling under the heat. The aroma of the food filled the living room, making Shino involuntarily swallow. Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly and said again, Make yourself at home. Shino felt a stir within her. It seemed Master Liangjie was quite approachable. Truly a gentle soul. The distance between them closed significantly. Although she did not show it, Shino began to assist with the ingredients. After sipping her juice, her expression turned serious. Master Liangjie, I have come here with a request. A smile graced Jing Liangjie's face. If I am not mistaken, it pertains to Kiba, correct? Shino nodded. Kiba has grown stronger, and as his partner along with Hinata, I cannot fall behind. Otherwise, I would only become a burden to them. Shino was acutely aware of her situation. Although the Oil Girl clan was a prominent family, their inherited ninja techniques relegated them primarily to reconnaissance roles, lacking in combat prowess. Yet, The transformations in Hinata and Kiba had instilled a sense of urgency in Shino, for relying solely on her family's techniques would not bridge the widening gap. Thus, she knew that one day she would seek out Jing Liangjie. Since it was inevitable, it was better to arrive sooner than later. Jing Liangjie rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he said, "I wonder if Kiba and Hinata have mentioned it to you. But the path to gaining strength lies over there." He pointed towards the bookshelf. Shino followed his gesture for the first time. The bookshelf occupied a significant area in the living room, but her earlier restraint had prevented her from noticing it. Now, her attention shifted to the shelves filled with books. They seemed to be densely packed manga volumes. Among them, Jing Liangjie's signature stood out prominently. To her astonishment, all these manga were illustrated by him. Could it be that Master Liangjie is akin to the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? Jing Liangjie shook his head, downing his liquor in one gulp. Internally, he mused, "How could I be like that lecherous old man?" Driven by curiosity, Shino stood up and slowly selected a manga, pulling it out without much thought. Chapter 79, The Insect Race? The Interstellar Insect Race. However, after a while, Shino found it difficult to relate. Her temperament made her less passionate about many things. Unlike others her age, which resulted in a lack of connection with the more fervent manga, Jing Liangjie also found himself slightly troubled by Shino's demeanor. The only certainty was that to comprehend the abilities depicted in the manga, one must possess a sense of immersion. Without that, the potential for understanding would be lost. Shino flipped through several volumes, but found nothing that piqued her interest. Feeling somewhat perplexed and disappointed, she returned to the table. In silence, Jing Liangjie tapped the surface. Lost in thought, there were simply too many manga to recall. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I know there's a book that would surely suit you. Come, let me show you." He led Shino to the back of the bookshelf, extracting a manga from the corner. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a particular genre occupied this small section. The more mainstream titles were prominently displayed, while darker, more complex stories were relegated to the corner. However, Shino possessed a maturity uncommon for her age, and her family's secret techniques endowed her with a unique framework. Most importantly, these manga should resonate deeply with her. As she took the volume, her eyes widened at the title, Chronicles of the Insect Race. Just the name was enough to captivate her. Considering her clan's distinctive abilities in the ninja world, particularly her expertise with insects. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that insects could also be portrayed in a manga. Curiosity piqued. Shino began to leaf through the pages. This manga was an impromptu creation of Jing Liangjie, employing the template of an interstellar insect race to weave various storylines, many of which were his own innovations. At this moment, Jing Liangjie could not ascertain whether it would empower Shino, but he could not interfere and could only wait patiently. As Shino immersed herself in the manga, she seemed to witness the rise and fall of the insect race through the perspective of the mother insect. What intrigued her even more were the unusual combat units within the insect race. The insects of the Oil Girl clan were primarily parasitic, with abilities dependent on their cultivation. Generally, only a select few possessed combat capabilities, while most were suited for reconnaissance or specialized functions. However, the insects in Chronicles of the Insect Race were entirely different. They exhibited a variety of types, and even the smallest among them possessed combat prowess. Crucially, these insects followed commands without the need for training, and their cultivation costs were minimal. Suddenly, Shino's mind buzzed, and she instinctively closed her eyes. When Shino opened her eyes once more, she was met with the sight of a vast nest. The corpulent mother insect loomed before her like a colossal mountain, while countless insect eggs hatched around her. There were lowly face-jumping bugs, slightly more formidable worker bees, and a plethora of other creatures whose names eluded Shino. The diversity of these insects was remarkable, each serving a distinct purpose. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Shino stepped closer to observe them meticulously, noting their movements and approximate attack capabilities. In that moment, she resembled a professional entomologist, scrutinizing the insect race with a discerning gaze. Throughout this process, she gained a general understanding of the insect species. Yet a perplexity took root within her. These creatures operated within a framework entirely different from that of the ninja system. Should she choose to embrace this system, it would undoubtedly contradict her ninja principles. At this juncture, Shino found herself wavering. If others were to discover her current state, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The few individuals who had previously gained abilities had resonated with the contents of a comic book, thus accepting its premises in a state of bewilderment. However, Yunyushino was not one of them. Even now, she remained steadfast in her independent contemplation, a stark contrast to her former yearning for power. It was precisely because of this that the reformed world around her became increasingly vivid and distinct. The sounds of insects writhing and chewing echoed around her, as if tenderly beckoning her. Gradually, her gaze grew resolute. If that were the case, why not give it a try? Hesitation would never lead to greatness. Yunyushino was never one to be indecisive, nor did she lack courage. In this moment, she chose to embrace the insect race. Gently, she closed her eyes and recalled her first encounter with parasitic insects. As a child, she had initially felt fear and unease at the sight of them, but gradually learned to accept and appreciate their unique emotions. Furthermore, these insects possessed a loyalty unmatched by other creatures. Most of her time had been spent in their company. Instead of discomfort at the sight of these fearsome insects, she felt a sense of joy. Unbeknownst to her, Kayakuri Kai, standing beside her, silently stepped back. For a multitude of insects had begun to appear around Yunyushino. Without receiving any commands, they circled her as though safeguarding her safety. Kayakuri Kai was aware of Yunyushino's situation. The parasitic insects unique to her clan often served as excellent scouts. However, their relationship resembled that of partners or master and servant. The current scenario, however, was entirely different. Even though Kayakuri Kai could not comprehend the emotions and language of these parasitic insects, he discerned from their movements that their feelings transcended mere friendship and bonds, resembling a deeper familial connection. At that moment, a peculiar being, half the height of a person, slowly materialized beside Yunyushino. It had green skin, reminiscent of a nutrient chamber or petri dish, yet faintly revealed its mandibles. Upon reflection, was this not a diminutive version of the mother insect? A sudden shock coursed through Kayakuri Kai. He had not anticipated that Yunyushino would indeed grasp something profound. Yet, it was evident that the insect race she had acquired was a scaled-down variant. Perhaps under Yunyushino's nurturing, it would grow increasingly formidable. But why had she not awakened yet? In the wake of his experiences with Inuzuka Kiba, Kayakuri Kai had grown considerably more composed. Yet the present circumstances were entirely different. After all, the power system Yunyushino possessed was remarkably unique, and he had not foreseen this turn of events. Time slipped by, each second feeling like an eternity. Kayakuri Kai's gaze remained fixed on Yunyushino, ready to intervene should anything amiss occur. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Kayakuri Kai's mind. Yunyushino has acquired mental control. Assuming the identity of the mother insect, the host automatically masters and obtains a legendary unit. Congratulations, the host has gained 400 energy points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Kayakuri Kai exhaled in relief. Thankfully, no calamity had befallen them. However, a whisper of doubt stirred within him. It seemed that these unique comics had a peculiar way of manifesting powers. Had it not been for this, there would have been no need for such concern. Just then, Yunyushino slowly rose to her feet, her expression one of surprise as she examined her arm. Specifically, her gaze fell upon the parasitic insects nestled in her palm. These creatures were particularly lively, a rarity in her previous experiences. Typically, they exhibited some enthusiasm only when fed chakra. The current events were indeed perplexing. If one were to speculate, it was likely that these parasitic insects had undergone some transformation. Only this could explain their current state. Yunyushino could distinctly sense that these parasitic insects were conveying an emotion akin to joy, while she had previously sensed faint emotional fluctuations from them. The intensity of her current perception was unparalleled. Yunyushino appeared astonished, as if her body had transformed. In that moment, she finally realized she could comprehend the joy and sorrow of these parasitic insects. Their emotions and cognitive abilities were simple, rendering their expressions limited. Yet this capability was precisely what the Yunyu clan yearned for. Having grasped this, Yunyushino's face illuminated with delight. Regardless of the circumstances, her endeavors that day felt rewarding. Her attention shifted from herself to the peculiar nutrient chamber nearby, which was clearly a special insect. Yunyushino cautiously touched the mother insect, and an extraordinary sensation swelled within her, a sense of obedience emanating from the mother insect. It felt as though she had instantaneously become the sovereign of the mother insect. With a mere command, it would act without hesitation. This sensation was unprecedented. The mother insect appeared to be an extension of her very being. Yunyushino, astounded, lifted her gaze to find Kayakuri Kai wearing a calm expression. What is happening, Kayakuri Kai? He chuckled softly. Isn't your heart already aware of the answer? Why ask me? Yin Yushino sealed her lips. The ethereal scenes she had witnessed earlier seemed to have imparted something extraordinary to her. Now, this pet-like nutrient chamber and her newfound telepathic abilities were likely the fruits of her comic-inspired insights. Joy surged within her, despite ruminating on this concept countless times. It had now materialized into reality. The sensation was ineffable. Yin Yushino found herself at a loss for words. Kayakuri Kai waved his hand with a smile. Let the book rest with you for now. I imagine you have many places you wish to explore. The hour has grown late. Please take care on your way home. Yin Yushina nodded gratefully. I truly apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now. With that, Yin Yushina cradled her manga and the mother bug, departing outside. Throughout her journey, she did not pause, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. Fortunately, the way was uneventful, and she finally returned to her clan's territory. Upon reaching her doorstep, she noticed the lights still aglow within. Yin Yushimi sat quietly in the corridor. You're back, what is that? Yin Yushina's peculiar burden caught her attention immediately. Yin Yushimi's keen eyes scrutinized the contents of Yin Yushina's embrace. A frown creased her brow, having spent years in the company of insects. Yin Yushimi possessed a remarkable ability to identify them, quickly recognizing what lay within her daughter's arms. Although it appeared strange, it was undoubtedly a large insect. Yet, despite its corpulent form, it instilled a profound sense of danger in Yin Yushimi, a perplexity she could not shake. This creature seemed not particularly formidable. Why then did it evoke such an intense feeling of threat? Yin Yushina cautiously set the mother bug down beside her before speaking. Father, look. A swarm of parasitic bugs encircled Yin Yushina, resembling loyal subjects guarding their sovereign. Yin Yushimi raised an eyebrow and clapped Yin Yushina on the shoulder. Well done, my child. I never imagined you would master it so thoroughly. At that moment, Yin Yushimi's curiosity about the mysterious insect vanished, shifting entirely to Yin Yushina. Yet, Yin Yushina shook her head. Father, it is not that I have fully mastered the parasitic bugs. Rather, I can comprehend their intentions, and they will obey my commands unconditionally. Hearing this, Yin Yushimi furrowed her brow again. What nonsense is this child speaking? However, seeing Yin Yushina's earnest demeanor filled Yin Yushimi with deep uncertainty. Could it be that what Yin Yushina claimed was indeed true? Even now, Yin Yushimi struggled to grasp the emotions of insects, deeming it nearly impossible. Given their seemingly meaningless actions and their minuscule brain capacity, Yin Yushina, however, gazed seriously at Yin Yushimi and declared, Father, it is much more than that. I learned these abilities through reading manga. Surely, you cannot believe this. Yin Yushimi's lips twitched in disbelief as she regarded Yin Yushina. This child has always displayed remarkable maturity beyond her years. Surely she has not lost her senses now. Contemplating this, Yin Yushimi lifted the mother bug, her gaze returning to the peculiar creature. It emitted no trace of chakra, yet an overwhelming sense of danger loomed over Yin Yushimi. Questions swirled in her mind regarding this extraordinary insect, but she remained silent, observing intently. At that moment, Yin Yushina spoke up again. Father, I wish to venture into the forbidden area. Yin Yushimi's expression turned grave, unprecedentedly serious. Do you know what the forbidden area is? Entering is not so simple. Yin Yushina nodded resolutely. I certainly understand what it is, and I must go in. Yin Yushimi's surprise at Yin Yushina's steadfastness deepened her intrigue. What could possibly necessitate such urgency? Yet, being her father, Yin Yushimi hesitated briefly before conceding. As Yin Yushimi led the way, Yin Yushina followed closely. Still clutching the corpulent mother bug, Yin Yushimi walked ahead, puzzled by Yin Yushina's evident anxiety regarding the creature, indicating its immense significance to her. However, why had Yin Yushimi only just seen it today? This thought deepened the perplexity etched on Yin Yushimi's face. Nevertheless, the contemplation did not last long, for soon they arrived at the Yinyu clan's forbidden area. This place was both the safest and most treacherous within the entire clan. Here, the family cultivates the insects they require, leading to both failures and successes, with many insects remaining uncontrollable. These creatures were now deeply hidden within the clan's forbidden grounds. There are both advantages and disadvantages to this. Although the insects here are beyond control, their conflicts can yield superior varieties, much like the practice of breeding. Thus, Yin Yushimi occasionally ventured into the forbidden area. Yin Yushina, after carefully placing the mother bug on the ground, sighed in relief. Observing her demeanor, Yunyushimi smiled lightly before inquiring, "Now you can tell me what is happening. This insect is quite special. Your tension must have a reason behind it." Yunyushina nodded, raising her head to meet Yunyushimi's gaze with seriousness. "Father, I wish to share something important with you, and I hope you will not hold it against me." Although the Yunyu clan may appear somewhat somber, interactions are not as dreary as outsiders perceive. However, Yunyushina's unusual solemnity raised alarms. Had something truly grave occurred? Yet, Konoha had been remarkably tranquil in recent days, with no significant incidents reported. Was Yunyushina merely overreacting? After pondering, Yunyushimi urged, "Speak. What is this important matter?" Yunyushina took a deep breath before responding. "Father, the path of our clan is all too clear. I wish to explore other avenues." Yunyushimi's expression shifted at these words, followed by a stern refusal. "No, you might still be too young to grasp the implications of your words. I can assure you. I once harbored similar thoughts in my youth, yet they led to failure. Do you comprehend how arduous it is to carve a new path? Especially for our Yunyu clan. It is unwise to deviate at this juncture." Yet, observing the determination in Yunyushina's eyes, Yunyushimi sighed. He had once entertained such notions in his youth, only to be battered by reality. To think such sentiments would resurface, now embodied in Yunyushina. Yunyushimi cautioned earnestly, "Unless one is a prodigy. Forging a new path is not merely a matter of aspiration." Yunyushina shook her head. "Father, I believe you misunderstand my intent. I do not seek to be the creator of a new path." Yunyushimi's expression shifted, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "So, you have taken on a mentor with the intent of breaking free from the clan's traditional path? There is no need for such a drastic measure. Our clan's training system possesses excellent compatibility, which does not hinder your development." Yunyushina pointed to the mother bug resting on the ground. "My path of development lies within it. This is also something I obtained from Lord Ryo, otherwise I would not dare to entertain such thoughts." Yunyushina approaches tasks with remarkable rationality, unlike Inuzuka Kiba, who is driven by fervor. Oftentimes, Yunyushina prefers to strategize before taking action. However, the emergence of the insect race has rendered her unable to remain composed. This presents an unprecedented opportunity, a significant leap forward. As a young individual, does Yunyushina not yearn to explore? Frowning slightly, she gazed at the insect queen laid on the ground. "I am aware that this creature is somewhat peculiar and harbors considerable destructive potential, as evidenced by the intense sense of crisis it evokes within me. Yet, it remains merely an ordinary insect, devoid of any developmental potential." Yunyushina chuckled, recognizing that her perspective on these creatures was rather antiquated. "Father, how about we place a wager?" Upon hearing this, Yunyushina's father became intrigued. "What shall we wager on?" She pointed towards the insect queen on the ground. "Since you believe this creature has limited potential for development, why not witness it with your own eyes? I wager it will astonish you." After a moment of contemplation, Yunyushina's father gritted his teeth. "If that is the case, let us wager. Should you lose, you shall extinguish this notion in your mind. If you win, I shall allow you to pursue this path." A glimmer of joy appeared on Yunyushina's face at his words. The advantages of a large family include the wisdom of predecessors and the resources available for use. Yet, it also entails a certain loss of freedom, which is both a drawback and a benefit of belonging to a prominent family. Generally speaking, Yunyushina's father's reasoning is sound. However, the opportunity before them is too rare for Yunyushina to ignore. Fortunately, they have now placed their wager. If she wins, Yunyushina can embark on this path. Yunyushina's father glanced at the insect queen and raised his hand, signaling her to proceed. Yunyushina remained silent, merely casting a glance at the insect queen, who, under the influence of her mental control, understood the unspoken command. The insect queen began to writhe, seemingly communicating something. Yunyushina's father observed in confusion. While Yunyushina comprehended the insect's words, resources needed. Without hesitation, Yunyushina dispatched 2 lower-level insects with her kunai and placed them before the queen. The insect queen eagerly devoured the offering, swiftly consuming both insects. 2 off-white eggs stood quietly nearby. Yunyushina's father raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Did you induce this insect to lay eggs?" The interaction between Yunyushina and the queen was evident, and her father observed intently. Now, as the queen laid eggs in an instant, it seemed likely that it was indeed Yunyushina's doing. Chapter 82. The remarkable adaptability of parasitic larvae, filled with doubt. Shina's father questioned. Even if this queen can lay eggs, what of it? There is a growth cycle from laying to hatching. Thus, he stated, even if we are to test this, it cannot be done now. It appears our wager must be postponed. Upon hearing this, Shina stepped forward, shaking her head in refusal. There is no need for delay. What you refer to are merely normal natural organisms, yet what you see before you is anything but. Shina raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this creature might hatch immediately. However, what transpired next took her father by surprise. Within just a minute or two, he observed movement within the eggs, as if something were struggling to break free. Could it be that Shina was indeed correct, that this was not an ordinary organism? Moments later, cracks appeared in the eggs, and green liquid spilled onto the ground, accompanied by the emergence of two bizarre creatures. Instead of resembling insects, they appeared more akin to human hands. Once the little beings emerged from the eggs, they swiftly darted in one direction, their speed akin to a leap, before pouncing upon two massive insects. The pair clung tightly to the heads of the colossal creatures, resembling hands gripping their prey. Though Shina's father was astonished by the agility and speed of the little beings, he held reservations about their actions. These two frenzied insects possessed considerable strength, and the newly hatched creatures seemed exceedingly fragile in comparison. It was predictable that, before long, the larger insects would dispatch them. Events unfolded as Shina's father anticipated. Within a minute, the newly hatched beings fell to the ground, torn asunder. The gruesome sight was witnessed by both Shina and her father. Do not be disheartened, he remarked. At the very least, there is a silver lining. The speed of hatching has dramatically increased. This is an alarming transformation, one that has never been observed before. It presents a point of research. At this, Shina smiled mysteriously. Father, do you truly believe those two little beings have perished? Her father was taken aback, wondering if there was a hidden contingency. The words of Shina compelled him to focus on the two massive insects. Soon, he noticed something amiss. The two insects appeared unsteady, their heads drooping as they collapsed to the ground. Almost immediately, their bodily tissues began to change, as if something were stirring within. Before long, their bodies grotesquely split in half, and two dark, streamlined insects emerged, equipped with compound eyes that offered them excellent vision. Their scythe-like limbs also provided a degree of combat prowess. Shina's father stepped forward, excitement coursing through him as he anxiously inquired, could these be parasitic creatures? He quickly confirmed that the two newly hatched beings were indeed parasites. The two dark insects lay quietly beside Shina. Their substantial bodies were nearly the size of a half-grown youth, clad in thick black armor, with scythe-like limbs that exuded a significant aura of intimidation. Shina's father raised an eyebrow. This was a clever idea, to acquire different types of soldiers through parasitism. Although the two black insects emerged from the enormous creature, he sensed subtle differences in them, perhaps due to the mother's unique attributes, leading to slight variations in their offspring. The current situation hinted at a profound adaptability inherent in these creatures. From the two peculiar black insects, Shina's father felt a faint sense of impending danger. Before he could utter a word, the two insects darted forward, their razor-sharp limbs commencing a ruthless harvest of life. The reared insects were as fragile as tofu, easily obliterated under the onslaught of the two bizarre creatures. Soon, one of the insects paused, while the other continued its slaughter. The halted insect, however, was not idle. It bent low, seemingly gathering the scattered remnants of flesh. The chunks of meat were then pushed before the matriarch. She emitted a soft chirp before lowering her head to devour them voraciously. In an instant, only the sound of her chewing remained. The matriarch's mouth opened, revealing sharp, serrated teeth akin to a meat grinder. The meat was swallowed whole, reduced to powder in mere moments. Shimi observed this spectacle with a hint of astonishment. Were it not for the matriarch's appearance, she might have mistaken it for a peculiar creature. At this moment, however, Shimi noticed that the matriarch seemed to have grown larger. I gazed upon the scene with satisfaction, for it finally displayed expressions befitting its age. Father, I wonder if you now believe what I have said? I can assure you that what you see here is far from its complete capabilities. Shimi was profoundly shaken, finding this utterly astonishing. In her understanding, insects were never like this. These beings resembled large mammals, boasting a highly developed system. Just then, the matriarch laid another egg for cultivation. Unlike the previous one, this egg was considerably larger, approaching the size of a small child. Finally, regarding the wager, Shimi had to concede defeat. She stepped forward, eager to intervene. Wait, I don't want any trouble right now. With the slaughtering of the black insect, the creatures imprisoned deep within the Forbidden Lands had begun to stir with anger. If this continued, it might provoke a swarm, and that was no trivial matter. Over the years, the YN clan had its own legacy. The eruption of these creatures would have dire and severe consequences. YN Shizuna waved her hand, and without needing further commands, the two insects returned to her side, their mouths dripping with transparent saliva. Upon approaching YN Shizuna, they exhibited a demeanor of affection. YN Shimi rubbed her eyes, convinced she was not mistaken. This was indeed affection, as if YN Shizuna had become one with the insect tribe. A relationship that was meant to be. At that moment, the matriarch displayed unusual behavior. Chapter 83, The Terrifying Tribe, Shizuna's Return. YN Shizuna turned to observe. The matriarch was no longer a mere insect. The path of YN Shizuna's empowerment was of paramount importance. Any irregularity would be taken very seriously by her. Just then, the egg beside the matriarch hatched, revealing an oddly shaped insect half the size of an adult. Strictly speaking, it resembled the insect tribe, yet curiously, its forelimbs resembled drill bits, and its pincers were somewhat flattened. It stood beside the matriarch but directed its head towards YN Shizuna, its raised antennae seemingly exchanging information. A peculiar expression crossed YN Shizuna's face, while YN Shimi remained utterly bewildered. Communication between insects and humans was beyond her comprehension, despite having spent decades with them. After a minute, YN Shizuna nodded and said, "All right, but be cautious." Upon receiving her command, the construction insect began its task, digging downwards. In an instant, a massive opening appeared before YN Shimi. She sighed, having expected something grander. It was merely constructing a nest. With that, her concerns eased somewhat. It seemed that YN Shimi's actions were observed, as YN Shizuna approached with a strange expression and said, "Father, it tells me it wants to create a nest down here, and the area might be quite large." YN Shimi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a nest. How big can it be?" He clearly did not concern himself with such matters, for in his memory, some insects lived underground, and their nests were not particularly vast. The matriarch then hatched 2 more construction insect eggs. 3 insects set off in different directions, and the surrounding wind and sand intensified. YN Shimi instinctively pulled YN Shizuna back. However, just as he reached out to touch her, the 2 dark insects vanished in an instant. YN Shimi's pupils constricted. Amidst the swirling smoke, only a piece of wood remained where he had stood. In a moment of peril, YN Shimi narrowly escaped with a substitution technique. Looking again at YN Shizuna, he noticed that the 2 insects now surrounded her, as if guarding their queen. YN Shizuna waved her hand, her expression somewhat uneasy. "Go protect the matriarch." The 2 insects, filled with a chilling intent to kill, ceased their assault on YN Shimi. YN Shizuna looked apologetic and said, "I'm truly sorry, Father. These insects now only recognize me. In their understanding, your previous actions towards me were hostile, so they obeyed their instinctual hierarchy and sought to eliminate you." The corners of YN Shimi's mouth twitched slightly. "Shizuna, I sense something amiss." YN Shizuna stepped forward, her expression serious. "Father, strictly speaking, I have become a part of the insect tribe, so this is not entirely implausible." As she spoke, YN Shizuna slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing her pitch-black eyes. Upon witnessing this action, YN Shimi was taken aback. The YN clan had always used their bodies as vessels to nurture these parasitic insects, maintaining absolute composure in battle. Otherwise, the insects within would run amok. This was precisely why the YN clan wore sunglasses, which filtered the world to a grayish hue, reducing sensory stimulation and facilitating emotional control. YN Shimi's expression turned grave. "Shizuna, put your sunglasses back on." YN Shizuna shook her head. All around her, numerous parasitic insects emerged, stored within her body. Yet, to YN Shimi's surprise, they did not lose control. They swirled around YN Shizuna, their synchronized movements suggesting delight. YN Shimi sighed. "Perhaps you are right. Perhaps you truly can forge another path." Boom, boom. The commotion beneath their feet diverted YN Shimi's attention. What is happening? Within moments, 2 construction insects emerged from the ground, pushing a massive stone. YN Shimi's mouth fell open slightly. The strength of these insects was astonishing, and the volume of earth they had disturbed was immense. Only then did YN Shizuna speak. Father, I forgot to mention, the matriarch's reproductive capabilities are rapid, and she produces special types of soldiers, so the territory required is roughly the entire underground of the Hawaiian clan. Today was undoubtedly the day of the most shocks for the school bell. Having previously agreed, it now seemed inappropriate to backtrack. Hawaiian Shimi could only force a smile and acquiesce. Hawaiian Shizuna sat quietly beside, watching the insects expand their territory, while a thought slowly emerged in her mind. The strength of these insects was indeed formidable, yet all their chakra had been converted into mental energy. Controlling these insects is already a considerable challenge. Where would I find the strength for self-defense? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Oil Girl Shino's eyes lit up. It seems a visit to Lord Ryojika is necessary. Shino's rest throughout the night was quite satisfactory, yet her companion, Oil Girl Shimi, remained vigilant, fearing that the insects might cause some chaos. Fortunately, her sunglasses concealed any signs of fatigue. When the time came for Shino to visit Ryojika again, Shimi grew increasingly agitated, as if the parasitic insects within her were on the verge of erupting. Shino, are you really going again? Is this not enough? To Shimi, the emergence of these insectoids represented both power and trouble, a double-edged sword that could inflict harm if not wielded with care. Shino stated earnestly, Father, my current strength is still too meager. My mental energy is wholly insufficient for self-defense. At this moment, without these insectoids, I am akin to an ordinary person. Shino had not only acquired power, but had also undergone some indirect transformation. She had become more like the brain of these insects, their sovereign. Yet her own strength had diminished significantly. In her view, the only solution lay in seeking Ryojika's assistance. Shimi sighed, acutely aware of Shino's feelings, though she had refrained from voicing them until now. Since Shino had brought it up, as her father, Shimi felt compelled to support her decision. Meanwhile, Ryojika observed the peculiar creature before him, the Blade Queen. Each part of her was a weapon, seemingly a born combat machine. Much like Shino, Ryojika possessed similar attributes, perhaps even superior ones. However, after a moment's hesitation, he did not fully embrace this potential. Being the host of a system granted him certain privileges. The Blade Queen was indeed a legendary combat unit he had acquired just the day before. A knock echoed through the room. Chapter 84, A World Completely Different. Ryojika glanced at the Blade Queen. From presence to absence, she underwent a remarkable transformation, gradually vanishing from sight. Upon opening the door, Ryojika's face reflected surprise at the unexpected visitor. He stepped aside, allowing Shino to enter. Shino walked in with less restraint than before, and as they entered the living room, Ryojika felt a twinge of confusion. Given the circumstances, it seemed improbable that Shino would approach him so directly. Was there an underlying issue? This thought drew Ryojika's gaze toward Shino. Sensing his curiosity, Shino spoke up. Lord Ryojika, I have come seeking your assistance. Aware of the unique nature of the insectoids, Ryojika surmised that Shino must be facing a significant dilemma. He smiled reassuringly. No need to rush. Please take your time and explain what is troubling you. Shino sipped her hot tea delicately. While the capabilities of the insectoids are formidable, my combat strength has drastically diminished. Can you help me devise a solution? Ryojika found himself in a quandary upon hearing her plea. As the master of the insectoids, Shino currently possessed only basic mental energy. This limitation posed considerable risks in times of danger. With time, these issues would likely diminish or even vanish, but this phase was undoubtedly one of Shino's most challenging periods. After contemplating, Ryojika turned his attention to the bookshelf nearby. Among the plethora of comics, surely one could offer a resolution to Shino's predicament. Rising to his feet, he led Shino to the bookshelf. Here, I believe you might find something worth exploring, he suggested. Shino raised an eyebrow, a flicker of hope igniting within her. It seemed a solution might exist, but she understood that she needed to exert herself in the search. Yet, she firmly believed she would uncover a satisfactory answer here. Due to her connection with the insectoids, Shino could not tread the same path as before. Her internal energy had transformed. This transformation partly explained her reluctance to revert to old habits. Shino paused before the bookshelf, casually pulling out a volume. It was evident that she was not a chosen one. Having read halfway through, she felt no significant reaction. Thus, she closed the book and carefully returned it to its place. Indeed, the collection of comics was vast. As she continued to search the room, a sense of frustration began to creep in. Ryojika approached slowly, placing a reassuring hand on Shino's shoulder, saying, "Do not fret. I have faith that you will discover your own path." The insectoid's capabilities were not overwhelmingly powerful. Quality and quantity mattered more. Initially, their impact on Shino's growth would be minimal, possibly even weakening her. However, as the number and quality of the insectoids evolved, Shino's strength would inevitably increase. Thus, Ryojika harbored no concerns about Shino's presence here. Even if she found nothing, the feedback from the insectoid she had previously acquired would bolster her strength. However, Ryojika had also heard that dual wielders were immensely promising, and so he acquiesced to Shino's request. At this moment, Shino appeared more resolute than ever. If a solution were found, that would be splendid. If not, it would be her own responsibility. Shino remained remarkably composed. While others might perceive the journey to understanding power as somewhat muddled, she stood apart, exhibiting a rational clarity throughout the process. She intuitively grasped that to draw insights from the comics, a resonance and certain similarities were necessary, or perhaps some unknown factors were at play. Shino's knowledge was limited, allowing her to identify only these elements. Just then, she picked up another comic book and began to read in silence. Observing Shino seated on the tatama mat, Ryojika was taken aback. How had she found that particular book? The volume she held was indeed surprising to him. He recalled it being tucked away in a corner. Wondering how it had surfaced here, Ryojika sighed, suspecting that Shino might not derive anything significant from it. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. A hint of confusion lingered on Ryojika's face. In contrast, Shino maintained an expression of calm detachment, while Ryojika appeared somewhat expectant, eager to ascertain whether Shino could indeed extract value from the comic. As Shino flipped through the pages, she was transported to an entirely new world depicted within the comic entitled Mechanical Ascension. Its narrative and entry point diverged significantly from other works. The protagonist in this comic seemed to exist in an external realm, a galaxy whose name evokes a sense of unfamiliarity. More critically, the beings inhabiting this galaxy exhibit lifestyles that starkly contrast with those of the ninja world. This realization leaves Shino in awe. She finds herself marveling at the rich imagination of Jing Liangjie, for these concepts are indeed novel, never before posited. This implies that these realms are entirely the fabrications of Jing Liangjie's mind. Yet, before long, Shino becomes enraptured. In this world, their paths seem to diverge beyond a singular route. The protagonist of the manga, however, has chosen a rather extreme path, perhaps echoing the title of the comic, Mechanical Ascendance. Observing Shino's current demeanor, a subtle smile unfurls at the corners of Jing Liangjie's lips. It appears that his endeavor has borne fruit, though he wonders why it had to be this particular volume. He clicks his tongue in contemplation, not that the content of this manga is lacking in quality, but it feels somewhat dissonant with the aesthetics of the ninja world. With a light chuckle, he rolls up his sleeves and strides into the kitchen. I doubt I will be drawn in too deeply. Pikachu and Daihe, you must not indulge in any mischief. Daihe and Pikachu huddle together, whimpering softly. Daihe tilts his head, his gaze fixated on Shino, who is seated on a cushion. Time drips by slowly. The room fills with the mouth-watering aroma of spicy tofu. Yet, Shino's expression shifts, her pupils losing focus, rendering her momentarily dazed. Chapter 85. The Mirage Becomes Reality? The Enforcers from Shino's perspective. The entire world transforms into something distinctly altered. A thick fog envelopes the space. Frowning, Shino muses that this must mirror her previous experiences. Having encountered a similar scenario before, she realizes that this place is likely the illusion crafted by the manga. A spark of curiosity ignites within her as she observes the fog-laden surroundings. It feels peculiar, as if the entire world is shrouded in mist, obscuring the sun above and the distant land beyond. Fortunately, within a radius of about a meter, everything remains crystal clear to her. Selecting a direction, Shino presses forward. Yet, a sense of bewilderment washes over her. Based on her prior experience, if this truly is an extension of the manga's illusion, it should be teeming with life and vibrancy. What, then, accounts for the current desolation? Suddenly, she collides forcefully with a massive piece of scrap metal. Checking her leg, she notices a bruise forming, prompting a frown. However, for a ninja, such injuries are hardly significant. Determined, she continues her journey. Yet, after just a few steps, she comes to a halt. How could this be? Is this not an illusion? Shino furrows her brow in confusion. The previous illusion involving the interstellar insectoid creatures had presented them so vividly that she could almost touch them, yet they remained untouchable. In contrast, just moments ago, she had been injured. Her calf still throbbed with pain, affirming the reality of her experience. A sense of unease swells within her. Encountering those grotesque insects had not frightened her, as she had confirmed they were mere figments, incapable of inflicting harm. Yet, the present situation is entirely different. This fog-laden realm might conceal myriad dangers, the origins of which remain a mystery. The unknown often proves to be the most terrifying of adversaries. Yunyushino stands still, caught in a moment of hesitation, uncertain whether to advance or remain stationary. Gritting her teeth, she steels herself and presses onward. A strange odor lingers in the air, unpleasant yet tinged with an odd sweetness. This contradictory sensation gnaws at her sensibilities as she continues forward, drawn by the peculiar scent. Ahead lies a heap of refuse, more akin to mechanical remnants than mere trash, as if these fragments were once components of a grand machine. Dismissing them with a glance, she forges ahead. However, her curiosity is piqued as she notices an increasing number of mechanical parts, some so damaged they defy description. The strange scent thickens in the air, and Yunyushino finds herself surrounded by a landscape composed entirely of metal debris, as if she has wandered into a colossal scrapyard. Suddenly, two towering figures emerge from the depths of the fog, striding purposefully toward an unseen destination, much to Yunyushino's astonishment. Silently, she retrieves her kunai, approaching with caution. Yet, these two figures move with surprising speed. After an arduous pursuit, she finally glimpses their true forms. Cloaked in oversized black robes, their attire is peculiar, marked by a conspicuous emblem emblazoned on their chests. Abruptly, they halt, causing Yunyushino's heart to race. Have they detected her presence? Having ventured beyond the confines of the scrap-laden area, visibility improves significantly. Anxiety grips her. Her strength has yet to be fully restored. And if these enigmatic figures were to discover her, calamity could ensue. Resolute, Yunyushino pivots, retreating into the encroaching fog. Here, she realizes she is indeed in a vast refuse dump, a massive circular pit filled with a mountain of debris, an impressive sight. Previously, she had been navigating this terrain without comprehending its true nature. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blares. Anomaly detected, enforcers will eliminate. The two oddly clad figures snap their heads towards Yunyushino's location. Not only do the enforcers hear the warning, but Yunyushino does as well. In this desolate expanse, she has not encountered a third individual, thus it is clear the warning pertains to her. With no time to ponder further, she bows her head and sprints forward. The fog thickens ahead, visibility diminishing, providing an excellent opportunity for evasion. Having surveyed the terrain of the abandoned wasteland, she darts in a chosen direction. Fortunately, her instincts prove correct. She locates a naturally formed depression that conceals her presence. Just then, a hand suddenly grips her arm. Yunyushino whirls around, swinging her kunai at the assailant. To her shock, the weapon shatters into two pieces upon contact, while her adversary remains unscathed. A wave of astonishment washes over her as she takes in the figure before her, its visage entirely fashioned from steel. Two glowing crimson tubes connect to a mechanical head, and the iron hand gripping her arm is equally forged from metal. This being is unequivocally a construct of machinery. The robot's crimson eyes emitted a beam of light, scanning Oil Girl Shino from head to toe before it spoke. Silence. Follow me. The robot's form glided through the space like a fish in water. It lifted a mechanical fragment resembling a door, revealing a tunnel constructed from discarded machinery. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Shino, without a second thought, followed the robot forward. The air was thick with the stench of refuse. Shino trailed behind the robot, observing its fluid movements and the rhythmic operation of its mechanical components. A look of astonishment crossed her face. The world of ninjas also had cyborgs, though they seemed more akin to the puppet techniques of the Wind Shadow Village. However, those puppets were merely weapons controlled by chakra threads, far inferior to the capabilities of this robot. Each motion of its body and every minute tremor of its intricate parts appeared to propel it forward with remarkable speed. Such a being, twisted yet perfect. Chapter 86. We were once humans. After traversing the convoluted tunnel, the area ahead finally opened up, illuminated by a dim light. Shino gazed at this rudimentary haven in bewilderment. Strangely, there were two nutrient pods present. The robot draped in tattered robes sat beside them, visibly relieved. From where do you come? Why is there a human here? Shino's pupils dilated. Human? Are you not one? The robot emitted a hoarse laugh. We were once humans. A deeper voice emanated from the side. Another robot stepped forward, adorned with steel beads around its neck, resembling a monk fashioned from machinery. Shino surveyed the scene, feeling disoriented. These beings did not appear human. Furthermore, she noted that their exposed parts bore no skin, only mechanical components. The monk stepped closer, a glimmer of light flashing in its eyes. I am Lao. And this is Kei. Come with us. Shino did not refuse. At that moment, she felt she had no right to do so. Regardless of the circumstances, these two did not seem hostile. The outside enforcers, however, were another matter. It was uncertain how long they had navigated the tunnel. The air was thick with the scent of decay, but fortunately, the fog had lifted. Thud, thud. The muffled sounds instantly captured Shino's attention. It resembled the tolling of a bell. A scattering of robots gradually approached a dilapidated church, and the crowd appeared to be growing. Yet, Shino observed that these figures were predominantly robotic. Kei gently tugged at Shino, prompting her to follow the procession inside. The congregation wore solemn expressions, gazing reverently ahead. Suspended high above was a mechanical chip. The sound of fervent prayers filled the air. Flesh is weak, machines ascend. Ring the great bell once. Engage the lever. Activate the pistons and pumps. Ring the great bell twice. Press the button, ignite the engine, fuel the turbines, infuse life. Ring the great bell thrice. Sing in unison. Praise the god of machines. The solemn atmosphere made Shino feel uneasy. Yet, in that moment, she seemed to grasp something profound. As the crowd dispersed, one approached Shino and spoke. For thousands of years, humanity and we have coexisted harmoniously, until they initiated the psychic project, advocating the notion that the mind surpasses matter. Achieving transcendence. Our very soil for existence has been further stripped away. Now, it is time to retaliate. Will you join us? Shino froze, uncertain how to respond. Did it mean transforming her body into that of these machines? A shiver ran down her spine. Partial transformation could be acceptable, but to become a complete machine was beyond her comprehension. Sensing her hesitation, Kei spoke softly. You need power now, and this is the only way to acquire it. It will temporarily allow you to retain your flesh while replacing parts of your biological tissue with more powerful mechanical components. As time slipped by, Kei silently observed Shino's contemplation. Very well. The room, now cleared, exuded a peculiar aroma. Flesh was sliced open, and nanochips were implanted beneath her skin. At that moment, Shino felt no pain. As if she were under anesthesia, a mechanical eye quietly emerged in her left eye socket, and a faint azure mechanical pattern slowly appeared on the left side of her face, while her arm was encased in a robust exoskeleton, endowing her with enhanced strength. The sound of mechanical sensors whirred incessantly as Shino gazed forward and softly uttered, "Scan and analyze." Her left eye flickered, capturing the objects ahead and relaying them to her mind. Kei smiled and extended his hand. Welcome aboard. Just then, Shino noticed her vision blurring, as though her surroundings were losing clarity. In a daze, a voice slowly resonated, Kei's voice. I believe you will return. Upon suddenly opening her eyes, Shino was jolted awake. Jing Liangjie sat before her, a gentle smile gracing his face. You have finally awakened. I was beginning to worry for your well-being. Shino nodded apologetically. I am truly sorry for causing you concern, Lord Liangjie. At that moment, Shino felt as though she had awakened from a dream, anxiously examining her own body. Buzz. The sound of electricity delighted Shino's heart. Liangjie, too, focused on her. Shino's transformation had included the addition of an electronic eye, accompanied by a delicate azure electronic pattern beneath her eye. Her left hand had morphed into a mechanical arm, appearing almost indistinguishable from a human arm. Save for the absence of skin, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Shino has attained preliminary eligibility for mechanical ascension. Congratulations, host, for mastering the controllable state of your biological form. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 400 energy points. A radiant smile spread across Liangjie's face. He had not anticipated that Shino would glean such insights from this experience. At that moment, Liangjie sensed his own body entering a controllable state, where with a mere thought, he could transition parts of his organs into mechanical forms, freely switching between the two. If he were to progress to the next stage, uploading his consciousness data, even without a breakthrough, his physical existence could achieve immortality. Yet, given Shino's current state, that goal seemed distant. Shino stared blankly at her transformation. If not for the icy sensation in her arm, she might have doubted her reality. Slowly, she raised her head, her eyes fixed intently on Liangjie. Lord Liangjie, could you conduct a test with me? Liangjie chuckled softly and pointed toward the kitchen. Aren't you still bound to this flesh? Do you not feel hunger? Just then, a rumble echoed, perfectly timed. Shino, the oil girl, felt a slight blush creeping onto her face. I sincerely apologize. I shall not hold back then. Just at that moment, a knock echoed through the door, which was ajar, as a head peeked inside. Ryosuke glanced over and waved. It was Ayam. Please, do join us. Ayam donned a beautifully crafted vintage floral kimono, seemingly prepared with great care. Chapter 87. Ayam's three-color dango. Mechanical might. Ayam nodded slightly, a hint of crimson coloring her cheeks. Nevertheless, she approached slowly, momentarily surprised upon seeing Shino. Her gaze quickly settled on Ryosuke, seemingly unfazed by Shino's mechanical arm and electronic eye. The three took their seats. Shino and Ayam exchanging bewildered glances at the array of food on the table, mapo tofu and fish-flavored shredded pork. These commonplace dishes were entirely novel to them, appearing exceptionally fresh. Ayam gently presented a small bag she had brought, which Ryosuke accepted with ease. From the bag's opening, several three-color dango could be glimpsed. Ryosuke raised an eyebrow. Ah, the dango from the Jichuan family. It must have been quite a struggle to procure them today. The tenderness in Ayam's eyes spoke volumes. And after a brief exchange of glances, she lowered her gaze. It was not busy at all today. It was quite easy. Ryosuke smiled knowingly, aware that this girl was not speaking the truth. The Jichuan family's dango was a popular item, often sold out by late arrivals. Yet, he found it curious how Ayam had changed for the better. In the past, he had visited Ichiraku Ramen, but Ayam had not seemed so at ease then. Conversely, Shino, who had once appeared somewhat reserved, now showed no hint of discomfort as she lifted her chopsticks and softly declared, I shall begin. She then dove into her meal with enthusiasm. The fragrant rice, paired with the mapo tofu, drenched in savory sauce, elicited a bright gleam in Shino's eyes after just a few bites, as if she had discovered a new world. Mixing a morsel of fish-flavored shredded pork with rice revealed an exquisite flavor she had never experienced before. Perhaps it was merely the novelty, but regardless, Shino relished her meal with abandon. Even Ayam, after sampling a couple of bites, quickly understood why Shino was so transformed. Ryosuke set the dango aside, saying softly, Since I have not prepared dessert, let us enjoy these dango together. Then, as if recalling something, he added, Ayam, I have a secret recipe for a noodle dish called dandan noodles. I shall share it with you someday. Ayam's face flushed, her speech becoming somewhat stammered. You truly wish to share it with me, Ryosuke-sama? Ryosuke was puzzled. It was merely a recipe. Why was she so anxious? Unbeknownst to him, such secret recipes were typically reserved for family, especially under Ichiraku's tutelage, a notion deeply ingrained in Ayam. Ryosuke, still bemused, began to eat. Meanwhile, Ayam's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Could it be that Ryosuke-sama is using this to respond to me? What should I do? I am not yet prepared. This is quite troubling. As their meal concluded, the trio savored the dango, each wearing expressions of subtle happiness. Shino lifted her gaze to the others, then, quite instinctively, took her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within, indicating she was washing the dishes. Ryosuke was puzzled. Had not Shino previously seemed quite reserved? Now she acted as if she were at home. Each time he glanced at Ayam, she shyly lowered her head, leaving Ryosuke perplexed. Can anyone explain what is happening here? Time passed gradually. Shino eventually emerged from the kitchen, a sense of urgency in her voice. Ryosuke-sama, let us depart. Ayam, momentarily taken aback, asked, Ryosuke-sama, where are you heading? Ryosuke pointed to Shino's arm, declaring, we are going to test her newfound strength. Ayam gazed at Shino in astonishment. Is that mechanical? Just like those things in stories? Shino wore a bittersweet smile, realizing Ayam was only now noticing her extraordinary arm. Ayam placed her manga on the shelf and, after retrieving the sequel, smiled sweetly. Ryosuke-sama, if you do not mind, I would like to join you. Ryosuke appeared unconcerned. There is no reason to hesitate. If you wish to come, let us go together. As they exited the house, Shino seemed to have calmed, perhaps for reasons unknown. Ayam trailed slightly behind Ryosuke, their posture resembling that of a couple strolling together while Shino lagged behind. The summer breeze was gentle, tousling Ayam's slightly disheveled hair. She occasionally stole glances at Ryosuke, quickly lowering her head when caught. Suddenly, Ayam exclaimed, as she accidentally bumped into Ryosuke's back while walking. Rubbing her reddened forehead, she looked up as Ryosuke turned, an apologetic expression gracing his features as he slowly extended his hand. Ayam gazed intently at his long fingers as they brushed aside her unruly hair, a glimmer of green light appearing at his fingertips. Ayam's eyes sparkled with shyness. Ryosuke-sama's hand is so warm. Regrettably, this feeling did not last long. As his fingers withdrew, Ryosuke wore a charming smile. There, it should no longer hurt. Being Tsunade's disciple, he possessed some healing ninjutsu. Ayam looked at him, her gaze somewhat entranced. Yet, as is often the case, beautiful moments passed swiftly, and the three ambled leisurely towards the training ground. A creature resembling a kappa tumbled past them, calling out as it drifted away on the breeze. This is youth. If you cannot complete it within 20 minutes, you will perform 1,000 frog leaps. A dark line appeared on Ryosuke's forehead. That Mato guy is indeed full of energy. Upon closer inspection, it was not just Mato guy. Other familiar faces were present in the training area: Niji, Tenten, Sasuke, and Hinata. Soon, they approached Ryosuke, greeting him before shifting their attention to Shino. Although they had all undergone various changes recently, none compared to the transformation Shino had experienced. Evolving from a carbon-based life form to a mechanical being, the group appeared somewhat bewildered by Shino's mechanical arm, and she, too, felt uneasy under their scrutiny. Shino's usual low presence was overshadowed today by an overwhelming sense of being in the spotlight, a feeling she found quite uncomfortable. Ryosuke, however, remained unfazed. After instructing the others to settle down, he stood opposite Shino, his expression turning serious as he gestured for her to come forth. Now, unleash your full strength. Only then can we assess your progress. Chapter 88. Strengths. A display before the insectoid race. Shino took a deep breath. Faced with Jing Liangjie, Zeno felt an immense pressure, one that was far from trivial. As the astonished gazes of the onlookers fell upon her, Zeno's arms began to move rhythmically. Piece by piece, mechanical components materialized around her arms, augmenting her combat prowess to an extraordinary level. Scan. Zeno's electronic eye flickered to life, capable of gathering intelligence during battle and relaying it to her brain, enabling her to make the most accurate judgments in critical moments. Yet, at this juncture, her expression morphed into one of growing astonishment. The results of the scan revealed no discernible flaws, and hidden vulnerabilities remained untouchable. In essence, Jing Liangjie possessed weaknesses, but to Zeno, they were virtually non-existent. Given her overall strength, she found it impossible to exploit these perceived weaknesses. Swallowing hard, Zeno grappled with the reality that she was outmatched by Jing Liangjie, struggling to accept it in such a short span of time. Meanwhile, Jing Liangjie stood calmly, making no sudden movements. It was Zeno who initiated the attack first. The roar of a small engine reverberated throughout the training ground as she pushed her limits, her arms seemingly propelling her body into motion. Jing Liangjie remained still, unflinching, before suddenly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 3 identical Jing Liangjies appeared in an instant. Zeno, maintaining her composure, struck fiercely behind her, unaware that Jing Liangjie had seamlessly executed the shadow clone and body replacement techniques, appearing behind her without a trace. Had it not been for her acute sense of danger, she might not have noticed at all. Nevertheless, her punch met only empty air, crashing heavily against a nearby tree with a thunderous impact. Boom! The sound echoed as onlookers gazed, witnessing cracks spiderweb across the bark, with a gaping hole revealing the other side of the tree. The power and penetration of that strike were formidable, catching many off guard, making it a lethal move in combat. Zeno's arms appeared to ripple like scales, with wisps of warmth emanating from the openings. Yet, amid this unusual display, her arms continued to move frantically, and observers noted that they were becoming increasingly flushed. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining composed. Forcing the machinery into overload to enhance kinetic energy? A commendable strategy. He had to admit that Zeno exhibited a significant degree of control over her abilities, having explored these methods in just a few hours. However, the scarcity of mechanical enhancements left a vast disparity in their strengths. As Yuan Zeno launched another punch, this time, Jing Liangjie took her seriously. A series of dark, scaly plates enveloped his left hand. With a sudden flourish, he opened his hand wide. Hinata gasped, remarking in surprise. Lord Liangjie is actually taking that punch with his bare hands, yet the scales on his palm evoke a sense of familiarity. Humph. Sasuke scoffed, tilting his head slightly. Such an attack could never bring down Brother Liangjie. Kakashi, leaning against the shade of a tree, set aside his manga, pondering how Yuan Zeno had made such significant strides in just one day. His perspective differed from the others, as he was acutely aware of Jing Liangjie's formidable prowess. Focusing instead on Yuan Zeno's rapid improvement, Kakashi sighed softly, glancing at Jing Liangjie's unflappable demeanor, muttering to himself, "Now, that is true genius." Boom. As expected, Jing Liangjie effortlessly absorbed Yuan Zeno's punch, showing no visible signs of damage. To this outcome, Yuan Zeno appeared unsurprised. With one failed attack, she swiftly retreated, warily eyeing Jing Liangjie, who refrained from pressing his advantage. Jing Liangjie lowered his hands, speaking nonchalantly, "Rest assured, since I've allowed you to unleash your full power, I will let you exhibit your absolute capabilities." While the others were left bewildered, Yuan Zeno cast a grateful glance at Jing Liangjie. Both paused, the atmosphere growing peculiar, leaving those around them in a state of confusion. Might Guy's exuberant declaration shattered the strange ambience. "This is passion. This is youth. I can hardly contain my desire to ignite my spirit." With that, Might Guy unexpectedly flipped onto his hands, commencing push-ups. Kakashi raised his manga to shield his face, seemingly signaling to others that he was unfamiliar with this character. Amid the collective curiosity, an odd sound emanated from underground within the training ground. Kakashi lowered his manga, his expression turning serious as he scanned the area. What is this? Could it be some special technique? Yet, looking up, he noticed that neither of the two in the arena seemed surprised. Instantly, Kakashi deduced that this must be a method employed by either Yuan Zeno or Jing Liangjie. However, why the prolonged activation? Could it be an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu? His questions lingered only briefly, as a hole appeared beside Yuan Zeno. Though sizable, Kakashi recognized it as an entrance. 4 worker bees emerged, followed by 4 construction soldiers and 3 black xenomorphs. The construction soldiers surged ahead, with the worker bees trailing behind. At Yuan Zeno's command, the 3 black xenomorphs launched a sudden assault. Jing Liangjie cast a sidelong glance as the Blade Empress had just conveyed her desire to strike. Yet he had intervened, tempering the aura of his insect dominion, or else these creatures would not dare to attack. Whoosh! The black xenomorphs darted forward with remarkable speed, their scythe-like appendages slicing through the air, producing an unsettling sound. This unit proved to be an excellent choice for ambushes. The 3 black xenomorphs coordinated effectively. One targeted Jing Liangjie's head, while the other 2 focused on his body. They executed their attacks with precision, occasionally using their bodies to shield their comrades. Jing Liangjie glanced at Yuan Zeno, recognizing that such accurate maneuvers were likely orchestrated by her. He subtly nodded in approval. This time, Yuan Zeno's performance was commendable. At that moment, the 4 defensive construction soldiers also initiated their movements, advancing with considerable commotion, their bulk making them quite noticeable. The 4 worker bees began to move as well. Chapter 89. A terrifying conjecture. The 4 worker bees surged forth, seemingly charging directly at Jing Liangjie. The 3 black xenomorphs acted swiftly and perilously. Yet, Jing Liangjie remained unfazed, effortlessly demonstrating that he was not entirely focused on the incoming assault. Yuan Zeno's expression grew tense, perhaps surprised by Jing Liangjie's ease amidst the swarm of insects. Surveying the surrounding creatures, she resolutely commanded, "Go forth." All the insects surged forward. While Yuan Zeno's insect army had yet to reach its full potential, every insect had its designated role within the swarm. In exceptional circumstances, the swarm tactics are employed. The most formidable aspect of the Zerg lies in their overwhelming numbers and terrifying capabilities. Currently, Yuan Zeno has become a restraint on the Zerg. Should they be allowed to develop unchecked, the ninja world could undergo significant transformation within a few years. An overwhelming tide of insects would surge forth, leaving no opportunity for respite. Until now, Jing Liangjie has not ceased his movements. To the spectators, each of Jing Liangjie's actions appears remarkably succinct, executed with a lightness that resembles a masterful dancer flowing through their most favored choreography. Despite facing numerous insect assaults, he remains composed, exuding an eerie beauty. Such a spectacle does not escape Yu Enshino's keen observation. She watches intently. This battle serves to test her strength. Deep down, she understands that victory is unattainable, yet she yearns to discover the limits of her abilities. Seizing an opportunity when Jing Liangjie is preoccupied with several insect strikes, Yu Enshino boldly intervenes. With a resounding impact, her fist connects, yet Jing Liangjie maintains a faint smile. An inexplicable pressure emanates from Yu Enshino. It seems this battle is nearing its conclusion, and she feels an unexplainable urge to submit. The insects, sensing their leader's aura, pause in confusion but ultimately cease their actions. Thus, the confrontation ends without resolution. Nevertheless, the onlookers comprehend that, despite the lack of a declared victor, Jing Liangjie is the clear winner. His prowess vastly surpasses that of Yu Enshino, and throughout the encounter, he has not drawn his weapon, instead relying on his bare hands to engage her. The disparity in strength is evident. Commanding the insects to retreat into the tunnel, Yu Enshino soon disappears from sight, while the excavation site is sealed by construction personnel. Curious onlookers approach, surprised by the revelation of Yu Enshino without her sunglasses. Inuzuka Kiba scrutinizes her closely, grinning as he remarks on her unexpected appearance. After removing her sunglasses previously, Yu Enshino had not donned them again. The others are astonished to discover that the typically inconspicuous Yu Enshino possesses a certain delicate charm, her features accentuated by the mysterious lines beneath her eyes. She scratches her head, seemingly taken aback by the attention. It is said that Yu Enshino has a low presence, often forgotten by friends. Now, her newfound visibility is a source of discomfort. Jing Liangjie approaches with a smile, patting her shoulder and expressing his approval. Well done. Although this is your initial grasp of these abilities, your adaptability is commendable. A smile graces Yu Enshino's face, her eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light. Gaining Jing Liangjie's affirmation feels like a tremendous honor. As the spectators disperse to resume their training, Yu Enshino finds refuge beneath a tree with a comic book. Her brow furrows slightly, her attention diverted from the pages as if pondering something profound. Observing her state, Jing Liangjie approaches with a light laugh. What troubles you? Is there something you do not understand? To his surprise, Yu Enshino nods. Lord Liangjie, I am aware of my current combat capabilities. Due to the implants in my body, my mind has also accumulated considerable mechanical theories. I have a bold idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Jing Liangjie, accustomed to her clear thinking and calm demeanor, finds no astonishment in her reasoning. After encountering these new concepts, it is natural for her to draw connections. He raises an eyebrow, prompting her to share her thoughts. Perhaps I can assist you in certain aspects. Hesitation flickers across Yu Enshino's features. But after a moment of contemplation, she speaks. Lord Liangjie, my current strength is still inadequate, and the Zerg initially relied on sheer numbers. I understand that I cannot expand their ranks indiscriminately, especially since the village is at peace and no wars have erupted. Blindly increasing numbers would only disrupt the ecological balance. The resilience and adaptability of the Zerg are formidable. If left unchecked, they could quickly become a calamity. Although these insects obey my commands and I can control them perfectly, such a force could easily become a catalyst for conflict. Jing Liangjie furrows his brow. What exactly is the idea you propose? A glimmer of excitement flickers in Yu Enshino's eyes as she extends her arm. Her body has reached a stage where her left arm and eyes have been replaced with mechanical components. Tapping her left arm, she gazes intently at Jing Liangjie. I wish to integrate mecha with the Zerg. Their abilities to assimilate and adapt are remarkable. Perhaps we could create a mechanical Zerg. Jing Liangjie rests his chin on his hand, contemplating. Yu Enshino has gained a wealth of mechanical knowledge from her experiences, while Jing Liangjie has acquired even more insights. Upon reflection, he realizes that the Zerg embodies biological technology, whereas mechanical ascension represents mechanized science. The fusion of these two realms could indeed ignite a spark of innovation. After a moment's hesitation, he encourages her. Since this idea has taken root in your mind, pursue it boldly. Jing Liangjie is curious to see whether Yu Enshino can successfully realize this endeavor. Perhaps it could lead to a significant breakthrough in combat capabilities. With Jing Liangjie's endorsement, Yu Enshino's resolve strengthens. If this has potential, I will endeavor to make it a reality. She shifts her mindset. Since quantity is unattainable, she will focus on quality. Chapter 90. Asama Midakatsu, the Snow Princess Ninja Scroll. This concept is promising. Even Jing Liangjie must concede that it is rare for you and Shino to conceive such an idea at this moment. Moreover, her demeanor suggests that she is not merely speaking empty words. She has evidently entered a preparatory phase. Time passes unnoticed, and soon another day dawns. Sitting in the Hokage office, Jing Liangjie retrieves a document. He rises and gazes out the window. Perhaps this is the butterfly effect. Why has the timeline for the Snow Princess Ninja Scroll shifted to now? He has a vague recollection of this segment, seemingly linked to the events in the Land of Snow. Jing Liangjie furrows his brow. In the original narrative, this particular storyline was resolved by Naruto and Sasuke's Team 7. However, with Naruto currently absent, Team 7 is incomplete. At this moment, Jing Liangjie hesitates. Should he accept this commission? Nevertheless, he instructs the Umbu to summon Kakashi. Jing Liangjie remains quietly in the Hokage office, awaiting Kakashi's arrival. Before long, Kakashi appears at the window. A dark line appeared on Jing Liangjie's forehead. Do you fellows not know how to enter through the front door? Is the Umbu all of the same disposition? Judging by Kakashi's expression, he seemed somewhat embarrassed. However, the mask obscured most of Kakashi's face, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and spoke slowly. Never mind. There is a mission at hand that I need your Team 7 to resolve. It seems rather troublesome, so I've decided to accompany you. Kakashi was taken aback. Lord Liangjie, such matters are no jest. After all, Jing Liangjie is currently the Hokage of Konoha. Although merely acting in that capacity, he is still the Hokage. How could he so easily venture elsewhere? A faint smile crossed Jing Liangjie's face as he waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a somewhat peculiar woman appeared beside him. Kakashi gasped in shock, even adjusting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. The woman's sudden appearance exuded an air of danger. Kakashi sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from her, as if she could strike him down in an instant. Jing Liangjie and Kakashi's reactions were entirely different. He merely regarded the woman with a disinterested glance. Activate the biological mimicry and manage the matters I typically handle. Notify me immediately if anything arises. The woman knelt on one knee and humbly replied, Yes, my lord. Right before Kakashi's eyes, the woman's form began to shift, ultimately resembling Jing Liangjie perfectly. Kakashi stared in astonishment. This transformation was markedly different from the mental shifts caused by transformation techniques. If one were unfamiliar, they might not discern the difference at all. A radiant smile graced Jing Liangjie's face. See, is this not acceptable now? Moreover, Danzo is active near the Land of Snow. It's prudent to accompany you. Kakashi fell silent. After all, the woman's disguise would not be easily seen through, and her strength was formidable. In the time it takes to complete a mission, what unexpected developments could arise? Kakashi lowered his head slightly. Since Lord Liangjie had already made arrangements, there was no choice but to comply. Jing Liangjie extended his hand, passing a document from the table to Kakashi. Take a look. This is our mission target. At this point, Kakashi could not refuse, taking the document to examine it. Yet, after only a brief moment, Kakashi furrowed his brow and queried, Lord Liangjie, this seems to be merely an ordinary task, and just a D-rank mission at that. Kakashi discerned nothing dangerous from the document. Such a mundane matter hardly warranted Jing Liangjie's involvement. Furthermore, strictly speaking, this could at most be considered a D-rank task. Jing Liangjie shook his head. Kakashi, I must inform you that this is not an ordinary mission. You will understand the specifics upon arrival. Despite Kakashi's myriad of doubts, Jing Liangjie's words left little room for further discussion. Kakashi could only nod in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the second day. At the agreed-upon meeting point, Kakashi leaned against a tree, listlessly perusing a comic book, while Sasuke sat on the grass nearby. Sakura, somewhat puzzled, asked Kakashi-sensei, Our Team 7 is short-staffed. Do we still have to participate in the mission? Who are we waiting for? Kakashi, with his characteristic deadpan expression, felt that Sakura was particularly chatty today, chirping away like a sparrow. Just be patient, he replied. Minutes trickled by until Jing Liangjie appeared, carrying a backpack and accompanied by a black wolf. A smile adorned Jing Liangjie's face. Apologies for my tardiness. It's all Dahe's fault. Dahe whimpered beside him. Jing Liangjie had not intended to bring Dahe along, but the wolf insisted on following him out, causing his delay. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Brother Liangjie, does this mean you're joining us for this mission? This was not a secret. the four of them would act together, and there was no need for concealment. Thus, Jing Liangjie responded decisively, "Indeed, I will be executing the upcoming mission alongside your Team 7. However, for safety's sake, I shall refrain from revealing my true appearance." After uttering these words, Jing Liangjie formed a hand seal, and his skin took on a wheatish hue. His features became more rugged, resembling a member of the Inuzuka clan. Kakashi nodded in approval. With Liangjie bringing a wolf, it would serve well to disguise themselves as members of the Inuzuka clan. The four of them set off. Yet, Sakura found this mission somewhat perplexing, appearing more akin to a leisurely task. Nevertheless, she was spirited throughout the journey. "I can't believe our mission target is the Snow Princess. I must get her autograph." Jing Liangjie nodded thoughtfully. The film featuring the Snow Princess, portrayed by the actress Kazuhana Koyuki, seemed to be quite renowned within the ninja world. Outsiders only knew her by her stage name, Fujikaze Yuki. Little did they know that this celebrated figure harbored a hidden identity. The atmosphere among the four remained amicable as they journeyed onward. Eventually, after much effort, they arrived at their destination. However, upon reaching this place, a dark line appeared on Jing Liangjie's forehead as he turned to Kakashi. "This wouldn't happen to be where we are to meet the client, would it?" Jing Liangjie had not taken the time to closely examine the contents of the scroll and was now utterly perplexed. To his surprise, Kakashi nodded. "It seems this is indeed the location where we are to meet the client. Moreover, they have graciously provided us with 4 movie tickets. We can use this time to rest and learn more about our mission target." This mission was a straightforward escort task, specifically escorting Kazuhana Koyuki, the actress portraying the Snow Princess, to the land of snow for filming. Armed with movie tickets, the group entered the venue. Sasuke appeared disinterested, while Kakashi wore a similarly bored expression. However, Jing Liangjie exhibited a keen interest in the films of the Naruto world, displaying enthusiasm. Sakura, meanwhile, like an ardent fan, eagerly awaited the film to begin. Time passed, and finally, the movie concluded. The group exited the theater and strolled along the street. With time to spare before their scheduled meeting, they seized the opportunity to unwind and alleviate the tension of their journey. Just then, a white horse galloped down the street, ridden by a woman clad in traditional kimono. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips bore a gentle smile. Under the contours of her kimono, she resembled a princess fleeing from something. The woman's face bore a hint of panic, as if evading some unseen threat. Sakura, on the other hand, became animated and exclaimed, "Look, Kakashi-sensei, look." Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at the woman. Her face seemed oddly familiar. "Do I know her?" he pondered. Sakura, brimming with excitement, declared, "It's the Snow Princess. We just saw the movie. She looks just like the character." Kakashi finally made the connection, raising an eyebrow. "So, she is our mission target?" Sakura nodded eagerly but then quickly grew concerned. "Is the Snow Princess being pursued by someone?" As Sasuke stood coldly to the side, he observed her situation, which seemed to indicate she was evading someone's pursuit, suggesting that she was indeed being chased. Haruno Sakura hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately spoke. "Since she is being pursued, let us assist her." Without further ado, Sakura, accompanied by Kakashi and Sasuke, approached. Meanwhile, Kyuryukai stood by, smiling softly, yet made no move to intervene. The pursuers on horseback drew closer, revealing themselves to be armored figures with masks, appearing decidedly sinister from any angle. In the distance, Kazuhana Yukijetsu sprinted ahead, her pursuers hastening their pace in response. Kyuryukai remained silent, recalling the unfolding events of this incident. The pursuers appeared to be ordinary individuals, allowing Sakura and Sasuke to employ merely fundamental taijutsu. Kakashi followed closely beside them, refraining from engaging. After traversing several streets and alleys, Sakura and Sasuke successfully subdued a handful of the pursuers. However, following a round of explanations, Kakashi found himself awkwardly regarding the apologetic client, Santiu. Beside him, Sakura and Sasuke exchanged peculiar glances, realizing that this had been a misunderstanding all along. The bearded Santiu also felt the awkwardness, but after clearing his throat, he spoke. "I sincerely apologize. You must be the ninjas dispatched from Konoha. This task is quite simple. We merely require your escort to the land of snow for filming." Kakashi remained courteous towards the client. Nodding slightly, he replied, "If that is the case, we four shall accept this commission." Yet, upon turning, Kakashi was taken aback to find Kyuryukai had vanished without a trace. He redirected his gaze to Sasuke, who waved his hand. Weavie lost track of him. Ryukai must have followed the target. A smile graced Sakura's face as she reassured, "Don't worry, our companion is protecting Princess Yukagetsu." Santiu sighed, feeling considerably more at ease. Regardless, it was a relief to know that Kazuhana Yukagetsu was no longer merely missing, but rather under protection. With a sigh of relief, Santiu settled back. Meanwhile, Ryukai followed Kazuhana Yukagetsu into an izakaya. Upon entering, he spotted her at a corner table, enjoying a beer. With a light chuckle, he approached her. "Uncle, a glass of rum, please." Ryukai took a seat beside her, glass in hand. Kazuhana Yukagetsu frowned, casting an irritated glance at him. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of the large black wolf beside Ryukai. Turning her gaze to the forehead protector atop his head, she deduced, "You must be the ninja Santiu hired. Please tell him I have no intention of returning." Ryukai sipped from his glass. "This rum is rather delightful. I think you should give it a try." He did not engage with her previous statement. Their interaction resembled that of longtime acquaintances. A familiarity that caused Kazuhana Yukagetsu to furrow her brow, though she ultimately held her tongue. Ryukai ordered some snacks. The aroma of edamame mingled with the scent of rum, enhancing the flavor, while the crispy fried tofu was also exceptional. He savored the izakaya's offerings, finding them quite palatable. Sitting beside him, Kazuhana Yukagetsu found his behavior increasingly strange. "Aren't you a ninja from Konoha? Why are you eating alone?" Ryukai chuckled lightly. "It seems rather rude. You should also sample the flavors. They're quite good." Kazuhana Yukagetsu paused, pondering his demeanor. However, this exchange did serve to bridge the gap between them, evoking a sense of reunion between old friends. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks and began to taste the food. Gradually, their rapport deepened. Kazuhana Yukagetsu gazed at the large black wolf, Dahei, who quietly devoured grilled meat, his demeanor far from that of an ordinary wolf. Hesitantly, she extended her hand. "Is this a real wolf? May I pet it?" As her palm reached the top of Dahei's head, his fangs suddenly bared, his eyes fixated on her. An invisible aura of menace caused Kazuhana Yukagetsu to shudder. Ryukai gently patted Dahei's forehead. "No worries, he's just a bit shy." Dahei let out a low whine, lowering his head to resume eating, his earlier ferocity vanishing. Tentatively, Kazuhana Yukagetsu rubbed Dahei, and upon realizing he offered no resistance, a radiant smile bloomed on her face, akin to the warm sun on a winter night. Chapter 92. Departure to the Land of Snow. Kazuhana Yukagetsu's face radiated with joy. Dahei remained engrossed in his meal, oblivious to her actions. Under such circumstances, the distance between them continued to diminish. After a long pause, Kazuhana Yukagetsu finally spoke. "I might disappoint you. I do not wish to return to the film crew or participate in this production, so please take your leave." Ryukai raised an eyebrow. "Who said I was here to take you back? Our mission is merely an escort task. In other words, I simply need to ensure your safety." A flicker of joy crossed Kazuhana Yukagetsu's face, though the worry lingered. "Unfortunately, Santiu will come looking for me, but even a delay is a delay." Encouraged by Ryukai, Kazuhana Yukagetsu ordered a glass of rum and took a tentative sip, immediately exclaiming, "This is quite spicy." She fanned her mouth with her hand, as if to dispel the heat. Ryukai smiled at her reaction. "Uncle, another serving of edamame." As they continued to eat and converse, Kazuhana Yukagetsu suddenly remarked, "You seem to belong to the Inuzuka clan from Konoha, don't you?" Momentarily taken aback, Ryukai nodded. A hint of envy appeared on Kazuhana Yukagetsu's face. "Perhaps a ninja's life is far more interesting than mine. Isn't being an actress quite splendid?" Ryukai raised his eyebrows and smiled. Kazuhana Yukagetsu sighed, falling silent, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. However, Ryukai understood her unspoken thoughts entirely. On the surface, Kazuhana Yukagetsu appeared to be merely an actress, yet she was indeed a genuine princess. The reasons for her reluctance to return to filming were straightforward. She wished to avoid returning to the Land of Snow. Following the king's death, her uncle had seized control of the government. In essence, Kazuhana Yukagetsu's kingdom was usurped by her own relative. She likely believed that returning would only exacerbate her sorrow and pose a certain danger. Although Kazuhana Yukagetsu refrained from revealing her true circumstances, she inadvertently disclosed a wealth of information during her conversation with Ryukai, often lamenting her experiences in the acting world. Perhaps she felt that as two strangers who had yet to exchange names, Their connection was merely a matter of obligation, allowing her to speak freely. However, as time passed, a charming blush crept onto her cheeks. Throughout this exchange, Kazuhana Yukagetsu indulged in food and beer. Not every girl is like Tsunade. After a few drinks, Kazuhana Yukagetsu began to feel tipsy. Before long, Fenghua Xiaoxue rested her head on the table, a faint smile gracing her face, suggesting she was in a rather cheerful mood. Jing Liangjie leisurely finished the contents of his bowl. "Uncle, could you settle the bill?" After the payment was made, Jing Liangjie lifted Fenghua Xiaoxue and headed towards the film crew. Along the way, he shook his head and remarked, "She is quite innocent. It seems that Santai Fu has protected her well. Dake, you must not be like her, or you might be deceived without even realizing it." Dake lifted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Fenghua Xiaoxue, letting out a soft sound, seemingly seeking acknowledgement from Jing Liangjie. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face as he quickened his pace, carrying Fenghua Xiaoxue, who was oblivious to her surroundings. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on Santai Fu's face, Jing Liangjie chuckled softly. "I am the ninja assigned to this task. My companion ought to have briefed you about me. Where is her room? I shall escort her back." Santai Fu, clearly concerned, hesitated while gazing at the sleeping Fenghua Xiaoxue. However, upon detecting the scent of alcohol surrounding her, he sighed in relief. "It's all right. She merely appears to be intoxicated. Lord Liangjie, please follow me." Noting the respectful demeanor of Santai Fu, it was likely that Kakashi had said something to him. Jing Liangjie paid no mind and carried Fenghua Xiaoxue to her room. After gently placing her on the bed, he stepped outside. As Jing Liangjie had surmised, Kakashi had informed Santai Fu of his identity as a high-ranking official from Konoha. Due to a shortage of personnel, he had been temporarily assigned to this mission. Consequently, Santai Fu's attitude shifted to one of respect. Jing Liangjie typically disregarded such minor details, but it was for the best, as it spared him the trouble of dealing with Santai Fu's bluster later on. Upon returning to the group, he found the three still in their usual states. Sasuke shot a peculiar glance at Jing Liangjie, his expression somewhat strange. "Brother Liangjie, did you already know about all this and not tell us?" Jing Liangjie was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the misunderstanding that had previously occurred between the three and Santai Fu. He turned his head slightly and chuckled. "As a ninja, there are still many areas for you to improve, including your observational skills." This deftly shifted the topic. Sasuke, seemingly motivated, nodded vigorously. "I understand. Brother Liangjie, I will definitely work even harder." If Sasuke were aware of Jing Liangjie's true thoughts, he might have had an entirely different reaction. The reason Jing Liangjie had withheld information from Sasuke and the others was simply because he wished to observe the unfolding events. After all, it was merely a misunderstanding, and nothing serious would arise from it. Allowing them to have their fun was fine by him. Before long, Kakashi arrived at Jing Liangjie's room, his brow furrowed. "Lord Liangjie, this mission is proving to be quite troublesome. Most importantly, it is time-consuming. We are to escort someone from the local area to the Land of Snow, which will surely take a while. Moreover, I have learned from others that the actress portraying the Snow Princess seems reluctant to go to the Land of Snow and harbors significant resistance to it. If it weren't for Santai Fu's persistent persuasion, I might have considered abandoning this task." At this moment, Kakashi was still unaware of Fenghua Xiaoxue's true identity, and Jing Liangjie had no intention of revealing all the information just yet. Thus, he simply waved his hand. "Rest assured, there are no major issues. If necessary, we can forcefully take her along, but we must ensure her safety along the way." Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Behind his mask, he managed to maintain his composure. He couldn't help but think, binding her against her will seems rather inappropriate. Soon, the boat was ready. Taking advantage of Fenghua Xiaoxue's inebriated state, Santai Fu gathered the personnel and decided to set off immediately. Kakashi had no choice but to follow along with the group. The journey was smooth and uneventful. Yet Kakashi harbored a sense of foreboding as he gazed at the sea. Chapter 93. Filming and Confession. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing she was on a boat, she was momentarily stunned before recovering her composure. Stepping out of her room, she glared at Santai Fu. "Where are we headed?" Kakashi, who was nearby engrossed in a comic, casually replied, "We are going to the Land of Snow." In an instant, Fenghua Xiaoxue's emotions flared up. The situation was evidently clear. She was quite resistant to the idea of going to the Land of Snow. At this juncture, Santai Fu found himself at a loss for solutions. Kakashi, however, remained indifferent. as this matter did not directly concern him. Santai Fu furrowed his brow and spoke softly. We are merely going to film a few segments and will return shortly. Nothing will happen, especially with Konoha's ninjas providing us protection. Ultimately, we must go, don't you think? Santai Fu seemed to imply something deeper. As for Fenghua Xiaoxue, her mood began to deflate. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I can agree. Thus, Fenghua Xiaoxue reluctantly consented. Kakashi, standing by, felt a sense of relief, as at least this matter had not caused any trouble. However, at that moment, Kakashi found himself puzzled. If her fear stemmed solely from danger, with Konoha's ninjas escorting them, they should encounter no threats along the way. After all, the Land of Snow was a small nation. Comparatively, they had fewer ninjas, and the quality of their shinobi did not match that of Konoha. The pirates and bandits along the route were even less of a concern. A mere small ninja village could handle such matters. It was implausible that Fenghua Xiaoxue was unaware of this. There had to be something concealed. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Kakashi dismissed his doubts. From the outset, this mission had already exhibited signs of something amiss. Jing Liangjie was also involved in this task, and while he had ancillary matters related to searching for Danzo, it was unnecessary for him to be dispatched for just that. Kakashi raised his gaze, his eyes fixed on Jing Liangjie, pondering deeply. Lady Schoolflower, you must have anticipated all of this, haven't you? Jing Liangjie looked up. Why do you ask? However, I do possess some knowledge. At that moment, Haruno Sakura had already exited the cabin. The expansive deck was bustling with staff, each engaged in their respective tasks. Jing Liangjie ambled out with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a leisurely pace. Indeed, it appears rather promising. Haruno Sakura nodded vigorously. Yes. The acting skills of the Snow Princess are exceptional. Otherwise, so many wouldn't admire her. Kakashi wholeheartedly concurred. Fenghua Xiaoxue's performance truly brought the essence of a princess to life. A knowing smile crept across Jing Liangjie's lips, revealing an enigmatic expression. I do not deny this. However, Santai Fu, I believe you have something to disclose to us. Jing Liangjie had no intention of concealing such matters. After all, the truth would eventually surface, and it would be troublesome if any issues arose from withholding information now. Santai Fu's expression grew increasingly uneasy as he wiped the sweat from his brow. What could possibly be wrong? We are perfectly safe, aren't we? Before anyone else could react, Sasuke's expression turned cold. Since Brother Liangjie says you have something to hide, then it must be true. Kakashi furrowed his brow and stepped forward, aware of the grave dangers associated with concealed matters. The task at hand is fraught with peril, shrouded in secrecy by Mr. Santai. Such concealment may lead to unnecessary losses, a matter not to be trifled with. It is akin to the earlier bridge construction incident, which was initially perceived as a mundane, low-level assignment, yet revealed numerous hidden complexities. Had it not been for the prowess of Team 7, the consequences could have been dire. Kakashi's demeanor reflected his seriousness. Mr. Santai, if there are any truths you are withholding, I implore you to disclose them. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to abandon this mission. This declaration seemed to fluster Santai. How can you say that? You accepted the task, only to have second thoughts mid-course. Kakashi's conviction grew, as he discerned that Santai indeed harbored secrets. It is not our fault if your omissions lead to the demise of our ninjas. I must ensure the safety of my subordinates. Upon hearing this, Santai sighed deeply. So, it appears I must speak up, then? His gaze bore a weight of experience. He gestured towards the cabin, to which Kakashi nodded in agreement. Moments later, they entered, finding themselves in a room occupied solely by Santai and the members of Team 7, with Fenghua Xiaoxue seated nearby. Kakashi noticed the peculiar glances Santai cast towards Fenghua Xiaoxue. Conventionally, Santai was her manager, typically in a position of authority. Yet, at this moment, his demeanor resembled that of a vassal before a princess. Once Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded in agreement, Santai continued, in that case, I shall not withhold the truth any longer. The true name of Fuji Fuyuki is Fenghua Xiaoxue, the princess of the Land of Snow. Sakura was taken aback. What? A princess? In that instant, she comprehended why Fenghua Xiaoxue portrayed the role of a princess so convincingly. She was, in fact, one. However, curiosity soon crept in. If Fenghua Xiaoxue was indeed the princess of the Land of Snow, why would she venture out to act? A princess, even from a small nation like hers, would not typically be permitted to expose herself in public as an actress. Although she enjoyed great popularity, the status of an actor paled in comparison to that of royalty. Sakura understood this distinction. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and spoke coolly, from what I gather. The current regime in the Land of Snow is controlled by Fenghua Nuda, the brother of the former king. There have been no reports regarding the princess. Thus, it seemed their situation was perilous. Santai sighed, appearing aged by several years. Indeed, after the king's demise, the governance fell into the hands of Fenghua Nuda, a traitorous usurper. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. So, you were ousted by rebel forces? Although the phrasing was harsh, Santai had to concede its accuracy. Yet, what struck Sakura as odd was the calmness exhibited by Fenghua Xiaoxua, who seemed unaffected by the gravity of their predicament. Chapter 94. Encountering Danger. Santai's astonishment realizing that words can lead to missteps, Sakura chose to remain silent. This was a matter of their homeland, unrelated to her. The decision to continue with the mission rested with Kakashi, and given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely they would proceed, as it had escalated to a matter of national concern. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Santai, coldly inquiring, "Are you suggesting that our return to the Land of Snow will be fraught with danger?" "Indeed, I apologize. However, once we finish filming, we shall depart immediately," Santai replied, his head bowed, visibly uncomfortable. Kakashi fell silent, turning his head slightly, murmuring, "Let us hope so." Though the Land of Snow was a small nation with limited strength, it commanded a strategic position. Should they be discovered by Fenghua Nuda, they could face the full might of a nation. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the boat, causing it to rock violently. Kakashi frowned. As previously stated, he bore the responsibility for the safety of his team. Santai's expression changed dramatically. "What is happening?" He rushed outside to ascertain the situation. At that moment, a frantic boatman rushed in. "Bad news, everyone. We are under attack by enemies outside. If this continues, the ship may sink." Santai's face was etched with anxiety. The vessel was filled with people. If it were to capsize, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Given the circumstances, they could only confront the threat head-on. Santai turned to Fenghua Xiaoxua. "Princess, please stay here. We will investigate the situation." Jing Liangjie nodded to Santai, indicating he would protect Fenghua Xiaoxua's safety. The others followed Santai outside, leaving the room in silence. "You seem unfazed. Yet, I still do not know your name," Fenghua Xiaoxua remarked, rising gracefully. Jing Liangjie smiled brightly. "What is there to be surprised about? I have known all along. You may call me Liangjie." Fenghua Xiaoxua nodded slightly, turning her gaze to the window. Beyond the glass lay an endless expanse of ocean, devoid of visible enemies. The sea remained as tranquil as ever. Jing Liangjie sat beside her, gently resting a hand on the head of Dai. A unique understanding seemed to flow between them, leaving both in comfortable silence, devoid of awkwardness. Outside the room, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Several figures could be seen standing on the ocean, clearly ninjas from the Land of Snow. At this juncture, Santai had no choice but to step forward. He shouted at the approaching figures, "What are you planning?" 7 ninjas stood ominously on the water, weapons in hand, exuding an intimidating presence. The masked leader stepped forward. "Hand over the princess, or face death." Santai's expression darkened. He struck the railing forcefully. How outrageous. The news must have leaked. He had not anticipated such a swift discovery. Santai turned his gaze towards Kakashi. The individuals accompanying him were mere civilians. They could handle common ruffians, but stood no chance against these ninjas. Kakashi, however, did not hesitate. After all, their mission was to provide protection, and he had to ensure the safety of those entrusted to him. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward. "Leave these people to me." Kakashi looked up, assessing the ninjas before them. "Sasuke, are you certain you can handle this alone?" Sasuke smirked, his expression turning cold. "They are nothing but a bunch of weaklings." A powerful aura of confidence radiated from Sasuke, as if he believed these ninjas posed no threat. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Sasuke had changed remarkably of late, becoming increasingly arrogant. It seemed Sasuke understood the unspoken thoughts reflected in Kakashi's eyes. The fledgling eagle has matured and dances in the sky. The youthful exuberance of the young is not in vain. While listening to Sasuke's somewhat melodramatic words, Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he understood the truth in Sasuke's claim. "Very well, you may proceed." The elder, Santai, paused, observing Kakashi and Haruno Sakura, who remained unfazed. Was he truly going to allow this youth to confront such adversaries alone? Kakashi nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, though this fellow may be arrogant, he possesses skill. At the very least, he will not falter in the face of these foes." Kakashi had long conducted meticulous observations. These opponents were, at best, merely chunin, lacking the diverse techniques that Sasuke wielded. It was inconceivable that Sasuke could be defeated. Kakashi remained composed, while Santai displayed a visage of anxiety. Plagued by a sense of unreliability, Sasuke leapt from the vessel and dove headlong, soon confronting the ninja from the land of snow. The leading ninja dramatically removed his mask, laughing maniacally. A mere child dares to challenge us? How utterly foolish. This perhaps illustrated the disparities between the villages. In Konoha, the youth had already developed combat capabilities, with some prodigies exhibiting formidable strength. Conversely, in smaller nations' ninja villages, the youngsters lacked significant fighting prowess, thereby fostering a divergence in perceptions. A chilling smile graced Sasuke's face as he continued his descent, a white flame igniting between his palms. Do not underestimate the youth. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear, the flame crashing against the back of the lead ninja. The snow ninja stiffened, clearly caught off guard, and by the time he registered the attack, it was far too late. The flame met him like a spark to tinder, igniting ferociously. To his horror, even as the fire blazed brighter, his body grew increasingly cold, the flames proving far colder than ice itself. In a panic, he formed hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique. The surrounding ocean provided ample water, cascading over him. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he was met with Sasuke's cold smirk. At that moment, his terror deepened. The flames were impervious to water. Like a relentless affliction, he found that no effort could extinguish them. His breath waned, ultimately fading into silence. Meanwhile, the other 6 ninjas, witnessing their leader's demise, erupted in fury and retaliated. Ice release, ice dragon break. An imposing water dragon emerged from the ocean, encased in layers of ice, surging forward with fierce intent. Haruno Sakura gasped, questioning, Kakashi-sensei, is this the unique bloodline limit of the snow ninjas? After all, he was the only one familiar with this place. To her surprise, Kakashi shook his head. This is not a true bloodline limit. Their ice release merely utilizes the unique geographical features of the land of snow. Once they leave this locale, their techniques will alter dramatically. Sakura was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such peculiar ninjutsu. Yet, her apprehension lessened significantly. She cheered, "Go, Sasuke-kun." Amidst the battle, Sasuke merely scoffed at Sakura's encouragement, accelerating his speed before delivering a powerful punch to the oncoming ice dragon. The ninjas, initially stunned, soon erupted into laughter. Am I seeing this correctly? This kid dares to face ninjutsu with his bare body? How foolish. Children should stay home, not venture as ninjas. However, their derision was short-lived as the situation shifted dramatically. The ice dragon, measuring 5 or 6 meters in length, shattered upon contact with Sasuke's fist, disintegrating into a flurry of ice crystals under the sun's rays. The mocking ninjas stood agape, faces etched with shock. Was this fellow even human? How could he withstand ninjutsu with mere flesh? Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at them. Since his chakra had entirely transformed into fighting spirit, he had noticed a rapid enhancement in his physical prowess. The punch he delivered was simply his fighting spirit enveloping his body, followed by a forceful strike. He had not anticipated that their combined ninjutsu would prove so feeble, revealing a misjudgment of his own strength. Sasuke's display astonished not only Santai's crew aboard the ship, but left the snow ninjas equally astounded. Yet, they soon resolved to take further action. One by one, they placed their hands upon their collar and dramatically revealed the armor concealed beneath. With smug expressions, one ninja boasted, "This chakra armor is a unique treasure of our land of snow. I will ask you one final time. Will you surrender the princess?" Kakashi's expression turned peculiar, and Sakura, standing beside him, sensed an underlying implication. "Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Why do they appear so confident with their armor? Is it truly formidable?" Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. In terms of efficacy, it was indeed an impressive creation. The chakra armor could effectively absorb enemy attacks, particularly ninjutsu, mitigating the damage significantly. The true impact upon the wearer was minimal. Sakura regarded Kakashi with newfound understanding. No wonder his expression was so odd. This chakra armor was indeed potent. Yet, it was unfortunate for these ninjas that they had encountered Sasuke. As the name implies, the chakra armor ultimately defends against chakra-using ninjas. Perhaps days prior, Sasuke would have been constrained by this armor, but now, it was utterly impossible. His body was devoid of chakra. All energy had transformed into fighting spirit. Thus, The chakra armor was rendered no more than ordinary armor. Emboldened by their protective gear, the ninjas advanced, each wielding a kunai, seemingly unafraid of Sasuke's assault. As Sasuke channeled the fighting spirit within him, he launched a savage charge at these foes. Lacking any finesse, he relied solely on his fighting spirit to propel himself, increasing his speed to deliver a brutal impact. This crude application, perhaps lacking maturity, yielded remarkably effective results. The frontline ninjas were sent flying, blood gushing from their mouths and noses. Within mere moments of collision, their internal organs sustained grave injuries. The remaining ninjas panicked, bewildered by the swift turn of events. In an instant, their comrades lay in ruin. Sasuke wore a cold smile, observing the two unscathed ninjas standing still, their expressions paling. The situation was dire. They needed to retreat and report this occurrence to Lord Yuki. However, before they could utter another word, Sasuke's smile struck fear into their hearts, leading them to believe he was about to unleash his wrath, forcing them to flee. However, the events unfolded with such swiftness and unexpectedness that the ninjas were utterly unprepared. And once again, they were sent flying by Sasuke. This time, Sasuke unleashed a flicker of flame, which rapidly expanded in the wind, eventually splitting into 3 small fireballs. Under Sasuke's control, these flames soon ignited upon the bodies of the ninjas, creating a truly spectacular scene. Not far from the cabin, several figures engulfed in flames writhed in agony on the surface of the sea. Their cries of torment echoed, perhaps due to the unbearable pain inflicted by the flames. Some chose to take their own lives, while others desperately sought a means of escape. Alas, regardless of their efforts, whether leaping into the sea or employing ice shields to extinguish the flames, none proved effective, as they remained ablaze. As time passed, their cries diminished, and gradually, some began to succumb to death, sinking slowly into the ocean like discarded, shattered bottles. Witnessing this, Sakura let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Sasuke-kun is unharmed. That's truly wonderful. Kakashi chuckled softly, having already anticipated the outcome given the ninja's performance. They were no match for Sasuke. While the chakra armor was commendable, it was utterly ineffective against Sasuke, serving merely as a layer of defense. Chapter 96, Speculation, the Land of Snow. Kakashi, with only one eye visible, bore a satisfied arc at the corner of his eye, seemingly pleased with Sasuke's actions. Sakura, brimming with pride, turned to Santiu, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "What do you think? Sasuke-kun's strength is impressive, isn't it?" These fellows had no chance of resistance against him. Santiu, well versed in the ways of ninjas, understood that despite Sasuke's youth, his prowess was indisputable. He noted that the adversary's abilities were somewhat inflated, although their internal energy could rival that of a Ch-nin. Their displayed combat prowess was far from that level. Kakashi remarked, "This disparity arises from the differences among villages. While there are classifications of strength within the ninja world, such distinctions may be standard in larger villages, but vary significantly in smaller nations. These ninjas were indeed formidable, yet Sasuke currently bore no chakra. At this moment, Sasuke had boarded the ship, arms crossed, standing beside a nearly lifeless ninja sprawled on the ground. This was a captive Sasuke had intentionally spared, seemingly wishing to extract information from him. Kakashi nodded slightly and approached, positioning himself beside the incapacitated ninja. "Sasuke, you've done well. I'll handle the next steps. We've caught a valuable live specimen. It would be a waste not to glean some information from him." Compared to others, Kakashi's proficiency in Jinjutsu provided him with an advantage in interrogating this individual. He slowly unsheathed his blade and advanced towards the ninja. In an instant, the ninja raised his head, though his gaze was vacant, clearly bewildered by the unfolding events. Kakashi, gripping his long knife, stepped closer. "Speak. Who sent you? And what is your purpose in capturing the princess?" The ninja hesitated, momentarily stunned, before responding in a fragmented manner. "I am Shirai Mitsuo, a ninja from the Land of Snow. We've come to take the princess, under orders from Ukikage." Kakashi paused, then connected the dots. The term Ukikage referred to the current king of the Land of Snow, Kazahana Nodo. It appeared the situation aligned closely with what Santiu had described. The news had indeed leaked. However, Kakashi was puzzled as to why Kazahana Nodo sought to capture the princess. According to Santiu, Kazahana Nodo had usurped the throne, implying he would never allow Kazahana Yukino to escape. Yet, against all odds, she had been released, indicating that this was a deliberate decision by Kazahana Nodo. Now, Why had they encountered this ambush before even reaching the land of snow? And why had Kazuhana Noto dispatched his men? The unfolding events were perplexing. Nevertheless, with no other choice, they pressed on. With the elimination of these obstructing ninjas, the ship resumed its voyage. Merely hours later, they arrived at their destination, the land of snow. This region, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, greeted them with flurries as soon as they set foot on the snowy ground. It was no wonder the place had such thick layers of snow and ice. The unique weather conditions accounted for it, stirring excitement in Sakura. The land of fire was predominantly inland, with a warmer climate and comparatively scant snowfall, making any instances of snow a rarity over the years, though there had been a few occasions. Sakura had always held a fondness for snow. Since disembarking, Kakashi's attention had been fixated on Santiu, whose demeanor had been peculiarly odd. From the moment they landed, Santiu's expression hinted at something amiss. Yet, Kakashi refrained from probing further, merely following Santiu as they continued onward. However, as they advanced, the peculiarities only multiplied. Suddenly, Kazuhana Yukino halted, casting a cold glare at Santiu. "We are not here to film, are we?" She pointed at the group, noting their lack of any filming equipment. Though she had not paid much attention to such matters before, both Sakura and Sasuke now grasped the implication. Santiu had mentioned that others would depart after this filming, but it seemed he had no intention of doing so. Santiu's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly knelt before her. "Your Highness, I can no longer keep this from you. For years, we have been gathering a resistance to overthrow Kazuhana Noto's regime. It is for this cause that I brought you here. If you continue forward, you will witness the preparations we've made over the years." However, before he could finish, Kazuhana Yukino turned and fled. Santiu was taken aback, but upon seeing Ryuji pursue her, his expression softened. With a deep sigh, Santiu chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Kakashi, intrigued, remarked, "Since you have assembled forces for rebellion, why not lead us there? My companions will ensure Kazuhana Yukino's safe return." Santiu sighed deeply, realizing there was no other option. He understood that the predicament had stemmed from his own actions. Had he not concealed the truth, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. With Kazuhana Yukino now having fled, he could only hope that the ninja would successfully bring the princess back unharmed. Ryuji trailed behind Kazuhana Yukino at a distance. Catching up to her would be a simple task given his speed. However, Kazuhana Yukino required an outlet for her emotions, and Ryuji had no intention of being the villain in this scenario. At last, Kazuhana Yukino found herself in a grove of trees. Windflower and Snow leaned against a tree, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. As footsteps approached, she paused and slowly lifted her head, recognizing it was Jing Liangjie, but she paid him no mind, continuing to cry silently. Jing Liangjie found himself in a rather difficult position. Comforting a girl was not his forte. In a moment of helplessness, he gently patted Dahei. "Go on." Dahei hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching Windflower and Snow. His sizable head rubbed gently against her calf, and as expected, the tears on her face ceased to flow. Chapter 97. My name is Jing Liangjie, acting Hokage of Konoha. Windflower and Snow unconsciously stroked Dahei's head. "I envy you. You don't have to think about so many things." Dahei let out a whimper, gazing at her with a puzzled expression, seemingly perplexed by her words. Jing Liangjie observed quietly. At that moment, Windflower and Snow's mood appeared to have lightened considerably, although tears still clung to her face. She had begun to regain her composure. A soft smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face as he gently remarked, "You feel better now, don't you?" Windflower and Snow nodded, her youthful gaze directed toward the distance. After a bout of emotional release, her inner resentment had diminished significantly. However, she was now more consumed by confusion and fear regarding the future. Jing Liangjie stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on her. "Have you never considered overthrowing Fenghua Nuteo's regime to reclaim what is rightfully yours?" Windflower and Snow shook her head vigorously. "It's impossible. Our strength is too weak. It is utterly unfeasible to topple Fenghua Nuteo's rule." A glimmer of encouragement and confidence shone in Jing Liangjie's eyes. "It is within human capability. If you have never attempted it, how can you claim it is impossible? But if you have never tried, how can you dismiss the possibility?" Windflower and Snow fell silent, grappling with her thoughts. She reflected inwardly. "Indeed, I have never even tried. How can I deny it all?" At that moment, the snowfall ceased, and time seemed to slow. Windflower and Snow felt an intense anxiety within her heart. Should she strive to reclaim what she deserved or surrender? She understood she had been evading her reality, the Snow Country, her father's death, and Fenghua Nuteo. Yet now, with the third daimyo guiding her back to the Snow Country, to this familiar place, perhaps it was time to make a choice. In her current state, evasion would not resolve any issues. Jing Liangjie gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Take your time to think. If you wish, I might be able to assist you. Windflower and Snow was taken aback. How could I trouble you with this? It was the third daimyo who brought you here. Though they had known each other for only a brief time, Windflower and Snow had already come to regard Jing Liangjie as a friend. With only 4 individuals in his party, the notion of overthrowing Fenghua Nuteo's regime seemed implausible. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if she was beginning to waver in her resolve. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she found Jing Liangjie looking at her with encouragement, which only deepened her inner conflict. Faced with the might of a nation, it seemed to Windflower and Snow that only one path lay before her. She slightly parted her lips, as if to voice something. Just then, Jing Liangjie smiled and said, "It seems friends should not conceal too much from one another." With that, he dispelled the effects of his transformation technique. Windflower and Snow was stunned. The figure before her had undergone a remarkable change. Jing Liangjie continued, "This is my true self. My name is Jing Liangjie, Acting Hokage of Konoha." If Windflower and Snow had been astonished by Jing Liangjie's appearance before, her surprise now stemmed from the revelation of his identity. "You are the Hokage of Konoha?" Jing Liangjie smiled warmly. "What? Does it not seem so?" Windflower and Snow found herself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering without coherence. A glint of mischief sparkled in Jing Liangjie's eyes. "Of course, you might also consider my other proposal, to unite the Snow Country under Konoha's banner. Under Konoha's protection, the Snow Country could flourish." Jing Liangjie's intentions were not entirely altruistic. There were benefits to be gained, for who would willingly wade into such murky waters without a motive? While Windflower and Snow had held some lingering doubts, they dissipated upon hearing Jing Liangjie's proposal. Without self-interest, such assistance would clearly harbor greater ulterior motives. After all, this was the world of ninjas. Good Samaritans were a rarity. Now that Jing Liangjie had laid his demands bare, a sense of security unexpectedly washed over Windflower and Snow. Perhaps integrating the Snow Country into Konoha could yield advantages. At the very least, it wouldn't be as dire as the current situation. Presently, the Snow Country was under Fenghua Nuteo's rule, and its unique geographical conditions meant it seldom faced invasion from other nations. However, the special environment also rendered the populace impoverished, their lives starkly contrasting with those of the outside world. Yet, should they align with Konoha, significant changes would undoubtedly ensue. After much contemplation, Windflower and Snow nodded in agreement. Observing her assent, Jing Liangjie appeared visibly pleased. This step brought him closer to his objective. He resumed his previous demeanor, lifting his head slightly as he said, "In that case, let us return. Now that you have decided to integrate the Snow Country into Konoha, we must first devise a plan to reclaim it from Fenghua Nuteo's grasp." Jing Liangjie walked ahead, while Windflower and Snow lagged slightly behind. The two moving step by step along the path they had come. Biting her lip, she spoke uncertainly, "Can we truly reclaim the country? It seems our numbers are insufficient." Jing Liangjie recalled the characters from the storyline, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. No wonder Windflower and Snow had been reluctant to return. Who would be eager to do so? The third daimyo had prepared a rebel army, which sounded formidable, yet the actual numbers were only around 50 or 60. Relying on such a small force to overthrow a regime was no easy feat, though the third daimyo was an unwavering loyalist, dedicated to restoring the former glory of the main house. Some of his plans seemed rather implausible. Meanwhile, Windflower and Snow misinterpreted Jing Liangjie's expression and voiced her concerns. "If it's not feasible now, we can strategize further. After all, this task is inherently challenging." However, Jing Liangjie had never intended to depend on the third daimyo. "Rest assured, my ability to articulate these thoughts proves I possess confidence." Chapter 98. The Secret Village. Windflower and Snow felt a twinge of panic. At that moment, she was unaware of the source of Jing Liangjie's confidence. If the entire Hokage village were present, she might have felt reassured. Yet, at present, they barely had 4 reliable combatants. The Santai Fu has proven to be unreliable. and his subordinates are likely in a precarious position as well. While others may be oblivious, Fenghua Xiaoxue is acutely aware of the situation. Over the past few years, she has observed Santai Fu's petty maneuvers, which are, at best, trivial matters. Consequently, she remains indifferent to them. However, she never anticipated that Santai Fu would audaciously drag her to the land of snow. This is no jest. Should Fenghua Nuda discover this, the consequences would be dire. Humans, by nature, are inclined to seek benefits and avoid harm. It is quite evident to Fenghua Xiaoxue that this blatant choice is unmistakable. Initially, she had no intention of reclaiming her homeland, as there seemed to be no significant turmoil under Fenghua Nuda's governance. Notably, the resistance forces prepared by Santai Fu are woefully inadequate. As they continue their journey, the two return to the encampment of their comrades. Kakashi greets Jing Liangjie with a wave, and Jing Liangjie responds with a smile. I have brought the person back. I wonder what your plans are next? Jing Liangjie turns to Santai Fu, clearly addressing him. At the mention of this, Santai Fu becomes animated. The troops I have assembled are gathered in a secret village. With the princess's command, we can rise up and reclaim our nation. One must admit that Santai Fu's reasoning is astonishingly simplistic and naive. Setting aside the monumental changes in the land of snow under Fenghua Nuda's rule, the might of a nation easily overwhelms that of a village. Unlike other great powers, the land of snow is a small nation where the ninja village and the state are intertwined. King Fenghua Nuda is also the current Yukikage, resulting in substantial cohesion. This is akin to Jing Liangjie's initial lack of disdain for the system in the Land of Fire, as their strength was limited at the time. However, as their power gradually increases, Jing Liangjie's heart begins to feel unsettled. In a world where strength reigns supreme, various ninja villages still heed the commands of the state, and that of a lord seemingly oblivious to his duties. This situation stirs considerable frustration within Jing Liangjie. Nevertheless, the time is not yet ripe for action. He has no intention of making a move. Yet, plans must be laid, and the Land of Snow will serve as a pawn in his strategy. One day, Jing Liangjie will dismantle the existing rules and regulations. Most importantly, he has not forgotten that in this world of ninjas, the true threat does not stem from other ninja villages, but from the Otsutsuki clan. This, however, does not deter Jing Liangjie's current ambitions. He progresses steadily with the group, finding no dull moments along the way. Soon, a cave appears within his line of sight. Santai Fu, brimming with excitement, declares, "We have arrived. Once we pass through here, we will reach the secret village, and then everything will improve." Jing Liangjie glances to the side, noticing a railway adjacent to the cave, seemingly piercing through the mountain. A slight twitch of his lips reveals his thoughts. Santai Fu is even more oblivious than he had anticipated. Fenghua Nuda has already constructed a direct passage here, indicating that this so-called secret village is transparent in the eyes of Fenghua Nuda. How could he fail to perceive such a glaring disparity between enemy and ally? Jing Liangjie can only attribute this to Santai Fu's desperate thirst for vengeance. Upon reaching this so-called secret village, Fenghua Xiaoxue is filled with disappointment. The village is sparsely populated, with no more than 70 individuals. Among them, scarcely 50 can be deemed combatants. Relying on these people to topple a nation's regime is no laughing matter. Moreover, most of these individuals are warriors, not ninjas. In this world where the era of warriors has long passed, ninjas hold the reins. What can these ordinary warriors accomplish? Yet, Santai Fu begins to deliver a pre-battle speech before these warriors. One cannot deny that when Santai Fu engages in such matters, he possesses a remarkable charisma. The warriors are filled with fervor, seemingly eager to march on the royal city at a moment's notice. As Santai Fu speaks with increasing fervor, Jing Liangjie glances at Fenghua Xiaoxue, who offers him an apologetic smile. I did not expect Santai Fu's mindset to have devolved to this extent. These individuals are utterly insufficient to overturn Fenghua Nuda's rule. Perhaps in Santai Fu's delusions, he believes that once Fenghua Xiaoxue rises in rebellion, support will flood in from all corners, enabling them to trample Fenghua Nuda and usurp the throne. However, reality is likely far from Santai Fu's expectations. After all, people tend to be content with the status quo. The Land of Snow has not experienced significant upheaval, and due to its unique geographical isolation, it remains relatively insular. Other nations have no incentive to confront the Land of Snow, let alone invade it. Naturally, The citizens of the Land of Snow will not heed Santai Fu's call to arms. Fortunately, the sun has not yet set. Santai Fu decides to remain temporarily in this secret village, planning to declare war on Fenghua Nuda the following day. Time passes gradually. The ninja members of the group are mostly engrossed in their manga. Aside from Jing Liangjie, the other three sit quietly, absorbed in their reading. Fenghua Xiaoxua wonders if the ninjas from Konoha are truly this indolent. However, upon closer inspection, she is taken aback to find that the manga they hold bears signatures. And those signatures are none other than Jing Liangjie's name. Each of the three manga appears distinct. Could it be that these comics are indeed illustrated by Jing Liangjie? At this moment, a flicker of curiosity about Jing Liangjie ignites within Fenghua Xiaoxua. Biting her lip, she approaches slowly and inquires, "What are you all doing? Did you draw these comics?" Jing Liangjie does not evade her question, responding straightforwardly, "Indeed, these are all my creations. If you find it dull, feel free to take a look." As he speaks, he offers her his backpack. Fenghua Xiaoxua has always been curious about what lies within Jing Liangjie's backpack. And now is the perfect opportunity to unveil the mystery. Eagerly, she takes the backpack and begins to explore its contents. Hearing the commotion, Sasuke cannot help but glance over. Intrigued. Throughout their journey, Jing Liangjie has carried that backpack. Sasuke wonders if it is filled with comics. Chapter 99. The contents of the backpack. Everyone is eager to see what's inside, while Jing Liangjie slowly unzips the backpack. Sasuke is taken aback to discover it brimming with manga. Kakashi, however, is not surprised, as the previous conversations had hinted at this. Fenghua Xiaoxua gazes curiously at the manga within the backpack. Each comic bears Jing Liangjie's signature along its spine. She steps closer, astonished, exclaiming, "I had no idea you were a comic artist." A smile graces Jing Liangjie's face. "What do you think? Would you like to pick one to read? Perhaps you will find some surprises." Fenghua Xiaoxua, unaware of the secrets contained within, raises an eyebrow slightly. What surprises could possibly lie within these comics? Nevertheless, they do appear quite intriguing. She assumes it is merely a way to pass the time and casually selects a comic to read. As she continued to observe, Fenghua Xiaoxua discerned certain nuances. The genres depicted in these comic books were remarkably innovative. Although she was a princess, she had been pursuing a career in film in recent years, striving to embody the qualities of a distinguished actress. Naturally, this heightened her sensitivity to such matters, allowing her to notice details that others overlooked. With a slight lift of her chin, her beautiful eyes glimmered with a gentle light. Akin to a mischievous child encountering a coveted toy. Liangjie, this comic is truly intriguing, though I must confess that I am not particularly fond of this genre, she remarked. Jing Liangjie tilted his head slightly. In her hands, she held a spirited comic book, which typically captured the interest of boys, making it understandable that Fenghua Xiaoxua might not find it appealing. He calmly replied, "Rest assured, there are numerous other genres of comics here." Jing Liangjie had prepared a wide array of comics, diversifying the selection precisely for this occasion. Fenghua Xiaoxua leaned in closer to inspect. Although the backpack appeared modest in size, it contained an impressive collection of comics. Just as Jing Liangjie had mentioned, a plethora of genres was indeed available, much to her delight. "I must see what other comics are in here," she exclaimed, excitedly bouncing from one to another until she held a particular book in her hands. With astonishment, she said, "To my surprise, Liangjie, you also create picture books that little girls adore?" The comic she held featured cartoonish characters and whimsical compositions, truly resembling the kind of picture book favored by children. Jing Liangjie was momentarily taken aback, but did not deny it, nodding slightly. This comic was one he had prepared for young children, stemming from his early artistic endeavors. However, he had not anticipated that Fenghua Xiaoxua would express interest in such a work. A smile crept onto her lips as she joyfully declared, "This comic about the Snow Princess is rather delightful. I shall take a closer look." With that, Fenghua Xiaoxua placed the other comics into her backpack. Jing Liangjie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but upon reflection, he realized that the abilities described in this book could indeed be quite enlightening. He had come to regard the Snow Kingdom as almost his own possession, so he saw no reason to withhold these comics. Fenghua Xiaoxua's acquisition of such abilities would enable her to govern the Snow Kingdom more effectively, thereby enhancing her own power. As Kakashi and the others observed this exchange, they too set aside their comics, curious to see whether Fenghua Xiaoxua would inherit any of the wisdom contained within the pages. Yet, she remained absorbed in her comic. oblivious to the peculiar glances directed her way. Even if she had noticed, she likely would not have commented, for their interactions had been minimal. Fenghua Xiaoxue and Kakashi had barely established a friendship, and their connections with one another were tenuous at best. With deliberate care, Fenghua Xiaoxue began to leaf through the comic. On the blank opening page, she found large characters crafted as if from snow. She resides in the snowy mountains, accompanied by the solitude of the blizzard, with frost-forming castles that guard the Snow Queen. As she continued, the story unfolded within a palace, where the protagonist's attire clearly identified her as a little princess. The sisters frolicked carefree within the castle, until one fateful morning when they stealthily exited their chamber. In their play, the elder sister utilized her ability to conjure ice and snow. Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes widened in surprise as she turned the pages, discovering that this was the innate magical power of the protagonist, Elsa, capable of shaping ice and snow. The sisters constructed an ice kingdom on the expansive floor of the castle, their vibrant spirits leading them to revel in playful antics. However, during their joyous frolic, the younger sister accidentally fell victim to Elsa's magic. As time passed, Fenghua Xiaoxue was captivated by the tale, despite its whimsical art style and some logical inconsistencies. It undeniably fulfilled a deep-seated fantasy within her, powerful magic, a princess in a kingdom. Perhaps these were the very aspirations she harbored within her heart. Yet, as she continued reading, a flicker of worry crossed her expression. After healing her sister, Elsa, overwhelmed by her formidable magic, secluded herself in her room for years. Upon the king's death, Elsa came of age and, as was customary, was poised to assume the throne. Yet, calamity struck once more. Elsa's sister, Anna, fell in love at first sight with the prince, and the two hastily arranged to meet with Elsa. Overwhelmed, Elsa could not accept this sudden union, leading to a heated argument. In a fit of anger, Anna tore off Elsa's glove, causing her powers to spiral out of control, resulting in sharp shards of ice forming on her hands. The crowd gasped in shock, and amidst the anxious and bewildered gazes, Elsa, already lacking in self-confidence, felt utterly overwhelmed. She pushed past the onlookers and fled to the northern mountains, finally embracing her abilities. In an instant, a tempest of snow erupted, enveloping the land. As Elsa joyfully sang, winter descended upon the realm. She created beings from snow and constructed a castle of ice atop the mountains. Glimmering crystalline steps formed before her, and she ascended them, her gown transforming into an exquisite garment crafted from ice. Chapter 100. Amidst the flurries, the empress of the palace at this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt her vision blur, as though something obstructed her sight. As she extended her hand, she was taken aback to find a snowflake resting gently in her palm. It was pristine and translucent. Yet how could there be snow here? Looking around, she was stunned to realize that the environment was entirely unfamiliar. Surrounding her was a vast expanse of snow-covered mountains, and she found herself at the midpoint of one such mountain. Panic surged within her as she grappled with the disorienting shift to this strange locale. Although she was the princess of the Snow Kingdom, she had never possessed a natural aptitude for ninjutsu, and being a girl, she had not trained as a warrior. Thus, Fenghua Xiaoxue was an entirely ordinary person. The mountain wind swept past her, carrying the chill of a winter's night. She instinctively huddled closer, realizing that her attire was insufficient for the frigid conditions. Where am I? How did I arrive here so suddenly? Fenghua Xiaoxue uttered in disbelief, but no one was present to respond. All around her was a blinding white, as if the universe were cloaked in snow. Silence enveloped the air. She gazed upward, spotting a structure resembling a house atop the mountain, and took a moment to reassess her surroundings. Fenghua Xiaoxue had come to a realization, apart from the immediate surroundings. It was likely that no one else existed in this desolate place. She wrapped her arms around herself, braving the biting wind and snow as she ascended the mountain. Her primary objective was to seek assistance from others, lest she succumb to the bitter cold. With no passers-by in sight and no shelter nearby, her only option was to continue climbing the mountain. The structures that resembled houses might harbor inhabitants, and even if they did not, they could provide some respite from the harsh elements. Having grown up in the land of snow, Fenghua Xiaoxue understood that the beauty of the snowflakes belied their perilous nature. Without shelter, one could easily perish in such conditions. In fact, taking refuge in an ice hut could help maintain her body temperature to some extent. However, she was not foolish. Constructing an ice hut on the spot would require a significant expenditure of energy. If there were no one to rescue her, she would inevitably freeze to death here. The relentless wind whipped around her, carrying with it the hexagonal ice crystals. The gentle snowflakes, bolstered by the mountain breeze, stung her face. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes were fixed intently on the mountain's peak, the embodiment of her hope. Despite the uncertainty that hung in the air, she remained steadfast in her belief that survival lay above. With every arduous step, she stumbled and fell into the snow. It took considerable effort to rise again, her body now dusted with white powder. The cold seemed slightly less biting, and she sensed a warmth beginning to envelop her. Yet, her vision became increasingly blurred, a sign that her body was reacting to the hostile environment. If this continued, she risked succumbing to snow blindness. The rising warmth was not a good omen. It would only lead to a further sense of heat, compelling her to shed her clothing until she ultimately succumbed to the cold. As her consciousness began to fade, she thought she heard a clear voice. "Shuabao, look. There seems to be someone ahead." Overwhelmed, Fenghua Xiaoxue collapsed. In that moment, she imagined she had fallen into a warm embrace. Yet she rationalized that there was no one around. This must be an illusion. After what felt like an eternity, her eyelids fluttered, and she groggily opened her eyes. The voice echoed once more. "Shuabao, look. She has awakened." As Fenghua Xiaoxue opened her eyes, she was greeted by a pair of sky-blue eyes that sparkled like ice crystals, followed by hair as white as snow. Instinctively, she shivered and shifted back slightly. In her mind, a legend resurfaced. It spoke of a snow woman who descended from the mountains when a heavy snowfall occurred, luring unsuspecting travelers to their doom. This woman embodied the legend. Her hair was as white as snow, her skin fair, and her beauty striking. Yet beneath this allure lay a grave danger. Should anyone let down their guard, the snow woman would summon the storm to claim their lives. Fenghua Xiaoxue's face contorted with fear as she beheld the woman before her, who mirrored the description of the legendary figure. The woman furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with sorrow, as if the fear in Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes pained her. Gradually, she rose, her ice-blue gown shimmering like diamonds. "You should leave, head west. Perhaps you will encounter others." Fenghua Xiaoxue, momentarily taken aback, realized something peculiar. The woman before her bore an uncanny resemblance to a character she had seen in a comic. With her angelic visage, flowing white hair, and elegant blue gown, she was the spitting image of that character. Hesitant yet curious, Fenghua Xiaoxue spoke softly. "I apologize, but is your name Elsa?" Elsa looked surprised. Fenghua Xiaoxue's attire was incongruous with that of the nearby townsfolk. How could this stranger know her name? Nevertheless, she nodded. "Yes, my name is Elsa. But how did you come to be here?" For an ordinary person, the icy wilderness was treacherous without the proper tools. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal fate. Fenghua Xiaoxue was momentarily at a loss for words, her mind swirling with questions about how she had arrived in this place. The memory of Jing Liangjie's warm smile flickered in her thoughts. Perhaps the comic would hold some surprises? However, the reality before her felt more like a fright than a delight. Chapter 101. The catalyst of Fenghua Xiaoxue. Fenghua Xiaoxue felt fortunate to have avoided freezing to death in the snow. Had she not encountered Elsa, she might have already lost her life. Now, she stood to survey her surroundings. A magnificent castle emerged before her, likely the dream of every little girl. Elegant chandeliers crafted from sparkling ice adorned the lofty ceilings, while the steps formed from ice appeared crystalline and translucent. Gazing around, the scenery was breathtaking, providing a clear view of the world outside. Yet, Fenghua Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned. Elsa watched her, puzzled by her actions as she began to tidy up the castle. Nearby, the snowman, Shuabao, wore a similarly perplexed expression. What could this stranger possibly want? Suddenly, a realization struck Fenghua Xiaoxue. Everything felt so familiar, as if she were living the storyline of a comic. If that were indeed the case, matters could become complicated. Turning to Elsa with a serious expression, she said, "Elsa, although I am uncertain how I arrived here, I must share some troubling news." "What news?" Elsa inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Fenghua Xiaoxue paused for a moment, then introduced herself briefly before carefully choosing her words. "Elsa, you may not realize it, but due to your magic, a blizzard has descended upon the entire kingdom. If this continues, your realm could suffer devastating losses." Upon hearing this, Elsa gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Doubt flickered in her eyes. Such news was indeed startling, and it was only natural for her to feel skeptical. However, As she pondered the implications, it became clear that this could very well be true. She had inadvertently unleashed her ice magic, resulting in the kingdom being blanketed in snow, with houses and land alike clothed in white. If this persisted beyond a day, the consequences would be dire. Panic set in as Elsa began to pace anxiously within the room. What shall we do now? I lack the ability to control this situation. Though Fenghua Xiaoxue was aware of what lay ahead, she too furrowed her brow, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. As long as the power of true love exists, it can dissolve the ice and snow. Yet, the events unfolding before us are genuine experiences. Do the narratives found in comic books still hold any relevance? Moreover, within the kingdom lurks a prince with nefarious ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, Fenghua Xiaoxue resolved to share her knowledge with Elsa. Initially, Elsa harbored doubts. However, as she listened to Fenghua Xiaoxue's account, her skepticism waned, ultimately transforming into unwavering belief. Suddenly, the winds outside grew ferocious, and the snowflakes in the sky morphed into icy crystals, mirroring the increasing darkness on Elsa's face. The entire mountain peak became engulfed in a tempest of snow and wind. At a crucial moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue spoke up, suggesting that they could still find a way out. What they needed to do was to act, allowing the ambitious prince to reveal his true nature. To her, the plan seemed simple due to her foreknowledge of the unfolding story. They merely had to return the prince to his territory to face appropriate consequences, paving the way for reconciliation between Anna and Elsa, thus allowing the pervasive ice and snow enveloping the capital to finally melt away. Elsa hesitated but ultimately consented, recognizing the soundness of Fenghua Xiaoxue's reasoning. In this moment of uncertainty, it seemed wiser to heed her counsel. Before long, Anna arrived at the mountain, and a dispute ensued. In a surge of emotion, Elsa inadvertently harmed Anna, while the treacherous prince, accompanied by his minions, shot down a chandelier with a cold arrow, rendering Elsa unconscious. Ignoring Anna's pleas, the prince declared that Elsa would face execution for treason, revealing his true malicious intent. The situation appeared to align closely with the expected narrative. Save for one notable difference, another captive now shared the confines of the dungeon. After some time, Elsa regained consciousness and sighed at her surroundings, realizing that events had unfolded exactly as predicted. In the face of danger, Fenghua Xiaoxue maintained her composure, flashing a playful smile. "Princess Elsa, it is now your moment to shine." Elsa nodded slightly, a shard of ice forming at her fingertips, extending towards her shackles. In moments, the chains froze solid, shattering as the temperature plummeted. With newfound freedom, they broke through the walls, but their commotion quickly drew the attention of Prince Hans. Tall and handsome, he now bore an expression clouded by sorrow and darkness. "I did not expect this monster to escape, but because of you, Anna is dead." The narrative shifted quietly. Elsa maintained her smile, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the simmering anger on her face. "You despicable fiend, do you think this will achieve your aims? Let me show you the taste of ice." Frost surged from Elsa's feet, forming sharp ice spikes that radiated outward, targeting Hans. Panic flickered across his face as he had anticipated Elsa would surrender upon hearing the news. Instead, this tactic proved utterly ineffective. Drawing his sword, Hans bellowed, "Capture this monster. He is a menace." With that, he swiftly sought refuge from Elsa's attack, while archers began to fire arrows. Unfazed, Elsa raised one hand slightly, shielding both herself and Fenghua Xiaoxue behind a barrier of ice. Soldiers were pinned to the ground by the protruding ice spikes, rendered incapable of fighting. Witnessing this, Hans finally panicked and fled. Just then, an arrow flew in, striking Hans's cloak. He stumbled and fell. Aware of the impending events, Elsa had forewarned Olaf. At this moment, Anna had also regained her senses. It was she who had loosed the arrow. As Hans attempted to disentangle himself from his cloak, a sharp shard of ice hovered ominously by his neck. Chapter 102. The power of ice and snow triumphs. It seemed as though a conclusion was being drawn at this moment. Hans was taken back to his kingdom to face the consequences of his actions. Anna and Elsa reconciled, and Elsa came to understand the true meaning of love. The troubles afflicting the kingdom were finally resolved. The warm sun re-emerged in this snowbound realm as the snow melted. Olaf gazed at his body with lingering sorrow. Elsa chuckled softly as a vast expanse of ice enveloped the square, and a grand ice slide emerged gradually. Unbeknownst to her, a group of children had gathered around Olaf, laughing and playing, engaging in snowball fights. Mischievous children gleefully slid down the ice slide, filling the square with joyous laughter once more. Elsa and Anna joined in the merriment, their playful antics reminiscent of their childhood. Fenghua Xiaoxue watched with a smile. As Elsa glided on the ice, her voice rang out across the kingdom, breathing life back into the realm. Yet, amidst this scene of familial joy, Fenghua Xiaoxue's expression suddenly darkened, feeling discordant with the jubilant atmosphere. "What troubles you, my friend? Is something amiss?" Elsa inquired cheerfully. Fenghua Xiaoxue sighed, expressing her desire to return home, but lamenting her inability to find a way. Elsa, resting her chin on her hand, seemed to share in her friend's melancholy. However, this feeling did not linger long. Tiny ice crystals began to form at her fingertips, glistening with a soft blue hue. Gently, Elsa moved her fingers and placed them on Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. "Though I am uncertain why I must do this, a voice tells me that it may help you return." The pale blue ice crystal melted upon contact, leaving a diamond-shaped, crystalline mark on Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. She touched the mark, feeling only a cool sensation, oddly comforting. Surrounding her, snow continued to fall, but Fenghua Xiaoxue felt no chill. Instead, she sensed an unexpected warmth among the flurries. Cautiously, she extended her hand. As she waved, the falling snowflakes appeared to dance in rhythm with her movements. With a burst of energy, she dashed forward and leapt, landing on a stepping stone of ice. As she waved her arms, a slide of ice formed beneath her, and Fenghua Xiaoxue soared through the air, buoyed by the wind and snow, embodying the essence of an ethereal spirit amidst the storm. Elsa, watching in awe, reached out her hand, and the swirling snow enveloped her in a graceful dance. After a while, Fenghua Xiaoxue's initial excitement began to fade. With a smile but a serious tone, she addressed Elsa. "It appears that it is time for me to leave this place." Elsa responded with a sweet smile, understanding the bittersweet moment of parting. "I wish you everlasting happiness in the days to come." Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded gently, and beneath her feet, a platform emerged. The swirling snow coalesced into a slide, and amidst the flurry of snowflakes, Fenghua Xiaoxue glided further and higher, eventually vanishing from the crowd's view. At that moment, Santiu anxiously observed Fenghua Xiaoxue. "Lord Liangjie, is the princess unharmed? Why is she not awakened yet?" If it were not for Liangjie's earlier efforts to restrain him, Santiu would have already rushed to check on the princess. Since reading the comic, Fenghua Xiaoxue had succumbed to this peculiar slumber. Kakashi and the others understood that this was a special phenomenon arising from the historical insights gleaned from the comic. Although their experiences were limited, they recognized its inevitability. Thus, Kakashi and his companions joined in preventing Santiu from acting hastily. Earlier, Fenghua Xiaoxue's body had trembled, and frost had even formed upon her face. Despite Santiu's immense anxiety, he was still restrained by Kakashi and the others. Finally, when the frost dissipated, she still did not awaken. Santiu's patience was wearing thin. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, stared at Santiu and remarked, "This is quite normal. Perhaps she should be grateful to us when she awakens." Santiu's face was a mix of urgency and deep anger. "I care not for your words. I must ensure the princess's safety." Though his words were harsh, Santiu was genuinely concerned for Fenghua Xiaoxue, and Kakashi could not retort. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. "What is happening? Why is it so noisy?" It was evident that she had groggily overheard the argument between the two. Kakashi ceased to obstruct Santiu, with tears of joy streaming down his face. Santiu rushed to her side. "Princess, you have finally awakened." Still disoriented, Fenghua Xiaoxue gradually extended her hand, and a transparent ice crystal appeared in her palm. She gazed intently at the crystal, astonished. "Is this real? Am I not dreaming?" Kakashi, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. If the ninjas of the Land of Snow had acquired their snow techniques through trickery, then Fenghua Xiaoxue's abilities were a true manifestation of a bloodline limit. The power of the two was not comparable. Simultaneously, the system's voice began to resonate. "Fenghua Xiaoxue has acquired ice and snow magic. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the power of ice and snow. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 200 system energy points." A glimmer of a smile appeared on Liangjie's face. In a certain sense, the abilities Fenghua Xiaoxue had gained were formidable. The magic of ice and snow allowed her to control not just the wind and snow, but also ice. However, Liangjie could discern that Fenghua Xiaoxue could currently only manipulate a limited area. To influence a nation, she would require further training. Yet, for Liangjie, his mastery of ice and snow was somewhat different. It felt intrinsically part of him, wielded with remarkable finesse and greater potency, capable of affecting the weather of a small nation. In warfare, such an ability was exceedingly powerful. Liangjie approached with a light chuckle. Santiu, I have already informed you that there is no need for haste. Perhaps Fenghua Xiaoxue will even express her gratitude to me. Fenghua Xiaoxue slightly lifted her head and earnestly replied, I truly appreciate it this time. Suddenly, an explosive sound echoed from outside. The abrupt change heightened everyone's vigilance. Chapter 103, The Trio of Snow Ninjas. Santiu was the first to react, hastily rushing outside to investigate. However, what he encountered was the lifeless body of a companion, inciting his fury. Yet, Santiu's strength was inadequate to confront the assailants directly. Fortunately, Kakashi and his companions emerged at that moment. What has transpired here? Kakashi raised his gaze, and with his deadpan expression, he spotted the attackers. Their attire was relatively uniform, each adorned with a distinctive forehead protector, ninjas from the land of snow. A corpulent figure wearing arm guards stepped forward. Hand over the princess, or we will eliminate you all. His gaze was menacing, eyes fixed on the group. Another individual slowly came into view. I didn't expect it to be you. Copy Ninja Kakashi. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise. So it's you, Wolf Fong Avalanche. The exchange of glances between the two radiated animosity. Kakashi maintained a composed demeanor, while Wolf Fong Avalanche glared at him with gritted teeth. It is time to settle our debts. Kakashi shrugged. Regardless of the past, we are currently adversaries, are we not? Wolf Fong Avalanche lunged forward fiercely, and Kakashi stood his ground. Ice release, Wolf Fong Avalanche technique. The winds howled violently, and the towering peaks of snow suddenly crumbled. The collapse initiated a chain reaction, heralding an impending avalanche. At that moment, the cascading snow surged toward Kakashi like a tidal wave, transforming into howling wolves with razor-sharp fangs, their numbers overwhelming. They charged towards Kakashi. Unfazed, he steadied his grip on the blade. Scatter, mirror, flower, water, moon. Wolf Fong Avalanche was momentarily perplexed. After Kakashi drew his long sword, he made no further moves, merely standing there in a daze. This bewildered Wolf Fong Avalanche. How could the famed copy ninja Kakashi be so passive, not even attempting to evade? Yet, he sensed that Kakashi was not a mere clone. Realizing the situation, Wolf Fong Avalanche no longer held back. The colossal wolves collided with Kakashi, their fangs tearing into him. Blood began to seep out, staining the snow crimson. However, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. His arm was mutilated, flesh torn away, leaving behind broken bones and exposed innards. Wolf Fong Avalanche felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. It was as if he were trapped in a nightmare. Yet, it was undeniably happening. At that instant, a chill of danger coursed through Wolf Fong Avalanche. It seemed to originate from behind him. He rolled to the left in a panic, barely evading the attack, while a deep gash marred the ground, as if slashed by a long blade. However, Wolf Fong Avalanche saw no sign of his assailant. This was illogical. Lowering his stance, he focused intently on his surroundings. Just then, he felt a sharp impact from behind. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. No, how is this possible? Wolf Fong Avalanche had concentrated all his senses, yet had detected no trace of his enemy. Moreover, the attack had been utterly silent. Such a lethal strike should have produced some noise, yet it was eerily quiet. The avalanche of the wolf's fang grazed its ribs. In that fleeting moment of contact, 2 ribs had already fractured. Were it not for the armor it bore, the injuries might have been far more severe. However, from an external perspective, the situation had undergone a monumental transformation. Winter Bear Frozen Rain stared blankly at the avalanche of the wolf's fang. Boss, what is happening? Beside him, Crane Wing Blowing Snow squinted slightly, commenting, the boss must have fallen under an illusion. The two watched in astonishment as the avalanche of the wolf's fang unleashed ninjutsu, causing a wave of snow wolves to charge towards the nearby rock wall. Enormous indentations appeared upon the wall, and a look of bewilderment crossed the face of the avalanche of the wolf's fang. It seemed almost absurd, for Kakashi was evidently nearby. Yet, the avalanche of the wolf's fang directed its ninjutsu at the rock wall. Meanwhile, Kakashi moved with the nonchalance of a leisurely stroll, launching an assault around the avalanche of the wolf's fang, who remained oblivious. Only an illusion could account for such a bewildering scenario. Winter Bear Frozen Rain shouted from the sidelines, "Boss. PS to your left, be careful." Yet, the avalanche of the wolf's fang remained deaf to the colossal warning. As if it had heard nothing at all, Kakashi wore a somewhat carefree expression. Perhaps in the past, confronting such foes had posed difficulties and complications. Yet now, he felt no pressure at all. After all, they relied solely on the thick layer of chakra armor that could withstand a multitude of ninjutsu. However, at this moment, Kakashi had no chakra within him. Although spiritual pressure bore some resemblance to chakra, it constituted a form of energy. The defensive capacity of chakra armor was not quite as formidable. Moreover, if an illusion could not be dispelled, how could it stand a chance against Kakashi? Just then, Kyoraiji waved his hand. "Kakashi, I believe this opportunity should be entrusted to Windflower Snow." Windflower Snow hesitated for a moment, a flicker of eagerness appearing on her face. Having acquired her abilities, she had yet to engage in battle. With several powerful ninjas observing, it should not lead to catastrophe, right? But the ever-concerned Santaifu grew anxious. "Lord Raiji, what are you suggesting? The princess is merely an ordinary person." Windflower Snow, however, shook her head resolutely. "Santaifu, step aside. I command you in the name of the princess of the Snow Country, step aside." Despite the evident reluctance on his face, Santaifu ultimately acquiesced. After all, it was the command of a princess. At this moment, the avalanche of the wolf's fang bore several wounds, all a result of Kakashi's restraint. Kakashi slowly sheathed his long blade. Shatter, mirage of flowers and water. The effects of the illusion dissipated. The avalanche of the wolf's fang once again beheld the others. Internally, he felt immense relief. The previous sensations had been overwhelmingly uncomfortable and suffocating. What he had heard, seen, and experienced had been entirely divergent from reality. It felt as though his senses had betrayed him. In such a state, how could one possibly exhibit combat prowess? The avalanche of the wolf's fang regarded Kakashi with caution. Truly, the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi, was formidable. While he could not fathom why Kakashi had grown so powerful, he was now on high alert. Yet, the next moment, the avalanche of the wolf's fang froze in place. Kakashi, yawning, ambled towards the crowd, seemingly disinterested in battling him. Chapter 104. The astonishing Santaifu Windflower Snow stepped forward, while Santaifu wore a worried expression. In his eyes, Windflower Snow was not the formidable princess of the films, but merely a young girl. Now, she was to confront these ferocious snow ninjas, 3 of them, no less. It seemed utterly implausible. Santaifu could not help but be anxious. He furrowed his brow, his small eyes fixed intently on Windflower Snow. His fingers trembled slightly, revealing his disbelief. "Lord Raiji, can the princess truly handle these foes?" Santaifu recognized these 3 individuals, or more precisely, their armor. The craftsmanship and defensive capabilities of their armor far exceeded those of ordinary ninjas. This was the armor provided to high-ranking officials of the Snow Country by the Windflower Storm, signifying that these 3 ninjas were akin to leaders. Santaifu felt uneasy even engaging with ordinary ninjas, let alone with the leaders of these powerful adversaries. Kyoraiji approached Santaifu with a confident smile, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, there is nothing to fear. Do you lack faith in Windflower Snow?" Santaifu hesitated. "And no, of course. I have complete faith in the princess." Although he spoke with conviction, a sigh escaped his lips after. "I hope everything goes smoothly." After all, with several ninjas watching, Santaifu felt that even in the event of an unexpected turn, they would possess the capability to offer aid. Perhaps Santaifu had not harbored such intense confidence earlier. But having witnessed Kakashi's prowess, his faith had undoubtedly strengthened. It was evident that Kakashi, engaged in battle with the leader of the ninjas, had not gained any advantage and was decidedly on the back foot. This undoubtedly affirmed certain truths. The avalanche of the wolf's fang gazed in astonishment at Windflower Snow, who was drawing nearer. "The princess. They actually sent the princess to contend with us?" A smug smile crept across the face of the avalanche of the wolf's fang. When battling Kakashi, he had been filled with trepidation and fear. Now, however, he appeared utterly relaxed. After all, the avalanche of the wolf's fang was aware of the princess's background. Following her departure from the Snow Country, Windflower Snow had merely been an actress, without any martial prowess. Thus, she had no combat abilities whatsoever. A grin spread across the avalanche of the wolf's fang's face as he brandished a kunai, casually remarking, "In that case, please come along with us, princess." How could a princess of a nation be in the company of these traitorous scoundrels? As the leader of the snow ninjas, the avalanche of the Wolf's Fang understood the princess well. She was merely an ordinary person, and her stepping forward indicated that he could easily take her away. With this thought, the smile on his face widened in anticipation of fulfilling the orders from Yuki Kage. However, upon lifting his gaze and noticing the nonchalant expression on Kakashi's face, the avalanche of the Wolf's Fang's demeanor shifted, darkening. He bore a grudge against Kakashi, yet could not comprehend how Kakashi's strength had surged so rapidly. Furthermore, he showed no intent to obstruct him. Could there be a hidden agenda? The earlier scene had terrified the avalanche of the Wolf's Fang. He felt utterly powerless against Kakashi, unable to even discern the true position of his opponent. This was an immense humiliation for the avalanche of the Wolf's Fang. In the quiet explanation from Winter Bear Frozen Rain, the avalanche of the Wolf's Fang realized the implications of his past actions, further deepening his sense of dread regarding Kakashi. It was said that Kakashi was the copy ninja, and having previously battled the former Kakashi, he had never felt such an overwhelming sense of suppression. Yet now, Kakashi appeared to be an entirely different person. The exquisite illusion left him utterly bewildered. At that moment, Windflower Snow, observing the avalanche of the Wolf's Fang hesitating to strike, found herself unable to contain her impatience. Since you wish to take me, that makes you my enemy. If you do not act, do not blame me for being ruthless. Strictly speaking, they were all subjects of the Snow Country. However, the choices have shifted. They have aligned themselves with the tempestuous Windflower and the furious Snow, thereby becoming the adversaries of the frenzied little Snow. The countenance of Wolf Fang Avalanche darkened. He never anticipated being underestimated. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Ice Release, a corner white whale. A magnificent, snow-white whale, as if sculpted from ice and snow, leapt forth from the snowy expanse. Its resonant call stirred a flicker of emotion in Windflower Little Snow. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her combat capabilities. In but a second, Windflower Little Snow regained her composure. Go. She gently waved her right hand. The snowfall intensified in frequency. Wolf Fang Avalanche, however, sensed an unusual phenomenon. It was not merely that the snowfall had increased, but that within this specific area, the snow had become more abundant, unlike elsewhere. With a slight furrow of his brow, Wolf Fang Avalanche felt an ominous premonition. Although the ninjas of the Land of Snow utilized ice release techniques, it was ultimately a form of trickery, not the true essence of a bloodline limit. They could not control the weather to summon more snow. Yet, the situation had undergone a profound transformation. Windflower Little Snow did not perform hand seals. Yet the snowfall in this area grew denser, and a massive ice wall materialized before her. This wall appeared as crystalline ice, transparent enough to reveal Windflower Little Snow hiding behind it. A mysterious smile crept across Wolf Fang Avalanche's face. How foolish of me to have felt apprehensive. It was merely a diversion. Princess truly possesses a sense of humor. To conjure such a grand ice wall requires a substantial amount of chakra, as well as a unique bloodline limit to execute. Wolf Fang Avalanche was acutely aware of this. Although the Land of Snow was situated near the snow-capped mountains, no clan possessed such a lineage. Ice Release is a formidable bloodline limit. If the Windflower clan truly possessed such a bloodline, Wolf Fang Avalanche would surely be aware of it. He commanded the white whale to charge, yet he remained cautious, fearful of applying excessive force. To his astonishment, upon colliding with the ice wall, the wall remained unscathed, while the rebound force shattered the whale into ordinary white snow. Wolf Fang Avalanche was left aghast. Impossible. How could this be? He shook his head in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him. Chapter 105. Ice Release? Windflower Fury. Wait, Wolf Fang Avalanche pondered a hypothesis. Perhaps only one circumstance could elucidate his fruitless endeavor. Only true Ice Release could possess such formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. He also noted an astonishing detail. Despite achieving such a remarkable feat, Windflower Little Snow bore no expression, and her complexion appeared healthy. This contradicted the typical aftermath of utilizing such power. In other words, Windflower Little Snow indeed possessed Ice Release. Wolf Fang Avalanche's pupils constricted. If that were the case, Windflower Little Snow possessed a certain level of danger and immense value, significantly complicating this pursuit. At that moment, Jing Liangjie chuckled softly, remarking, "It seems these fellows are afraid." Yet, Windflower Little Snow had no intention of letting the three escape unscathed. She attacked without mercy, launching translucent, diamond-shaped ice shards with incredible speed. Although she had not experienced genuine combat, she had gleaned much from her time on set. Particularly, in battle, she understood that one must not grant the opponent even the slightest opportunity. Otherwise, misfortune would ensue. The ice spikes flew forth, seemingly without cost. However, Windflower Little Snow's combat experience remained somewhat lacking, allowing Wolf Fong Avalanche to effortlessly evade her attacks. Winter Bear Frozen Rain, relying on his armor and robust physique, chose to withstand this wave of assaults. Indeed, he managed to endure, as the ice shards struck his armor, leaving varying degrees of wounds, but these were mere superficial injuries. The only female ninja, however, appeared quite disheveled. A deep, bone-visible gash marred her arm, inflicted by the ice spike shot forth by Windflower Little Snow. Moreover, Tsuru Wing Blowing Snow felt her movements becoming somewhat rigid, seemingly due to the ice spikes launched by Windflower Little Snow. Furrowing her brow, Tsuru Wing Blowing Snow cautioned everyone. Be careful. The ice shards unleashed by the princess possess a peculiar effect that slows our speed. The expressions of the three shifted. It was at this moment that they regarded Windflower Little Snow with newfound seriousness. Winter Bear Frozen Rain's armor transformed, manifesting a moderately sized shield. This shield was perfectly positioned to deflect Windflower Little Snow's attacks, while safeguarding his own body. Tsuru Wing Blowing Snow's armor morphed into a pair of wings, granting her a fleeting ability to fly. The elderly Santai Fu observed the battlefield intently, his slightly ajar mouth betraying his astonishment. He had never anticipated that the princess could combat 3 snow ninjas and hold her ground so effectively. Yet, Santai Fu remained unaware that Windflower Little Snow still had reserves of strength. The abilities previously employed were merely experiments, and he had not foreseen their formidable impact. Presently, Windflower Little Snow's gaze was fixed intently upon Wolf Fong Avalanche. Having gained a preliminary understanding of her strength, she unleashed a more ferocious onslaught. It was as if a blizzard had descended upon them. The howling wind swept the snowflakes along, slicing into Wolf Fong Avalanche's body like blades. The chakra armor could only withstand energy attacks, yet it appeared constrained by chakra. Faced with an assault akin to a natural disaster, Wolf Fong Avalanche felt a sense of despair. His eyes were filled with profound shock. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous foes, but never had he felt such despair as he did that day. Those adversaries either possessed formidable combat prowess or immense chakra reserves. Yet, Windflower Little Snow's attack bore no discernible energy fluctuations. It was as if she were a deity, inherently capable of commanding the winds and snow. The storm dismembered Wolf Fong Avalanche's arm in an instant. At that moment, Windflower Little Snow seemed to be crowned amidst the snowstorm, like a sovereign pronouncing judgment upon Wolf Fong Avalanche. In the aftermath of the tempest, the pure snow was sullied by a dirty crimson. Winter Bear Frozen Rain and Tsuru Wing Blowing Snow stood in stunned silence, their calves trembling. This transcended the realm of ninjas, resembling a being wielding the power of nature. In an instant, Tsuru Wing Blowing Snow abruptly kicked Winter Bear Frozen Rain. The force was substantial, propelling him directly toward Windflower Little Snow. An ice spike suddenly appeared. Winter Bear Frozen Rain widened his eyes, fixated on the ice spike embedded in his chest. Struggling to turn his head, he gazed at Tsuru Wing Blowing Snow, incredulous. You. Winter Bear Frozen Rain lowered his head in unwillingness, his body gradually stiffening. Meanwhile, Tsuru Wing Blowing Snow seized the opportunity to turn and flee. Fortuitously, her ability to fly enabled her to escape Windflower Little Snow's attack range. Windflower Little Snow wished to pursue, but was intercepted by Jing Liangjie. Let her go. This will allow Windflower Fury to prepare. A knowing smile graced Jing Liangjie's face. Though Fenghua Xiaoxue was bewildered, she still complied with Jing Liangjie's instructions. Upon returning to the village, Kakashi, with a stern expression, questioned why Fenghua Nuteo sought to abduct the princess. Kakashi, not lacking in intelligence, sensed that many secrets were concealed within this matter. For instance, Fenghua Nuteo's obsession with capturing Fenghua Xiaoxue was perplexing. Santai Fu stood speechless, while Fenghua Xiaoxue slowly removed the necklace from around her neck. It seemed that the object of desire was indeed this necklace. Her father had left behind a treasure, and she speculated that the key to unlocking it lay within this pendant. Fenghua Xiaoxue recognized her own insignificance. Otherwise, Fenghua Nuteo would not have spared her life all those years ago. This realization was the true reason why Fenghua Xiaoxue had long hesitated to return. Although Fenghua Nuteo had usurped the throne, he was still her uncle, and a bond of kinship lingered between them. However, upon her return, that familial connection would inevitably dissipate. The catalyst for this upheaval was the treasure left by the late king. Kakashi examined the pendant closely but found nothing amiss. It appeared to be an ordinary necklace, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Santai Fu felt somewhat out of place and suggested they first partake in a meal. He had his own calculations from previous interactions. He understood that this group of Konoha ninjas was not to be underestimated. If he could assist Fenghua Xiaoxue, it would be most advantageous. Chapter 106. The approach of war. Jing Liangjie waved his hand. Kakashi, I too am feeling hungry. Let us eat first. The agreement with Fenghua Xiaoxue was not something to be shared with so many, at least not at this juncture. And there was no need to create an overly serious atmosphere. Kakashi paused for a moment, but a glance from Jing Liangjie prompted him to nod in agreement. Very well. The climate of the land of snow was somewhat frigid, and they feasted on hot pot, with thinly sliced lamb immersed in a bubbling broth. Within mere seconds, the meat was cooked to perfection. Jing Liangjie sampled a piece, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Santai Fu poured wine with fervor, his face adorned with a flattering smile. He was perceptive enough to recognize that, while Kakashi appeared to lead, all decisions were ultimately made by Jing Liangjie. Santai Fu's goal was clear: to secure the aid of these ninjas during the impending conflict, or at the very least, to ensure the safety of the princess. Kakashi remained nonchalant. Throughout the meal, Jing Liangjie occasionally cast sidelong glances at Kakashi, which puzzled Sasuke, who sat nearby. What is wrong with Jing Liang? Is there something unusual about Kakashi? Jing Liangjie chuckled softly and remarked, Do you not find it curious? Kakashi has trained you for such a long time, yet who has ever seen his true visage? Sasuke halted his movements, exchanging a knowing glance with Sakura, both feeling a sense of camaraderie. As they continued to eat, they furtively stole glances at Kakashi, but alas, they never caught a glimpse of his face unmasked. Fenghua Xiaoxue wore a bright smile as she poured herself a cup of wine. Raising her glass, she gazed gently at Jing Liangjie. Jing Liang, I truly appreciate the surprise you've prepared. This toast is for you. She took a sip, and Jing Liangjie reciprocated, draining his cup. The sake bore a subtle aroma, warm to the perfect temperature. Santai Fu was taken aback. The princess had never displayed such a demeanor before, marking a rare occasion. He mused inwardly, this Lord Jing Liang is indeed impressive. Santai Fu was well aware that Fenghua Xiaoxue had previously shown no special abilities, having been under his care for years without any notable occurrences. Yet, within just a few hours, the princess had undergone a complete transformation. Not only had she acquired the power to command the winds and snow, but Santai Fu also perceived in her a regal presence and newfound confidence. This development seemed to favor Fenghua Xiaoxue's claim to the land of snow. Time passed leisurely, and soon the meal concluded. The night in the land of snow was tranquil, seemingly devoid of animal sounds, likely due to the chill in the air. At that moment, a knock resounded at Jing Liangjie's door. He had not yet succumbed to sleep and turned slightly to face Fenghua Xiaoxue at the entrance. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded slightly, acknowledging that there were indeed matters she wished to inquire about. Jing Liangjie donned a coat, and both stepped into the corridor. With a furrowed brow, he asked, What troubles you? He suspected it was something she could not disclose to others, possibly related to their previous agreement. Fenghua Xiaoxue hesitated before speaking. Are we truly to confront Fenghua Nuteo and usurp his regime tomorrow? I fear I may not perform adequately. Since returning to her quarters, she had been restless, her thoughts consumed by these concerns. For Fenghua Xiaoxue, governing a nation felt distant. Although she was the princess of the land of snow, she had left at a young age and had never lived the life of royalty, nor had she engaged in state affairs. Now, possessing formidable strength and with Jing Liangjie's support, she believed she could reclaim her homeland. However, this also presented challenges. Jing Liangjie chuckled softly. Some things can only be understood through experience. Furthermore, this is rightfully yours. I believe you should reclaim it. Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed into the distance, contemplative. Her soft words seemed like a dreamlike murmur, carried away by the evening breeze. Everything felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. Yet, I also wish to discover what treasure my father has left me. Jing Liangjie secretly smiled, pondering whether Fenghua Xiaoxue would be delighted or astonished to learn that the treasure left by the late king was, in fact, a large underfloor heating system. Nevertheless, Fenghua Xiaoshua's curiosity indicated her acceptance of this decision. She turned to Jing Liangjie, her eyes fixed intently on him. What will happen to the land of snow once we join Konoha? Now that she had established her position, Fenghua Xiaoshua felt a responsibility to her people. A confident smile graced Jing Liangjie's face. Trust me, the land of snow will flourish. Fenghua Xiaoshua beamed, her smile reminiscent of the first time she encountered Jing Liangjie. For some reason, I believe in you. She had faith in her instincts. Furthermore, the experiences of the past few days had led her to speculate. The strength displayed by the ninjas of Konoha vastly surpassed that of ninjas from other nations. Had things always been this way, perhaps the world would not be so tumultuous. It was evident that the transformation of Konoha had only recently come to pass. As the acting Hokage, Jing Liangjie was likely the architect of this change. If one were to say that Fenghua Xiaoshua has faith in Konoha, it would be more accurate to say that she believes in Jing Liangjie. With a graceful wave of her hand, a snowflake took flight from her palm. Carried away by the evening breeze, drifting farther into the distance. Jing Liangjie nodded at Fenghua Xiaoshua and remarked, "It is getting late. We should rest early and prepare for our actions tomorrow." As she watched Jing Liangjie walk away, a serene smile gradually appeared at the corners of Fenghua Xiaoshua's lips. May all unfold as desired. As night deepened, the moon was shrouded by dark clouds, casting the world into darkness. Time passed quietly, and the horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. Santai Fu, clad in armor, felt the weight of his gear pressing down on him. Yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. Chapter 107, The Fall of the Resistance. End. The excitement was palpable among those nearby. Santai Fu spoke with intensity. Today marks the day of our restoration. Everyone must be at their best. The others responded enthusiastically. Sasuke, standing quietly to the side, curled his lip in disdain. He questioned the folly of these individuals who dared to dream of revitalizing their nation. With so few, how could they confront the army of the Snow Country? Even a single ninja team would likely prove inadequate. Kakashi, observing from a distance, concurred with Sasuke's assessment. Though he could not definitively predict the outcome of Santai Fu's endeavor, he stroked his chin and cast a sidelong glance at Jing Liangjie, who stood nonchalantly nearby. The greatest variable remained Jing Liangjie. The group marched forward under Santai Fu's guidance, arriving at the exterior of the royal palace. It was evident that Fenghua Nuda, having successfully ascended to the throne of the Snow Country, possessed considerable means. No sooner had they reached the palace than Fenghua Nuda emerged with his entourage, clearly more formidable and numerous than Santai Fu's companions. It appeared to be a decidedly unequal confrontation. On the surface, Fenghua Nuda appeared a serious middle-aged man, clad in thick armor, exuding an imposing aura. "Xiaoshua, I did not expect you to arrive here in the end. But that is well. It saves me the trouble of sending someone to find you. Hand over the key." Fenghua Nuda spoke with an air of confidence, seemingly unfazed by the impending unequal battle. Before Fenghua Xiaoshua could respond, Santai Fu erupted. "Fenghua Nuda, you treasonous rebel. Today marks your end." A mocking smile crossed Fenghua Nuda's face as he scoffed. "Old man, with these mere followers, what gives you the courage to challenge me?" He gestured, and a machine laden with arrows began to operate ominously, the sheer number of projectiles instilling dread. With a calm demeanor, Santai Fu replied, "Your attempts to kill me are futile. I have already notified various regions. Your regime is about to be overthrown." Fenghua Nuda laughed coldly. "Do you really think they will heed your call to arms?" Santai Fu's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean by that? You treasonous rebel, you shall be punished." Fenghua Nuda remained still, seemingly biding his time. After a prolonged silence, scouts sent by Santai Fu returned with disheartening news. "My lord, they refused to mobilize." One scout reported, his voice tinged with uncertainty. One by one, scouts returned, none bearing good tidings. Santai Fu was rendered speechless. "How could this happen? How did you manage to deceive them? You treasonous rebel." Fenghua Nuda strolled leisurely, dismissing Santai Fu's concerns. "As long as they can lead stable lives, does it matter who rules? I have observed your schemes over the years. They are but trivial distractions. Old fool, awaken from your dreams." Santai Fu dropped his sword to the ground, too despondent to retrieve it, tears streaming from his eyes as he knelt in the snow. "Your Highness, I am to blame. I have failed you." Despite having secretly contacted powerful generals surrounding the royal city, Santai Fu was shocked to find them indifferent at this critical moment. He realized that his small band was insufficient to confront Fenghua Nuda. He had led the princess into a trap. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he lamented. Fenghua Nuda raised his hand. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall resort to force. The machine whirred, releasing arrows in a relentless barrage. While Santai Fu's followers fought valiantly, the sheer volume of attacks proved overwhelming. Soon, injuries began to mount. Fenghua Xiaoxue, her brow furrowed, shouted, "Enough!" A massive ice wall rose before them, shielding the group from the onslaught of arrows. Fenghua Nuda regarded Fenghua Xiaoxue with surprise. I did not expect my niece to possess such abilities, but they are of no consequence to me. With a flash, Fenghua Nuda charged toward Fenghua Xiaoxue, his speed akin to that of a seasoned ninja. Kakashi yawned, finding the scene somewhat tedious. Without any visible movement from Fenghua Xiaoxue, a fierce wind swept forth, mingling with snowflakes that crystallized into sharp ice blades, slicing through Fenghua Nuda's armor. Though Fenghua Nuda remained unscathed, his expression darkened noticeably. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the ultimate form of defense displayed. The peculiar glow emanating from Fenghua Nuda's armor had likely rendered Fenghua Xiaoxue's assault ineffective. Yet, the attack had not been without consequence. Despite the enhanced defense, several areas of the armor showed signs of damage. Fenghua Xiaoxue's brow knitted further as a colossal snow creature emerged from the snowdrifts, charging toward Fenghua Nuda, leaving enormous footprints in its wake. Fenghua Nuda's countenance soured, disbelief etched upon his face. What manner of sorcery is this? Fenghua Nuda's keen eyes discerned the distinct nature of Fenghua Xiaoxue's technique, recognizing it as fundamentally different from the ice shields wielded by the ninjas of the snow country. It bore resemblance to a bloodline limit attack, devoid of chakra. The impact on Fenghua Nuda was significant, especially as he noticed the formidable ninjas flanking Fenghua Xiaoxue. Realizing he was cornered, Fenghua Nuda barely had time to react before the immense snow creature struck him with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the snow. Thus, the true dominion over the snow country had shifted hands, and the group began their return to the palace. The events in the land of snow have ultimately escalated to a significant extent, considering they pertain to the transition of an entire nation. Tsunade gazed at the unfolding scene before her with a sense of disbelief. However, the revelations from the crowd left her even more astounded. In response to Tsunade's confusion, Hugh Ryusuke revealed a subtle smile and slowly opened the door to his previously sealed room. Within lay a trove of comics that had never before seen the light of day.